My name is Wang Yan. I woke up to a strange sensation and realized a girl was kissing me. My last memory was falling into a moat back on Earth, but I quickly realized I wasn't home anymore. The girl who saved me had real fox ears and a tail, which was definitely not cosplay. As I regained consciousness, a mechanical voice in my head informed me that I had reincarnated into a world called Wall Abyss and was now bound to the Universal Encyclopedia system. This system included a planting module and granted me rewards for discovering different races. By meeting this fox girl, Ingluo, I unlocked the Fox Clan entry and gained a passive skill called Blessing of the Sun, which makes me stronger and faster in sunlight. Ingluo insisted on taking me to her village because they need men to grow stronger. Although I was hesitant at first, the system explained that this world is a massive vertical wall where dangerous monsters emerge at night. Realizing I wouldn't survive alone on the cliffs, I decided to follow her. She led me to a hidden home on a cliffside where I met her sisters, who are all different types of beast folk. I met Zhuohua, a kind salamander girl who acts as the leader, a mouse girl named Jiji, a cat girl named Huaiyue, and a cold snake girl named Youli. By interacting with them, I unlocked more entries in my system and gained useful skills like night vision and rapid clotting. Zhuohua invited me to stay with them, and I gratefully accepted. Life here is simple but safe. I discovered that my planting module allows me to grow food at incredible speeds, which will be essential for our survival. I also found a store and a prize draw feature in my system, which gave me helpful items like a Swiss Army knife and salt. Although some of the girls are still skeptical of me, I am determined to use my unique powers to help this small family thrive in this dangerous new world. I followed Ingluo along a treacherous mountain path, with a high wall on one side and a deep drop on the other. Eventually, we reached what looked like a dead end, but she led me through a tiny, hidden gap in the rock. On the other side was a small courtyard and a cave where her family lived. As soon as we arrived, I was swamped by more beast-eared girls. There was Jiji, a small girl from the mouse tribe, and Huaiyue, a graceful cat girl. Then I met Zhuohua, who seemed to be the leader. Unlike the others, she had pink hair and strange, soft horns. My system identified her as part of the salamander tribe. She was very kind and apologized for Ingluo's bluntness. Inside the cave, I also saw Youli, a sharp-looking snake girl who clearly didn't trust me. I decided to be honest with Zhuohua and explain that I came from another world. While the younger girls were confused or suspicious, Zhuohua believed me. She noticed my fine clothes and realized I had nowhere else to go, so she invited me to stay for dinner and spend the night. While the girls prepared a simple meal of roasted potatoes, I noticed some of their food had sprouted and gone bad. This gave me a chance to test my planting module. I took a spoiled potato and realized I could use the system to grow crops 100 times faster than normal. This meant I could provide an endless supply of food for the group. By observing each girl, I unlocked their profiles in my system: Jiji the mouse, Huaiyue the cat, and Youli the snake. Each new entry gave me passive skills and unlocked new items in a special shop, like canned beef and tools. I even gained a fast clotting skill from Zhuohua. Although I am still figuring out how to earn points for the more expensive shop items, I feel much more confident about surviving here. I have a roof over my head and a way to help these girls who took me in. By unlocking the Beast Girl profiles, I have gained several practical passive abilities. I now have night vision, increased agility, and the gift of efficient sleep, which lets me fully recharge in just 5 hours. Most impressively, I inherited a blood-clotting skill from Zhuohua, the salamander girl, which allows me to stop bleeding instantly. The system shop also updated with useful items like cotton seeds and iron pots, and even red bricks for building. Dinner was a simple meal of roasted potatoes and dried meat. Despite the lack of seasoning and the meat's strong smell, it was satisfying. Afterward, I watched the girls wash up and relax by the cliffside under the rising moon. The scene was beautiful and peaceful, though it felt surreal to think I was truly in another world. I realized that my growth here depends on meeting more Beast Girl tribes to expand my collection of skills and items. While I was lost in thought, Zhuohua approached me. I was surprised to learn that even though she looks like a young woman, she is actually 54 years old, a long lifespan typical of her species. She spoke to me with incredible kindness and offered me a place to stay with them permanently. She explained that the cliffs are dangerous at night due to climbing monsters and that I would be safer with her family. Her offer made my heart race. She promised to take care of me, seeing me as a valuable addition to their small group. I accepted her invitation without hesitation, as I have nowhere else to go. Although the snake girl, Youli, still seems to dislike me, Joie assured me that the others would eventually accept me. When we shared the news with the rest of the group, most of the girls were excited. Gigi was thrilled to finally have a man in the family, declaring that we were now a real tribe. Even Luo, despite being a bit annoyed with me earlier, seemed happy to have me stay. It feels like the start of a new life, and I am eager to see how our little community will grow. I have officially settled into my new life in the cave. Since Youli stays awake at night to guard us against wild beasts, I was able to use her bed. Thanks to the night vision ability I gained from her, the pitch-black cave is perfectly clear to me. However, the summer heat was unbearable. I tossed and turned on the dry grass bedding until I finally had to take off my shirt just to cool down. As I tried to rest, Luo moved close and put her arm around me. She whispered something about training, which made my heart race. I soon realized she was being quite literal in her own innocent way. She explained that Joie told her sleeping together was training to have a baby. She fell asleep quickly, but between the heat and her closeness, I couldn't sleep at all. Eventually, I carefully moved her arm and stepped outside for some fresh air. Outside, I ran into Youli. She watched me with cold, suspicious eyes, and my system even showed her favorability toward me dropping. The atmosphere was incredibly tense, so I sat by the campfire and focused on my system to pass the time. I checked on my crops and realized that with the time acceleration, my potatoes would be ready in less than a day. I also discovered a prize draw feature in the system store. To my surprise, the system granted me a free tin draw beginner's pack. Most of the prizes were basic supplies like summer clothes and energy drinks, but I hit the jackpot with 2 rare items, a Swiss Army knife and a full pound of refined salt. In this primitive world, these are absolute treasures. The knife is a versatile tool for survival, and salt is a luxury that is usually very expensive in the shop. This starter pack arrived at the perfect time, giving me the tools I need to be truly useful to the group. After gathering some supplies, Wang Yan's situation improved. He pulled his thoughts back, and as the wind blew, it didn't feel so hot anymore. Just as he was about to return to the cave to sleep, he saw Youli take out a potato from somewhere and start roasting it by the campfire. The night watch was long, so a small snack was a good idea. Wang Yan looked at the bored girl sitting by the fire and thought that since they would be living under the same roof, it would be best to get along. He sat down again, took out a small bag of salt from his system storage, carefully tore it open, and poured a little onto a leaf. Youli frowned, not understanding what Wang Yan was doing. The white grains he poured out looked strange, like sand. Just as she was wondering, Wang Yan looked at her. Holding the leaf, Wang Yan said carefully, "Here, try this. Sprinkle it on the potato, it'll taste really good." Youli gave a short laugh and said, "You want me to eat sand?" Yoli's favorability -2 in primitive tribes, people usually got salt from animal organs. Salt was extremely rare and valuable, often in the form of large yellowish crystals. No wonder Youli mistook refined salt for sand. She had never seen anything like it. Seeing her favorability drop again, Wang Yan sighed inwardly. Without explaining much, he dipped his finger into the salt and licked it to show her. Youli watched curiously. Looking closely, she noticed it did look different from sand. Hesitantly, she dipped her finger in and tasted it. It was as if a spark ran through her taste buds and into her mind. The pure, salty flavor filled her mouth, and her eyes widened. Without thinking, she poured all the salt from the leaf onto the roasted potato and quickly ate it all. Youli naturally knew what salt was. Long ago, Sister Joie had traded with a traveling merchant for a small jar of it. But that salt had tasted a bit bitter, while the one Wang Yan gave her had no bitterness at all. After swallowing a few times, Youli wiped her mouth and quickly asked Wang Yan, "Is this salt? Why isn't it bitter at all?" Wang Yan crossed his arms proudly and explained, "This is the purest kind of salt. See, I told you I wasn't lying." Youli lowered her head. The salty taste still lingered on her tongue. Even such a simple seasoning could make food taste so much better. She swallowed again, her thoughts drifting. Yuli's affection 7 success. The plan worked. To win someone's heart, you must first win their stomach. And that clearly worked for the beast girls too. Yuli's affection had risen again, which was a good start. In fact, the system had also given Wang Yin some ready-made dishes that tasted even better, but he didn't take them out yet. Everything had to be done step by step. Seeing that he had gained some favor, Wang Yin stretched lazily and got ready to return to the cave to sleep. Yingluo was curled up, covered modestly by her large tail. Under Wang Yin's night vision, he could see her clearly. "Don't look, don't look," he muttered to himself. Quietly, he crept back to bed. Though half the night had passed, with the help of his efficient sleep ability, he soon drifted off, ending his first night after crossing into this world. The next morning, Wang Yin was woken by squeaking sounds. The beast girls didn't usually eat breakfast, but since it was raining lightly outside, they stayed home instead of going out to work. They sat together under the shelter in the yard, weaving baskets from willow branches. Feeling a bit embarrassed for sleeping in, Wang Yin wanted to help, but he didn't know how. Zhuohua pulled him to sit beside her and patiently taught him how to weave. Though basket weaving wasn't easy, Wang Yin followed Zhuohua's instructions carefully and soon got the hang of it. As he worked, he asked, "Why are you making so many baskets? I saw plenty of empty ones in the cave already." Wang Yan's question didn't surprise Zhuohua. She patiently explained, "Every year, just before winter and again in early spring, traveling merchants visit the tribes to trade. We usually prepare dried fruits in advance to exchange for food to get through the winter. But dried fruits alone aren't enough, so when we have free time, we weave baskets. One basket can be traded for 10 potatoes." Wang Yin suddenly understood. That explained everything that had seemed strange before. No wonder these young beast girls didn't seem like the type who could make pottery or neatly cut wooden bowls. For people like us at the bottom, the soil under our feet is only a thin layer. It's fine for growing trees and weeds, but growing crops is very hard. We don't catch much game either, so we mostly rely on trading with merchants for food. You could say our families survive thanks to their help. Zhuohua felt that Wang Yan's knowledge and understanding were greater than hers, so she naturally spoke more openly. Wang Yan listened carefully and fell into thought. So, before winter, merchants would come to buy whatever goods the young beast girls could offer, helping them prepare for the food shortage in the cold season. That made sense now. But tonight, he could take out the potatoes stored in the warehouse and share them with everyone. If the harvest was 10 times larger, that meant at least 20 kilograms. No more worrying about food shortages. After spending the whole day weaving baskets with the girls in the shelter, Wang Yin hadn't made much progress, and his hands were sore. Stretching his back, he focused on his farm. The potatoes were fully ripe, 20 kilograms in total, enough to last for quite a while. Each kilogram of potatoes could be exchanged for 1 point, which still felt too little. Wang Yin decided to take them all out. In a primitive society, a person's place in the group depended on how much benefit they could bring, mainly, how much food they could provide. By offering so many potatoes at once, he could surely earn respect among the young beast girls. After all, Wang Yin didn't plan to live on plain potatoes every day. With the system's help, he wanted to live comfortably while also helping the girls have enough to eat and wear, building a small group of his own. Without respect and authority, that would be impossible. The light rain was finally easing. The clouds were tinted red, and the sea of clouds looked gray and misty. There was no sign of the cloud whales. Only a few gusts of wind stirred up waves among the clouds. Wang Yin didn't waste any time. He saw that the young beast girls were already preparing dinner, and Youli had just woken up. Acting mysteriously, he called everyone together, leaving them all a bit confused. Huaiwe, looking impatient, flicked her black cat tail. "What is it? Can't you see I'm cooking, meow?" Gigi was already chewing on a piece of dried meat and mumbled with her mouth full. "You called us together, choo-choo. What do you want to say, choo-choo?" Without another word, Wang Yin waved his hand, and suddenly, 20 kilograms of shiny, plump potatoes appeared right in front of him. The sudden pile of potatoes gleamed under the light. For a moment, the beast girls thought they were seeing things and just stood there, stunned. Zhuohua rubbed her eyes, her throat a little dry. After confirming she wasn't imagining it, she turned to her sisters, who were all equally shocked. Finally, she asked in disbelief, "Where did all these come from?" Breaking the silence, Wang Yin touched his nose proudly. "This is my special ability. I can create food out of thin air. And this isn't all. I can make more later. Create food. Inglua's eyes widened as she muttered to herself. She had never imagined anyone could make food appear from nothing. It was unbelievable. Unlike her younger sisters, Zhuohua fell into deep thought after hearing his explanation. Creating food from nothing. She had never heard of such a power, not even decades ago when she lived among the upper ranks. Every beastkin could awaken some kind of ability, but none she knew could produce food directly. Judging by Wang Yan's calm expression, it didn't even seem to be his limit. Since she couldn't explain it otherwise, she decided to accept his strange ability as part of his identity as a person from another world. Maybe people from other worlds really did carry a bit of mystery with them. I didn't expect you to have such an ability. Zhuohua had seen much of the world. Although Wang Yan's ability was a bit unbelievable, she quickly accepted the situation. She looked deeply at him, then clapped her hands. Zhuohua's affection 10 all right. Ingluo, Gigi, let's each take some and move all these potatoes inside. Huaiwa, pick a few more, we'll roast extra tonight. She then directed her dazed younger sisters to carry the potatoes into the house, and everyone began to move. Wang Yan didn't realize that his actions had completely changed Zhuohua's thoughts. The ability to create food from nothing was like having a hen that laid golden eggs. Even if he wanted to leave now, Zhuohua would never let him go. At dinner, Wang Yan took out some salt and shared it with the little beast girls. Except for Youli, each of them grew 5 points fonder of him. Their relationship improved, making it easier for him to learn more about them later. As she tasted the salty flavor, Zhuohua looked at the clouds resting on the cliff and suddenly said, "Autumn is almost here." Hearing that, little Gigi, her cheeks puffed with food, frowned. It's time to prepare for winter again. I really don't like winter. Wang Yan quickly caught the meaning and asked, "Is winter in Changyuan very cold?" Meow Meow crossed her arms and sighed. "When autumn comes, everyone has to hurry to store food, Meow. We can't trade enough with merchants, and when winter arrives, even sticking your head outside will freeze your ears off, Meow." It made sense. On such steep cliffs with no shelter from the wind, the cold must be extreme. Thinking of this, Wang Yan said firmly, "Don't worry. I'll make sure everyone has enough food. With me here, no one will have to worry about going hungry again." Hearing this, Zhuohua finally felt relieved. Still, she knew she needed to find a reason to keep him here for good. That would be the safest plan. After a rain, the cave air that night was cooler and more comfortable than before. But Ingluo was still a bit troublesome. She clung to him tightly, insisting on learning more from him, leaving him feeling warm and dizzy. Ingluo clung to Wang Yan like a koala holding a tree, her smooth legs wrapped around his waist. A bit of drool hung from the corner of her mouth as she let out a soft snore. With a faint look of annoyance, Wang Yan gently moved her aside and got up to get some fresh air. Being used as a pillow every night was really getting on his nerves. Hearing movement at the cave entrance, Youli lifted her eyes slightly, then looked away, focusing on sharpening the tip of her spear with a stone. The crackling fire cast a dark red glow on her face, making her look both calm and striking. Sitting down slowly, Wang Yan noticed the temperature had dropped compared to the day before. He had already gone through every function of the system, and now, bored, he rested his chin on his hand, staring at the sky above the cliff. The moon was bright. Youli didn't speak to him, and the moon here looked no different from the one on Earth. Wang Yan gazed blankly at it, lost in thought. Suddenly, a foul smell reached his nose. At first, he thought he was imagining it, but the stench grew stronger, sharp enough to make him frown. He stood up, only to see that Youli was already on her feet, gripping her spear tightly. Her snake-like eyes gleamed coldly, filled with danger. "Go back into the cave," she said calmly, scanning the surroundings. Wang Yan didn't react right away, but then it hit him. Youli and the others took turns staying awake at night to guard against wild creatures. Judging by her stance, something was definitely coming. The stench thickened, carrying a hint of decay. 3 creatures, each over a meter tall, climbed up from the cliff. They looked vaguely human but were hairless, their pale skin stretched tight over visible ribs. Their faces were twisted, with long jaws and sharp teeth jutting out, resembling monstrous dogs. On his second night in this strange place, Wang Yin finally faced the danger that came with the darkness. Beasts that climbed the cliffs to attack. Youli frowned slightly as she looked at the three foul-smelling dog-headed creatures before her. Usually, only one or two appeared at a time. For three to come together was rare, but still manageable. These small dog-headed creatures growled softly, bits of gravel still clinging to their claws. Before they could react, Youli swung her spear in a wide arc, forcing them back. Get inside the cave. Their blood is poisonous. If it touches you, it'll rot your skin. Don't get in my way. Wang Yin felt uneasy as he looked at the strange, ugly creatures. He nodded quickly, knowing his own limits, and stepped back into the cave. He didn't go too deep, just crouched near the entrance, ready for anything unexpected. Youli's tall, about 1.75 meters, and her movements were swift and powerful. Against these dog-headed monsters, she clearly had the upper hand. After a few exchanges, all three of them were covered in wounds and couldn't move forward at all. With a dull sound, one of the creatures let out a sharp cry. Youli had changed her sweeping strike into a sudden, catching it off guard. Her spear pierced through its pale skin, and with a strong motion, she lifted it up and threw it off the cliff. Amazing! Wang Yin stared in awe. Her clean, decisive movements left no room for hesitation. It was clear that only someone with real skill could take on the role of a night guard. After taking down one, Youli easily handled the remaining two. Her spear flashed again and again, and soon both were defeated and kicked off the cliff. The danger of the night was over. Watching everything, Wang Yin swallowed hard. If it had been him, facing those three creatures would have been a life-or-death struggle. Even with his passive agility skill that improved his dodging, he knew he couldn't have done it without getting hurt. In small settlements like the one the beastfolk lived in, attacks from wild creatures usually happened only once a night. So, feeling relieved, Wang Yin returned to the cave. After experiencing such a terrifying attack, he was sure of one thing. He would never want to leave this place again. Today, Wang Yin didn't need Gigi to wake him up. Thanks to his deep sleep, even though he went to bed late, he still woke up at the same time as the young beast girls. Watching them quietly put on their clothes in the morning light was, admittedly, quite a pleasant sight for him. Yesterday, Zhuohua had guessed that autumn was coming soon. She assigned tasks to the others. Ji, Huayu, and Ying Luo were sent to gather wild fruits. As for Wang Yin, he was told to follow Zhuohua, though she didn't say what they were going to do, only that he should come along. The animal hide Zhuohua wore looked a bit tight on her small frame, and her slightly pink skin glowed softly under the sunlight. Wang Yin followed closely behind her. Fortunately, with the blessing of the sun spirit, he could move faster under the sun. Otherwise, he would have had a hard time keeping up. Sister Zhuohua, where are we going? Wang Yin asked curiously. Zhuohua smiled, her large tail curling slightly. Just follow me, and you'll see. Wang Yin didn't quite understand, but continued walking with her. They traveled a long way through the mountains, and by noon, they reached a very secluded clearing. Panting heavily, Wang Yin rested his hands on his knees. Seeing his tired look, Zhuohua smiled gently, helped him sit on a rock, and said softly, "Already tired?" Those few words instantly sparked Wang Yin's determination. He straightened his back, pretending to be full of energy. "Who said I'm tired? I'm fine." Zhuohua didn't tease him further. She stood up and walked toward a small pink tree in the clearing. It didn't look like a cherry blossom tree. Its pink crown looked more like a soft cloud floating above the trunk. Standing on tiptoe, she searched carefully among the branches. After a while, she finally plucked a small fruit, about the size of a cherry, and carefully placed it in her pocket. Then she turned to Wang Yin and said, "All right, let's go." They had walked all this way just to pick one tiny fruit. Why did she even bring him along? Zhuohua's actions were full of mystery, and Wang Yin couldn't figure out what she was really planning. Zhuohua smiled softly, her cheeks slightly flushed. She ignored Wang Yan's confused expression and said, "Earlier, when Ying Luo met you, she was actually on her way to fetch water for her family. But she accidentally left the bucket by the pond. Now they're short on water, so the two of us should go and bring some back." Following Zhuohua's lead, Wang Yin walked for several hours until they reached the same pond again. Last time, he had left in a hurry, pulled away by Ying Luo before he could take a good look. Now that he was back, he wanted to carefully check if there was anything unusual about the place. Unfortunately, the pond seemed completely ordinary, just a simple pool of water. Wang Yin couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. If only it were a portal, he thought. Then I could travel freely between worlds. That would be amazing. Behind him, Zhuohua had already picked up the wooden bucket Ing Luo had left behind, filled it with water, and set it aside. Seeing Wang Yin leaning over the pond, she smiled slightly and popped a freshly picked cherry into her mouth. A sweet fragrance filled the air as she quietly walked up behind him and tapped his shoulder, startling him. You scared me, Zhuohua. How do you walk so quietly? Wang Yin didn't notice anything strange about her. She bent down, her soft pink hair into a ponytail, and said with a gentle smile, Do you remember what I told you before? Come on, let's practice together. A faint pink mist spread around them, making Wang Yin feel a little dizzy. Remembering what had happened with Ing Luo, he assumed Zhuohua just wanted to rest. Zhuohua, maybe not now. It's getting dark. How about later tonight? But Zhuohua didn't seem to be asking for his opinion. She simply leaned forward and gave him a sudden, gentle kiss, leaving Wang Yin completely stunned and flustered. Wait. Humans have many different branches, but overall, it's still very difficult for them to have children with beings like Zhuohua and her kind. They had to rely on some outside help for special assistance. Zhuohua and Wang Yin had traveled a long way to collect a rare fruit called the passion fruit. It wasn't a so-called love potion, but a special fruit that could greatly improve the fertility of beastkin. The fruit was extremely rare. Sometimes a tree might not even bear one. Fortunately, Zhuohua's wide knowledge allowed her to recognize it. Even among the upper ranks, this fruit was highly sought after. Well, it did have a slight energizing effect, but it was mostly used to add a bit of liveliness. As night fell, Zhuohua, exhausted and breathing heavily, rested weakly in Wang Yan's arms. Her pink hair clung to her forehead with sweat. The experience had been overwhelming for her, but it also brought her a new and indescribable sense of joy and closeness she had never felt before. More importantly, a pure and powerful energy had awakened within her, instantly pushing her spiritual salamander veins to the second level, a nearly impossible feat. Beastkin needed to awaken to unlock their special abilities. For the salamander clan, this awakening usually manifested as spiritual salamander veins, which enhanced physical strength and allowed them to absorb salamander energy from the air, somewhat like cultivation on Earth, though in essence, it was still an awakening ability. The spiritual salamander veins were divided into 1, 2, 4, 6, and 8 levels. Awakening even one was difficult, and advancing further was even harder. Zhuohua had always believed she would never reach the second level in her lifetime. But after her close connection with Wang Yin, her entire understanding of the world changed. She was certain that her breakthrough was because of Wang Yin. More precisely, because of his energy. Thinking of this, her already flushed cheeks grew even redder. Wang Yin placed his hand gently on her waist, silent for a while before speaking softly. Zhuohua, shall we go home? But I still feel a little sore. Let's rest a bit longer. Wang Yin sat up, gently brushing her long hair and holding her close. It'll be dark soon. If we go back too late, Ing Luo and the others will worry. It's my fault for not being careful. Let me carry you back. Zhuohua murmured softly, her voice as light as a mosquito's buzz, and buried her head in Wang Yan's arms. After holding her for a while, Wang Yin finally carried her on his back and left the pool. Zhuohua affection 25. He thought it would be impossible to bring the water back like this, but Wang Yin simply opened his system storage and put all 4 wooden buckets inside. This surprised Zhuohua once again. Although Wang Yin was still unfamiliar with the path, Zhuohua, resting on his back, helped him find the way. They managed to return home before the sky turned completely dark. Before they reached the narrow entrance of the house, Zhuohua said, Wang Yin, you can put me down now. It doesn't hurt that much anymore. With the regeneration ability of her kind, even serious injuries could heal quickly, let alone a small one. In truth, she had long recovered. She just wanted Wang Yin to carry her a bit longer. Wang Yin understood her meaning right away. It wouldn't look good if his younger sisters saw them like this, so he quickly put her down, and the two went home together. From that day on, Wang Yin lived a rather peaceful and pleasant life. He had settled comfortably among the young beast girls, didn't have to do any chores, and was often invited by Zhuohua to go out and explore for various reasons. Apart from the simple food and lodging, his days were quite enjoyable. One morning, as usual, the young beast girls went out to gather wild fruits and vegetables. Wang Yin stayed at home, where Zhuohua asked him to help her with some tasks that were a bit hard to describe but completely harmless. Zhuohua Affection 3, Zhuohua Affection 3, Zhuohua Affection 6, Zhuohua Affection 55. After spending several days together, Wang Yin and the salamander girl had grown very close. He had also witnessed her amazing healing ability firsthand. At first, he could still keep up with her energy, but as time went on, Zhuohua became more and more lively, until now. Zhuohua looked down at him with a bright smile, her salamander tail swaying happily, her face glowing with warmth. "Are you tired already?" she teased. Wang Yin sighed inwardly. Being pulled into her energetic games early in the morning was one thing, but keeping up every day was another matter entirely. At first, Zhuohua really seemed addicted to it. In the beginning, Wang Yin could vaguely feel that playing ranked games together was just her way of keeping him around. But gradually, it turned into pure excitement from the competition. A sharp scream came from the cave entrance. The familiar voice made Wang Yin freeze, cold sweat running down his back. He stiffly turned his head toward the entrance and saw a pair of round, chestnut-colored ears. His heart sank instantly. The little mouse girl's eyes turned red with worry. She clenched her tiny fists and ran over, shouting, "Stop fighting, Wang Yin." Gigi quickly pulled Wang Yin aside and hugged Zhuohua, tears welling up in her eyes. "If there's something wrong, talk it out. How could you hit Sister Zhuohua?" Wang Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Feeling awkward, he hurriedly grabbed his clothes and stammered, I was just playing around with your sister Zhuohua." "You're lying," Gigi said, shielding her sister. Luckily, she was a mouse girl. If she were a cat, she'd probably be hissing at him by now. "I clearly saw you move. You were bullying her." Honestly, Wang Yin had never been in such a situation before. Though Gigi was small, she was already an adult. But since Zhuohua had never explained certain things to her, these young beast girls were still quite naive. To be honest, Wang Yin would rather she blush and run away than keep questioning him like this. Zhuohua forced a smile, seeing that Wang Yin was struggling, and gently pulled Gigi aside to help him out. "All right, Gigi, Wang Yin isn't lying. We really were just playing. But Sister Zhuohua, you don't have to comfort me. I know you're strong. But he made you bleed. He must have hit you really hard. Look, it's still bleeding." After a lot of effort, Wang Yin and Zhuohua finally managed to convince Gigi that they had only been playing around and not actually fighting. Only then did the matter finally settle down. But Wang Yin really did seem almost lifeless. Zhuohua put on her clothes and suddenly realized something, then turned to Gigi and asked, "Gigi, it's still morning. Why are you back already?" At her question, Gigi finally came to her senses, waving her hands in panic. It was clear she had run into something urgent. "Don't worry. Take your time," Zhuohua said gently, patting her on the back. From Gigi's broken words, she finally pieced together what had happened. "You mean, while you and Huaiyue were picking acorns, a girl with wings fell from the sky?" Gigi nodded quickly, her big round ears flapping like fans. "Yes. Now Sister Yingluo and Sister Youli are there too. Sister Zhuohua, you should come and see. A woman with wings." Zhuohua frowned deeply and asked, "Gigi, when you saw that woman with wings, did she have a glowing ring above her head?" Gigi thought for a moment, then shook her head. "I didn't notice, but she was covered in blood. It was really scary." Zhuohua nodded slightly. "All right, take me there." "Okay." After tidying up, Zhuohua and Wang Yin set off. On the way, Wang Yin noticed something was bothering her and asked, "What's wrong, Sister Zhuohua? Is that person with wings dangerous?" Zhuohua's face grew serious. She sighed softly. "If it's just someone with wings, that's fine. But if she has a halo, then we're in trouble." The mountain path twisted and turned. After climbing several slopes, they finally saw Yingluo, Youli, and Huaiyue surrounding a girl who was badly injured. When they saw Zhuohua arrive, they all looked relieved, as if their leader had finally come. Yingluo waved her large tail and called out, "Sister Zhuohua, over here. She's about to die?" Zhuohua hurried forward. When she finally saw the wounded girl, her heart sank, and her face turned pale. The girl wore a white robe stained red with blood. Her golden hair and white feathers, also streaked with blood, were spread across the muddy ground. A pair of pointed, rosy elf-like ears peeked through her hair. She looked like an angel fallen into the dirt. The sacred aura around her seemed as if the Creator had given her all the best qualities of both angels and elves, an angel's pure grace and an elf's beautiful innocence. Even though she was now covered in blood and dirt, her features were still so delicate that they looked as if they had been carved by a god. A mix of distance, pain, and nobility surrounded her like a quiet storm. Above her head floated a dim, fading red polygonal halo. Exactly what Zhuohua had feared, that troublesome one. Wang Yin seized the moment and quickly opened the unconscious girl's status panel. Not wanting to waste the chance, he unlocked her profile first. He had a strange feeling that this woman would definitely drop something extraordinary. Mishra Delia, Sky Elf Tribe Age, 763 Affection, -100 Talent. Elf Aura, Bound Permission, Soldier, Specialties, Super Intelligence, Social Expert, Wings of the Sky Elf, Machine Control Core, Ding Sky Elf Tribe Profile Unlocked, Passive Skill Gained. Machine Control Core. New items unlocked. Store updated. For a moment, Wang Yan's mind went blank. He staggered back a few steps as a strange feeling filled his head, as if he had suddenly formed a faint connection with something unknown. What on earth is this passive skill? He muttered, tapping his head and steadying himself. Just then, Zhuohua stepped forward, pushing the others urgently while speaking in a low, tense voice. Move. We need to get out of here before we get into trouble. This one is not someone we can handle. The young beast girls didn't understand why Zhuohua was reacting so strongly, almost as if she were avoiding a deadly plague. She was usually the kindest among them. So why would someone as gentle as Zhuohua want to leave this wounded girl behind? Help! A faint, trembling voice broke the silence, leaving everyone frozen in place. Help me! Zhuohua slowly turned her head back, confirming that it was the elf speaking. She initially wanted to ignore her, but the girl spoke again. I promise. The Million group won't retaliate against you. I will show enough sincerity to repay you. Don't. Go. The elf seemed to have used all her strength and finally fainted. Sky elves live in the very upper layers of the world. They hate all lower creatures. However, Delia knew that if she still clung to her so-called pride, she might really die. That's why she desperately begged Zhuohua to save her. Fortunately, Delia's desperate plea worked. Zhuohua stopped and carefully considered her words. In the end, she let out a long sigh and said to everyone, Youli, carry her back. Everyone was surprised by this. They understood Zhuohua's meaning. They hurriedly helped the girl up from the ground, had Youli carry her, and quickly moved her back home. At this moment, Wang Yin couldn't understand what was happening. He asked Zhuohua, Zhuohua, who is this woman? Zhuohua looked at him calmly and explained, the Sky Elf Malira. A very proud race. They hate all lower beings. In the upper layers, their reputation is terrible. From what little she said, Wang Yin could tell that Zhuohua was from the upper layers and had seen a lot. He finally understood why his status bar's favorability was -100 earlier. It's because they are like the Sky Dragon people, which made sense. He continued to ask, what is this Million she mentioned? Hearing this, Zhuohua's expression became serious. Malira is a group of iron lumps that imitate her appearance. I am most wary of these. If we rescue this woman without understanding, and she doesn't appreciate it, she might call those iron lumps. Then, our whole family will be in trouble. But since she asked us for help herself and even offered a reward, we can consider it. Although Malira's reputation in the upper layers is a bit bad, they are still reliable when it comes to trustworthiness. Let's just think of her as a fat sheep we're saving. Being able to control a mechanical body, with a control range of no more than 5,000 meters. Wang Yin looked at the machine control center on the status bar in front of him, and his mouth twitched slightly. What is this? Mechanical bodies are here? Is this all so abstract? He thought he had traveled to a traditional medieval fantasy world with swords and magic, but now it seems a bit far-fetched. Mechanical bodies too? Looking at the small beast girls covered in animal pelts, isn't the gap a bit too big? Mechanical or not, in this situation, whether we can survive the winter is already a problem, let alone making mechanical bodies. Isn't that just a waste of the number of copies? The passive effect was completely useless, so Wang Yin turned his attention to the new items in the shop. Sunlight fruit seeds. 1,200 points. Unbelievable. Another money-burning item. Selling seeds for 1,200 points. What good things could grow from these? He checked his balance. Although he had been frugally harvesting potatoes these days, the little beast girl's appetites kept growing. Xiao Zizi, for example, could eat 5 roasted potatoes in one meal. Earning points was as slow as a turtle, which was maddening. In the end, all his thoughts turned into a long sigh. Basically, he was just too poor. If he had been reborn at the top level, he wouldn't have these worries. The group temporarily placed the blonde to bed. Her injuries weren't too serious. Her bleeding had stopped long ago. Maybe she fainted from blood loss. Zhuahua removed her clothes and simply washed her up, but her blood-stained wings were hard to clean. It took a lot of effort to finish cleaning them. To prevent infection, Wang Yin specially boiled a large pot of water. Without a towel, he had to use his hoodie instead. Honestly, he was reluctant to part with his clothes. He had brought only a hoodie from Earth, a pair of underwear, a pair of jeans, and a phone. The phone had long since run out of battery. The clothes he was wearing were part of the polyester fiber outfit issued by the system, which he rotated with. But he didn't like wearing the system-issued clothes. They were uncomfortable. Many people are familiar with this polyester fiber, but they don't know what it actually is. Just look at your school uniform to find out. In the end, Wang Yin used a system-issued military knife to activate the scissors function, cutting off the hood of his hoodie. He boiled it 3 times in hot water, then tore it into a towel to clean his wound. Since there were no suitable medicines available, he had to do this to prevent infection. The elf girl said she would offer a generous reward, so it definitely wouldn't be something ordinary. Wang Yin couldn't let her die just like that. He remembered her saying she wouldn't let Million attack herself, and combined with Zhuahua's mention of a metal lump, which suggested that Million was a mechanical creation made by this group of chickens. If he could get her to send him a machine girl, which man wouldn't want to own his own machine girl? So, Dilia settled in with the little beast girls. But for some reason, the elf girl remained unconscious. She didn't need to eat or drink, just lying on the bed like a corpse. If Wang Yin didn't occasionally check her breathing, he might have thought she was already dead. But that was actually good, saving him the trouble of feeding her. He only needed to turn her over now and then. However, these days, Wang Yin felt a bit strained. The sleeping space was already tight, and with a patient lying there, everyone had to squeeze to sleep. For some reason, Zhuahua also shifted her position, so now Zhuahua was leaning against the wall. Wang Yin was close to Zhuahua, and Yingluo was close to Wang Yin. At night, both of them would cling to him, asking him to sleep with them. But Yingluo was fake, and Zhuahua was real. Her small hands often acted mischievously, grabbing Wang Yin from time to time, making it quite difficult to handle. It's been 10 days since Wang Yin arrived in this world. He finally adapted and accumulated enough 100 points. Without hesitation, he activated the second plot of land. Currently, many places lack points, and the only way to earn points is by improving efficiency. One plot produces 20 kilograms of potatoes a day. 2 plots produce 40 kilograms. Since each potato is worth 1 point, he earns 40 points daily, double what he used to get. Currently, the most urgent task is to increase the speed of earning points. This means mainly cultivating land, while also paying attention to other plants to see if they can be transplanted into the system. The goal is to replace potatoes with higher yield crops. That day, Wang Yin, wanting to get familiar with the environment, specifically asked Yingluo to take him to the wild outdoors. He wanted to see if he could find any familiar wild vegetables to transplant into the farmland. Unfortunately, the system's farmland seemed to have very strict restrictions. Many common wildflowers and grasses could not be transplanted. After a whole morning, he didn't find a single plant that the system would accept. This made Wang Yin quite frustrated. "Why are you picking wildflowers and grasses all morning, Wang Yin?" Yingluo asked. To Yingluo, Wang Yin's behavior seemed a bit strange, almost like he was acting nervously. Wang Yin didn't explain much, just said he wanted to see what was edible and pick some wild vegetables. Yingluo's fox ears twitched, and she clapped her hands, suddenly understanding. "Oh, so you want to pick wild vegetables? You should have told me earlier. Today, we're out to pick wild fruits. If you want wild vegetables, I can take you to find some," She then tried to lead Wang Yin to a place where wild vegetables grow. Honestly, Wang Yin didn't recognize many wild vegetables himself and needed Ying Luo to point them out one by one. He managed to dig up a few edible wild plants, hoping to see if they could be transplanted into the system. Unfortunately, even if they were edible, they were basically wild grasses. It seemed the system's rules were very strict. Wang Yin could only sigh helplessly. Finding suitable crops was extremely difficult. After all, many vegetables and fruits started as wild grasses. People select from many plants, then spend hundreds or even thousands of years domesticated them, eventually transforming them into what we see today. He shook his head lightly and gave up on this idea. It was more practical to buy seeds from the store. Just as Wang Yin was about to turn and leave, a small yellow-green flower suddenly caught his eye. Wang Yin sensed something was wrong. He quickly stepped back and crouched down to examine it carefully. That was a flower that looked like a dandelion. Its outer color was yellow-green. Small white flowers with pointed tips formed a radiating pattern around a tiny round ball, just like a dandelion that wouldn't be blown away by the wind. It looked very ordinary, so much so that you might accidentally step on it. However, at this moment, Wang Yin was lying on the ground, eyes wide open, breathing a little unevenly. He had only seen this kind of thing in some online videos. If his guess was correct. Thinking of this, Wang Yin tremblingly reached out his hand, trying to add it to his farm. Ginseng is warm in nature and highly nourishing, known as the king of herbs. Legend says that 1,000-year-old ginseng can even help a dying person hold on for a little longer. But of course, this is just a legend. Wang Yin panted heavily, staring fixedly at the small yellow-green flower. His heart was pounding fast. Although he couldn't recognize some rare medicinal herbs, ginseng is a common topic in many online marketing videos. Even if he didn't study pharmacology in detail, he could roughly identify it. When his palm touched the small yellow-green flower, it was instantly absorbed into his system farm without any resistance. Wang Yin was shocked inside, but then felt ecstatic. It worked. He really managed to add it. Without hesitation, he opened his farm. He clearly saw that the ginseng had already been planted quietly in the empty farmland. Yes, it really works. For special crops like ginseng, the farm has its own unique rules. Just by looking at it, Wang Yin understood these rules completely. As a rare medicinal herb, ginseng doesn't grow like typical crops with obvious planting, flowering, and fruiting stages. Instead, it keeps aging over the years. The one in his farm was 134 years old, with a substantial weight. Its price had already reached 1,340 points. It seemed that this type of ginseng increased in value by 10 points for each year of growth. Using a 100-fold growth rate, 1 year could make this ginseng grow by 100 years, which would be worth 1,000 points. Although this increase might seem small over a year, and perhaps not very cost-effective, Wang Yin couldn't guarantee that after surpassing certain ages, the value of the medicinal herb would change dramatically. Modern medical research shows that ginseng typically lives up to about 200 years. The idea of a 1,000-year-old ginseng doesn't really exist. In fact, ginseng that is 200 years old has more medical value and produces better effects. It's not just a little bit better than 100-year-old ginseng. But I'm getting a bit off topic. Wang Yin didn't really want to plant this ginseng. Right now, it looks like this ginseng is just a gift with a lot of points, about 1,300 points, enough for him to exchange for many things. This also reminded him of the farm's extra uses. He didn't have time to grow ginseng himself. Exchanging points directly was more cost-effective. Ying Luo looked at the small flower that suddenly disappeared in front of Wang Yin. She had a big question mark over her head. What just happened? Why did that yellow-green flower vanish? All that was left was a small hole in the ground. But Ying Luo didn't think too much about it. She suddenly remembered something and said, "I remember this flower. Chi-Chi pulled it out and ate it before. It seemed to be poisonous. After eating it, Chi-Chi had a nosebleed for a long time. She was so scared she cried. Luckily, it stopped later. She was worried about getting scolded by Sister Zhuohua for eating random things, so she asked me to keep it a secret." Hearing this funny story, Wang Yin couldn't help but twitch his mouth a little. It fit Chi-Chi's personality. She thought ginseng was a radish and ate too much. "Do you know where I can find this kind of flower? I really need it now." The pinkish-gray fox tail wagged from side to side, and her playful fox ears twitched. Ingluo lowered her head, seeming to search her memory. I haven't paid close attention to this flower, but I remember seeing it a few times. Next time I go gathering, I'll pay more attention. If I see it, I'll pick it for you. Wang Yin quickly waved his hand. There was no way he'd let Ingluo pick it herself. He wanted a complete ginseng. If Ingluo helped pick it, she might damage the plant. That could ruin his chance to exchange points later. This also made Wang Yin realize that plants like this are a quick way to make money. Although the little beast girls' homes are in the very poor lower layers of the wall abyss, these plants are in their wild, untouched state. It's quite easy to find rare and strange medicinal plants that can exchange for a lot of points. To avoid prolonged worries at night, Wang Yin immediately sold the ginseng and went home with Ingluo. Wang Yin was unsure how to spend the sudden large sum of money. After careful thought, he bought a 400-point iron pot, a 500-point iron spear, and finally used 200 points to open new farmland. In this way, the unexpected windfall was spent. As for why he didn't spend all the points on farmland, Wang Yin had his own plans. Currently, farming costs seem quite high, and his productivity is low. Overexpanding farmland would just be a waste. One piece of land can produce 20 points from potatoes, but opening a new plot costs 400 points, equal to the price of the iron pot. This means planting potatoes. It takes 2 days to recover the cost of one plot, and the cost to open new land keeps increasing, making it not very worthwhile. Therefore, without high-yield crops, Wang Yin believes he should use his points wisely. Blindly expanding farmland would only cause problems. It's better to buy what he needs now and wait until he has high-yield crops to expand further. The iron pot is really necessary for Wang Yin. Currently, the little beast girls cook with clay pots, which sometimes don't cook the rice properly. Wang Yin has experienced food that is only half-cooked once or twice, but eating it too often causes stomach issues. His stomach isn't as tough as the beast girl's ears. Getting a good iron pot ensures the food is cooked properly, which is very important. The night sky is hazy. The distant clouds look like a mix of lemon and blueberry juice. Wang Yin sits by the crackling campfire, looking a bit bitter. He didn't expect these points to be so easy to spend. Even drawing cards costs at least 100 points, and points are always in short supply. After buying the iron pot, the beast girls didn't understand what it was at first. It wasn't until Wang Yin built a simple stove with stones and cooked a big pot of meat soup that they realized how useful the iron pot was. This round thing is so useful, meow. It cooks faster than clay pots. Thank you. Wang Yin, meow. Huayu ate favorability watching the cat's big golden eyes fill with surprise as it circles around the stove. Wang Yin couldn't help but smile. His mood was also improved by Huayu's cooking. It's clear she really enjoys making food. The pot he exchanged 400 points for was definitely worth it. Since there's no oil, he can't teach them to stir-fry, but having a cast iron pot is a good improvement for their meals. As for the iron spear, after dinner, Wang Yin gave it to Youli. It can help her defend herself better and improve the house's security. If another goblin attack happens, Youli can handle it more easily. This pure iron spear is 3 meters long and weighs 15 kilograms. Youli is strong enough to handle it easily. Because it's made of pure iron, it feels like a very long, sharpened steel rod. Against goblins, it's very effective, hard to survive a hit. Youli took the heavy spear, and her usually serious face showed a rare hint of warmth. She looked very happy with the weapon. She slowly looked up and asked carefully, "Is this a gift for me?" Wang Yin nodded confidently and patted her shoulder. "Yes. With this, you don't need to worry about beast attacks anymore. Do you want to try it out somewhere?" Youli shook her head gently, and a faint, almost shy smile appeared on her face. "No need. I like this weapon very much." Youli 10 favorability well. Buying 2 items to improve life quality unexpectedly increased her favorability. Subtle flirting is the most deadly. After earning a large sum of points, Wang Yin recently started going out to gather resources. Although he doesn't know much about herbs, he tries everything strange and new. This has helped him find many herbs, earning over 6,000 points in a week. This is also a learning process. By adding herbs into the system, he can see detailed information about them, like Dendrobium, Polygonum multiflorum, and Panax notoginseng. This also improves Wang Yin's knowledge of medicine. Over the past few days, the blonde fairy lying on the bed showed no signs of waking. If Wang Yin hadn't occasionally checked her breathing, he might have thought she had died in her sleep. For now, he decided to leave her on the bed. He would feed her some meat soup each day to keep her alive and not worry about her. Wang Yin had more important things to do at the moment. The fourth and fifth plots of farmland needed 400 and 800 points each. After several days of saving, Wang Yin had accumulated 7,000 points. He spent 1,200 points to expand the farmland to 5 plots. The remaining 5,800 points would be used to improve his family's living conditions. Honestly, there aren't many items in the shop that can really improve life quality. Most of the upgrades come from unlocking new tools through lucky draws. Wang Yin first spent 300 points to buy cotton seeds. With these, he could make a simple spindle to produce cotton thread. He remembered seeing his grandmother use a spindle when he was a child. It was quite easy to make, but he wasn't sure how to weave. Still, he believed he could figure it out. First, he needed to produce cotton thread. Maybe later, he could get a textile machine from a lucky draw. Even if he couldn't weave, the cotton thread could be used to tie things or sew clothes, which is much better than using grass ropes. As for other items, Wang Yin didn't plan to buy them now. The 4,500-point Heavenly Cauldron core probably wouldn't be useful yet, so he decided to save his points for lucky draws and stock up the shop with goods. Right now, opening land doesn't seem worth it because the returns are very low, just a potato, and he doesn't know when he'll break even. Lucky draws are more valuable. They can unlock new items and sometimes give useful supplies, like clothes or military knives. He wondered if he could get a firearm. If he did, he could finish the game quickly. He spent 3,000 points on 30 draws and received 5 purple quality items: a quilt, a set of warm cotton clothes, a bottle of medical alcohol, a bag of cement, and a knowledge capsule whose purpose he didn't understand. Wang Yin nodded. Most of the items were very practical daily supplies. Aside from the mysterious knowledge capsule that seemed useless, the rest were mostly various vegetables and fruits. However, the system wouldn't let him exploit this bug. Crops obtained from the system's lottery couldn't be planted. That's a bit disappointing. The remaining items included some pre-made canned foods and drinks, modern industrial products. He could occasionally give these to the little beast girls to improve their meals and increase their goodwill. As for unlocking items, he unlocked 4 essential goods: cement 500 points per bag, iron axe 600 points, leather armor 500 points, soap 300 points per bar now. The shop had unlocked basic building materials like cement and red bricks, so he could try building simple structures. For example, constructing a brick wall with a door and windows at the cave entrance. Currently, only one side was covered with leather, which was fine in autumn, but winter would be a big problem. But there was no rush. Wang Yin still had 1,800 points left. His initial salt supply was almost gone, so he spent 1,000 points to buy a set of seasoning packs. Besides a 300-gram bag of salt, it included soy sauce, vinegar, a small packet of MSG, and a small barrel of cooking oil. Overall, spending 1,000 points for so many items was quite worthwhile. After more than half a month of saving, only 800 points remained. Wang Yin shook his head lightly. He was just getting started. Even the little beast girls were satisfied, but he still wasn't fully content. So, he quickly set out again with Luo, continuing to search for herbs. When Luo learned that Wang Yan's delicious foods were all made from strange flowers and herbs, she seemed enchanted and lost interest in foraging for wild vegetables and fruits. Instead, she focused entirely on helping Wang Yan find medicinal herbs, which made Wang Yan both amused and a bit helpless. The fluffy fox tail wagged left and right. The big fox licked its lips and, bending over, stared intently at a patch of grass, as if trying to see something. Herbs. Herbs. Where are they? Wang Yin thought the big fox looked quite cute in this state. He stepped forward and gently patted her back, explaining, "Finding herbs isn't so easy. We mainly gather wild vegetables and fruits, not specifically looking for those herbs." In recent days, Wang Yin had managed to find some herbs, mainly because their location was undeveloped. Sometimes luck allowed him to pick a few, but overall, the home of the little beast girls was too poor. To find more herbs, they would need to go further up, which was somewhat difficult. After a morning of searching, they found nothing. Luo drooped her ears, looking a bit sad. They were at the farthest part of the beast girls' gathering area. If they went further, they might meet other tribes. To be safe, Wang Yin sighed and decided to take Yingluo back. But Yingluo stubbornly shook her head and looked eager to try. Wang Yin, let's go a little further. They hadn't gained anything from this trip, and Yingluo was clearly a bit dissatisfied. She wanted to go further with Wang Yin. She quickly added, there's not much different ahead, just fewer wild vegetables. That's why we stopped. But today, we can try a bit more. Don't worry, I know the way. Hearing Yingluo's reassurance, Wang Yin thought for a moment and nodded. They wouldn't go too far, and if they found nothing, they would just head back. Not long after, Yingluo really spotted a small yellow-green flower in a corner of the grass. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't notice it. After confirming, she found Wang Yin. Her big tail wagged constantly, as if saying, praise me. Wang Yin couldn't help but smile secretly. He reached out to pat the big fox's head and rubbed her ears, feeling their soft texture. Good job, Yingluo. Once I dig up this ginseng, I'll treat you to something tasty tonight. The big fox nodded eagerly, humming a tune she made up herself, hands behind her back. Just as Wang Yin bent down, a young, slightly angry voice came from behind them. That ginseng is mine. You can't take it. The new cover has been uploaded 10 times in a row, but it keeps getting rejected. I think there might be a problem with the account, so I'm considering changing to a new one to post again. Wang Yinming suddenly stood up and turned around alertly. To his surprise, he saw 2 small children standing in front of him. These little kids had familiar features, big round ears and tiny tails behind their backs. They looked like little mice. The 2 mice were one behind the other. They weren't tall, about 1 meter each. They wore rough cloth clothes, but they looked much better than Yingluo's animal hide outfit. The brown-haired little mouse in front looked angry, with her face flushed. She held a small shovel. Behind her was a long-haired brown mouse who looked scared but still gathered courage to scold Wang Yinming. That herb was mine first. I just went home to get my shovel. You're not allowed to take it. Wang Yinming looked at the 2 mice glaring at him and checked his status bar for information. Hey Tanghua Little Biscuit Mouse Clan Age. 11 Favorability. -30 Talent. Not Awakened Skills. Basic Mining, Gluttony, Resilience. Hey Tanghua Little Cake Mouse Clan Age. 11 Favorability. -30 Talent. Not Awakened Skills. Basic Mining, Cheerfulness. Sharp Eyesight Little Biscuit and Little Cake. Besides their small size, their faces flushed with anger. They looked terrified of him. But their bravado was kind of cute. However, this ginseng root was a huge treasure for Wang Yinming. Just because the other side was 2 kids didn't mean he would give in easily. If these little mice insisted on glaring at him, Wang Yinming didn't mind playing a game of rock, paper, scissors, only with rock and paper. The short-haired mouse in front, seeing Wang Yinming ignoring them, gathered her courage and shouted at him, her voice trembling. You, stop. Don't touch my herb anymore, or I will. Wang Yinming heard Biscuit threaten him. He gently raised his eyes and said calmly, what are you going to do? Upon being frightened by Wang Yin, the 2 little mice squealed loudly and started crying. The mouse in front, holding a small shovel, immediately knelt on the ground, crying as she said, Big brother, please don't dig anymore. This is grass I want to take to save my mom. Our mom is going to die. I want to use this ginseng to make soup for her. Seeing her older sister kneel and cry loudly, the younger sister, who was already timid, sat down on the ground and also started crying. The 2 mice's loud sobs were deafening, which made Wang Yin pause in surprise. Stop crying, Wang Yin shouted, and instantly the 2 mice shut up. From the short-haired mouse's words, he learned that these 2 little mice had a mother who was somewhere unknown. He frowned and turned to ask Yingluo. Yingluo, is there a place where mouse people live nearby? Yingluo was also confused for a moment and shook her head. I've never seen one. The closest place to us is a human village, but it's a day and a half away to get there. That's strange, Wang Yin muttered to himself. Then he looked at the 2 trembling little mice and said, I'll ask questions, you answer. If you lie, I'll beat you. Understand? The 2 little mice hugged each other in fear. They answered whatever Wang Yin asked, not daring to lie at all. After some questioning, Wang Yin finally understood what was going on. It turned out that besides their mother, there was a very young mouse who hadn't been weaned yet, and they had escaped from a faraway place called Mouse Potato City. Mouse Potato City? Escaping from danger? Wang Yin caught on to these key words and asked Yingluo about it. But Luo knew nothing, so she asked Little Biscuit again. However, Little Biscuit's answer was a bit vague. Because of the child's innocence, her words weren't very clear. All Wang Yin learned was that Mouse Potato City had been invaded by outsiders, and their mother had led the 3 little mice to escape here. Wang Yin thought for a moment and then said to the 2 little mice, "I'll give you this ginseng, but you have to take me to see where you're living now. If you try to lie to me, I will definitely give you a good beating." The Little Biscuit was stunned for a second, then quickly thanked him and ran back toward the ginseng, carefully digging it up with the shovel. Regarding the little mouse girl, called Little Cake, although she stopped crying, she couldn't speak when asked questions. If she hadn't just been crying loudly, Wang Yin might have thought she was a little mute. After a moment, Little Biscuit carefully dug out a small ginseng root. Honestly, this ginseng wasn't very big, probably less than 100 years old. If it was just 2 mice trying to help their mother recover, Wang Yin didn't mind giving it to them. However, it was important to find out where this new neighbor lived. So, Wang Yin followed the 2 mice to a quiet corner. At first, he wondered if they had led him to a trap, but then he saw Little Biscuit lying down by a bush, pulling it aside to reveal a narrow hole. Turning to Wang Yin, she said, "Big brother and sister, the entrance is inside. Let's go in." Wang Yin was cautious and didn't let Luo go inside. He whispered a few words to her, telling her to call Zhuahua for help if he didn't come out soon. They crawled into the hole, which was a small, simple cave. It was clean, with some items neatly arranged in the corner, a simple wooden table and chairs, and a straw bed. As the 2 mice said, on the straw bed lay a very weak mouse lady, holding a tiny mouse baby wrapped in a blanket. Seeing strangers suddenly in her home, she nervously sat up. "Little Biscuit, Little Cake, who is this?" Little Cake quickly hid in her mother's arms. Little Biscuit explained about the ginseng, but the mother looked worried. Their family was fleeing and chose this hidden place to avoid being found. Now, they had been spotted. She didn't know if Wang Yin was good or bad. If he had bad intentions, her family would be in danger. After confirming there was no danger, Wang Yin called out to Luo outside the hole and told her to come in. Inside, only a small torch cast faint light, making it hard to see anything clearly. Wang Yin looked up and carefully checked the status bar of the mouse mother to gather some information. Begonia flowers and ginkgo mouse tribe age, 24 liking, -10 talent, not awakened skills, basic cooking, sharp hearing, hunger endurance overall, there is nothing suspicious. Wang Yin nodded gently, confirming that the Little Biscuit was not lying. The mouse mother indeed looked very sick, almost to the point of death. It was just a ginseng root, which he decided to give to her. "Wang Yin, maybe we should leave quickly. It's getting late, and if we stay longer, it will be almost dark." Wang Yin shook his head. Going back now is a bit risky. To be safe, he decided to stay here for one more night. The mouse mother, Ginkgo, protected her 2 little mice behind her and stared intently at Wang Yin, testing him. "Our family is very poor, just these few things. You can take what you need, sir." This made Wang Yin feel a bit annoyed. Does he really look like a thief? "I'm not here to steal. Your family is too poor for us to want anything. But we need to stay here tonight. Would your wife mind?" Ginkgo nervously waved her hands, her face turning pale. No, she wouldn't mind. "You two can stay here, as long as you don't cause us trouble." Wang Yin felt a bit helpless and rubbed his forehead. He was tired of dealing with Ginkgo. "Wang Yin, if we stay here for one night, will Sister Zhuahua and the others worry?" The big fox held Wang Yin's hand, clearly worried. Wang Yin thought about it too, but he could only shake his head. "No use worrying. To be safe, we can only stay here for one night. Tomorrow morning, we'll get up early and leave quickly." He and Luo had come out to pick wild vegetables. When they saw strangers approaching, Wang Yin naturally wanted to find out who they were. Once he confirmed that these mice posed no threat, he could relax. Later, Wang Yin talked a few more words with Ginkgo. Since the Little Biscuit's words might be a bit off, it was better to ask the adults directly. From Bai Guo's words, Wang Yin learned that the Mouse City was attacked by a group of humans 6 months ago. Bai Guo had to escape westward with 3 young mice. When Wang Yin asked how a sickly woman managed to take care of 3 children through the night, her answer surprised him. During the day, she slept half the time, traveled half the time in the afternoon, and at night, she carried the 3 mice up into the trees to avoid wild animals. They moved like this, stopping and going, for over a month until they finally reached this place. After carefully considering Baigua's story, Wang Yin found nothing suspicious. He couldn't help but admire maternal love, which allowed such a weak mother mouse to escape with her children for so long. However, she had also fallen seriously ill. If there was nothing nourishing to help her recover, she might really die. Wang Yin said no more. It was evening now. He took out a set of blankets from the warehouse and found a spacious spot in the cave to lay them out. Tonight, he could share a bed with the big fox. Then, he dealt with dinner. It was easy. He had a lot of prepared food and canned goods from previous lucky draws. He took out a small bag of bread and 2 cans of venison, opened them with a military can opener, and immediately, a rich smell of meat filled the cave. The big fox's eyes lit up. She grabbed a can and was about to enjoy it when an untimely sound interrupted her. Glug glug. Ing Luo looked curiously toward the sound and saw the 2 little mice staring at her, at the bread and venison can in her hands. She was momentarily at a loss. Noticing the strange atmosphere, Baigua quickly hugged the 2 mice to her chest and said hurriedly, "Master, miss, sorry. You eat first. Don't mind the children. We will eat soon too." The little cake, probably very hungry, started to cry softly, tears welling up as she wiped her eyes and whispered, "Mommy, I am so hungry. I haven't eaten for 2 days." As the older sister, Little Biscuit was also hungry, but she clenched her lips tightly, not letting herself cry. When she heard her sister crying, the small mouse in her arms, who was hungry and thin, also started to cry. Baigua didn't know what to do and quickly stroked the heads of the 2 children, placing the small mouse into Xiao Bingan's arms, and said to the little mice, "Don't cry, don't cry. Mom will go outside to find some food for you." Seeing this scene, Ing Luo drooped her ears and suddenly felt that the delicious canned food didn't taste so good anymore. She turned to Wang Yin and whispered, "Wang Yin, they are so pitiful." Wang Yin smiled slightly and gently patted Ing Luo's head. "What do you want to do, Ing Luo?" Ing Luo put down the canned food, clenched her fists, and tentatively replied, "Maybe I can give them my dinner. They are really so pitiful." Wang Yin shook his head gently and then patted her shoulder. "You don't need to ask for my opinion. You can do whatever you want." The big fox's eyes seemed to light up. Without thinking, she leaned over and kissed Wang Yin's cheek with her soft lips, which made Wang Yin a little stunned. "Ing Luo's affection 10. Here, this is for you. Don't go outside." She handed over the canned food and bread in her hands. The little mice looked at her in disbelief, as if they were still unsure if she was talking to them. Ing Luo stepped forward and handed the canned food to Baigua. "This is for you. It's almost evening now, so don't go outside anymore." Baigua didn't seem very happy. Instead, she instinctively looked confused and pushed the food back. "No, this can't be. Take it back quickly. Outside. Outside there are plenty of wild vegetables. We have food." Baigua, due to long-term illness, had lost the ability to go out and find food. Even walking was difficult. The family relied on the 2 small mice to pick some wild fruits to survive. But wild fruits weren't that plentiful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone several days without eating. Because of malnutrition, the small mice, still in their infancy, had even lost the strength to cry from hunger. How could there be enough food? Wang Yin quietly watched this scene. He wasn't lacking food himself. With the farm, his supplies were unlimited. He was happy to give to a family on the verge of collapse. After all, exchanging some food for their sympathy and emotional support was quite satisfying. He was quite happy that his girl was kind and a bit naive. Ing Luo did not ask Wang Yin to bring food to share with the family, but carefully asked if he could give her his dinner. At that moment, he suddenly realized how much he liked this kind and slightly silly fox. "Fool, give her your dinner." "What are you eating?" Ing Luo shyly scratched her head and smiled shyly, saying, "Before Wang Yin came, we often couldn't afford to eat. I can skip a meal, no problem, hee." Wang Yin helplessly shook his head. This silly fox was really hard to deal with. He took out a few cans of food from the warehouse, and even a bottle of milk, placing them on the ground. "Take these." Baigua looked at the beautifully packaged food on the ground, especially the bottle of milk, and finally tears burst out. She no longer refused but pulled the 2 children along, bowing repeatedly to Wang Yin and Ing Luo. Baigua finally let the children have a full meal. The sweet milk was held close to her warm chest. She then asked Wang Yin to help open it, and fed it to the little mouse in her arms. The rich aroma of meat made the small biscuits and cakes, which had been hungry for days, feel very satisfying. She wanted to eat more out of greed, but was stopped by Bai Gua, who didn't want the two mice to overeat and make their stomachs hurt. Yingluo watched the scene in front of her, her eyes shining as if filled with light. Her grayish plush fox tail wagged happily, showing her joy inside. But without dinner, her stomach was still hungry. Wang Yin reached out and put his arm around her shoulder, teasing, "Are you hungry?" The big fox lifted her head proudly, trying to act tough. But after a busy day, how could she not be hungry? Her stomach suddenly growled loudly, making Yingluo lower her fox ears in embarrassment. Hee, of course, his silly girl deserved to be spoiled. Wang Yin couldn't let the big fox go hungry. He took out a piece of bread and a can of meat stew from the warehouse. Yingluo's big eyes sparkled like little stars. She once again hugged Wang Yin's neck and kissed his cheek, making him feel a bit shy. That silly fox. Where did she even learn that? After a full meal, Little Biscuit carefully placed the leftover food in the corner of the cave, then wrapped the ginseng in a piece of cloth. Since they couldn't make a fire inside, she would have to wait until morning to cook soup for her mother outside. She had once seen that the nobles of Mouse Potato City loved this kind of soup. With it, her mother would surely get better. After tidying up, and with Wang Yan's permission, Bai Gua put out the torch and blocked the entrance with a large stone. Then the two little mice, barefoot, climbed onto the bed, placing the smallest one near the pillow. They nestled close together, and the little family of four slowly drifted into sleep. It was their first full meal since escaping from Mouse Potato City. The lingering taste of good food made Little Biscuit and Little Cake smile even in their dreams, as if they were still enjoying another feast. Wang Yin also pulled Yingluo into the blanket. The soft bedding felt 100 times more comfortable than straw mats or animal hides. As soon as she lay down, Yingluo almost fell asleep from the comfort, but she held on, wanting to stay close to him. She wrapped her arms gently around his neck, and the two of them lay very close. Wang Yin could clearly hear Yingluo's breathing, warm and steady against his cheek, making his heart race a little. Without thinking, Wang Yin leaned forward and gently touched her lips with his. The big fox didn't quite understand what he was doing, but her heart beat faster, and she found herself liking the warmth of the moment. Perhaps by instinct, Yingluo responded softly, and their gentle kiss deepened naturally, just like the first time they met, when he had given her artificial respiration. When the kiss finally ended, Yingluo hid her face against his neck, breathing quickly. Their hearts seemed to beat in the same rhythm. They didn't speak a word, only shared a quiet, tender moment. Yingluo knew she had come to treasure this feeling. That night, they all slept peacefully. Wang Yin slept lightly. Even though he was sure that this family was not dangerous, he still had to be careful. After all, nothing could guarantee that the mother mouse wouldn't act badly when he took out so much food. Luckily, there was no movement all night, and the two of them were able to rest peacefully. The next morning, around 4 or 5 o'clock, Wang Yin woke Yingluo. He tidied up a bit without waking the little mice. Before leaving, he left nearly 100 kilograms of potatoes at the hole's entrance. For him, that was just a day's harvest, but for the hungry mice, it might be a life-saving amount. He wasn't trying to be generous. He just didn't want Yingluo to feel sad. After taking care of everything, he held Yingluo's hand and hurried back home in the early morning light. Wang Yin didn't want Sister Zhuohua to worry too much. On the way, they moved quickly with few stops. In about 3 hours, they reached home. As soon as they entered the yard, Wang Yin saw a group of people about to go out. Even Youli didn't sleep. Zhuohua was first surprised, then let out a sigh. She didn't scold or show too much worry. She just gently touched their heads and said, "It's good that you're back." However, the lively duo, Squeaky and Huaiwe, were different. They rushed toward Wang Yin and Yingluo. Squeaky hugged Wang Yan's waist, looking like he was about to cry. Wow. I thought you two had encountered some danger. You didn't sleep well all night." "I'm so glad you're back." Wang Yan's mouth twitched slightly. If someone didn't know better, they might think something serious had happened. But Squeaky was just too worried about himself. Wang Yin couldn't say much, so he looked at Zhuohua seriously and said, "Yesterday, Yingluo and I went out gathering and met 2 young mice from the mouse tribe. They said they escaped from the distant mouse tuber city. To find out the reason, I took Ingluo to check. It was as they said, but it also delayed us, so we had to stay overnight. Hua listened to this and nodded gently. After thinking for a moment, she said, Mouse City. Fleeing. Since everyone is back now, let's all come in. You can tell me the details carefully. Wang Yin nodded. He and Ingluo really needed some rest, so everyone entered the cave. As Wang Yin recounted yesterday's experience, everyone learned that they now had a new neighbor. As for whether this new neighbor was good or bad, Wang Yin had already checked. It was just a family of mice who couldn't even afford enough food. But since there was a neighbor, Hua thought she should try to help them. After all, they had 3 hungry children, which reminded her of her own past, and she felt sympathetic. So, they agreed that in a few days, they would visit the neighbor together. After a small incident, the matter was settled. The family continued their usual life of stockpiling food. At first, Wang Yin wondered why he should keep stockpiling food if he could just make it appear. Hua explained that even if they didn't eat it, they could dry and store it, or trade it when merchants came. It was better than doing nothing. This made Wang Yin curious again. What exactly was this mysterious merchant Hua mentioned? Basic. Capsule building. Looking at the quiet blue capsule floating in his hand, Wang Yin examined it from all sides, but couldn't tell what it was for. He got this strange item from a card draw. Since he didn't know what it did, and there was no explanation, he put it in his storage. Tonight, feeling bored, he remembered he had this thing and took it out to look at. Youli carried a shiny silver iron gun. The flickering fire cast an orange glow on her face. She looked at Wang Yin calmly and asked, Can't sleep again? Hearing this, Wang Yin felt a bit amused. It wasn't because Ingluo was too clingy this time, but because after they kissed last time, the big fox seemed to have become addicted. Every night, she would hold him and kiss him. Sometimes it was fine, but she did it every night. Moreover, this guy seems completely unaware of how attractive his body is. He ignores everything else and just wraps his arms around Wang Yin's neck to kiss him. Wang Yin isn't a saint with strong willpower. If he weren't constantly being pulled away by Hua to do chores, he probably wouldn't even be able to hold his gun steady. It was only because Ingluo was bothering him so much that Wang Yin decided to step outside for some fresh air and to spend a little time with Youli. Wang Yin was sure that the capsule in front of him was a special item belonging to the system. After searching around without success, he finally reached out and gently touched the capsule. The moment his finger made contact, a stream of very pure knowledge flowed directly into his mind. It was like a sudden enlightenment, and he instantly understood some basic building skills, as if he had become a skilled construction worker. Is this? As the capsule slowly disappeared and the knowledge entered his mind, Wang Yin finally realized that this so-called knowledge capsule was meant to give him specific skills and experience. He was overwhelmed with joy. He had been worried earlier about how to build walls without bricks and cement, but now that problem was solved. Seeing Wang Yan's increasingly excited expression, Youli's usually cold face suddenly showed a hint of surprise. What was he doing? Why was he sitting alone and suddenly laughing foolishly? But before she could ask more, a foul smell suddenly filled the air. Wang Yin was immediately overwhelmed by the stench and understood what was about to happen. He quickly took a few steps back. Youli's expression turned cold. Her dark green scales shimmered with a cold light as she suddenly stood up, holding a shining iron spear, glaring at the cliff, ready to face the coming threat. Gurgle, gurgle. Shell? Shell. It sounded like something was knocking repeatedly, followed by an increasingly strong rotten smell. The stench was dozens of times worse than what Wang Yin had smelled before, almost making him instantly. Youli's grip on her spear turned white. She knew very well what this growing foul odor signified. A pale, giant hand, as if it had been dead for days, slowly emerged from the cliff wall. It seemed to clutch the rock crevice tightly, causing tiny cracks to form. Then, a disheveled, long-haired giant crawled out from beneath the cliff. It was about 2.5 meters tall, with messy, grayish, dry hair tangled in knots. Its limbs were unusually long, and its body looked sickly and thin, like a skeleton wrapped in skin. Its entire body was as pale as a corpse, with faint patches that resembled death marks. The most disturbing feature was its face, which looked somewhat like a human face, but with unnaturally protruding lips, revealing uneven, jagged teeth. It resembled a dog face. The giant dog-headed creature made a kurr sound in its mouth. It supported itself on its limbs, with two smaller dog-headed creatures nearby. Unlike the smaller ones, which barked and showed their teeth in warning, this creature moved on all fours, with its back arched, pacing in place. Youli took a deep breath, cleared her mind, and focused intently on the three strange beasts in front of her. Then, she struck first, moving like a streak of dark green lightning wrapped in silver glow through the night. Fortunately, she had a pure iron spear given by Wang Yin. She was experienced in combat, her strength was strong, and she just needed a suitable weapon. Even facing such a huge dog-headed beast, she felt a bit nervous but could handle it. She stabbed several times, and the three ugly monsters were instantly pierced, resembling a beehive. Then, one of its long legs was lifted high, and she kicked it off the cliff. These monsters' meat couldn't be eaten because they contained deadly toxins. If left to rot, they would produce poisonous mists within a day. So, they had to be dealt with quickly. After witnessing this scene at the cave entrance, Wang Yin quickly stood up and hurried over. Before asking for Yuye's opinion, he lifted her hands to check her. Sure enough, she was trembling slightly. Wang Yin wanted to scold her, but seeing her stern face, he could only sigh and ask, "Has this monster appeared for the first time today?" Youli, held by Wang Yin, blushed slightly and softly replied with a, "It's been 3 days. I don't know what's happened recently. The night beasts seem to have become more aggressive and harder to deal with. Why didn't you call for help? I can handle it myself." Feeling the slight trembling in his palms, Wang Yin suddenly thought that the girl might have some issues, similar to her somewhat introverted personality. She had mentioned that the situation at night had been ongoing for several days. This kind of thing should have been told to him long ago, but Youli hadn't said a word. If he hadn't gone out tonight for some fresh air, Wang Yin wouldn't have known how long she had been hiding it. "Youli, I know you're not very talkative and tend to be cold, but I also know you're a very sensible girl. When something happens, you shouldn't hide it and bear it alone. We are family, and we should face things together." Youli pursed her lips, but ultimately said nothing. She just nodded gently. Yuli's favorability 5 Wang Yin looked at the floating notification window, a slight smile on his face. He didn't expect Youli to listen immediately, but it was good if she remembered what he said. Tonight's events made Wang Yin realize it was time to take some safety measures. Who knew if more strange beasts would appear? He didn't want to see Youli get hurt trying to be brave. Currently, Wang Yin had 2 plans. The first was to build a brick wall along the edge of the cliff, leaving only one gap, and enclose the entire yard. This way, strange beasts could come out through that gap, and as long as they guarded it, they would be safe. However, Wang Yin wasn't very optimistic about this plan because the giant dog-headed creature was very strong. In the short term, it might be okay, but over time, the brick wall would likely be destroyed within a few months. It didn't seem very worthwhile. The second plan was to hide completely in a mountain cave, similar to the one they used before at the Baigua family's place. The entrance was just a small dog hole. Although traveling was a bit inconvenient, at night they could just block the entrance with a large stone, so no need for night watch. But this kind of cave depended on luck, and their family had 6 members, which was too many for such a small space. Wang Yin thought that in the coming days, he should pay more attention to some remote caves when going out. If he found a suitable one, they could move there. He stayed with Youli for a while. Usually, there was only one attack at night. After chatting casually for a bit, Wang Yin returned to the cave to sleep. The next morning, Xiaohua woke Wang Yin early. Since the weather was still good today, she decided to take Wang Yin to meet that family of mice. The 2 of them left early. Wang Yin is not from this area. To understand more about these new neighbors, it's best for Xiaohua, who is well informed, to see for herself. On the way, Wang Yin told Xiaohua about what happened last night. Xiaohua looked a bit helpless, but mostly she seemed to feel worried. "Youli." "Oh." Wang Yin asked a question from his heart. "Youli, why does she like to act tough so much?" When he mentioned this, Xiaohua pursed her lips. Wang Yin has now become part of their family, so he should know about these girls' backgrounds. Youli is someone I found later. The story is long, so I should start with my own background. As they walked, Xiaohua kept her hands behind her back, as if she was taking a stroll. "I originally come from a place in the upper world called the Cuckoo Kingdom, a country ruled entirely by salamander people. Because of some difficult-to-talk-about things, I was forced to leave my hometown and wandered around. Later, by a strange twist of fate, I adopted Ingluo, Zizi, and Huaiwe, 3 young girls. That was a trading group that sold beast-human hybrids to humans to satisfy their strange tastes. Xiaohua spoke calmly, as if she was talking about something very ordinary. But she didn't notice that her tone seemed a little dark. I killed someone and pulled out 3 trembling little ones from their cage. I originally wanted to adopt all 3 of them, but who would just adopt beast-human hybrids for no reason? At first, I only saw that they were small and trembling in the cage, looking very pitiful. I was just feeling impulsive. But when it came to how to take care of them, I was at a loss. I wanted to give them some money and let them fend for themselves, but my conscience wouldn't let me. So, I made a tough decision and adopted all 3 of them at once. So, she took them to a remote place to live in hiding. Although life was a bit hard, it was enough to ensure they grew up safe and healthy. After hearing Zhuohua's story, Wang Yin felt very emotional. Zhuohua truly considered him family, confided in him, and he suddenly understood why Ingluo showed kindness when she saw Baigua's family. It turned out Zhuohua's situation was like that. That's how I lived with my 3 younger sisters for a few years. One day, we found Youli in a cave. When she saw me for the first time, she suddenly went crazy and started biting me. I turned her around and saw a decayed female corpse deeper in the cave. I quickly understood her situation. Later, I couldn't leave that girl alone, so I often brought food to visit her. But it was clear what would happen. She would bite me and leave me covered in wounds, even biting off some flesh, but that didn't matter much to me. After all, I am from the Newt tribe. I could just go back and rest. It took about a month or 2, but I finally calmed down that fiery little girl, and she was the first to walk out of the cave with me. 3 are raised, 4 are also raised. Later, I adopted Youli. From her, I learned that the woman who died in the cave was her mother. She was so shocked that she attacked me. Maybe because of that, she's been silent and guilty ever since she came home, always trying to make up for something. But we are family, so there's no need to feel guilty. I just couldn't take it anymore. I cut off my tail right in front of her. I held the still wiggling tail and said, "Look, this doesn't matter to me at all." But instead of calming her, she cried even harder. Wang Yin listened quietly, feeling a mix of emotions. Suddenly, he understood the weight behind Youli's silence. It's not just guilt, but also a cautious way of protecting her new family after losing her loved ones. She was afraid of losing them again, and her way of guarding was clumsy but sincere. For example, it's like a blended family. Even if the family members are very close, there is still a strange feeling of distance. They think that Zhuohua and the others are the real family, so they are always very careful, not wanting to cause trouble. When something happens, they bear it quietly, even biting their lip to endure. The 2 of them exchange a glance, then let out a long sigh. Wang Yin slowly speaks. "Youli, I will try my best to help her. She's been very quiet and not saying anything, which makes people worry." Wang Yin has only been here for a little over a month, but he understands that accepting others' kindness is important. If he tries to help Youli, it might work better. "Yes, please do," they say. Zhuohua doesn't have any good ideas either. She can only hope that Wang Yin can help. If he can help open Youli's heart, that would be great. She quietly notes this, planning to spend more evenings with Youli these days. The territory of the little animal girls isn't very big. If they go a little further out, they will reach the white fruit family's place. They left early and weren't in a rush. Around 10 in the morning, they arrived at the white fruit family's home. Before Wang Yin even reached the door, he saw 2 little mice lying on the ground, seemingly doing something. When they heard someone coming, they looked up and saw Wang Yin. They jumped happily and chirped. "It's the big brother who gives us delicious food. He's here again." Seeing the 2 mice rushing over, after having enough food for a few days, they had gained a little weight, with small cookies and cakes becoming a bit chubbier. The 2 mice, 1 in each paw, hugged Wang Yan's legs. Wang Yin was a bit caught off guard. Seeing this scene, Zhuohua gently turned her head and covered her mouth to laugh. Wang Yin said to the 2 mice, "What are you 2 doing lying on the ground?" The little mouse cake let go of Wang Yan's leg. Its paws, covered in dirt, made Wang Yin feel a little uneasy. Then he looked at his dirty pants and felt a bit annoyed. "We're watching ants move their home." The little cookie also nodded repeatedly, but suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Oh no, We're out picking wild vegetables. We played too long and forgot. Wang Yinshan reached out both hands, grabbing the collars of the two little ones, and said, "Where is your mother?" "We came today to find her." Little Biscuit pointed at the hole with dirty little fingers and said, "Mom is inside the hole comforting my little sister. Thanks to brother for sharing the herbs with us. Mom is much better now." Wang Yin nodded, put down the two mice, and helplessly patted his pants before walking toward the hole. Zhuohua covered her mouth and chuckled softly, saying, "It seems you really like children." Hearing this, Wang Yin frowned and waved his hand. "Those two little lights chirping all the time are so annoying. I can't stand them." Zhuohua didn't argue but continued, Yes, you really dislike children." After saying that, she quickened her pace, brought her pink lips close to his ear, and asked, "What if I gave you a child? Would you be annoyed?" His face turning red, Wang Yin planned to ignore her, but his reddening ears made Zhuohua see clearly. Since she started being honest with him, she had been working hard toward the goal of having a baby. However, transforming into a beast-human hybrid and reproducing was very difficult, and there was no movement in her belly. Looking at Wang Yan's back, Zhuohua gently licked her lips. "It seems tonight. I need to try harder." Wang Yan didn't hear her muttering and walked to the entrance of the hole. The hole was very small. The petite body of the mouse tribe could pass through easily, but for an adult man, it was a bit difficult, and even more so for Zhuohua. Although she was also small, her thick tail took up a lot of space. If he pulled her through the hole together, her tail would definitely get cut. So, Wang Yin bent down, called out loudly to Baiguo outside the hole, and waited outside for her to come out. Hearing Wang Yan's voice, Baiguo quickly placed the mouse she was holding onto the bed, scrambled to climb out, and upon seeing Wang Yan, immediately knelt down. "Master, benefactor, thank you for your kindness. If it weren't for your great mercy, our family would be doomed." His voice trembled slightly, clearly overwhelmed with excitement. Wang Yan looked up and saw that his good feeling score had already reached 100 points, which was genuine, not fake. He waved his hand and said, "These are for you. They are from the girl who was with me before. If you want to thank someone, thank her. If it were only me, I wouldn't even bother to look at you." Baiguo buried her head in the ground and knelt down very sincerely. Tears of excitement filled her eyes. The 100 kilograms of potatoes could sustain her family of 4 through the winter for 3 months if they ate sparingly. This gave Baiguo, whose heart had been broken, new hope to keep her children alive. Wang Yin could truly be called their savior. "That fox girl is very kind, and you are very kind too. You are both good people." As she spoke, Baiguo got up from the ground, grabbed the hem of her rough cloth dress, and tore a patch from it. A shiny, golden object rolled down. Baiguo quickly put it into her arms, carefully wiped it with her sleeve, and then, as if presenting a treasure, handed it directly to Wang Yin. "Master, I really don't know how to thank you. Please accept this pocket watch. I hope you won't mind." "A pocket watch?" Wang Yin raised an eyebrow, interested, and looked at the shiny, golden round object. He took it without hesitation. The golden pocket watch looked very small. In Wang Yan's hand, it was like a wristwatch. Its size was suitable for a mouse-sized creature. It was shiny and bright. He pressed the button on top, and the case opened. Inside was a slowly turning dial and a gray-white photo. Interesting. This pocket watch clearly contained 2 pieces of information: highly precise mechanical craftsmanship and camera technology, which made such a delicate watch possible. Zhuohua poked her head out and also stared at the pocket watch for a while. The exterior shows no signs of dullness. It should be gold-plated. Seeing Wang Yin so interested in her gift, Baiguo was pleased and quickly explained, "My grandfather, He Tenghua by Silver Shield, was once a mouse knight. During a campaign, he made great contributions. The royal Fong of the Mouse King awarded him this pocket watch, which was eventually passed down to me." Wang Yin looked at the faded black and white photo. It clearly showed a noble-looking rat woman dressed in fine clothes and wearing a crown. She turned her head and made eye contact with Zhuohua. Zhuohua gently shook her head and said, "It probably isn't fake." Wang Yin wasn't particularly fond of this item, but he was very interested. He closed it and put it in his pocket. "All right, I'll take this. But I'm not giving you something for nothing." Wang Yin lightly raised his finger, and the last 5 cans of food in the warehouse were neatly placed in front of Baiguo. This can be opened with a stone to break the metal. If you run out of food, you can eat this. If you don't open it, it can last for decades without spoiling. The scene before him seemed like a miracle, and Bai Guo's eyes widened in amazement. Yes, this was it. That night, the old master brought out a can filled with meat. Bai Guo swallowed hard, her eyes full of longing, but she didn't dare to step forward and take it. Wang Yin didn't want to pay her any attention. The item was just left there. He didn't plan to take it back. Although it emptied his warehouse, these canned foods are just padding for the card system. After drawing a few more cards, he would have plenty of them. He wasn't short of this. Then Wang Yin turned to the side, revealing Zhuo Hua behind him, and said, "This is our village's leader. If you have anything to say, just tell her." Hearing the title, leader, Zhuo Hua rolled her eyes at Wang Yin, then gave Bai Guo a very polite smile. "Mrs. Bai Guo, since Wang Yin returned last time, I've learned about your family. I feel very sorry about the tragedy in Mouse Potato City. I also have a few questions I'd like to ask you, if that's okay." "Thank you, Lady Bai Guo. I really appreciate your help. It's getting late, and we need to go back before dark. If you encounter any difficulties, just follow the cliff eastward to find our home. Feel free to seek help if needed." After saying this, Zhuo Hua had no more questions. They said goodbye and started their journey home. Having a new neighbor nearby can be troublesome, but after confirming that it was just a very innocent mouse family, they decided to leave them be. Another important piece of news from this trip was that a war had broken out. Although the little beast girl's home is very remote, it's safer to be cautious when going out in the future. What if they meet fleeing refugees? On their way back, it started to rain lightly. At first, they tried to walk faster, but the rain grew heavier and looked like it might turn into a storm. With no choice, they found a cave to take shelter. "Look ahead. There's a cave on the cliff over there. Let's go see." Following Wang Yan's pointing finger, Zhuo Hua saw a cave on the nearby cliff. The entrance was a bit high, about 2 meters above the ground. They had to climb a little to get in. Since there was no better option and only this cave nearby, they decided to make do. First, Wang Yin helped Zhuo Hua up into the cave. Then he climbed in after her. Once inside, Wang Yin quickly looked for something flammable. Both of them were soaked and needed to start a fire to dry off. Unfortunately, the cave was bare, with nothing inside except some broken stones. Because it was on high ground, no wild animals could get in. A cold wind blew through, making Wang Yin shiver. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and spoke. "Why is there wind?" The wind inside the cave meant it was large enough inside. They looked at each other, understanding Wang Yin's meaning. Both stood up and prepared to explore further into the cave. Wang Yin had a passive skill from childhood that included night vision, so he wasn't worried about seeing clearly in the pitch-dark cave. He held Zhuo Hua's hand, and the two of them moved deeper into the cave together. As they went further inside, for some reason, Wang Yin felt the temperature rising a bit after turning a few corners. Curious, he kept going. When he reached the last bend, he clearly saw a bright light reflected on the cave wall at the corner ahead. "There's light." Wang Yan's heart trembled. He didn't know what was at the very end, but he exchanged a glance with Zhuo Hua, noticing a hint of caution in her eyes too. He signaled for her to wait where she was and decided to go ahead and check it out himself. He moved close to the wall, carefully poked his head out, and when the scene in the cave appeared before him, he almost stopped breathing for a moment. It was like a paradise, a natural cave with nearly 1,000 square meters of space. In the center was a clear, green water pool that shimmered with a faint glow. Vines with glowing berries hung from the walls like chandeliers, lighting up the entire cave. The glowing plants and minerals created a daytime brightness inside, forming a small, self-sustaining ecosystem. "Zhuo Hua, come quickly and look." Hearing Wang Yan's urgent call, Zhuo Hua was puzzled but followed closely. When she saw the scene with her own eyes, even she, who was experienced, couldn't help but be shocked. It's a natural large cave. This was exactly the place Wang Yin had been searching for, a safe spot to hide from strange beasts. The moment he saw it, he decided to move the little beast girls here. Just as he was about to step out quickly to explore, Zhuo Hua reached out and held him back. "Don't rush. Let's go together." Wang Yin realized he had been reckless. They knew this was a good place, but what if others found out? If there were people inside, it would be safer for both of them to go together. Together, The two carefully entered the cave side by side. Fortunately, after a thorough search, they found only some naturally growing plants, a few field mice or wild rabbits, and no large animals. This is really a good place, Wang Yin said, hands on his hips, looking around the cave. Zhao Hua saw his idea and asked, "Do you want to move here?" Zhao Hua was clever and quickly understood Wang Yin's thoughts. Wang Yin nodded gently, but Zhao Hua expressed her doubts. "It's a big place. Where should we settle?" "Well, don't worry about that." Wang Yin hummed a couple of times, then used 2 points to exchange for 2 red bricks, which appeared in his hand. Use these. Zhao Hua naturally knew what these were. She didn't expect Wang Yin could even turn bricks into this. She couldn't help but laugh softly. Oh, you really can do anything." Since the location and building materials were settled, they hurried to move their things. They wanted to finish before winter came. That way, even if they stayed in the cave without wearing winter clothes, they could stay warm through the whole winter. It was getting late. After some effort, they knew they couldn't go back tonight. Wang Yin cleared a spot to start a fire for warmth. His clothes, soaked and cold, needed to be dried quickly. "Take off your clothes and dry them. I brought a blanket. After you dry yourself, come inside." Zhao Hua watched Wang Yin scramble around and smiled slightly. She teased him with interest. According to human terms, salamanders are amphibians. "I'm not afraid of water. You seem so eager. Could it be?" Her gaze moved downward, and her pink eyes gradually turned into heart shapes. "Are you interested?" 2 pieces of clothing hung by the campfire to dry, filling the cave with a warm, romantic atmosphere. Wang Yin knew today was bound to be a fight with Zhao Hua, but he didn't expect her to be so excited. To please him, she even cut off her salamander tail herself, making it easier to get along with him. After a long while, as the campfire was about to die out, the two finally stopped resting. Zhao Hua's face was flushed and satisfied. She hugged Wang Yin gently, like a small cat, rubbing her cheek against his chest. Wang Yin reached out and held her slim waist, asking her, "Are you hungry?" "A little." "Then let's eat first." "Don't. I want to stay in your arms a little longer." "All right." They stayed like that for a while, and their clothes dried a bit. They put on their warm clothes and sat close together, quietly eating. Since finishing dinner, Wang Yin suddenly thought of a problem. The temperature inside the cave didn't seem very low. Normally, outside, it's autumn now, with temperatures below 20 degrees Celsius. But inside the cave, it felt like about 25 degrees Celsius, which was strange. Soon, Wang Yin found the cause. It was the water pool in the middle of the cave. He gently touched the blue water, and his eyes widened. He quickly said, "Zhao Hua, come here. Look at this water. It's warm." Zhao Hua hurried over and also sensed something was wrong. "This water is strange. How can it be warm?" She thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Wait here. I'll go see what's below." Wang Yin was worried. The warm water must be unusual. He wasn't sure if there was any danger underneath. He didn't feel comfortable letting Zhao Hua go alone to check. Going down alone might not be safe. Zhao Hua understood his concern. She gently patted her chest, and her small cheeks shook slightly. She said confidently, "Don't worry. Don't underestimate me. I'm quite strong." She was confident because water was her second home, and after being nourished by Wang Yin, her spiritual meridians had advanced to the second level. Even if there was danger in the water, she could handle it easily. She quickly took off her clothes again, and a pink figure leapt into the water. She had been so absorbed in playing with Wang Yin that she even broke her tail, which might affect her a little, but it wasn't a big problem. Wang Yin waited by the shore for nearly 10 minutes. When there was still no movement on the water, he started to feel anxious. He kept pacing by the pond, worried that if Zhao Hua didn't come back soon, he would have to go in to rescue her. Fortunately, Zhao Hua didn't make him wait too long. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the water, and a pink figure floated back up from the pond. Wang Yin quickly reached out to catch her and pulled her onto the shore. "Ow! It's so hot!" Wang Yin exclaimed in surprise when he touched Zhao Hua's arm. She sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. "The water below. It's boiling. The deeper I went, the hotter it got. I sank nearly 200 meters, but I still couldn't see the bottom. I have no idea what's down there. It's a very deep pond." Wang Yin guessed that at the bottom of the pond, there must be a very hot heat source constantly warming the water. This would make the pond part of the cave's temperature control system. The lush plants around also make sense now. He gently helped Zhuohua put on her clothes and then took her to the fire to dry off. Thoughtfully, he said, "If we can't see the bottom, let's forget about it for now. We'll explore more when we have the ability later." According to Zhuohua, she sank about 200 meters without encountering any dangerous creatures. This means the shallow parts of the pond are quite safe. Staying here wouldn't be risky. Both Wang Yin and Zhuohua felt this was a good place. After returning tomorrow, they planned to tell the little beast girls about their move and try to leave as early as possible. That way, they could avoid staying up at night to guard against strange beasts. They snuggled under the blanket and fell asleep together, silent for the night. The next morning, Wang Yin and Zhuohua got up, packed their clothes, and hurried back home. It took them about an hour to arrive. The little beast girls at home weren't too worried about their overnight absence, because the strongest fighter in the family wasn't Yin Gui, but Zhuohua. Seeing them return, all the little beast girls came forward to greet them. Wang Yin didn't delay and immediately told them about the upcoming move. The little beast girls were a bit surprised. "Ing Luo, moving, squeak, Where are we going? Moonflower. Is it far from here, meow?" Youli. Wang Yin raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. At this moment, Zhuohua took the floor and said, "It's not far. That place is also something we discovered suddenly yesterday. But now, since autumn is almost halfway over, we want to move in before winter comes. So, everyone, don't go out collecting for the next few days. Focus on preparing for the move." Wang Yin waved his hand casually and said, "No need to make it complicated. How much stuff needs to be moved? Leave it to me." The storage system in the system warehouse is based on weight, with a maximum of 1 ton, which is enough for the move. For some reason, Moonflower shook her head and reminded Wang Yin, "It's not that I'm worried about how to move things, meow. It's just, what should we do about the winged woman in the cave, meow?" Talking about Dilia, Wang Yin couldn't help but feel a headache. This fairy who fell from the sky, he initially thought to let her rest at home to recover. But she got addicted to sleeping, and now it's been almost a month with no sign of waking up. Wang Yin was quite annoyed. "I'll go check on her," he said, about to go inside and try some special methods to wake up the sky fairy. Moving soon, and she's still sleeping? After some days of rest and recovery, Dilia's injuries had long healed, but her face still looked a bit unnaturally pale. Wang Yin gently raised his hand and patted her cheek. Sure enough, there was no response. But that was exactly what Wang Yin expected. Zhuohua seemed to have thought of something. A strange smile appeared on her face as she quickly leaned in close to Wang Yan's ear and whispered a few words. Hearing Zhuohua's malicious plan, Wang Yan's eyes widened in shock, and he whispered, "No way? Are you serious?" Zhuohua blinked playfully. "Anyway, these Malira aren't good stuff. If she doesn't wake up, you can have some fun. What do you think? Want to give it a try?" Wang Yin ultimately decided not to follow Zhuohua's suggestion to do that kind of thing with the elf. He felt it might be inappropriate. Dilia, as a noble sky elf, had a delicate face with a touch of elegant nobility. Her long golden hair spread across the bed, looking like a pure and flawless sleeping beauty. Just her perfect appearance made it hard not to like her. As for any other thoughts, Wang Yin was just afraid that if he made a move, he might wake her up with a single piercing action. He remembered Zhuohua's words earlier. These elves didn't play with bows and magic like others. They had even more extraordinary powers. Wang Yin looked at the elf lying quietly in front of him, pondering silently. She seemed to have no injuries now, probably in a state similar to a vegetable. Right? What's that scene in the TV drama again? I think it's talking to the patient to stimulate her to wake up, muttering to himself. Wang Yin suddenly thought of a good opportunity. He instinctively curled his lips, leaned down, and whispered softly into Dilia's ear. "If you keep sleeping like this, your noble body might get defiled by those beneath you who look down on you." Dilia seemed to have a nightmare. It was a very strange dream. She dreamed of a big rat staring at her, then climbing up her smooth white silk dress to her thighs. But in the dream, she couldn't move at all, only watching that terrifying scene unfold before her. As a noble sky dragon of the wall abyss, her greatest fear was being defiled by those lowly beneath her. She was suddenly jolted awake by the nightmare, her dark golden pupils wide open. No, Wang Yin rubbed his ears. He knew this method might work, but he didn't expect the elf to react so strongly. He steadied himself, curled up in the corner of the bed, and saw the frightened Dilia wave her hand. Hey, you're finally awake? Delia covered herself with her large wings, curling into a ball. After a long while, her vision gradually focused and memories flooded back into her mind. Ayu. This. Wang Yin nodded with satisfaction, feeling proud as he said to the little beast girls, see? Just one sentence was enough to wake you up. Delia recalled her past before losing consciousness. She remembered falling and desperately calling for help from a salamander tribe. Now, this place should be their home. Cave, straw mat, animal skins. When Delia saw the surroundings, her face darkened instantly, and her wings even trembled a little. Was this where I spent my unconscious time? Wang Yin didn't expect her first words to be like this. He spread his hands and said, yes, and you were drinking the cheapest, unseasoned meat broth. Every night, you were sleeping with us, the lower class people, still not understanding the current situation? Used to being a dragon person. Huh? Sure enough, after Wang Yin finished speaking, a look of shock appeared on Delia's face. Instinctively, her stomach churned, and she quickly got up. But because she had been unconscious for a long time, her legs were weak. She took only a few steps before falling to the ground. She didn't care about that and crawled to the edge of the cliff outside, starting to. This scene made Wang Yin find it somewhat amusing and also made him realize that sky elves are really delicate. After a long while, her stomach spasms finally stopped. Delia wobbled and tried to stand up, but her legs suddenly went weak, almost falling off the cliff. Fortunately, a large hand grabbed her arm and prevented her from falling. Feeling better now? Once Delia steadied herself, she quickly broke free from his arm, supported her forehead for a moment, then tidied herself up. She looked at Wang Yin and the little beast girls and said, I'm very sorry for losing my composure. I have remembered what happened before. I won't forget to pay you for your help. As a noble and elegant sky elf, even though she was overwhelmed with discomfort, she quickly regained her composure, appearing aloof and speaking in a calm tone. Wang Yin, feeling lazy to argue, simply said, no need for small talk. Where's the payment? Hurry up and give it to us. When Wang Yin said this, Delia's gaze awkwardly drifted to the side. For someone used to looking down from above, this was a strange experience. The payment will be delayed for 2 days. At that time, my servants will bring it. After Delia finished speaking, Zhuohua suddenly remembered a rumor about the Sky Elf tribe. She tiptoed and whispered into Wang Yan's ear, Malira can't do much. Their daily life is all managed by their iron gadgets. Without those iron things, they can't survive. Maybe she's already started calling for help, and it will take 2 days for them to arrive. Wang Yin nodded gently, thought for a moment, and then whispered to Zhuohua, do you think, once her iron gadgets arrive, she might suddenly change her mind? Probably not. These chickens care a lot about their reputation. Although she said that, it's best to stay cautious. Wang Yin spread his hands and said to Delia, all right, we'll trust you this once. 2 days it is. Delia nodded in thanks, still looking cold. Thank you very much. When my million arrives in 2 days, I will reward you generously. If this woman stayed for 2 more days, Wang Yin planned to delay the move for a couple of days. Once this trouble was gone, he would consider moving. He mentioned to the little beast girls that, although they wouldn't move now, it was still good to get familiar with the area. Since they needed to build a house in the cave later, Wang Yin asked Zhuohua to stay at home. He took Yingluo, Zizi, and Huaiyue to the cave to explore the area and clear a space for future building. After Wang Yin and the others left, only Delia, Zhuohua, and the sleeping Youli remained at home. Gecko people probably can't appear in the lower levels, Delia said slowly. Both the Gecko tribe and the Sky Elves are powerful at the top of the wall abyss, so they wouldn't appear here without reason. But Zhuohua didn't want to bother with her. She casually made up a reason and replied, I'm a wild child. So what? Not okay. Zhuohua always looked down on the Sky Elves, so she didn't bother to have a real conversation with Delia. Delia was not too upset by Zhuohua's attitude. She had expected this outcome, as she had dealt with the Yuan tribe before and knew they were often difficult to communicate with because of their bad temper. Neither of them spoke further, and the atmosphere fell into a strange calm. Meanwhile, things were lively over with Wang Yin. Several small beast girls had never seen such a scene before. As soon as they entered this lush green world, they happily ran around. The little mouse happily looked around the cave, finding everything new and interesting. Her big chestnut eyes sparkled like stars. She asked Wang Yin in disbelief, "Wang Yin, are we really going to live here in the future?" Wang Yin was standing with his hands on his hips, looking around the cave to find a good spot to build a house. When he heard the mouse's question, he smiled and replied, "Yes, in the future, this big area will all be ours. So, Squeak, you need to help out quickly. Let's work together to finish building the house as soon as possible." Build a house. A few of the small beast girls, who had lived in caves since they were young, also became interested. They looked at Wang Yin with eager faces. At this moment, Meow asked him, "What will you use to build the house, Meow?" Wang Yin snorted softly through his nose and casually took out a brick. However, these little beast girls didn't recognize what he was holding. Seeing this, he didn't explain much, just told them to quickly clear the designated area so they could move in later. After Wang Yin chose a spot with good lighting deep inside the cave, the whole family started working eagerly, removing weeds, small stones, and other debris. To Wang Yin's surprise, the soil here was very soft and fertile. After thinking for a moment, he realized that the lush vegetation had grown naturally for many years, forming a thick layer of humus. This meant they could set aside some land for farming, allowing the beast girls to grow vegetables when they had free time. The only problem was the lighting. The cave was bright because of many glowing plants, but these couldn't replace sunlight. Wang Yan's passive skill, Heavenly Sun's Blessing, copied from Yingluo, was not active now. It seemed he needed to pay more attention to the system and see if he could find a way to solve this problem with system assistance. After a busy day, the family returned home before nightfall. All day, Zhuohua sat quietly in the yard weaving baskets. Delia didn't bother to talk to her first. It wasn't until Wang Yin returned with his sisters that Zhuohua's calm face showed a faint smile. For dinner, they simply roasted a few potatoes and ate some dried meat strips. Because Delia was there, Wang Yin didn't want to reveal too much. But as a noble sky elf, how could she eat such things? She knew that drinking meat broth made her uncontrollably, so she refused to eat the potatoes. No matter how the little beast girls shared, she wouldn't accept it and kept shaking her head. Wang Yin didn't want to spoil her bad habits. After refusing twice, he told them not to bother her anymore. Basically, she wasn't hungry enough. Since the family's food was simple, if she didn't eat, she would just go hungry. After dinner, everyone finished washing up. It was time to sleep, but Delia still refused to go into the cave. She curled up on a small stone bench in the yard, wrapping herself in her wings, which made Wang Yin roll his eyes. Forget it. If she doesn't want to go in, that's fine. She's almost better now. Sitting in the yard for a couple of days won't hurt. If she doesn't want to, we shouldn't force her. Not planning to talk much with this noble guest, Wang Yin finished his own washing and told the little beast girls a few words. He didn't go into the cave with them. Instead, he sat by the campfire, idly poking at the crackling fire with a stick. Youli looked at him with pursed lips. She didn't understand why Wang Yin was sitting with her. Shouldn't he be going to sleep? But she didn't say anything. She decided to let him sit if he wanted. When he was tired, he would go back naturally. Wang Yin watched the girl with her lips pressed, her dark green ponytail, scales on her cheeks, and her mysterious green snake eyes. She looked like a cold, noble lady. But in Wang Yan's eyes, her little pout made her look very cute. "Youli, why haven't you told anyone about the strange monsters at night recently?" Yuli's pink lips moved twice as if she wanted to say something. But she finally spoke slowly. "I can handle it myself for now. What if more monsters come later, 3, 4, or even 5? Will you still try to tough it out?" The girl was speechless, finally squeezing out a sentence from her lips. "I will solve all the problems and protect everyone." Watching this girl, who was careful and gentle in her own way, Wang Yin felt a bit of sympathy and had the urge to hug her. "Youli, if you try to be strong alone and end up getting hurt, who do you think will be the most sad in the end?" Youli lowered her head without speaking. "Zhuohua has already told me about you. I understand you, Youli. You're a good girl, but a bit reserved. Can you talk more with everyone? If you keep being so quiet, won't you pass on your bad feelings to the others?" Her beautiful snake-like eyes trembled slightly, her voice trembling a little. I'm very selfish, very sensitive. Isn't that right? I know everyone is kind to me, but I just can't accept their kindness easily, especially after what I did to Sister Zhuohua before. And And Wang Yin moved closer to Youli and gently put his arm around her shoulder. No, that's not true. Youli is a very good girl, just a bit shy. I understand you. You're just cherishing everyone's kindness in your own way. So you want to carry all the difficulties yourself. However, I think Youli should talk more with your sisters. When there are problems, everyone should share them. We are a family. A family isn't about everyone doing their own thing without interfering. It's about helping each other and facing challenges together. So, Youli, listen to me. Tomorrow, tell your sisters about your recent situation, okay? Youli slightly raised her head, her shining eyes fixed on Wang Yin. The phrase, help each other and face challenges together, was deeply imprinted in her heart. Through Wang Yin's guidance, she gradually understood the meaning of the word, family. In the end, the girl's thoughts and words were fully expressed, and she nodded seriously. Yes, Youli's affection 25. After opening Youli's heart, Wang Yin forgot that there was someone else in the yard. Naturally, Delia overheard everything. Her golden hair was wrapped even more deeply in her wings, and no one knew what she was thinking. Tonight, there were no monster attacks, and a rare peace settled over the area. Wang Yin and Youli snuggled together for a while until midnight. He gently patted the girl's head and then went back to the cave to sleep. The next morning, Youli took a deep breath and finally told her family about the recent problems, the increasing strength of the monster attacks. In fact, Zhuohua had already heard about this from Wang Yin, but Wang Yin told her to wait a little longer. He wanted to try to help Youli feel better herself, believing it was best for her to say it out loud. Zhuohua smiled slightly. She didn't expect Wang Yin to open Youli's heart so quickly. She felt a bit happy inside. Looking at Youli, it was clear her attitude was changing. She was starting to try talking with her family, though she was still a little shy. I understand, Zhuohua said softly. Then she gently hugged Youli. Good sister, thank you for your hard work. You don't need to stay up tonight. I will take your place. Youli's eyes widened. She quickly waved her hands. No, that's not possible. Zhuohua smiled slightly, tiptoeing to pat Youli's head. All right. Don't argue with me. Didn't Wang Yin say we're moving soon? Once we get to the new home, you won't need to stay up anymore. I can watch over you for a few more days. You've already done very well to stay so many days, Youli. But just to be safe, if the monsters get stronger again, what will you do? Maybe let your sister take over. Zhuohua's strength was undeniable. If she didn't have some ability, how could she have safely led the children to the lower levels? After hearing about Youli's situation, the whole family agreed with Zhuohua's idea. Squeaking happily, her big round ears flapped like fans. Yes, I think Sister Zhuohua is right. We only have a few days left. Youli, haven't you seen how safe the new house Wang Yin took us to is? Once inside, we won't need to stay up anymore. Hua Yu nodded in agreement, though her words carried a hint of blame. Yes, Youli, let's prepare for the move together these days. It's really unfair that you didn't tell us about such a big thing happening. Ingluo stepped forward and gently held Youli's hand, softly saying, Youli, just listen to your sister. Rest well these days. You've already done very well. Everyone. Youli's voice trembled slightly, and her cold snake-like eyes now showed a faint redness at the edges. Wang Yin watched the scene before him and nodded instinctively. That's right. Family helps each other and understands one another. That's what a family should be like. That night, Zhuohua and Youli took turns on watch. Youli also joined in moving things. Everything was heading in a good direction. Another peaceful day passed. Today, no one went out. Wang Yin requested this because it was the day Delia was supposed to leave. Someone would come to pick her up today. Honestly, Wang Yin was quite curious about how she called for help. He had no idea how deep the wall abyss was, but from what the little beast girls had said, it was at least deeper than Earth's diameter. The more he thought about it, the more he found Delia's story unbelievable. Could the communication distance really be that incredible? In the past 2 days, the little beast girls hadn't spoken much with Delia. She had been hiding in the corner of the yard, wrapped in her wings, as if someone had bullied her. At noon, the family checked the time and realized it was time to eat. Just as Wang Yin was about to prepare a meal with Hua Yu, carrying a bucket of water, a fast-moving object like a shooting star suddenly crashed down. Wow! Wang Yin cursed under his breath. This mechanical device, coming in such a big way. Boom! A loud explosion echoed through the yard. Smoke and dust swept everywhere. Wang Yin quickly pulled Hua Yu close, covering her head with his hand. Once things settled, he slowly peeked out. A huge crater had been smashed into the center of the yard. Spiderweb-like cracks spread out. Firewood piles, water tanks, and other items placed in the yard were destroyed by the impact. A silver-white figure slowly stood upright. It was a humanoid figure clad in silver-white armor, with faintly glowing yellow patterns. A diamond-shaped mask covered its eyes. It held a heavy, mechanical-looking sword. Silver hair fluttered in the wind, resembling a cyber warrior descending from the sky. Beep. Target location of the ruler detected. Clearance mode deactivated. Beginning rescue operation. A mechanical female voice spoke from the machine. The curled-up Delia quickly jumped out and waved at the machine. Here, the machine turned its head, and the diamond-shaped mask rapidly scanned her. Ruler detected. Rescue complete. Scan shows 15 hidden injuries on the ruler, along with severe malnutrition and exhaustion. Has the ruler been mistreated? Seeing the mechanical female warrior, Wang Yan's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Million to look so cool, wearing mechanical armor and wielding a large sword. He liked her very much. But when she asked Delia about it, Wang Yan's brow furrowed. Is this woman suddenly going crazy and claiming she was mistreated to get revenge on us? Fortunately, Delia just shook her head lightly. The machine received an order and slowly moved behind her. Indeed, with the mechanical unit nearby, Malira was truly Malira. The machine stood there, and even though Delia looked thinner after 2 days of hunger, she still maintained a dignified and elegant posture, hands folded in front of her, calmly saying, "People of the Quen tribe, I think I can now pay my debt." She reached out and fiddled with the machine, removing its belt. This is Million's military shield belt. For you low-level folks who only fight with cold weapons, the shield's energy could last a lifetime. She held the belt as if it were nothing special. Shuahua and Wang Yin exchanged glances and nodded. Wang Yin took a few steps forward, shaking his head lightly, and said, "We don't really need this." Then, Wang Yin pointed at Delia, or more precisely, behind her. "Can we have one of these?" Hearing this, Delia frowned but didn't seem surprised. Million's equipment wasn't very valuable in the Sky City. She just wondered why a lowly human like him would want it. Million, as the most important technology of the Sky City, is just a shell to you as a human. Oh, I understand now. Wang Yin was confused about why Delia suddenly shouted, but he saw her still with a look of sudden realization. She continued, "Million is also a companion model for our Sky Elf's daily life." I understand now. Wang Yin didn't quite understand what she had realized, but he had a very bad feeling in his heart. I need to go back to the Sky City first, and then send Million here. It will take about 30 days. Here, take this. She gently waved her arm, and the belt fell into Wang Yan's hand. Surprisingly, Million was quite generous. She gave both the belt and the mechanical body. It was a bit strange. It seemed different from what Zhaohua had said about race extinction. That's all for now. Ordinary people. Maybe we will never meet again. Thank you for your help these days. Delia finished quickly and, along with the silver Million, soared into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. She didn't look back or say goodbye. It was as if the events of these days were just a tiny, insignificant part of her long life, something to be quickly erased. After all, she was a noble sky elf. The move was finished very quickly, in less than a day. Because Wang Yin had a system warehouse to store things, and the mechanical body had damaged most of the yard when it arrived, everything was packed in one go. Looking back, the little beast girls finally left the cave with Wang Yin and went to their new home. Recently, there had been many things to deal with. First, they met the Baigua family. Then they encountered Delia, a sky elf. Honestly, Wang Yin hadn't been paying much attention to his system lately. Since buying the cotton seeds, Wang Yan's warehouse already stored a lot of cotton. But he hadn't had time to work on the spinning wheel, so it was delayed for a while. Now, Wang Yan's farm still had 5 plots, but the cotton yield was much higher than potatoes. Although it took about 1.8 days to grow, the harvest was worth it. The yield is quite good. One plot can produce about 15 kilograms of cotton. Converted, 5 plots give 75 kilograms. Each kilogram of cotton can be exchanged for 4 points. So Wang Yin earns 300 points every 2 days. Besides daily eating, Wang Yin no longer specifically plants potatoes. Since moving to the new home, the cave is warm like spring, so the issue of clothing can be temporarily set aside. The most urgent task now is to build a house. The marketplace sells bricks and cement. Wang Yin plans to use these materials, along with some wood, to build a small but livable house. It can't be too big, but it should provide shelter. After all, the little beast girls shouldn't have to sleep outside. Bricks cost 1 point each, and cement costs 500 points per bag. Wang Yan's initial plan is to build a simple house that can fit 6 people sleeping together. The design should be as simple as possible since it's only a temporary shelter. Later, he plans to gradually build a 3-story small building with separate bedrooms for everyone, plus a living room, kitchen, dining area, and bathroom. It will be a big project. Previously, Wang Yin had won a knowledge capsule about building construction in a lottery. He now has some ideas about how to build a house. The temporary house will be a matchbox shape, about 10 meters long, 8 meters wide, and 5 meters high. Besides leaving space for doors and windows, he doesn't plan to add any extra designs. Even the roof will be simple and not very complicated. Since there's no wind, direct sunlight, or heavy rain in the cave, and the temperature is regulated by the nearby water pool, he can just cover it with some dry grass and animal skins. After finalizing everything, Wang Yin led the little beast girls to start work on the cleared land. They mixed cement, crushed stones, and sand with water to make concrete. Then, they used a few wooden planks to make simple trowels and began stacking the walls. Wang Yin only demonstrated the process twice, and the little beast girls understood roughly. Honestly, his work isn't very technical, just laying bricks and then pouring concrete, with the lower part being thicker. They quickly got the hang of it and started applying mortar. Once they confirmed that everyone could work together without issues, Wang Yin stopped building the walls. He had more important things to do. The door and window frames needed wooden supports, which he had to prepare in advance. He spent another 600 points to buy an iron axe. This was a tool he had obtained after a 30-draw lottery from selling medicinal herbs. Now he was ready to use it. Inside the cave, there was already some wood that could be cut and used. However, Wang Yin didn't have a planer or chisel, so he could only use an iron axe and small tools from his military knife to process the wood. The finished product might be a bit rough. There was also a large bed that could fit 6 people. But Wang Yin had only unlocked building knowledge, not carpentry skills. He didn't know how to turn wooden planks into a bed. So he first built a rough frame with bricks, then layered it with wooden boards, cotton, and finally leather. It was a bit rough, but still comfortable. It took about 10 days to build the house. The little beast girls finally moved into their new home. However, this also cost Wang Yin a lot of points. Although the house looked simple, it used up quite a few points. He didn't count exactly, but he was sure he spent over 10,000 points. Seeing his empty points balance, Wang Yin felt very different from the little beast girls. Not having enough points was very hard. Autumn still had 1 month left. There were 2 things to do. First, Wang Yin needed to take Shuohua back to their old home because traders would arrive soon. The traders often traded with Shuohua and her friends, but no one knew exactly when they would come. They only knew it would be before winter, so Shuohua had to wait there in the coming days. The second thing was that winter was coming. The dried meat the little beast girls had was almost gone. Wang Yin had some canned food, but that was only a little. It was good for a snack, but not enough for storage. After moving to the new home, Youli no longer had to stay up at night, so she could be free. Wang Yin planned to take her out hunting. Only Shuohua and Youli had fighting skills in the family, but for hunting, Youli was better. Usually, when food was scarce, Youli would go out hunting. Today, Wang Yin decided to go with her and see how it went. The little beast girls didn't have bows or arrows. Their hunting method was very simple. Wait for other wild animals to go out and attack, then kill the prey. If Youli couldn't handle it, she would run. If she could, she would catch the food. It was that simple. At this moment, the autumn wind was getting cooler. Wang Yin and Youli hid in a dry grass patch, watching a wild buffalo drinking water from afar. This buffalo was probably old or weak and had separated from its herd. Youli chose it naturally, but she was not very fast, so they decided to wait and see if any workers would catch it first. They had been lying there for about an hour. Wang Yin pulled his collar up because he was feeling cold, but Youli still wore only her close-fitting scale armor. He wondered silently if Youli was not cold at all. "Youli, It seems like no other animals are coming out, Wang Yin said. Youli lowered her voice and replied, let's wait a little longer. If nothing shows up, we'll leave. Usually, lone prey like this can't keep up with the herd. Now that winter is coming, large predators will hibernate and hunt a lot. Trust me, they will come soon. Why is no one commenting? Crying face. Perhaps because herbivores are very alert. Even an old, weak buffalo that has left its herd sensed an unknown danger and instinctively started to run away. What's wrong with it? Wang Yin couldn't tell what was happening. Youli explained in a low voice, shoo, be quiet. They're coming. Suddenly, a fierce, wild roar echoed, stirring the air with a bloody wind. Realizing it had been noticed, the hunter no longer hid its trail and leapt down from the top of a cliff. Not good. Youli felt a chill in her heart and almost shouted. It was a creature about 4 meters tall and 2 meters wide, resembling a tiger but with some wolf-like features. Its fur was shiny and gray-white. Its front half was strong and broad, while the back half was slender and short, looking a bit strange. Don't make a sound. This is a fierce beast. It's very strong. I can't beat it. Wang Yin looked at the strange creature, which looked like a mix of tiger and wolf, and felt a shiver. It didn't look easy to deal with. To be safe, they decided to wait until it left. They moved closer to each other, whispering, what's a fierce beast? Is it very powerful? Wang Yin asked. Youli lowered her voice to the limit and answered, very strong. Every fierce beast is a top predator, and most of them have special abilities. This shouldn't be something found in the lower levels. Top predators. This statement is true. The higher you go, the richer the ecosystem becomes, and the wider the survival space. Top predators naturally choose areas with plenty of food. But now, they are appearing in remote wilderness, which is very strange. Don't speak. Wait until it finishes hunting, then we leave together. We should also tell the other sisters about this early. It's too dangerous. Youli feels uneasy inside. Watching the fierce beast fly toward the wild ox, its strong front paws easily tear it open, even breaking its ribs, she feels worried. Wang Yin looks at the scene and gasps. This is so intense. He is sure this creature is 10 times more ferocious than a Siberian tiger on Earth. To be safe, Wang Yin reaches for his waist and pulls off the shield belt he got from Dilia. He hands it to Youli, telling her to wear it. Put this on quickly. If we can't escape later, it will protect you. Yuli's face turns serious. She is surprised at first, then turns her head away, feeling a little warm inside. She refuses, saying, I don't want it. You're weaker than me. You should keep it. Wang Yin doesn't want to argue. He quickly mounts Youli and ties the belt around her. What? What are you doing? Yuli's ears turn red. Her voice is a little shy. She didn't expect Wang Yin to be so forceful, riding her and tying it on her. Fortunately, Wang Yin doesn't make too much noise, and since they are far from the fierce beast, it doesn't notice them. He continues to lie beside Youli without explaining much. He has the burning flower ability, which can quickly stop bleeding and heal even serious wounds, unless limbs are broken. But Youli is different. Wang Yin plans to give her this life-saving gear. Wait a bit longer. We might not be seen, Wang Yin whispers to Youli. But right now, her mind is a mess, stuck on Wang Yin's strong action just now. Although she didn't say anything more, if she were truly discovered, she would be the first to rush forward and stop that fierce beast. The wild buffalo had almost been fully eaten. The fierce beast's claws had stained its face with thick blood. Perhaps it was full and ready to leave, but accidents always happen suddenly. A light autumn wind blew, not strong, but just enough to be in the wind's direction of Wang Yin and the others. The beast keenly sensed the smell, bared its teeth at Wang Yin, and crouched down, ready to attack at any moment. Not good, Wang Yin cursed silently. This wind, why did it have to now and attract the beast's attention? Now, there was no point hiding. The scent had been blown away. If they ran now, it would definitely trigger its hunting instinct. Youli clearly understood this too. She clenched her white iron spear tighter and kept thinking about how to handle the situation so Wang Yin could get back safely. At that moment, Wang Yin took a deep breath, pulled out an iron axe from the system, and said slowly, let's slowly step back. If it really comes over, we'll have to fight. Youli, get ready. Youli was stunned for a moment, then stood up in shock. Although Wang Yin had only seen tigers in cages at the zoo and had no experience facing large wild animals, that didn't mean he didn't know what to do. In the wild, if you encounter a large predator, the right way is to stand tall, raise your hands to look bigger, making yourself seem more intimidating. This can make the animal think you're not easy to mess with. Then, slowly backing away might give you a good chance to escape. Wang Yin knew that in moments like this, staying calm was very important. He pulled Youli up, raised his iron axe with both hands, and started to scare the beast while slowly retreating. This worked well, temporarily frightening the beast. But Wang Yin missed a very critical point. All these actions were based on the assumption that humans are not part of the beast's diet. For animals that find human flesh unappetizing, the temptation of strange creatures can be very strong. The beast paced back and forth, staring intently at Wang Yin and Youli, seemingly weighing between the unknown and its hunger. Clearly, luck was not on their side today. The beast finally moved. Roar! Claws grabbed the wind, rushing toward Wang Yin and the others like a speeding arrow. Wang Yan's scalp suddenly felt like it was about to burst, and he cursed loudly. Today, I'll fight you. It was noon, with the sun shining overhead and agility bonuses in effect. Plus, his terrifying healing ability made it hard to predict who would suffer more. Holding up his iron axe, since he couldn't run away, he decided to fight. The giant beast's claw was like a fast hydraulic press, aiming straight at Wang Yan's head. Surprisingly, Wang Yan's mind was calm, like a machine. He dodged the attack at a tricky angle, avoiding the strike. Although he avoided the claw still cut into his chest, tearing his clothes and leaving 3 deep blood marks. Wang Yin, Youli's eyes widened with anger. She almost shouted in fury. How dare this cursed beast do that? The pain from the beast's claw made Wang Yan's mind freeze for a moment. The sharp pain and blood made him want to cry out. Luckily, Zhaohua's super speed clotting took effect. In just a few seconds, a warm feeling spread over the wound, stopping the bleeding. Wang Yin rolled quickly, taking advantage of the beast's attack pause. He gripped his axe tightly with both hands and swung it directly at the beast's shoulder. He didn't waste time trying to be overly precise. After the strike, he stepped back. Youli, don't rush. I'm fine. Youli couldn't listen to Wang Yin now. Her mind was stuck on the scene of Wang Yin being torn by the beast's claw. Like a madwoman, she leapt forward, grabbing her spear and stabbing it at the beast's neck. The beast, wounded on the shoulder by Wang Yan's axe, roared in pain. Its tough skin and flesh didn't break easily, even with a sharp axe. It howled in pain and then went into a frenzy. Seeing Youli rushing forward, the beast prepared to crush her. It raised its huge paw high again. Youli didn't dodge. Instead, she seemed ready to trade injury for injury, stabbing straight at the beast. Suddenly, a sharp clang sounded. The bloodstained beast's claw stopped about half a meter in front of Youli. It wasn't that the beast didn't want to attack her. If you looked closely, you could see a very thin, light yellow energy shield in front of Youli, solidly blocking the attack. The iron spear was like a nail, piercing through the fierce beast's neck. Youli suddenly knelt down on one knee, gripping the spear tightly with both hands. Then she spun her knee, turning her whole body in a big circle, pulling the spear straight out. A blood hole the size of an eye appeared on the beast's neck, bleeding uncontrollably. Wang Yin saw this and was very surprised. He didn't expect Youli to be so fierce when angry. Thinking he didn't want to hold her back, he quickly jumped over to behind the beast. The beast's back leg was relatively thin, so Wang Yin struck its joint with an axe and then quickly retreated. The beast was thrown into chaos by their attack. It had an unbreakable shield, so it could only attack, not defend. It healed quickly after being hit, so it would run after each strike. Both of them targeted tricky spots to cut, and even such a large beast found it hard to resist for a while. The two worked together very well. However, Youli's attacks grew more aggressive. Several times, she aimed straight at the beast's eyes, as if she wanted to crush its brain with her strikes. But each time, the beast narrowly dodged. Roar! Under their combined attack, the beast went mad. It started fighting Youli directly, no longer caring about the shield. Wang Yin thought this was not good. Dilia had said the shield belt was powered by energy. If the energy ran out, Youli's small body wouldn't be able to withstand a single. As time passed, the beast's injuries worsened. If they delayed much longer, it would bleed to death. Now, they just needed a quick chance to end the fight. Wang Yin stepped back a few paces, gradually moving away from the battlefield. His mind raced. When his gaze drifted to the broken rocks at the edge of the cliff, a flash of insight crossed his mind. He came up with a perfect idea. The storage in the system warehouse could hold an object weighing a ton. With just a thought, the items inside would be released from within a meter of his radius. Thinking differently, this function could be used as a surprise weapon. Like now, Wang Yin glanced at the large rocks nearby, reached out, and stored them in the warehouse. The current load was 869 kilograms. Although not too heavy for the beast, it could create a perfect chance for Youli to strike a killing. He took a few big steps forward and returned to the battlefield. Because of his lack of experience, he was scratched a few times and blood flowed everywhere. Seeing this, Youli finally couldn't hold back and started crying. "King Yin, you must go. Please, I beg you." King Yin quickly pulled her into his arms. The situation was urgent, and explaining would waste too much time. He dodged a strike and then stepped on the beast's bloodied claws, climbing onto its back. When the beast saw King Yin riding on it, it immediately turned and crashed toward the cliff wall. But King Yin wouldn't follow its plan. He raised his right hand, and suddenly a large stone appeared out of nowhere. No one would expect such a sudden change. King Yin chose a tricky angle. The stone was aimed directly at the beast's neck. It pressed the beast's head to the ground, and its claws flailed wildly, looking very panicked. King Yin didn't miss this good chance. The beast's neck was already injured many times by Youli, making it very weak. He raised his iron axe with both hands and swung it down like chopping wood, cutting off the beast's head. A clear sound of bones breaking echoed. The huge body twitched twice and then stopped moving. Its giant claws scratched wildly, knocking down trees and tearing rocks apart. Blood spurted out from the wound like a fountain. Soon, the beast collapsed to the ground, completely still. "It's dead." As soon as he confirmed the beast was dead, King Yin's tense nerves suddenly relaxed. A wave of exhaustion and relief washed over him like a flood. His legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground. He was not only breathing heavily, but also trembling uncontrollably. The wound on his chest, which had already healed, still seemed to hurt faintly. King Yin, Youli rushed over suddenly, threw herself into his arms, and tears filled her golden snake-like eyes. She held him tightly and cried loudly. "King Yin, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you. I'm sorry. Please don't die." King Yin was momentarily stunned. Then, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He slowly raised his hand, hugged Youli's back, and gently stroked her dark green hair, which was stained with blood. "I'm fine. I didn't die. It was that beast that died. I wasn't hurt. If you don't believe me, look carefully." While speaking, Wang Yin grabbed her trembling hand and placed it on his bloodstained chest. Youli looked at him with surprise, as if she had encountered something unbelievable. "But just now, I clearly saw. Think carefully. Does it look like someone from your family?" "Very similar," Youli quickly responded. "It's Sister Zhuohua." "Yes, that's right. Even though I'm human, I have abilities like you all do. Like Ying Luo, who becomes stronger in the sun, and Huaiwe, who is quick and agile. I have those too. Sorry I didn't tell you earlier, Youli. I didn't mean to worry you." Wang Yin wiped his hand on his pants until the blood was gone. He reached out to wipe Youli's tears, but only left a faint red mark, which looked funny and cute. You're really so mean." Fortunately, he wasn't hurt. The girl changed from sadness to happiness, scolded him, then opened her arms and hugged Wang Yin tightly, not wanting to let go. Seeing the rapidly increasing affection level, Wang Yin didn't know what to do. Maybe it was the so-called suspension bridge effect? Perhaps. Anyway, Youli was still hugging him, and she was even having a little trouble breathing. "Youli, let go for now. Let's check our things, and then go back." Youli gently rubbed her head against Wang Yin's shoulder before reluctantly releasing him. The wild ox had been mostly eaten and was no longer useful. Wang Yin stored the beast's body in the system's warehouse, about 600 kilograms, a good harvest. After such a big event, they didn't dare to delay any longer and headed back home. When they arrived, it was getting late. Zhuohua had also returned. Wang Yin immediately went to talk with her, explaining everything that had happened today. When she heard about the fight with the beast, her heart tightened with concern. "You mean You also have regenerative abilities like the Salamander clan? Zhuohua's questioning voice carried a hint of disbelief. Wang Yin nodded firmly. As he spoke, he picked up a small stone from the ground and gently cut his arm, leaving a thin line of blood. The wound healed quickly before their eyes. Zhuohua lowered her head in thought. It was the first time she had seen something like this, and she was momentarily stunned. But after a brief pause, she understood Wang Yan's condition and said, "Although I've never seen a human with the same healing ability as the Salamander clan, you should eat something right away to regain your strength. That kind of regeneration doesn't come without cost." After hearing her words, Wang Yin realized that his stomach was twisting painfully. It wasn't normal hunger. It felt as if every cell in his body was crying out in emptiness. He had thought it was just stress, but now he understood the reason. With Zhuohua's help, he slowly sat down on a stone platform and took out some food from his storage to eat. From what you just said, the appearance of a fierce beast nearby is already strange. And with the recent increase in attacks, it feels like something big is about to happen. Zhuohua frowned slightly, her face serious. Life at the lower levels was becoming more dangerous. For safety, she decided to store as much food as possible and stay in the cave through the winter, hoping that no matter what happened outside, it wouldn't affect her family. Wang Yin raised his hand, and a huge headless beast appeared in the courtyard. The young beastfolk girls gasped in shock. Was this the creature Wang Yin and Youli had defeated? It looked terrifying. Zhuohua walked around the body twice and said to Wang Yin, "This is a white-armed tiger, a very fierce kind of beast. I didn't expect even this kind to appear here." If it had been a smaller creature, Zhuohua could have comforted herself that it wasn't serious. But if even predators like the white-armed tiger were coming down, it meant something was terribly wrong above. Perhaps a powerful beast had disrupted the balance of their habitat, forcing them to move downward. Of course, this was just Zhuohua's guess. She didn't know exactly what had happened. She gently shook her head and stopped overthinking. She ordered her sisters to pick up the bone knives, quickly disassemble the dead body, and store the parts. Wang Yin and Youli were leaning against each other, resting to regain their strength. Zhuohua and the others worked together and soon finished dismantling the white-armed tiger. To be honest, the young beast girls' skills were quite good. They cleaned the meat thoroughly and neatly placed about 300 kilograms of meat on the wooden table. The remaining parts were bones, skins, and internal organs. Although Wang Yin had help from a system space, it seemed the storage didn't have features like time stop or preservation. This meant the 300 kilograms of meat needed processing before it could be stored safely. The problem now was that the cave lacked sunlight, making natural drying difficult. The only options left were curing or smoking the meat. If they considered curing, they would need a lot of spices, which wasn't suitable given their limited resources. Their salt supply couldn't handle that much curing, so only small amounts could be preserved this way. The safer choice was smoking. The main concern was ventilation because the cave was a closed space. However, Wang Yin had noticed that there was a slight breeze inside the cave, just not very obvious. Apart from the entrance, some hidden corners had airflow, which was good news for him. After deciding on the plan, Wang Yin quickly built a smoking shelter. It didn't take much effort. He hung up 250 kilograms of meat, leaving 50 kilograms for eating or curing later. Once everything was prepared, it was already late. The whole family was waiting for him, and even little Zizi was starting to feel sleepy. When they heard Wang Yin was going to cook himself, they all became interested. He poured oil into an iron pot. Since they didn't have a good stove, Wang Yin had to make soup to feed the young beast girls. Regarding how to properly handle the meat of fierce beasts, Wang Yin was actually unsure because it involves a natural rule. The higher the predator in the food chain, the poorer the taste of its meat. Being at the top of the food chain, some metabolic substances can accumulate in their bodies, affecting the meat and causing a earthy smell. These are basic biology knowledge that Wang Yin naturally knew well. All he could do was blanch the meat a few times, then stir-fry it with strong spices, add water, soy sauce, MSG, and wild vegetables, and simmer a rich soup. That was all he could think of. When the dish was ready, the rich aroma of the meat immediately spread out and entered everyone's noses. Wang Yin wondered inwardly, what is going on? It looks like I did a good job. It turned out that Wang Yan's worries were a bit unnecessary. The meat from the white-armed tiger was not as dry or earthy as he imagined. Instead, it had a texture similar to beef, tough but not greasy. This made him very curious. Why was it like this? How could fierce beast meat taste so good? His family had already started eating happily, bowls in hand, feeling warm and satisfied from the hearty soup. But Zhuohua suddenly noticed Wang Yin holding his bowl in deep thought and asked curiously. Only then did Wang Yin understand his doubt and was relieved. Fierce beasts and humans are natural enemies. Even when facing beast-human hybrids, the same applies. Human meat has a deadly temptation for fierce beasts, and vice versa. A good piece of fierce beast meat can even fetch a good price in the upper markets. Moreover, Zhuohua smiled slightly, lifting her bowl from her lap. Don't you feel a warm sensation in your body after eating fierce beast meat? Besides being very delicious, it also has the effect of strengthening the body. Unexpectedly, fierce beast meat had such effects. Wang Yin instinctively clenched his fists. The emptiness and hunger he had felt disappeared completely, and he felt a warm flow moving through his limbs. As Zhuohua said, it really could enhance physical strength. This stuff is really not bad. If possible, I might need to get more of it in the future, Wang Yin thought secretly. But this idea was quite dangerous. Beasts that others avoid might become targets for hunting if he started playing such a big game. After putting away his thoughts, dinner was over. Wang Yin and Youli still had layers of blood on their bodies. Others had finished washing up and were preparing to go back to their rooms, but the two of them were still cleaning. To avoid dirtying the water in the basin, everyone used bowls to pour water and wash on the shore. Removing all the blood was clearly a bit difficult. It was quite troublesome, so Wang Yin decided to indulge himself a little. He spent 300 coins to buy a bar of soap. He rubbed it on himself a few times, then handed it to Youli and said, "Here, this is for you. Just rub it on your body a few times, and it will be easy to clean." Honestly, soap isn't a daily necessity. Wang Yin only bought it now because he had some money. Youli tilted her head and looked at Wang Yin with a bit of confusion. She took the soap and rubbed it on herself a few times. Seeing the white, smooth foam on her skin, she instinctively leaned in to smell it. "Smells so good. Hee, this stuff is very useful. Just spread it all over your body, and after washing, you'll smell nice." Youli's big eyes sparkled with tiny stars. Then, to Wang Yan's surprise, her scales slowly faded away, revealing a beautiful figure before his eyes. As a proper person, Wang Yan knew he shouldn't look at a naive girl with inappropriate thoughts. But the secret dam inside him wouldn't listen. Honestly, Youli's figure was probably the best in her family. She didn't seem like someone who would be hungry for attention. Wang Yin found himself staring a little too long, almost forgetting to wash. Youli carefully rinsed the foam off her skin with clean water. For some reason, her ears turned slightly red, and her movements became lighter. Do I look good? Huh. Wow, she understood. Oh no. This was going to make him seem like a pervert. Wang Yin hurriedly waved his hands, looking flustered. I just wanted to see if you might be uncomfortable using this." That's all. Then, I've already finished washing," she replied. Wang Yin looked as if he had seen a ghost. On her usually cold face, a faint, almost teasing smile appeared. She didn't say much, only shifted slightly toward Wang Yin without any hesitation. She carefully washed herself, and perhaps it was just his imagination, but Wang Yin felt her movements seemed slower than before. The scene in front of him made Wang Yin feel excited and a bit overwhelmed, so he looked away, feeling a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Youli couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh softly. Her scales spread again, and she turned back toward the cave with a wooden basin, not looking back. Before leaving, she secretly threw a charming glance at Wang Yin. Who did she learn that from? Honestly, for a moment, Wang Yin really wanted to challenge her to a game. But since he had used up too much energy today, he felt he was too tired and gave up. But he knew he would definitely win her over someday. It was too bold of her to throw a charming look at him. In the following days, everything went smoothly. However, because of the appearance of fierce beasts, the hunting trips were always with Zhuohua and Youli. Wang Yin stayed at home with the little beast girls, busy building a new house. Life was quite peaceful. They also hung the extra meat in a smoked shelter, but one shelter seemed a bit small, so they built another one. Anyway, they wouldn't lack food this winter. That day, Wang Yin was working on the foundation with a few others when he heard the sound of running. He looked up and saw Zhuohua coming over. She said, "Wang Yin, the traveling merchant has arrived. Come with me to take a look." Wang Yin was a little surprised, realizing winter was almost here. The mysterious merchant finally showed up. He put down his wooden shovel, brushed off the dirt, and went out with Zhuohua. A few little beast girls also carried some items to exchange from the corner where supplies were stored. It was lively for a while. The merchant first went to his hometown, then was led here by Zhuohua, saving a lot of trouble. When Wang Yin stepped out of the cave, a cold wind blew past, making him tighten his clothes. Then he saw the giant whale docked at the edge of the cliff, carrying many goods on its back. A person appeared, and the back of the giant whale skillfully jumped down. Looking around, the girl seemed to be about 1.5 meters tall, with long water blue hair tied into 2 ponytails on each side. She wore a small frog-shaped glasses on her nose and a very exaggerated gold chain around her neck. Her black robe with green patterns looked expensive, though the material was unclear. It had a strong merchant vibe, very obvious and unmistakable. Belle human race age, 26 favorability, 0 talent, insight skills, master of trading, excellent memory, eloquence, ding. Unlocked human race profile, passive effect unlocked, super memory. New items available in the shop, updated. From the moment he gained this new passive ability, Wang Yin felt a cool sensation in his mind, as if a dusty library was instantly cleaned. Things he had seen on Earth, but forgotten now appeared clearly before his eyes. This ability not only deepened his memory, but also greatly increased his mental strength, allowing him to recall many skills and knowledge he had not intentionally learned on Earth, such as short educational videos for daily life and various book knowledge. Now, he could remember everything clearly. Looking again at the shop, Wang Yan's eyes lit up. Wow, a loom costing 5,000 coins was available. That's exactly what he needed. With it, he could produce endless fabric. Seeing the small figure in front of him, Wang Yin smiled happily. This little thing was truly his lucky star. It had just met him and already brought him a big gift. Little Belle and Zhuohua had known each other for a long time. She was well-informed and naturally understood the status of the salamander race in the wall abyss. Honestly, when she first saw a man come out of the cave, she was quite surprised. Among the beast-human hybrids, he seemed to have a leadership aura, which was very intriguing. But why did that guy smile foolishly and grin when he saw her for the first time? Could he be a pervert? Belle's favorability -5 Wang Yin was reminded of something and quickly realized his mistake. He withdrew his gaze. At this moment, Zhuohua spoke. "Belle, this is a new member of our family. His name is Wang Yin, and like you, he is from the human race." Belle nodded gently and asked with some curiosity, "Human race? Are they recently captured wild people? They look a bit different." Hearing Belle's subtle questioning about Wang Yan's identity, Zhuohua naturally understood her meaning. She simply shook her head slightly and explained, "He is a lost traveler. I think he looks decent, so I brought him back to breed with, and I decided to raise him." The breeding part was true, and he did look decent, but the rest was false. Zhuohua's half-truth explanation was to prevent Belle from knowing Wang Yan's true identity and abilities. Although Belle knew her, she was still a traveling merchant. If she found out Wang Yan's secrets, those details might be sold as goods someday. After all, someone who could conjure food out of thin air was too extraordinary to ignore. Hearing Zhuohua's explanation, Belle finally understood what Wang Yan's gaze meant earlier. So he was a stud, and Belle had just been tested? Belle's favorability -10. Belle's disgusted expression was obvious. She believed most of what Zhuohua said, and then stopped discussing the topic, turning to negotiate a deal with her. "This time, I brought a lot of good things. Come up and take a look." Zhuohua nodded and took out the woven basket and dried fruits she had prepared earlier for Belle to examine. Belle only glanced at them, silently calculated for a moment, and then named a price. "These items are less than 1,000 silver. Just round it up to 1,000 for me." Zhuohua had no objection to this price. Although Belle was a shrewd merchant, she hadn't cheated her before. She nodded, feeling the price was fair. On the other side, a cloud whale was entirely blue-green, about 30 meters long, large enough to rival a blue whale. Compared to a blue whale, the cloud whale's fins were broader, like wings. Its back was flat and wide, with a removable wooden platform attached. On this platform was a small to medium-sized warehouse, making it look like a sky fortress. Bell jingled as it blew a whistle toward the cloud whale. The whale understood and moved closer to the cliff edge, its wide fins resting on the side like a deck, allowing people to climb onto the platform behind it. The little beast girls had seen cloud whales before, so they didn't react much. But Wang Yin was seeing one for the first time. Even on Earth, he had only seen such huge creatures in documentaries. When he got close, he truly felt how small he was. Wang Yin didn't say much. He followed the little beast girls onto the fins and onto the whale's back to pick out items. Since Zhuohua wanted to hide her identity, Wang Yin decided to go along with her plan. He just stayed behind the little beast girls, playing the role of a stallion. After all, they were his wife, so he trusted she wouldn't trick him. On the whale's back, Bell opened the storage door. Seeing the many goods on the shelves, Wang Yin, even though used to shopping on Earth, couldn't help but feel surprised. The shelves inside looked like those from medieval Western times, made of wood and filled with food, daily necessities, and crafts. He wondered how so many items could be kept steady on such a big whale's back. Usually, Zhuohua would exchange all her money for potatoes or sometimes just buy daily items. But now, things were different. With Wang Yan's ability, Zhuohua didn't care much about food anymore. She casually came over to Wang Yan, and he understood her meaning. She was asking him to decide what to buy. A few little beast girls had already scattered around, no longer worried about food. Zhuohua had promised them earlier that this year, when they traveled for trade, each could pick one item to buy. So, only Zhuohua was helping Wang Yan choose. Now, including Zhuohua, all the little beast girls looked to Wang Yan as their leader. They trusted his plans because everyone knew Wang Yan's abilities. If Wang Yan had a plan, he had already thought of what was missing. After a few rounds with Zhuohua, he found what he wanted, and he wasn't disappointed. Zhuohua, what's going on this year? I see you're not buying grain. Why are you buying these things? As a result of a few people shopping, Zhuohua picked up a jar of coarse salt, 2 simple spindles, and a carving knife, along with some miscellaneous items bought by others. Besides Gigi, who only took a pack of biscuits, there was no other food seen. Zhuohua had already prepared her excuse and said to Ling Dang, "Recently, due to some coincidences, I broke through to the second meridian. Just a few days ago, I encountered a fierce beast. After killing it, I won't lack food anymore. I also used it to exchange for some things the girls like and useful tools." Ling Dang looked at the spindle and carving knife in her hand, squinted, and said nothing, just chuckled. Hee, that's really good news. Congratulations. The two exchanged polite words, each aware of the other's little thoughts, but didn't reveal anything. After a few casual sentences, Ling Dang nodded and said, "The total is 954 silver. I will give you the remaining 46 silver later." However, Zhuohua waved her hand to stop Ling Dang and said, "I want to buy one more thing." Zhuohua paused, her pink eyes carrying a hint of mystery. Regarding the recent strengthening of strange beasts and the migration of fierce beasts, how much does the information cost? Ling Dang didn't seem surprised by this and appeared to have expected Zhuohua to ask. She spread her hands and said, "Well, you really asked the right person. I did inquire about this before, but I need to correct you first. The strengthening of strange beasts and the migration of fierce beasts are 2 different things, and they require paying 2 different prices." At this point, Ling Dong's eyes flashed with a cunning look. Both are priced at 1,000 silver. Sure enough, she's a shrewd merchant, waiting here just for them. As a smart person, Zhuohua, noticing something was off with the environment lately, could only ask Ling Dang, who was traveling merchant, and Ling Dang took advantage of Zhuohua's thoughts, selling this information at a high price. Zhuohua was slightly stunned, gently holding her chin and pondering. This price was definitely beyond what they could afford. At this moment, Wang Yin tugged at her sleeve, subtly slipping a hard object into her palm. Feeling the round object, Zhuohua understood immediately and said, "All right, I have something else here. Take a look and tell me how much it's worth." Upon hearing this, Little Belle became interested. Could it be that they still have good items hidden away? Now she had to take a good look. Seeing the small pocket watch that Zhuohua took out, Belle's eyes widened. She quickly grabbed it from Zhuohua's hand, examined it in her palm, and played with it. Seeing her reaction, Zhuohua chuckled softly and explained. This pocket watch was a gift from King Tooth 16 to the Rat Knights. You know what it's made of, right? Her meaning was clear. She was showing Belle that she knew the value, and there was no way to bargain down the price. Belle wiped the pocket watch against her chest. Its shiny gold exterior looked simple yet noble. She turned her eyes a couple of times before replying. This is a good item. It was given by the royal family of the Rat Kingdom. Even I don't see such things often. But I remember that these special royal pocket watches usually have a photo of the Rat King inside. Why isn't there one here? Before handing the pocket watch to Belle, Wang Yin had torn off the photo of King Tooth 16 inside it. It might be useful later if she met other rats, but Zhuohua didn't know this. She just looked up slightly and answered her question. This watch was given to us by a rat woman we rescued from Rat Potato City. She wanted to thank us, so she gave it to us. When we got it, there was nothing inside. Belle had heard about Rat Potato City's fall. Her explanation made sense. She thought for a moment, scratched her head, and said apologetically, "Oh, I see. It's definitely made by rat craftsmen, but without the Rat King's photo. It's hard to tell if it's a royal gift. How about this? 2,000 silver coins. That's enough to exchange for 2 pieces of information. Neither side loses out. What do you think?" Zhuohua sighed slightly, but she could accept this result. She only wanted to get the information from Belle. Since Wang Yin wanted to trade the pocket watch, it meant it wasn't very useful to him. She could step back a little. All right then, the pocket watch is yours. Now, tell me about your information. Belle chuckled, and then put the gold-plated pocket watch into her pocket, snapping her fingers. Indeed, you are from the Salamander tribe, straightforward and honest. I enjoy doing business with your tribe because everyone is smart and we can avoid many troubles. Now, I won't keep you in suspense. Honestly, these 2 matters are not directly related. I'll just share what I know. Belle hands on hips, recalling her memories before slowly sharing her information. The problem with the strange beasts is actually quite simple. Recently, a group called the Withered Tree Cult has appeared in the lower levels. From what I see, they seem more like a cult. They are active in the middle and lower areas. I don't know exactly what they are doing, but it seems they can control the strange beasts' movements, which has caused a lot of panic among the middle-level folks. Things are getting pretty serious, and some people have started leading efforts to suppress them. So, it's not that the strength of the beast attacks from your lower levels has changed. The whole middle and lower levels are in chaos, and the main troublemaker is this so-called Withered Tree Cult. I remember they are said to perform sacrifices involving living people. Oh, and the fall of Mouse Potato City is also connected to this group. Apart from Wang Yin and Zhuohua, the other little beast girls looked confused. What were they talking about? Cults? Sacrifices? They couldn't understand it all. That's about it. But controlling the strange beasts is definitely very unusual. It has caught the attention of the top leaders. I think it won't be long before the top authorities wipe out the Withered Tree Cult. Once that happens, the strength of the strange beasts will return to normal. Just keep an eye on things these days. Zhuohua nodded lightly. Understanding dawned in her mind. Still, she felt a bit uneasy. Controlling strange beasts was something she had never heard of before. All right, I understand. What about the other matter? Regarding the ferocious beasts, honestly, asking others about this might not get you much. This issue isn't as big as the previous one. The migration of ferocious beasts only happens in your small area. Other places don't have this problem. Somewhere above your area, at a distance, a very powerful entity appeared. It hasn't caused any chaos, and I don't know what it is. I only know that the nearby ferocious beasts smell it and run away in fear. That's why they moved down to your area. After saying that, Belle jingled her bell and shrugged casually. I only happened to notice this by chance. It's not a big deal right now, but I feel it won't be long before someone notices. When that happens, who knows what will happen? With that, she handed over a pocket watch given by a white fruit, which contained 2 pieces of information. Both were somewhat vague, but still believable. They were trouble that might be dealt with by others after some time. Zhuohua also relaxed a little, feeling relieved that she now understood what was going on. As long as she stayed at home, there was no problem. Once she understood everything, the deal was successfully completed. The little beast girls each got what they wanted, and they all happily left the Cloud Whale. Zhuohua exchanged polite words with Belle, said goodbye, and then also descended from the Cloud Whale. Belle whistled softly, and the cloud whale let out a long, whale-like call, sounding like a steamship's horn before departure. It retracted its fins from the cliff edge, and with a flick of its tail, as if diving into the ocean, it disappeared into the vast clouds. Standing on top of the cloud whale, the wind was gentle, only disturbing Belle's hair. She gazed toward the direction of Zhaohua and her friend's new home, lost in thought about the sea creature and the so-called stud horse, feeling a bit distracted. Is it really a stud horse? She curled her lips, as if she had found something interesting. Looks like. I need to check this out. Back home, Wang Yin organized the information and drew two conclusions. The chaos among the exotic beasts and their increased strength were caused by an organization called the Withered Tree Cult, which performed live sacrifices, leading to changes among the lower and middle-tier exotic beasts. Their family was completely affected, caught in an unintended disaster. But the problem with the ferocious beasts is more complicated. According to Belle, there was a very fierce presence somewhere above them, which drove all the nearby ferocious beasts to the lower levels. She said it wouldn't be long before others noticed and dealt with it. But what if no one intervenes? If there are ferocious beasts wandering near their home, Wang Yin thought he wouldn't sleep well. He needed to pay close attention to this matter. Even if he couldn't solve it himself, he wanted to learn more. He didn't want the little beast girls to be suddenly attacked by ferocious beasts when they went out. She let out a soft sigh, and a small knot appeared on Wang Yan's brow. Zhuohua smiled calmly and stepped forward, holding his arm gently. She whispered, "What's wrong? Are you worried?" Seeing that Zhuohua had noticed, Wang Yan nodded and replied, "Yes, those so-called strange beasts are easy to avoid. I just stay inside at night. But these fierce beasts, there's no way to be completely safe. I'm really afraid that one day someone will go out and encounter them." Zhuohua looked at her four younger sisters, who were sharing what they had bought, and a hint of worry appeared in her eyes. After a moment, she tiptoed and gently pressed her hand on Wang Yan's forehead, whispering, "Since that's the case, let's think of a way together. I don't like seeing you with a worried face. We can face any problem together." She rested her chin on Wang Yan's shoulder and whispered a few more words into his ear. "All right, don't think about it anymore. You seem a bit upset. How about we go out for a walk?" Wang Yan knew what she meant by going out for a walk. Recently, he had been very busy, and it had been a while since they shared their supplies. Zhuohua took his hand, and before he could answer, she led him out of the cave. "Hey, it's already this time." Zhuohua and Wang Yan went out together. "What are they doing?" Xiao Zizi wiped the crumbs from the corner of her mouth and asked curiously. "Yes," Youli responded instinctively, causing the other three to look up at her. She quickly realized the implication of her words and hurriedly waved her hands to explain. "I mean, Zizi is right. What are they doing out there? It's hard to guess." Meow Meow shrugged and said, "Maybe they have some little secrets to talk about, Meow." After all, Wang Yin is quite mysterious. Several times, I couldn't figure out what was in his mind. He just arranges everything. Talking about Wang Yin, Yingluo looked at the glass stone bracelet in her palm and suddenly sighed, looking downcast as she said, "Hey, do you think? When will I be able to have Wang Yan's child, Zizi?" "Why you?" Youli. Seeing her sister's confused expressions, Yingluo looked puzzled and asked, "What's wrong?" "At first, I brought him back because I wanted him to help us have children and increase our population. Why are you all making such a big fuss?" Squeak nodded and then took a bite of a cookie. "Well, just thinking that since you mentioned it, maybe we should try mating with him too." "Yes, Meow. Sister Zhuohua once said that only with a man can a woman have children. It seems I need to try more with Wang Yin, Meow. I can't fall behind you all, Meow." Yuli's usually serious face twitched slightly, and she asked Jingluo, "Jingluo, have you really mated with Wang Yin?" Jingluo nodded confidently, touching her chin, and said a bit worried, "Yes, I do it with Wang Yin every night. But there's been no change in my belly, which is really strange." Youli still felt a bit uneasy and asked several more details. Sure enough, Jingluo thought that sleeping together was the same as mating. Youli, For these sisters, Youli was momentarily at a loss for words. But she also thought that their way of thinking was quite good, at least different from her own experience. After thinking carefully, Youli took a few steps toward Jingluo and whispered softly, "Do you really want to have children with Wang Yin?" Jingluo nodded without hesitation. "Of course. There are so few people here. If we want to become a big tribe like Sister Zhuohua said, we definitely need to have children. Youli looked at her big, bright eyes and thought for a moment. Then she leaned close to Jingluo's ear and whispered a few words. Jingluo was initially confused about what Youli was going to say, but after Youli finished, she just imagined it in her mind. Her ears turned red, her heart pounded, and her legs felt a bit weak. Youli, is this really okay? Youli patted Jingluo's shoulder and gave her a reassuring look. Just do as I say when the time comes. You'll understand then. Squeak, what are you all talking about? Why does everyone sound so secretive? Yingluo awkwardly smiled and waved her hand, changing the subject. Honestly, it was the first time she learned such straightforward facts about relationships. If she really were to be with Wang Yan. No, just thinking about it made her legs feel weak. The merchant left, which meant autumn was almost over. Because they were running low on supplies, their top priority was to gather fabric. Wang Yan had been saving points these days to buy a loom from the marketplace. With it, they could make suitable cotton clothes for everyone at home. During this time of saving points, Wang Yan was not idle. He bought 2 spindles from Xiao Lingdang. They were very easy to use. After a little instruction, a few little beast girls quickly learned to spin cotton into thread. Wang Yan also used a carving knife to work on wood, which made things much easier. This tool helped shape the wood more neatly and made the board smoother. As a result, the quality of the wood they processed improved. Now, inside the cave, with everyone working hard together, everything looked lively and prosperous. There was plenty of food, vegetables, and meat, and the temperature was mild and refreshing. Honestly, this was the happiest time the little beast girls had ever experienced. They didn't have to worry about food or the weather. It was wonderful. Also, there will definitely be no scenes involving mythical creatures or inappropriate content. If such scenes appear, I will delete the story immediately. Rest assured, it's suitable for all readers. The last autumn leaf was carried away by the cold wind, and the first snowflake eagerly fell to the ground. Soon, everything was covered in a layer of silver white. Wang Yan felt the cold snow melt in his palm. He knew winter had arrived. Just as Wang Yan looked up at the sky, suddenly, the sky darkened without warning for a few seconds. But it quickly returned to normal. Wang Yan frowned and asked Zhaohua beside him about it. Zhaohua was also confused. She had never experienced such a sudden dimming of the sky during the day before. However, Wang Yan didn't take this matter seriously, thinking it was just like witnessing a solar eclipse. After all, he had experienced similar things on Earth before. Zhuohua told him that the first snow in Wall Abyss would last for several days. Wang Yan took her into the cave, sealing the entrance with a large stone. They would wait until everyone's winter clothes were brought out before going outside again. Wang Yan had used all his points to buy bricks and cement. Honestly, he didn't have much money left. He checked his points. There were still 3,250. He shook his head lightly. That wasn't enough. His current rate was about 300 points every 2 days, which was starting to feel insufficient. So, Wang Yan spent some points to buy 2 more plots of land, costing 1,200 and 1,600 points respectively, totaling 2,800 points. Now he owned 7 plots. With this, considering that cotton yields 15 kilograms per acre and each kilogram sells for 4 points, Wang Yan's points earned every 2 days had increased to 420. It wasn't a lot, but it was better than nothing. Next, he faced a long wait. A weaving machine would cost 5,000 points. At his current rate, it would take about 11 days to save enough. As he mentally calculated, Wang Yan suddenly remembered that in a few days, he had a scheduled meeting with Dilia. He needed to return to his hometown. Since he hadn't taken Dilia to their new home, he guessed the mechanical device they planned to deploy would arrive at the original location. A few days passed outside, but Wang Yan himself didn't realize it. Inside the cave, there was no sense of time. The family relied on instinct to plan their daily routines. Wang Yan didn't know if it was still snowing outside, so he decided to go out and check. Just then, Zhuohua suddenly called him, looking a bit nervous, as if she wanted to discuss something important. Her pink eyes looked up at Wang Yan and slowly said, "Wang Yan, I want to talk to you about something. The rat family from the Mouse City that's fleeing." As soon as Zhuohua spoke, Wang Yan immediately understood her meaning. Not wanting his woman to be troubled, he quickly replied, "Oh, I remember what you're talking about. I was just about to discuss that with you too. While speaking, Wang Yin rubbed his hands and smiled flatteringly at Zhuohua, explaining, I want to bring that family here. After all, it's freezing outside, and if they freeze to death, it would be a waste. It's better to bring them over, give them some food each day, and they can help us work. Right now, we really need more people. You wouldn't oppose this, would you? Zhuohua was a bit stunned. She didn't expect Wang Yin to say exactly what she was about to say. A warm feeling rose in her heart. This guy was really thoughtful. She could tell he was just trying to take care of her, which was why he said that. A weak, sickly mouse woman, along with 3 hungry mouse children, couldn't do much work. Bringing them here would only be a burden. Leaving such a family in the freezing cold outside would surely get them killed. Zhuohua felt sorry for them and told Wang Yin so. But all the good life they had now came from this man in front of her. She couldn't ask him to take on more burdens. She could only discuss it gently. To her surprise, Wang Yan's concern for her feelings made Zhuohua's eyes sting a little, but a sweet smile appeared on her face. Her lonely heart, long silent, now tasted a hint of sweetness. Could this be love? Zhuohua wasn't disappointed. She cooperated with Wang Yan, placing her hands on her hips, looking a bit reluctant, and said, Fine, I agree. But be careful and come back soon. Wang Yan clapped softly, acting playful. He gently kissed her on the side of her face and whispered very softly, I knew it. My wife is the best. Zhuohua's mind went blank. Honestly, it was the first time someone called her that. She didn't know why, but her heart was pounding hard. She clutched her fur inner garment tightly over her chest, her face blushing like a peach blossom, lips moving slightly. She looked like a girl in love. How could he call me wife? Wang Yin didn't realize how much his words affected Zhuohua. He had already gone inside to change clothes. He had once drawn a lottery and received a set of cotton clothes, which he was just about to wear now. Wearing her clothes tightly wrapped, Wang Yin finally prepared to break open the rocks and leave the cave. However, before he could step out, a voice called out from behind him, stopping him. Wang Yin, he instinctively turned around and saw Yingluo looking at him with a hopeful face. Yingluo wagged her big tail and clenched her 2 pink fists, saying, Wang Yin, I just heard you say you're going to bring back that little mouse from before. I want to go with you. Wang Yin frowned slightly and said, It's very cold outside now. Just wait at home for me. At this moment, Squeak came over and pretended to put a hand on Yingluo's shoulder. But since he was only about 1.5 meters tall, it looked a bit funny. He agreed. Yingluo is the most resistant to the cold among us. If not her, then it should be me and you. Bring her along. That way, you and Yingluo can look out for each other. Resistant to the cold? Wang Yin looked a bit confused. Then he thought it over and realized he should find someone to go with him. Not to mention those 2 little mice. If they couldn't walk, he would have to carry one. He really needed a helper. All right, Yingluo, you can come with me first. But if you start feeling cold, tell me right away, understand? Yingluo saw Wang Yin agreed, and her pink-gray tail wagged faster. She quickly nodded and followed Wang Yin briskly. After many days, Wang Yin finally broke through the large stone blocking the cave entrance. The 2 saw the sunlight again. Wang Yin instinctively raised his hand to block the sun and squinted. The setting sun was blood red, contrasting sharply with the silver-white snow, like orange-red ink spilled on white paper. Is it almost evening? We've been in the cave so long I forgot the time. All right, let's hurry. Wherever we go, that's where we'll stop. Quick comments. I'm about to make a fuss. I already am. Fortunately, it seemed she wasn't very cold. Wang Yin carefully observed her for a while. She didn't appear to be pretending. He reached out and touched her small hand, which was very warm, like a heating pad. Only then did Wang Yin feel relieved and focus on leading Yingluo along the way. If they left from the new home, Wang Yin estimated it would take about 3 hours to reach the Baigua family's place. However, in this snowy, icy weather, the travel time would likely be shorter because their speed would slow down. After about an hour of walking with Yingluo, it became too dark to see the road clearly. There was no choice but to find a cave to spend the night. After all, the most common thing in Wallabies was caves. Soon, Wang Yin found a suitable spot, and the 2 of them crawled inside together. Wang Yin gathered some wood, but most of it was soaked with snow and difficult to light. He took some cotton from the storage to use as tinder. He then took out his military knife and kept rubbing the fire starter to ignite it. It took a lot of effort before he finally lit the campfire. To prevent the wind from blowing out the fire, Wang Yin took out a thick piece of animal hide, made from the white-armed tiger skin that the young beast girls had tanned earlier. It kept the warmth in and blocked the wind. He hung it at the cave entrance. With Wang Yin busy working, the cave quickly became warm and cozy. Watching him work so hard, Yingluo's gaze stayed on him. She couldn't help much, so she sat by the fire, resting her chin on her hands. Her bright green eyes blinked constantly as she thought about something. Wang Yin is really reliable, she thought instinctively. Actually, Yingluo didn't come out just to help Wang Yin. She also had her own little thoughts. A few days ago, Youli taught her some things. No, just thinking about it makes her legs feel weak. What if it really happened? That would be terrible. Yingluo, you need to be brave. Sister Youli said that men also like this kind of thing. Since she couldn't help much, then she could help him in another way. While the big fox was lost in inner conflict and wild thoughts, Wang Yin finished his work and noticed her. At this moment, Yingluo had no idea what she looked like. Her grayish-pink tail was wrapped around her legs, and she was covering her already blushing cheeks with her hands. Her lively fox ears drooped down, unaware of how adorable her shy behavior appeared. Wang Yan's throat went dry. He gently patted Yingluo's shoulder, which startled her and made her jump. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Wang Yin instinctively asked, "What are you thinking about?" Yingluo realized her reaction was a bit too much, and her face turned even redder. The crackling campfire flickered softly, casting an orange-red glow over her face like a veil, making her look both charming and cute. "It's getting late. Let's rest now." Wang Yin was a little surprised. He didn't know why Yingluo was in such a hurry, but he sensed that something was about to happen. He wasn't stupid and noticed Yingluo's unusual behavior. He didn't say much. Quietly, he laid out the mattress and blankets, tidied up a bit, then took Yingluo into the bed together. Both of them returned to their original, simple forms without speaking about what was to come next. As soon as they got into bed, Yingluo climbed on top like an octopus. Clumsily, she tried to kiss Wang Yin, which made him find her awkwardness quite adorable. After thinking for a moment, Wang Yin finally chuckled softly, pulled Yingluo into his arms, and whispered in her ear, "Who taught you that?" Sister Youli." She puffed out her cheeks in displeasure and said, "I didn't know, so it's fine." "But why? Don't you want to be with me?" Wang Yin held her tighter, moved his hand slightly, and rested it somewhere intimate. "Yikes, I'm just worried you'll be scared. Actually, I've wanted to eat you for a long time." One turn over, Wang Yin looked into her eyes. Maybe because he was too nervous, Yingluo unconsciously bit her lip, which made her pink lips look a little more charming, like two dewy flowers opening and closing, with the scent of lychee and peach lingering in the air, stirring the heart. Perhaps out of shyness, Yingluo turned her head away, afraid to meet those intense eyes. Seeing the delicate girl in front of him, Wang Yin couldn't help feeling a deep affection. "Yingluo," a soft whisper echoed in his ear, nibbling gently on her earlobe. With the gentlest touch, Wang Yin knew that tonight, she belonged to him. They slept deeply through the night. The young fox, having tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, was uncontrollable. For a moment, Wang Yin found it hard to handle her. Fortunately, when they woke up the next day, it didn't affect him much. Yingluo's face showed no signs of tiredness, but instead had a rosy glow. The only change might be that she seemed to have transformed from a girl into a woman. After being intimate with Wang Yin, Yingluo seemed more clingy. As soon as she opened her eyes, she snuggled into his arms, wanting a hug. Her tail gently swayed under the blanket, like a happy little dog. Wang Yin looked at the silly girl in front of him, feeling a wave of sweetness in his heart. But since they had a task to do, he had to hold her head and say, all right, no more hugging now. We need to get up. Once we bring the Bai family back, you can hug as long as you want." Yingluo pouted, seeming a bit reluctant. But she wasn't the unreasonable type. She understood the importance of the matter. Though a little unhappy, she nodded obediently. To make up for the young fox, Wang Yin gently kissed her on the head, which improved her mood. The two dressed and prepared to leave the cave. "By the way, Wang Yin, I wanted to tell you something last night." Yingluo touched her lips with her finger, as if thinking. After last night, I felt something very special. It's strange, I can't quite explain it. It's like feeling hot all over. Ingluo also knew that her explanation was not very clear and felt a bit annoyed. She continued to try to explain, well, it's just, kind of like it's about to catch fire. Catch fire? Ingluo wasn't sure how to describe that feeling. She kept recalling the special sensation from last night. Somehow, her body seemed to grow hotter and hotter, and then she ignited. Wow, yes, literally. Ingluo's whole body was on fire. The intense heat melted the snow beneath her feet. The scene in front of her made Wang Yin almost drop his jaw in shock. Please write a book review and give a 5-star rating. I want 5 stars. I need a 5-star review. Her light gray hair and fluffy fox tail suddenly turned into blazing flames. Wang Yin instinctively took 2 steps back. At first, he was a little panicked, but when he saw that Ingluo showed no signs of resistance, he calmed down and carefully observed her. All her hair has turned into flames, and they are warm, but they haven't burned her clothes. That's strange. Ingluo, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? To make sure there was no danger, Wang Yin asked her carefully. Ingluo shook her head and said, I'm not uncomfortable, but I feel like I have endless energy. As she spoke, she focused all her attention on her body. Then she slowly gathered that mysterious power into her palms. With a loud burst, a bright flame floated right in her hands. Wang Yin thought about this. He had expected Ingluo to suddenly awaken the ability to control fire, so this was a happy surprise. He opened Ingluo's profile to check again. Sure enough, his guess was correct. Ingluo had indeed awakened a special ability. Silk Weaving Ingluo Fox Clan Age. 19 Favorability. 100 Talent. Fire Spirit Skills. Social Mastery. Innate Spiritual Ability. Solar Blessing. Fire Affinity. This new ability called Fire Spirit was what Ingluo had awakened. At the same time, she gained a new skill called Fire Affinity, which made Wang Yan's eyes light up. Suddenly, I unlocked a special ability, which was completely an unexpected surprise. No, wait, I think something similar happened before. Wang Yan's thoughts drifted back to a month ago, during the time with Zhuohua. She also mentioned something about having broken through or improved her skills. Maybe it was just a coincidence once, but twice? Could it be that I really have some kind of hidden ability? Wang Yin shook his head, feeling that such things were hard to believe. Unless there was a third time to confirm it. He decided not to think too much about it. Wang Yin and Ingluo did a few simple experiments and drew some conclusions about this talent. Ingluo's burning hair and tail definitely had heat, but it seemed controllable. When Wang Yin reached out his hand, he didn't feel any heat. Holding flames in his palm felt quite strange and interesting. Next was controlling the flames. Maybe because Ingluo's awakening was new, she was a bit unfamiliar, but her control was very flexible. She could manipulate the flames to explode or gather into a line. However, after using her powers for a while, she felt very tired, and her head would ache a little, but she could ignore it. Knowing this, Wang Yin decided not to probe further into this ability. He would wait until they got home to tell Zhuohua, who would definitely know what to do. They set out again, moving a bit faster. Just as the sun was rising, they arrived near Baigua's family's place. Honestly, Wang Yin had his own plans for adopting Baigua's family. Since they had a spacious and safe environment, their home was developing very quickly. Now, they were short of people, and some simple chores naturally needed help. Having more clean background people was always better. Heavy stones were covered with snow and wind. If Wang Yin hadn't looked carefully, he wouldn't have found the entrance. He gently knocked on the big stone, but there was no response. His heart sank a little. Thinking of this, Wang Yin felt a bad premonition. He immediately ordered Ingluo to use flames to burn and block the hole with stones. When the stones turned black, Wang Yin took out an iron axe and struck the large rock hard with the back of the axe. Soon, the big stone was shattered into pieces. Wang Yin didn't delay at all. He climbed inside to look for the white fruit family. Sure enough, he saw a family of 4 huddled together on a grass bed. Despite the loud noise outside, they didn't react. Wang Yin sensed something was wrong. He quickly went forward to check. The good news was that everyone was still alive, but the bad news was that they were very close to death. White Fruit and Little Biscuit were lying on opposite sides, protecting the small cake and tiny mouse in the middle. Wang Yin checked their breathing. Except for the tiny mouse still in the blanket, the others had swelling or even sores on their skin. If he hadn't come in time, the whole family might have died here. Ingluo saw what was happening and covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes trembling slightly. She asked softly, Are they all dead? Wang Yin gently shook his head and explained, No, not yet. Ingluo, go outside and find some firewood. As much as you can. They are all frostbitten, so we need to hurry. Hearing that they weren't dead, Ingluo relaxed a little. She quickly climbed out of the hole and prepared the firewood efficiently. A spark caught, and the bonfire started to burn. Frostbite has 4 levels. First degree is the mildest, causing redness and itching. Second degree involves sores and ulcers. Wang Yin checked them carefully. Luckily, only white fruit had some sores. The others only had redness and swelling. As long as it wasn't 3rd degree or worse, it could be treated. Wang Yin laid a mat on the ground, took out a white arm tiger fur to block the wind, and helped everyone up. He covered them with leather to keep warm. The bonfire burned very brightly. Wang Yin added more firewood. The potatoes he left for White Fruit's family earlier in the cave had frozen into ice blocks and couldn't be eaten anymore. He took out the last 2 cans of beef stew from the storage, opened them, and heated the contents by the fire. Then he fed small amounts to each person. As warmth entered their bodies, the family's fragile lives were barely hanging on, thanks to Wang Yan's efforts. Waikwa had never felt her eyelids so heavy before. Luckily, a warm flow of energy warmed her stomach. Is this meat soup? It's so cozy around here. Surely, I am already dead. It's just that the children are suffering. They suffered because of me. I'm sorry, children. Mrs. Baigua. Wake up, don't sleep. Who is calling her? The voice sounds very nice, like she's heard it somewhere before. Waikwa tries to open her eyes, but she can't lift her strength. Her whole body is sore and itchy from frostbite. Mrs. Baigua, for your children's sake, you must not die. Ingluo is holding several children. Her long hair, woven with firework-like strands, forms a net that covers everyone. Inside the cave, the temperature is warm like spring. Ingluo shines brightly, like a small sun, warming everyone. Finally, Waikwa's eyelids open a little. She sees a girl with flames burning all over her body and a shadow whose face she can't see clearly. She is not dead, and the children are safe. The big-horned rat is above them. We survived. Everyone, I will like all the good reviews. If I haven't liked yours, it probably means your comment didn't go through. Please, everyone who took the time to write a review and rate, check again. Thank you so much, Wah. It hurts so much, so itchy. My body feels terrible. The rescue was successful. After drinking the warm meat soup, the 2 little mice woke up. Not long after waking, they started crying and hiding in Waikwa's arms, wiping tears. Frostbite causes not only pain but also severe itching, and these 2 children couldn't stand it. Wang Yin didn't have many options. Let them cry if they want, better than dying without being able to cry. Master, thank you so much. Thank you for saving our family. We really don't know how to thank you. If you don't mind, our family is willing to do anything for you. Wang Yin twitched his mouth. Long-term free meals, huh? But he really came today to take their family away. After all, the house is too short of people right now. Wang Yin didn't want to give Baigua's family much rest time. He coldly said, Then you'd better prepare to serve me as a for life. Hurry up, since it's noon now, let's quickly go back. I came to take you all to work for me. Ingluo looked up at Wang Yin. Although she felt sorry for the frostbitten mice, she knew he was right. There was no point in delaying further. They could rest once they got home. Yes, Lady Baigua, come with us. We found a new home that's warm like spring, with plenty of food. You won't have to worry about being hungry every day. Come with us. Go with you? Baigua stared blankly and repeated. Even the 2 little mice in her arms, who were wiping tears, stopped crying. Go home with the master, Mom. Mom, the master is very kind. He gives us food. He's a good person. Please say yes. Her eyes filled with tears. Baigua was too scared to refuse. She worried Wang Yin might change his mind. Choking up, she held her children's heads, and the 3 of them knelt on the ground. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Wang Yin rubbed his forehead. Honestly, he didn't like this kind of scene, but he didn't say anything. He didn't look again and simply waved his hand lightly. Hurry up and pack. Don't delay too long. Luo covered her mouth and chuckled softly. This guy? Just a moment ago, he looked very anxious. Now he's acting so calm. It's kind of cute. Following Wang Yan's instructions, they didn't have much to take. They quickly left the cave. But there was still a problem. Besides the one still nursing, Baigua's family had all suffered some frostbite. If they traveled normally, it would slow them down, so they needed special arrangements. So, Wang Yan held one mouse in each hand, carrying the two little mice. They were small, and being held in his arms, they felt like holding two big cabbages, not heavy at all. Baigua still had some ability to move, so she carried the tiny mouse, with Luo helping her walk. Even so, their speed was greatly affected. They walked for 6 hours, stopping and adjusting their pace from time to time. Fortunately, they finally arrived home before nightfall. When the family was brought into the cave, a warm, gentle breeze immediately greeted them. Soon after, tiny glowing lights flickered through the dappled vines, shining on their faces. The family of mice couldn't help but open their eyes wide. This is the master's home? Is this heaven? Seeing Wang Yan and Luo bring the people back, several small animal girls stopped their work and came forward to greet them. Especially Cici, the little mouse girl, who was so happy to see her own kind. Wow, wow, wow. It's another mouse. Cici circled around the white fruit twice, then teased the sleeping little mouse, finally focusing her gaze on the two tiny heads peeking out from Wang Yan's coat. The two little mice were startled when they saw Cici's behavior and quickly hid, seeming shy and nervous, whispering inside the coat. Little Cake, sister, that sister outside is so strange. Is she also a mouse? Little Biscuit, don't say that randomly. It's rude to call others strange. We should go say hello to her. The two little mice whispered to each other, and Wang Yan heard everything clearly. He couldn't help but smile slightly, rubbing Cici's reddish-brown head, and said, "Be good, don't scare her." Two big ears slowly popped out, and the two little mice timidly said together, "Hello, sister." So cute. Cici couldn't resist the temptation of two things, delicious food and adorable things. Seeing the two mice huddled together, her heart almost melted. Come on, let sister hold you. I'm also a mouse." Wang Yin gently tugged her big ears and said, all right. Calm down for a bit. The whole family is injured. We've been traveling all day. Let's eat first." He unzipped her coat and set the two mice down. Zhuohua smiled slightly at the white fruit, then stepped forward and took her hand. "Madame Baigua, we warmly welcome you to join our big family. From now on, we are one family, and everyone can look out for each other." But as soon as she finished speaking, Baigua knelt down sincerely and said, "Thank you for your kindness, madam. I dare not become part of the master's family. Our family has no face for that. We only hope to serve as laborers here to repay the master's kindness in taking us in." Zhuohua slightly raised her eyes and met Wang Yan's gaze. Wang Yan just shrugged, indicating he didn't ask for this. Baigua felt guilty and insisted on lowering her status to serve him. No, wait, he did say they should serve as slaves. Forget it, whatever happens, happens. As long as they can work, Wang Yan doesn't care about status. If they obey and work, they get food. If they cause trouble or slack off, they get kicked out. That's his idea. Zhuohua didn't say much more. She took a few people to eat dinner first. To celebrate the new family member, Huayu specially cooked a big pot of potato soup with smoked beast meat, adding MSG and salt for flavor. It wasn't much for the little beast girls, but for the newcomers, it was a rare treat. After dinner, Wang Yan found a place to settle Baigua's family. The house was almost full, so he found a quiet corner to sleep outside. In this way, Baigua's family officially joined their group. After Wang Yan arrived, they expanded their family for the first time. So nervous, so nervous. The story is about to be published. Please, everyone help me. So far, Wang Yan's medical supplies seem quite limited. For frostbite, he has no good solution, so he just told everyone to endure it and tough it out. They used hay and animal skins to make simple bedding, but for Baigua's family, this was already very good. They never imagined they would have days without cold or hunger, just working to eat and stay warm. Even in Mouse Potato City, such treatment was rare. After settling them in, Wang Yan had one more thing to do. He found Zhuohua and told her about Jing Luo's changes today. Her expression was subtle, with questioning in her pink eyes. She asked Wang Yan, Did you her? Startled by the question, Wang Yin felt like his wife caught him cheating. His back chilled, but seeing Zhuo Hua didn't seem upset, he slowly replied, yes. After that night, Jing Luo awakened. Zhuo Hua lowered her head, thought for a moment, and then continued, I've only had guesses about this kind of situation, but it seems you really do have this ability to help beastkin awaken. Wang Yin frowned and said, could it just be a coincidence? Zhuo Hua spread her hands and shook her head. I don't think so. Let's not even talk about the first awakening ability. For a beastkin to awaken, they usually need very special methods. But sometimes it can happen suddenly, like you're eating, and the next second, you awaken. Only 1 in 10 beastkin can awaken. Maybe with Ying Luo, you could call it luck, but do you know how hard it is for the Salamander clan to improve their spiritual veins? We can only rely on something called a fortune pill to do that. A sudden improvement like this has never happened before. Zhuo Hua paused, met Wang Yan's eyes, and smiled slightly. I had this guess before, and now it seems to be true. She didn't finish her sentence, but now that it was clear Wang Yan had this ability, she was already thinking about introducing her other sisters to him. After all, if awakening was possible, it was worth trying. Wang Yan looked bitter. What was this? So in the end, he really was stuck with this strange role. Zhuo Hua lowered her head and chuckled softly, then whispered near his ear, all right, since you've already helped Sister Ying Luo awaken, then later, I'll call her to join us too. Wang Yan. That night, they all rested peacefully. The Baigua family needed time to recover, so Wang Yan didn't plan to assign them any work yet. Since they hadn't earned enough points, they spent their days spinning cotton thread with a spindle, while Wang Yan worked on shaping wooden boards. Life had finally become a bit more relaxed. The 2 little mouse children had only mild frostbite. After a few days, it still itched a little, but not enough to make them cry in their mother's arms. Gigi liked the 2 little ones very much. She acted like their big sister and happily gained 2 little followers. You too. Why is the older sister called Little Biscuit, and the younger one Little Cake? Little Cake pursed her lips, her big eyes full of thought. Her round ears wiggled twice before she softly spoke. Mom told us that when we were very small, she hadn't given us names yet. We cried when we passed by a bread shop, so Mom took us inside to look. I clung tightly to my cake, refusing to let go, and my sister kept crying while pointing at the cookies. That's how we got our names. As she spoke, Little Cake seemed to realize she was a bit embarrassed. A blush appeared on her small face, and she shyly lowered her head. Chi-Chi couldn't help but giggle and laughed while covering her stomach. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to, huh? One of you wouldn't let go of her cake, and the other kept crying and pointing at cookies. You two are so funny. You made me laugh so much. At this moment, Huaiwe slowly approached, having overheard Chi-Chi and the children's conversation. She chuckled and playfully teased, don't laugh at them. You're not much better, you know. Haven't you noticed that among us, your name is the strangest? When Sister Ying Luo was choosing names for us, you couldn't speak yet and only clung to her leg, making noise. Sister got so annoyed, she named you Chi-Chi. Oh, how embarrassing. Huaiwe really shouldn't have revealed that in front of her little brother. Oh, what a shame. Huaiwe ignored her and, feeling playful, decided to tease the 2 mice. By the way, does your sister have a name yet? Little Cookie shook her head and said, no, not yet. Mom wanted to take her to the bread shop again, but since Mouse City was gone, she put off naming her for now. Huayue's lips twitched in amusement. It seems their family's names are all based on bread shops? That's pretty funny. Seeing the girls gathered together, Wang Yin didn't know what they were talking about. He put on his coat and said, I'll go out for a bit. Dilia's things should be arriving soon. Stay at home and wait for me. Who is Dilia? Chi-Chi tilted her head, full of questions. Huayue patted her on the head. She's the winged woman who stayed with us before. What a silly pig brain. Little Zizi covered her head and giggled softly. She remembered something and tiptoed to wave goodbye to Wang Yin, telling him to stay safe and come back early. Wang Yin sighed helplessly and quickly left the cave. But not long after, a grayish figure caught up. Since Ying Luo awakened her new ability, she was no longer afraid of the cold. Even in the freezing winter, she still wore her animal hide underwear and a leather coat. Why did you come along? The big fox wrapped her arm around Wang Yan's, feeling the warm touch clearly through their clothes. I just wanted to spend a little time alone with you, Wang Yan sneered. If he hadn't seen the love hearts in her eyes, he might have believed her. We're going back to our hometown to pick someone up. Don't take too long, okay? Ingluo nodded, then asked curiously, picking someone up? Is there someone new joining us? Wang Yin didn't know how to explain. He guessed that a few little beast girls wouldn't understand the idea of mechanical beings. So he tried to explain, well, it's not exactly a person. It looks like a person, but it's not really human. You can think of it as a tool that looks like a person, just like the one who came to pick up Delia earlier. It only looks like a person. That's hard to understand. Wang Yin decided not to explain further. He figured she'd understand more slowly over time. It's now available. Everyone, please support me. Keep the updates coming. Rate, comment, and share your thoughts. If there's anything you think could be better, let me know. Please support me. Oof, Wang Yin. Don't. Due to Ingluo awakening her new ability, Wang Yin just did a few yoga poses with her, without doing anything else. Ingluo's neck was sweaty, her face flushed like a ripe lychee, shiny and moist. When they first arrived, the mechanical being hadn't come yet. Wang Yin couldn't resist Ingluo and did some stretching exercises with her, making her sweat a lot and her legs a bit unsteady. However, the two of them did not get too carried away or cause a big commotion. They first cuddled for a while, then suddenly heard a dull thud, like something heavy falling. Wang Yin thought to himself, then quickly composed himself and went outside. What he saw was a huge crater with a spiderweb pattern, matching the one from before. He couldn't help but smile faintly. Was Million always so violent in her entrances? Wang Yin sighed softly. Since no one was living here anymore, he decided to just accept it. The most important thing was to get the mechanical device out. After waiting so long, he could finally see what this so-called machine control center was really for. As the snow mist slowly cleared, Wang Yin stood at the edge of the crater and saw a curled-up white cocoon-like object in the center. Before he could look closer, the glowing cocoon gradually disappeared, revealing a girl hugging her knees. A mechanical sound, like a startup noise, echoed. The girl was dressed in a suit that fit her perfectly, with lines on her cheeks that added a mechanical style. Her long silver hair shimmered brightly in the sunlight, making it hard to look directly at her. The girl floated up, stretching her body like a goddess descending from the sky. Despite her mechanical appearance, she seemed almost sacred, strange yet real. Compared to the mechanical figure Wang Yin saw earlier, who was armed and armored, this girl had no armor or weapons. She only wore a sleek, delicate suit that made her look fragile. The girl slowly opened her eyes. Her bright yellow eyes shone like powerful lamps. After layers of glowing rings overlapped and faded, hundreds of rings gathered in her pupils, which then focused on Wang Yin. It was as if she was checking his identity. Destination reached. Host identity verified. Wang Yin, human male. Target confirmed. Partner model 0348. Deployment complete. Binding successful. Wang Yin looked at Million with some confusion. There was something strange about her, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He took a few steps forward, just about to get a better look, when the mechanical girl's eyes suddenly projected an image. Startled, Wang Yin stepped back. When he looked carefully, he saw it was a projection of Delia. When you see this projection, human, I believe you have received the Million. As you requested, I carefully selected this partner model, specially designed with deep female features, assembled with composite biomimetic materials, and a full-scale, realistic replica of the sky spirit's body. I also set up 34 different postures for deep learning to meet your special needs. Because your basic technology is quite outdated, I had to make some special modifications. Now, she has a biomimetic reactor stomach inside, which can generate energy by eating. In addition, I programmed some basic functions so that even if you cannot control her, she can perform simple tasks through voice commands. That's all for the instructions. Human and salamander people, my payment has been delivered as agreed. We owe nothing to each other. If all goes well, we won't have further dealings. That's all. Goodbye. Still looking down on others, still dismissive of humans, Wang Yin has somewhat gotten used to this grumpy attitude. But once the item was delivered, her projection was like a user manual, helping Wang Yin quickly understand how to use it. What really upset Wang Yin was, what does full-scale realistic replica mean? And what the heck is 34 types of deep learning? Alright, so it's really just a fancy way of saying it's a high-quality imitation, huh? Just a big joke. For a moment, Wang Yin was overwhelmed with complaints and didn't know where to start. Now he finally understood what Delia meant when she said understood. Are you kidding me? Wang Yin cursed under his breath. He originally wanted a model similar to Delia's Valkyrie. Even a basic version would do. But how did it turn into a soft weapon? Even though he was internally furious and wanted to rip the feathers off Delia's wings, Wang Yin had to grit his teeth and accept it. Next to him, Yingluo held his arm. The scene just now was beyond her understanding. Although it was hard to grasp, it didn't matter. She didn't need to understand everything. After being with Wang Yin for a long time, many things were beyond her comprehension. Why bother trying to understand everything? She tugged at Wang Yin's sleeve and whispered, "This is the tool you mentioned?" Wang Yin looked at the young girl's beautiful face and graceful figure, feeling completely speechless. What kind of tool was this? It didn't look proper at all. Even though he felt awkward, Wang Yin had no choice but to admit it. Yingluo glanced at him with a strange expression but said nothing more. The girl slowly closed her eyes, then opened them again. This time, her gaze looked normal, with a touch of human warmth. "Hello, master. Do you need any assistance?" Wang Yin was at a loss for words. So, it really wasn't a normal robot. Still, having one was better than nothing. He decided not to dwell on it and focused instead on his passive skill, the mechanical control core he had copied from Delia. For now, he still didn't understand how to activate it, which made things a bit tricky. How do I start this thing? Just as his eyes met those of the girl named Miriam, a strange sensation rushed into his mind, making his pupils contract. It was like a human with 5 fingers suddenly trying to control a 6th, an entirely new experience. In that instant of eye contact, the mechanical control core linked them together, forming a direct connection between Wang Yin and Miriam. Now, Miriam could be considered an extension of Wang Yin himself. Everything she did, saw, or heard was clearly transmitted to his mind. He wasn't sure how far the control range extended, but if used well, this ability could be incredibly powerful. After trying out the control for a while, Wang Yin found it manageable, not too difficult. What surprised him even more was that after he finished controlling the unit, he discovered that Miriam's developer mode hadn't been turned off. Perhaps Delia hadn't expected him to actually gain control of the machine, which gave him a lot of freedom. That was a relief. As he thought, such an advanced intelligent machine couldn't possibly have only one mode. After a bit of adjustment, he found that it also had a normal working mode. In this mode, Miriam could handle complex tasks such as construction, weaving, or processing raw materials, all on her own. Wang Yin made some adjustments and assigned tasks to the AI. He nodded in satisfaction. Although the machine's model was somewhat different from the usual work or combat types, after system tuning, it was barely usable. Truly, it was a core technology of the Sky Spirit clan, an incredible super worker capable of replacing 5 people. He stretched lazily, feeling quite happy. Now that he had full control over Million, he no longer needed voice commands. With just a thought, he could give instructions. He took the big fox's hand and told the machine to follow him. The two of them prepared to leave. Soon, they arrived home. The mechanical body immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even Zhuohua circled around it, feeling very curious. Wang Yin and the others explained in simple ways that it was just a tool for work. But little Bingshan and little Cake, the 2 mice, didn't understand these details. They only knew that a new big sister had come to the house. Little Bingshan tugged on Wang Yan's pants and asked curiously, Master, what's this big sister's name? Does she not like talking?" Wang Yin lowered his head, resting his chin on his hand, and thought for a moment. He really needed to give her a name, but what should it be? A sudden idea flashed through his mind. He remembered something and clapped his hands, making a decision. He looked down at little Bingshan and replied, "This big sister's name is Jiplier. Let's call her Little G from now on." Hua Yu seemed not to hear clearly and suddenly asked, "Little what, meow?" Wang Yin. Million's eyes shimmered, and she looked up at Wang Yin. Her gaze filled with curiosity as she asked, "Are you sure you want to name partner model 0348 as Jiplier?" Wang Yin nodded lightly, his voice firm. Confirmed. In Wang Yan's view, the words partner model 0348 in the control panel were replaced with Jiplier, completing the renaming. This also put an end to a worry of his. The mechanical body didn't need rest. It only needed some food to keep it powered. It could work non-stop, making it a super worker. In the future, the household's development would progress much faster. After a few ordinary days, Wang Yin built a simple wooden shelter for the mouse family, so they wouldn't have to sleep outdoors. After several days of rest, Bai Guo was able to do some light work, such as cleaning and spinning thread. She was very diligent and quick at her tasks. Compared to the little red-haired mouse at home, Bai Guo was much more capable. Wang Yin also compared Ji and Bai Guo and noticed that Ji seemed a bit larger than Bai Guo. The whole Bai Guo family was quite small. Both mice were 11 years old, but only about 1 meter tall. Bai Guo was an adult mouse, about 1.4 meters tall. However, Ji was different. Her height of about 1.5 meters made her one of the shorter among her sisters. But compared to Bai Guo's family, she was quite big. Wang Yin guessed that maybe Ji had developed faster and grown quickly. No, that might not be right. The more likely explanation was that Ji and Bai Guo's family were different types of mice. This was the most reasonable guess. After several days of saving points, Wang Yin finally accumulated 5,000 points. He took a deep breath, happy that with this, the cotton thread in the house could be turned into many pieces of cloth. The little animals no longer had to wear only animal skins to keep warm. The quality of life in the house improved greatly. Wang Yin just tried using the weaving machine and quickly understood how it worked. It wasn't very hard to use, though it was a bit slow. Still, it was better than nothing. Recently, since there wasn't much work to do, the house's cotton thread was plentiful. The weaving process started smoothly, but since the thread wasn't dyed, the fabric was a dull yellowish white and not very dirt-resistant. To dye the cloth, plant dyes are usually used. But since Wang Yin tried in the cave and didn't find any good dye plants, he decided to wait until spring. For now, they would sew some white cloth and animal skins to get through the winter. After receiving the passive reward of a small bell, Wang Yin fully remembered how to make clothes and weave fabric. However, knowing how to do something was different from actually doing it. Wang Yin realized he couldn't handle this task himself. However, just because he couldn't do it, doesn't mean others can't. Jipliel has very strong work skills. She can clearly see everyone's body measurements just by scanning once. Plus, she works tirelessly day and night. Even plain white cloth can be combined with animal skins to make beautiful warm clothing. The white tiger leather, after some processing, was turned into a large cloak by Jipliel. It kept out the cold very well, though it was a bit heavy. When worn, it looked like a mountain eagle, giving a very impressive appearance. After working overnight, with non-stop labor, they finally made 2 sets of cotton clothes for Youli and Zhuohua. Now, the members with fighting ability could go outside. Wang Yin also thought that since there wasn't much work to do now, it would be good to go hunting and gather more food and leather for the family. At first, Wang Yin took Luo, Youli, and Zhuohua with him. They were mainly hunting fierce beasts. But after 2 days of wandering, they hardly saw any fierce beasts, not even common wild animals. They only caught small rabbits and a wild badger. It seemed more like a family outing than a hunt. Strange, why haven't we seen any fierce beasts? I thought they were all driven down from the mountains. Why haven't we seen a single one? Wang Yin wondered silently. Could it be that the mysterious presence had already been dealt with by a skilled person? Maybe the beasts that were driven out of the territory had gone back? If that was true, it would be great news for Wang Yin. A threat was easily removed. But he also wondered, how could it be so quick? Just a few days ago, he saw a fierce beast, and now it was gone? It can now be confirmed that it was targeted by the heavenly path. It's not that the author doesn't want to write, but that those eyes are watching me. I dare not. Also, everyone can tell what the original of the sky spirit race is. If anyone knows, please share in the comments. Carrot. Since there were no more prey to find, Wang Yin changed the hunting team from 4 people to just 2. Only he and Youli went out together. Currently, since it is winter, there isn't much work at home. Besides normal spinning, weaving, and tailoring, the main task is maintaining the smoke furnace. Regarding building a new house, I estimated the budget simply. If I want to build a small villa for 6 people with complete facilities, I would need at least 200,000 red bricks, not counting other building materials. Wang Yin sighed softly. Since each red brick costs 1 point, with his current income, he probably wouldn't save enough for a long time. So he decided to put this plan aside for now and focus on developing himself first. To increase his points, the only options now are expanding his land plots, discovering new high-yield crops, or digging up rare medicinal herbs that are several years old. After some thought, he realized that with only 7 plots of land, it was a bit tight. Wang Yin decided to upgrade his land to 10 plots first to boost crop production. Upgrading from 7 to 10 plots costs 7,800 points, which is a large sum. For crops, Wang Yin plans to unlock 2 items in the shop first, the spirit sunflower and the sunlight fruit, since he currently has no other options. The spirit sunflower and sunlight fruit are unlock items for the fox tribe and the sky elf tribe, respectively. Since he doesn't understand their specific functions, Wang Yin hasn't paid much attention to them before. Now he wants to see if these seeds can bring him any surprises. The spirit sunflower costs 300 points, while the sunlight fruit costs 1,300 points, a difference of 1,000 points. He plans to plant both and observe the results. These 2 crops also have different growing times. The spirit sunflower takes 1 day, while the sunlight fruit needs 6 days. It seems he will have to wait a few days to see the results. Having planned his next steps, Wang Yin now considers earning some extra points by digging for medicinal herbs. However, with the current situation, the snow covering the walls is deep, about half a palm, making it very difficult to find useful herbs. Plus, he has daily expenses like buying seasonings and soap, which makes him feel quite troubled. Why does it feel so hard to buy a house and make money in this strange world? What is the point of his crossing if all he does is worry about these things? Sighing in frustration, Wang Yin complained that these days, he really had nothing to do except go hunting. It was understandable, as he spent his days wandering the mountains and caves with little beast girls, sometimes bothering a sleepy little creature. Let's go? We're going hunting. This time, Wang Yin was leading Squeaky, the little mouse girl. Not that he really wanted her to hunt with him. Squeaky has a special talent called sharp eyes, meaning she has the best eyesight in her family. With her, they could spot tricky mountain caves, maybe even find hibernating animals inside. Squeaky happily nodded. Even though their cave was big enough, she wanted to see the sky outside. She had been cooped up for over a month and was eager to go out. When she heard she could go with Wang Yin, she was more than willing. Squeaky put on a cotton coat tailored for her by Jippy. Besides the thick leather and cotton coat, she also wore cotton gloves, a scarf, and snow boots, basically wrapping herself up like a little rice dumpling, worried about getting cold. Let's go? Time to hunt. Little brother 1. Little brother 2. When big sister comes back victorious, I'll bring back some good loot. Her pre-hunt speech made her sound like a general about to go to war. Before she could finish her little pep talk in front of her 2 brothers, Wang Yin grabbed her big round ear and pulled her away from the house, muttering, "Come on, stop showing off. Today, you have to find me some big game, or else you'll regret it." Squeaky. After a small detour, the 2 pushed aside the large stone covering the cave entrance and stepped outside. The weather was perfect, bright sunshine, a clear sky, and calm sea of clouds. A gentle breeze blew, causing Squeaky's reddish hair to sway lightly. She stretched lazily, took a deep breath of fresh air, and let out a long, satisfied call. "Uh-huh. So good." Wang Yin waved his hand impatiently. "Stop making noise. Hurry up and help me find something. If you do, I'll cook you a nice meal tonight. Yummy food." Squeaky's eyes sparkled with tiny stars. She quickly straightened up and said seriously, "I promise to complete the task." Wang Yin had underestimated the true value of his so-called sharp eyes. He originally thought this skill only meant having good eyesight, but who could have imagined it was sharp enough to rival an 8 times zoom lens? A cave nearly 800 meters away was spotted instantly by the little creature, Gigi. If she hadn't personally led him there, Wang Yin probably would have strained his eyes in vain trying to find it. After searching the whole afternoon with the help of the treasure-hunting mouse, Wang Yin's work became almost effortless. Even the fiercest beasts, weakened by hibernation, were no match for him now. His best achievement was taking down a black bear with a single swing of his axe, so cleanly that not even a drop of blood touched his clothes. His movements were becoming more and more skilled. By the end, he had gathered about 800 kilograms of meat. With that much, Wang Yin even thought about processing some to sell later. With no dangerous beasts around, Wang Yin was practically unbeatable in this area. The 2 of them worked until the sun was about to set. As the blessing of the sunlight protection gradually weakened, Zi's eyes darted around and finally spotted a hidden cave. Wang Yin, over there, do you see it? I bet there's something valuable inside. Come on, hurry. After all the treasures I found for you today, you owe me a can of beef. Looking at his full system storage, Wang Yin couldn't help but feel cheerful. It was only 100 points. Zi had done a great job today. He wouldn't just buy 1 can, but 3. She could eat all the beef she wanted tonight. He gently patted Zi on the head, which made her very happy. She rubbed against his hand twice, and Wang Yin readily agreed to her request. After opening this last mystery box, they planned to head back. The readers from his previous life might already guess who's about to appear next. The cave entrance was small, so it probably didn't house any large predators. Holding Zi, Wang Yin took a few cautious steps forward. As expected, there was indeed a living creature inside, but what they saw deeper in the cave was completely unexpected. At the end of the not-so-large cave was a pile of stored nuts, and lying on top of that small mound was a silver-haired beast girl, unconscious and motionless. This beast girl has long silver hair, similar to Youli, and some scales on her body. Unlike Youli, she has fewer scaled areas, and her scales are larger and diamond-shaped. She is covering her body not. Looking at her appearance, Wang Yin guesses she is also a snake-type beast girl like Youli. The girl is lying deep inside a cave during the cold winter, and he instinctively thinks she is a refugee fleeing from danger, just like the Baigua family. He frowns slightly. The temperature is below -20 or 30 degrees. Lying in a cave in such cold weather, she might already be dead. But Wang Yin glances at her. Noticing her smooth belly still has faint movements and breath, she can still be saved. His family is very short of help right now. Wang Yin is willing to save anyone he can, as long as it's not too dangerous. Following the usual rescue steps, fire, warmth, feeding, he does it all in one go, but the results are minimal. When Wang Yin picks up the girl, she is icy cold, like a block of ice. It's clear how serious her hypothermia is. If he hadn't checked her nose for breath and felt a faint, weak breathing, he might have thought she was already dead. Squeaky is also very nervous, crouching on the ground, staring anxiously at the unconscious girl. Wang Yin, she might die, right? Wang Yin opens her mouth and feeds her a little warm meat soup. But after working hard, her body still feels cold, which makes his heart sink. He shakes his head, sighs softly, and puts down the can. If she doesn't wake up soon, then forget it. Following the principle of not wasting, Wang Yin wants to check her status bar to see what she is made of and whether he can get a new passive skill. But for some reason, no matter how much he stares, he can't open it. This makes him confused. This is the first time such a thing has happened. When the last spoonful of meat broth was finished, Wang Yin finally gave up hope. It seemed they arrived a bit late. The beast girl couldn't be saved anymore. Ah, what a pity. He let out a long sigh, feeling a bit regretful. Gently placing the girl down, he prepared to remove the beast hide covering her. Wang Yin thought to himself that he should find a place to bury her. Just as Wang Yin was about to handle the white-scaled beast girl's body, Squeak suddenly jumped up, pointing at the girl. His finger trembled slightly as he said, "She moved. Her eyelid twitched just now. It's working. It's working." Wang Yin looked down and examined her carefully. Sure enough, her eyelid was trembling. He pressed his thumb on her to stimulate her, regardless of whether it worked or not, just to try. Indeed, this method was effective. The girl's silver eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her eyelids trembled more intensely. Okay, she's alive. Wang Yin, use a bit more strength. As Wang Yin pressed harder, her heavy eyelids slowly lifted, like a window being gently opened, revealing a stunning view beneath. It was a pair of very strange eyes, more like a nebula than actual eyes. Deep blue space sparkled with countless points of light, wrapped in strands of starry threads, circling around a bright central star. The girl's eyes made Wang Yin feel mesmerized for a moment. But soon, he snapped out of it and shook his head vigorously. Reflected in the starry blue sea was Wang Yin's own face. Her pure white eyelashes fluttered gently as she lay quietly in Wang Yin's arms, not speaking, just staring at him. Wang Yin felt a little awkward under her gaze and took the initiative to speak. "Hello? Can you move now?" The girl seemed not to hear him. She continued to stare at him intently, not speaking, her expression unreadable. She raised her hand and gently pinched Wang Yan's cheek. Wang Yan didn't understand what she meant, so he had to push her hand away and let go. It seemed the girl had some issues with her head. As soon as Wang Yan released her, she didn't make any adjustment and simply fell onto the ground. She looked down at the beast hide wrapped around her, frowning slightly. Suddenly, with a tearing sound, the hide was easily ripped apart like plastic film. Then he turned over and kept staring at Wang Yan. Xiao Zhizhi also felt that this woman might have some issues. She moved closer to Wang Yan and quietly whispered, "Is this woman a fool?" Wang Yan didn't reply. Instead, he took another can of beef from the system warehouse, opened it, and roasted it over the fire. Then he handed it to the girl lying on the ground. The girl with silver scales and white hair seemed attracted by the smell. Her small nose twitched, and she stopped staring at Wang Yan. Her eyes shifted to the can in his hand, but she didn't speak. She just looked at it. Wang Yan reached out and handed her the can. She politely raised her hands to take it, then tilted her head back and started eating. Although this girl was very beautiful, with a good figure that was just right, her way of eating was a bit hard to watch. She tilted her head back, pouring the contents of the can into her mouth. The juice dripped from the corners of her mouth onto her soft silver hair, sliding over her tall body. It was quite a messy sight. Hungry, so she eats. Not too stupid, Wang Yan nodded lightly. Honestly, he didn't really want to keep this half-silly beast girl. She might have trouble working for him, and she'd probably just eat for free if he kept her. He thought that maybe her unconsciousness and shock earlier prevented him from checking her status. Now that she was awake, Wang Yan decided to try again. She might not be from the snake tribe. She could be from another reptilian race. Maybe she could bring him a new passive skill. He activated his mind, and this time, the system responded immediately. A panel appeared in front of Wang Yan. Furianana Walyuanala Dragon Age. Favorability, 0 talent. Ancient dragon species specialty. Endless breath, true dragon body, pure scales, dragon descendant, close combat mastery, flawless body, cooking incompetence. Wang Yan. Oh no, something's wrong. Ding, unlocked dragon bestiary, gained passive effect, dragon descendant. New items unlocked. The shop has been updated. The panel in front of him made Wang Yan's mind tingle with electricity, as if all his worries were eased. What was he just doing? The mother dragon was peacefully sleeping in the cave when he came over and pinched her to wake her up. He remembered that the mother dragon had been staring at him intensely, making his heart race and cold sweat break out on his back. Even by the standards of cultivation on Earth, a shape-shifting creature like her would usually be a powerful demon. She looked just like a normal person, but he knew her strength must be terrifying. Thinking about recent events, Wang Yan's memory finally connected everything like a thin thread, and everything made sense. This mother dragon was definitely the cause of the recent monster migration. Wang Yan couldn't think of anything else that would force hundreds of fierce beasts to move. Her appearance here explained why the migrating monsters had suddenly disappeared. In other words, aside from her young appearance, his actions earlier were like visiting a zoo to see tigers, then slapping a sleeping tiger and telling it to wake up and go back to sleep. System, if it had appeared earlier, he would have run away without hesitation. After eating a warm can of food, the dragon lady licked her lips as if savoring the taste. She then fixed her gaze on Wang Yan, making his heart skip a beat. Afraid to say anything, Wang Yan quickly used his last 500 points to buy more cans, giving them all to her. He cautiously took a step back, worried about provoking this fierce creature. It seemed to work well. The dragon lady appeared very interested in the cans, shifting her attention to them. She reached out and grabbed one, but didn't know how to eat it. She opened her mouth and bit through the metal can with her teeth, splattering juice everywhere, looking very fierce. Gulp! Wang Yan swallowed hard and slowly backed away, pulling on Squeaky's hand. Squeaky asked softly, "Wang Yan, she's so strange?" "Shoo! Don't speak. Let's back away slowly. This thing isn't human. We've been fooled." Squeaky was stunned. What kind of creature isn't human? What could it be? Seeing Wang Yan with a serious face, Zhi, who is not stupid, also sensed that something was wrong. She stopped talking and obediently followed Wang Yan as they slowly backed away. Fortunately, The mother dragon didn't pay attention to their movements. She was just greedily eating the canned beef that Wang Yin had given her. The two of them gradually moved to the edge of the cave. After Wang Yin repeatedly confirmed it was safe, he took a deep breath, picked up Ji, and ran away as fast as he could. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. He had never run so fast before. The creature that could scare away all fierce beasts in an ecosystem just by its presence was very powerful. Wang Yin knew his own strength well. He had no thought of fighting back. He just wanted to quickly take Ji back and seal the cave. After a few months, he definitely wouldn't come out again. There was good news too. The mother dragon gave Wang Yin a passive skill called Dragon Descendant, which greatly increased his physical strength, defense, and healing ability. After getting this skill, Wang Yin's strength doubled, and his running speed was much faster. He took big steps, leaving deep footprints in the snow with each step. Ji was bouncing on his shoulder and feeling dizzy. Now she understood how dangerous that woman was. Otherwise, she wouldn't let Wang Yin run away so easily. Who? What is that woman if she's not human? Ji asked. She's a fierce beast. She looks like a human, but she's a fierce beast. Wang Yin replied simply, making Ji understand. She obediently curled up on Wang Yin's shoulder. Now, they were running for their lives, trying not to cause him trouble. While they were fleeing, Wang Yin saw a figure at the edge of his vision. Just as he squinted to see clearly, Ji suddenly shouted from his shoulder, "Run!" It's that woman again. Wang Yin's heart skipped a beat. He quickly stopped and changed direction to keep running. But the mother dragon was coming straight for him. How could she let him escape so easily? Suddenly, a sharp sound cut through the air above them. A bright silver figure shot toward them like a missile, crashing heavily in front of Wang Yin and Ji. Snow scattered into mist, revealing a woman whose hair and neck were covered in oil stains. Done. A cold feeling ran through Wang Yin's heart. It seemed this woman had her eyes on him. At this point, running away would probably be useless. He decided to give up on escaping, put down Squeak, took a deep breath, and slowly spoke. Sorry for disturbing your rest. We thought you were a stranded refugee and did not mean to offend you. If you are still angry, I will try to make amends. I hope you can spare us. Since escape was impossible, he could only try to communicate. Wang Yin hoped the mother dragon could understand him. If he could calm her anger, paying a small price would be acceptable. However, the silver-white figure did not react at all. She tilted her head and kept staring at Wang Yin. Her expression showed no emotion, but the more she did this, the more nervous he felt. Senior, could you give us a sign? Wang Yin was determined to try talking again. Suddenly, the mother dragon spoke, uttering a single syllable, food. Wang Yin. He thought he had misheard and was momentarily stunned. What did you say? The mother dragon did not continue speaking. She raised her shining white finger, opened her mouth, and pointed to her own mouth. Is she asking for food? He remembered giving her a few cans of food earlier. She seemed to like eating them. Wang Yin wanted to confirm, so he asked, Are you saying you want to eat something? Food. Now he understood. The mother dragon was asking for food. Wang Yin relaxed a little. Luckily, she had a need. As long as he fed her, she wouldn't need him. The food from earlier is gone. Can we discuss? Maybe exchanging for something else. Wang Yin's points were already used up. He had spent them all on cans of food for her. Now, he couldn't produce more. With no other options, he thought about the prey he had hunted today. Maybe he could try to trade something. However, this mother dragon didn't seem interested in the blood food in front of her, not even glancing at it. Instead, her big eyes kept staring at Wang Yin, making him shiver with fear. I'm really sorry. If you still want that canned food. It's gone now. The sky was gradually getting darker. Wang Yin couldn't understand what the mother dragon wanted. He couldn't give her the canned food now, and she just stared at him silently, which was very frustrating. He instinctively took a few steps back and awkwardly said, If you still want the canned food, you can let us go first. Don't worry, I will come back and bring you more cans. How about that? She still didn't speak. Wang Yin gave up, realizing that the mother dragon probably couldn't communicate. The two sounds she made earlier were probably her limit. Seeing she didn't move, Wang Yin took a deep breath, grabbed her hand, and took a few more steps back. Since she didn't say anything, he thought she was agreeing. Then, we'll go now, okay? Wang Yin and the mother dragon exchanged glances, then stepped back a few more times. When she didn't chase after them, he gathered his courage and quickly retreated a few more steps. To his surprise, a heavy object suddenly grabbed his right leg and dragged him down, making it impossible to move forward. Startled, Wang Yin looked back. When he saw what was in front of him, he honestly felt like he was about to die. The small silver-haired mother dragon was hugging Wang Yan's right thigh with her hands, kneeling in the snow. She slowly lifted her head, blinking her big eyes that seemed to hide the starry sky, and stared at Wang Yan. "Food," she said. Wang Yan was stunned. What kind of situation was this? He was confused and didn't know what to do. "Let go, food. Can you let go first, please?" "Food." It was over. Wang Yan's face turned pale. He tried to pull her hand away, but it was as if it was made of iron, firm and unmoving. There was no way out. The sky was getting darker. Wang Yin had to try dragging her a little, but she refused to let go, which made him very annoyed. Wang Yin sighed helplessly. It seemed that this mother dragon wasn't very aggressive, but she was really difficult to deal with, making his scalp tingle. His points in his pocket were already spent, and the prey she didn't even look at. What could he do? Since she wasn't aggressive, Wang Yin felt a bit more confident. He told Chi-Chi to hold on to her ankles from behind, lifting her up first. It was getting late, and going home was the most important thing. Although some time was lost, they didn't encounter any danger on the way. Everything went smoothly. The three of them moved in this strange way until around 8 or 9 p.m., when they finally arrived home. Hua Yu wagged her cat tail, and her bright yellow cat eyes immediately saw the three people coming out of the cave. She stood up and waved to greet them. "You're back, Meow. You've waited so long that dinner has gone cold, Meow." Her words sounded a little bit like she was blaming them. Just as Hua Yu was about to urge them to hurry, she also noticed the woman hugging Wang Yan's leg. Zhuohua quickly looked her over and immediately sensed something was wrong. She calmed herself and asked Wang Yan in a serious voice. Seeing his most reliable wife at home, Wang Yan's tension eased a bit. He hurriedly told her everything about what happened that afternoon. Although other beast girls sounded like they were in a fog, Zhuohua could fully understand Wang Yan's words. As he spoke, her expression grew more serious. "Are you saying she is a dragon?" Wang Yan nodded firmly, and then sighed helplessly. "It seems she really likes the canned food I gave her. She's completely attached to me now. But it also seems she isn't very aggressive, so that's hard to say." Zhuohua looked serious. She had heard of dragons before, and had even seen one, but a humanoid dragon. She found that hard to understand. "Can't you get the canned food now?" Wang Yin spread his hands, looking hopeless. "If I could, I wouldn't have let her carry me all this way." Zhuohua also sighed and looked at the mother dragon. After a moment of thought, she took a ceramic bowl from the table, filled it with half a bowl of meat broth, and handed it over. Wei Lianua's gaze finally left Wang Yin and shifted to the small ceramic bowl in Zhuohua's hand. Her delicate nose twitched, then she released her grip and took the bowl from Zhuohua. She drank eagerly, taking large mouthfuls, though her eating still looked a bit awkward, and soup dripped down her chin. That worked. Seeing this, Wang Yin felt relieved and instinctively took a few steps back, distancing himself from this troublesome creature. Zhuohua nodded gently and discussed with Wang Yin. "Leave her here. I think it should be okay." Wang Yan's eyes widened, and he was about to refuse, but Zhuohua quickly explained, "Dragons like her are usually not people to mess with, even in the upper levels. But from what I see now, she doesn't seem aggressive and can even communicate a little. If we just feed her some food, I think we can keep her." Zhuohua's analysis suddenly made Wang Yin realize the truth. Yes, this mother dragon's mood is very stable. She didn't get angry when he pinched her or disturbed her sleep. She only approached him because she wanted to eat. Even if communication is difficult, keeping her at home wouldn't be a problem. Her presence can even scare away fierce beasts, and Wang Yin's only effort was providing some food. After some thought, Wang Yin was no longer so afraid. He decided to keep this little dragon girl. Raising her probably wouldn't be too troublesome. Finally, after pondering for a moment, Wang Yin responded to Zhuohua. "Yes, that's a good idea. Let's keep her." Then he turned to Wei Lianua. After a while, she finished all the soup in the pot, sat on the ground, let out a burp, curled up, and fell asleep right there. "Though, I guess we'll need to cook more food in the future." Wang Yan's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a bit speechless. The dragon girl is very easy to take care of, to the point that Wang Yin finds it hard to believe. Although she eats more in one meal than the whole family does, in an environment with plenty of food, it doesn't cause Wang Yin much trouble. Regarding the name, Wang Yin initially wanted to call her by her real name from her status bar. However, for some reason, as soon as he was about to say, Wei Lian Allah, a chill ran down his back, and his hair stood on end. It felt like if he spoke that name, something very frightening might happen. There are quite a few issues. Wang Yin silently cursed. He realized that this name was somehow taboo, which made him even more curious about this dragon girl's background. Since he couldn't call her by her real name, Wang Yin decided to give her a simple, easy-to-remember nickname, Lu. He initially wanted to call her Wei, but quickly dismissed the idea because that name didn't seem lucky and might bring trouble, maybe even from Brother Jia. Lu brought Wang Yin a system item, a soul contract worth 3,500. He looked at the description. It allows the user to form a master-servant bond with a creature that has low intelligence and weaker strength than the user. It's similar to a Pokemon ball. When Wang Yin first saw this item, he immediately thought of how to use it. When Xiao Lingdang arrived riding a cloud whale, it left a deep impression on Wang Yin. He also wanted to raise a cloud whale, so he could ride it wherever he wanted. Speaking of cloud whales, Wang Yin often saw their tails emerge from the rolling clouds below him. It seemed like cloud whales were common in the cloud sea. Wang Yin thought that when he had the chance, he definitely wanted to catch one. Now, Wang Yin's strength has increased several times. Since he gained the passive ability of the dragon descendant, his body has been changing. His physique and muscles are becoming more defined, and even his black eyes are gradually turning a dark gold, with signs of developing vertical pupils. If Wang Yin faced that white-armed tiger now, with the added effects of super speed blood clotting and his dragon descendant ability, it's uncertain who would be the more ferocious beast. With his current strength, catching a smaller cloud whale in the cloud sea is definitely possible. However, although the cloud sea is called a sea, it's actually just a vast, intangible cloud layer. To catch a cloud whale, besides having enough strength, he also needs to figure out how to move through the cloud sea. Wang Yin can only keep this idea in mind for now and wait for a better opportunity later. After several days of growth, the two items, Mystic Sunflower and Sunlight Fruit, finally matured. Both products are priced as expected. The Mystic Sunflower, which costs 300 points to buy, yields 10 kilograms, with a selling price of 4 points per kilogram. This means a daily income of 40 points, which is a bit more than cotton. The Sunlight Fruit's yield is quite impressive. It takes 7 days to grow, and each plot produces 100 kilograms, selling at 7 points per kilogram. This results in a total of 700 points per plot, averaging 70 points per day, almost twice the income of the Mystic Sunflower. The Sunlight Fruit itself is very useful. It contains a lot of energy and tastes sweet and sour. Eating one raw can make a person feel full. Besides satisfying hunger, the fruit can be fermented into a type of fuel similar to chemical fuel. This fuel is efficient, clean, and renewable. In other words, planting a small oil field is not an exaggeration. Without hesitation, he planted all 7 available plots with Sunlight Fruit. With this, he is confident he can earn a lot of points in the coming days and improve his quality of life before spring. Winter has entered its last month, and the coldest days are ahead. Based on past experience, the way the little beast girls survive this period is by huddling together for warmth. They fill the house with dry wood, light a bonfire, and all gather around, shivering and biting their teeth to get through these days. There are no days like now, where they eat well, sleep, and then wake up to play. During these cold days, Wang Yin didn't bother going out to hunt for wild game. He sealed the cave entrance, but there wasn't much work to do at home. Occasionally, he could sneak off with Ying Luo and Zhuohua for a quick game, but they couldn't do this all day long. That would be too much. So, during his free time, Wang Yin plans to do something big. He wants to build a large bathhouse with red bricks and cement. Although the little beast girls are very clean, washing with wooden basins isn't enough. It would be much better to fill a big pool with hot water so everyone can enjoy a good bath together. No, I didn't think about taking a bath with the little beast girls just out of curiosity. I acted quickly. Wang Yin immediately came up with a simple plan. He decided to build a small partition under the bath. then place some glowing charcoal to keep the water warm. He would just pour hot water in from outside, one pot at a time. The bath is square, 1.2 meters high and 3 meters wide. It's not too big or small, just right for a few little beast girls to fit comfortably. However, Wang Yin spent some time thinking about the inner wall. Since he didn't have tiles, he considered other options. In the end, he decided to line the inside with polished wooden boards, so it wouldn't be too uncomfortable to sit in. After everyone worked together, the bath was finally finished. Wang Yin surrounded it with a wooden fence and left the top open. The little beast girls couldn't wait to try it out. When Wang Yin confirmed the water was dry and ready, they hurriedly started heating water and adding charcoal. Everyone wanted to see what it felt like to take a bath. Watching the little beast girls crawl into the bath one after another, with their white, smooth thighs showing, Wang Yin felt a bit dizzy. All his busy days had been worth it. Wang Yin didn't hesitate. His original goal was to bathe with the little beast girls. He took off his clothes and got into the bath too. Ugh! So hot, so hot. Xiaoji was squealing and panting, but she didn't look uncomfortable. Instead, she looked very happy. Huayu wiped sweat from her forehead and sat gracefully at the edge of the bath. TSK, look at you. To enjoy a bath, you should be quiet like me. Luo didn't think the water was too hot. She even managed to heat the water from below. She obediently leaned against Huayu, took out a prepared soap, and gently scrubbed her wet tail. Youli was the last to get in. She removed all her scales, revealing a stunning figure that could impress anyone. She didn't speak, but sat very noticeably opposite Wang Yin, glancing at him from time to time with a slightly blushing face, curious to see his reaction. And what about Zhuohua? Zhuohua entered after Wang Yin. Wang Yin was looking around when suddenly a cute figure sat on his lap. Zhuohua leaned back slightly, as if searching for a comfortable position, then nodded in satisfaction. She didn't know why she had cut off her tail, but because of that, she could sit close to Wang Yin. Wang Yin thought she wanted to be affectionate and didn't think much. He reached out to hold her, but Zhuohua suddenly moved, fussing about something, and then, guess for yourself, I sincerely ask for mercy. Wang Yin didn't expect Zhuohua to go this far. What should he do? Anyway, Zhuohua didn't move after that. She sat quietly in his arms. If not for, Wang Yin might really think she was just peacefully soaking in the bath. Hey, Sister Zhuohua, why are both your face and Wang Yin so red? Is it too hot? Squeaky crawled over and sat in front of Zhuohua. Seeing their faces so flushed, she wondered if the water was too hot. Zhuohua waved her hand and explained, it's nothing, just a little hot. I'll wait a bit. Wang Yin moved slightly, which really startled Zhuohua. Squeaky looked at Zhuohua with concern and said, are you really okay? Wang Yin just told us that staying in too long can make you faint. Sister Zhuohua, don't push yourself. Squeaky stretched lazily and sat next to Wang Yin. Huiwa leaned on the edge of the bath, her black cat tail emerging from the water, spinning in circles and creating a small whirlpool. She took a deep breath and let out a contented moan. This bath feels so good, meow. My whole body is almost soft from soaking. I want to sleep now, meow. Zhuohua kept her voice steady and said, if you're sleepy, then hurry to get out, dry off, and go back to sleep. Luo wiped her sweat with the back of her hand. She paid no attention to Zhuohua's movements. The family knew she was the most serious about bathing. She couldn't help. Her fluffy big tail was too hard to clean, making her sweat profusely. Yes, Huiwa, I've almost finished washing. Let's go together. Hey, I'm almost done too. Wait for me. Squeaky raised her hand to stop Luo, and the group left the bath together. Now, only Wang Yin, Zhuohua, and Youli remained in the bath. Youli was not as simple-minded as the other three sisters. She had already noticed what was happening with Zhuohua. Her face turned slightly red, and she slowly moved closer. Youli, aren't you going with them? Zhuohua asked softly. Youli smiled gently, but didn't say anything. She leaned toward Wang Yin, then lifted her chin and kissed him. I can't write this anymore. I'm too nervous. Sorry, I didn't mean to go too far. After skipping some unnecessary details, Wang Yin finally finished his bath feeling very relaxed. After Squeaky and the others left, Youli joined in. But the main focus was still Zhuohua. They played a little too wildly, but luckily, they stopped in time and all got out of the pool. Earlier, Wang Yin had ordered Gipple to prepare some towels and bathrobes. After bathing, everyone followed Wang Yan's instructions, dried off, put on bathrobes, and sat around the campfire chatting. Zhuohua's legs were a bit unsteady. She took small steps to sit down by the fire and joined her sister's chat. From a distance, Baigua saw everyone had come out, so she came over and said to Wang Yin, "Master, should I go and drain the water now?" Wang Yin nodded. Baigua had recovered quite well and had taken on many small chores. She also had experience working as a maid for noble families in Mouse City, so she was very skilled at it. Wang Yin nodded again, indicating she could go ahead. That saved him some worry. The sisters chattered happily, but Yingluo kept her head down, brushing her tail. Wang Yin looked up, then sat beside Yingluo and said, "Why aren't you talking?" Yingluo heard someone talking to her and looked up to see Wang Yin coming. She showed a slightly troubled expression and said while combing her fur, "Senior Zhuohua used to take us to bathe, but my tail fur is the most, so cleaning it is troublesome, drying it is also hard. Sigh. I really want to shave all the fur off my tail." Thinking about her bald tail, Wang Yin couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. He didn't want to see that, so he gently pulled Yingluo's tail over and started combing it carefully. "Let me help you." Yingluo blushed a little from Wang Yan's action but didn't want to push him away. She whispered, My tail is a bit sensitive. Be gentle, okay?" To be honest, Yingluo's big tail felt very nice to touch, making people want to bury their face in it. Wang Yin carefully combed the fur to help it dry quickly. The shrunken tail gradually became fluffy again. "Hey, Wang Yin, stop touching. It's already dry." Wang Yin grinned mischievously and asked, "What? I help you tidy your tail, and now you want to push me away?" Yingluo felt a little embarrassed by his words, blushing and hesitating. It's not. But your touch makes my tail itch." "Ah, forget it. Do as you like." Seeing her angry expression, Wang Yin couldn't help but find it funny. His wife was really adorable. Days passed day by day. Outside, it was freezing and snowy, but inside the cave, it was warm like spring. Sometimes, they could hear the howling cold wind outside, but it didn't bother the little beast girls and their family. Instead, it made them feel safer. Finally, the coldest days were over. Winter was coming to an end. According to Zhuohua's plan, in 3 days, winter would be gone. 3 days left? Hearing Zhuohua's plan, Wang Yin thought for a moment. He decided to celebrate the new year with the little beast girls. This was the only day of the year to celebrate surviving another year. There was no better day than this. When Wang Yin shared his idea, it caused confusion among the little beast girls. "New Year? What's that?" Even the knowledgeable Zhuohua had never heard of this saying. She asked Wang Yin, "Wang Yin, what exactly is the new year about?" Wang Yin looked at his curious family and cleared his throat proudly. He replied, "It's when everyone in the family gathers together, with lots of delicious food on the table. We chat, eat, and celebrate all the hard work we've done over the year. It's the most important day of the year." Once again, I ask everyone to leave comments. Some comments from brothers don't count, but I will like all the visible ones. Please help me out, everyone. QEQ. To prepare for the new year, Wang Yin used all his remaining points to participate in a lottery. He spent 6,400 points on about 93 plots of land, which wasn't a lot left over. However, Wang Yin still saved up enough for 30 draws. This time, he got 5 purple items, all very useful. They included a box of ibuprofen, a pack of bandages, a large knife, a double bed mattress, and surprisingly, a pair of white silk stockings. Ibuprofen is a versatile medicine that reduces inflammation and relieves pain. Even though he only got 1 box, in this environment with limited medical supplies, it could be a lifesaver in an emergency. The bandages were also a big help. Now, his family finally had some basic medical supplies. The large knife was about 1.5 meters long, probably made of steel. The exact material was hard to tell. It weighed around 100 kilograms. Only Wang Yin was strong enough to handle it. It was perfect for him, so he wouldn't need to use an axe anymore, which would look a bit less impressive. As for the mattress, there was nothing special to say. It was just for the little beast girls to take turns sleeping on. And the white silk stockings. Honestly, Wang Yin never expected to get such an item from the lottery. He stored it away for now. He couldn't understand why this item was classified as purple. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. When he had the chance, he would let the little beast girls wear it. It's nice to look at, after all. Among the remaining items, besides some fruits, vegetables, snacks, drinks, and pre-made dishes, Wang Yin unlocked 3 more things. Rice seeds 1,000 points. Assorted fruit canned food 200 points per can. Iron shovel 500 points. When Wang Yin saw the rice seed being drawn, honestly, the surprise it gave him was even more exciting than winning a prize. Rice provides a sense of security for all people in the Dragon Country. It's not just a crop anymore. It's a symbol of being able to eat enough. Seeing this, Wang Yin felt like meeting an old friend in a strange land. Great. This is medium-grade rice that matures in just 1 day. I wonder if it needs to be husked. If it doesn't need drying, we might have rice on the table before the new year. However, Wang Yin only had about 400 points left for emergencies. He decided to wait until tomorrow morning, when the new batch of sun-grown fruit ripens. Wang Yin was in a very good mood. This would truly improve his family's diet. With enough carbohydrates, the little beast girls' meals would be much better. When Wang Yin announced that he would celebrate the new year with everyone, although no one knew exactly what the new year was like, they gradually started to look forward to it, thanks to Wang Yin's enthusiasm. During the new year, everyone wears new clothes. Wang Yin picked up the 2 small mice that were running around after Squeaky's tail. Looking at their cute faces, he couldn't help but smile. Master, we're catching earthworms with Sister Squeaky. Wang Yin gently patted the mice and said with a smile, you too, and Squeaky too, go wash your faces quickly. I've had Xiao Ji make new clothes for each of you. Go try them on. New clothes? Master, do we get some too? Wang Yin nodded happily. He liked these 2 mice quite a lot. Besides, they often played with Squeaky, making the house less dull. Thanks to Xiao Ji, who is very skilled at making clothes, even if it's for the whole family, she can quickly finish them. The 2 mice wore clothes-fitting cotton clothes, small boots, and a leather vest made from wild boar hide. After putting them on, they happily ran around, which lifted everyone's spirits. Not only do the 2 mice have new clothes, but Baigua also has some, and even Lu was given a set. However, she seems to dislike the feeling of being restricted by clothing. Every time, she refuses to wear them. In the end, Wang Yin had to coax and persuade her, finally getting her to wear a cotton outfit. She looks more like a normal person now. Using a carving knife, Wang Yin and Xiao Ji cut several wooden planks. Based on videos he had seen before, they built a large square table with a mortise and tenon joint. However, time was a bit tight, so they used smooth stones instead of chairs. They covered them with some cotton cloth to make do. After a day, the rice finally ripened. As Wang Yin predicted, the harvested rice was already processed into pure rice grains. Each piece of land produced about 20 kilograms, roughly enough for a bag of rice. Even with Lu, who loves to eat, it would last the family for a while. Everyone was busy these days, following Wang Yan's instructions. Finally, on the last night of winter, the family sat together around the big table. Everyone looked happy. Even Baigua's family had rosy cheeks, with no sign of the pale, sickly look of refugees. When everyone was gathered here, they truly understood what Wang Yin meant by celebrating the new year. Looking at the big table of food, everyone instinctively swallowed hard. The main dish in the center was pork ribs cooked with tiger meat and potatoes in a stew. There were also various roasted meats, smoked meats, stir-fried dishes, and canned pre-made foods from the system, 12 dishes in total. But the most eye-catching was the white, bowl-sized thing placed in front of each person. Saliva almost dripped from their mouths. Wiping their mouths with the back of their hand, they asked Wang Yin, what is this? The little beast girls didn't know how to use chopsticks, so Wang Yin prepared a wooden spoon for each of them. There was no rush. They could learn to use chopsticks later. Wang Yin picked up a ceramic bowl and didn't rush to explain. Instead, he demonstrated. He scooped a piece of pork rib from the basin and ate it with rice. Seeing Wang Yan's example, everyone else followed his lead. When the meat and rice entered their mouths, it felt like a whole new world opening in their lives. Rice is the purest form of carbohydrate food. Although it doesn't have a fancy taste on its own, it is an essential part of the dining table. The distinct grains move between lips and teeth, and the soft, sticky texture brings out every flavor in the meat juices. Just the first bite makes everyone fall in love with this staple food. Seeing everyone start to focus on enjoying their rice, Wang Yin nodded happily. That's right. What kind of life is it just eating potatoes? Having a staple food means you are truly eating a proper meal. This thing is called rice. When cooked and placed in a bowl, it's called rice. How is it? Isn't it delicious? Squeak. Very good, very good. Ing Luo. It tastes pretty good. Zhuohua. Even among the upper class, I've never seen this before. Everyone responded positively, looking happy and harmonious. Most of the dishes on the table had been eaten, hardly any leftovers. Celebrating the new year really is wonderful. After the meal, Baigua held her child in her arms. Little Mouse curled up in her embrace, biting her finger. Her big eyes curiously looked at everyone. Baigua knelt in front of Wang Yin, her face full of sincerity. She quickly said to Wang Yin, "Master, I wish for good luck. This child hasn't chosen a name yet. You are knowledgeable, so I hope you can kindly give her a name." Wang Yin glanced at the little mouse in Baigua's arms. The little creature was smaller than a normal baby. Wang Yin smiled faintly, then gently took the little mouse from Baigua's arms. The little mouse didn't cry or make trouble, just stared at Wang Yin with bright, clear eyes. Wang Yin held the mouse in his arms and looked at Zhuohua beside him. Zhuohua smiled softly, understanding what Wang Yin meant. He was passing the question to her. She thought for a moment, then reached out and gently poked the chubby cheek of the mouse, smiling as she said, "Let's call her Little Rice. 100,000 words, 100,000 words, 100,000 words." Happy. Dear readers, please give me lots of ratings. I really need your good reviews. Inside the cave, it was hard to tell the time. Only a rough estimate was possible, so Wang Yin didn't take the little beast girls to stay up late. After cleaning up, he went back to rest. Wang Yin also celebrated his first new year in the wall abyss. After waking up, Wang Yin and a group of small beast girls pushed aside the stones blocking the cave entrance. When the first rays of sunlight shone on their faces, it felt warm and gentle. He instinctively covered his face with his hand. A soft breeze blew, which was still a bit cold, but compared to the sharp winter winds, it felt much gentler. Wang Yin stretched lazily and took a deep breath of fresh air. From today, everyone could start preparing for outdoor activities. In early spring, there wasn't much urgent work to do. Usually, at this time of year, the small beast girls would quickly go out to gather and hunt, trying to collect enough supplies to trade later when merchants arrived. This was the busiest and most urgent time of the year. Since Wang Yin was here, food supplies were already enough, so there was no need to rush. They could follow their usual routine. He made some plans. Only Baigua, Xiaoji, and Alu stayed at home. Baigua was responsible for taking care of Little Rice. Xiaoji continued weaving fabric at the loom. Wang Yin planned to make a stockpile of this cotton cloth to trade with merchants later. As for Alu, she just ate and slept every day. He didn't expect much from her. She could just be a guard, which was fine. Having Alu as a guard was very helpful. At least, they didn't need to worry about fierce beasts attacking near the house. Wang Yin felt safe enough to let the others go their separate ways. Hua Yu and Ji, along with 2 mice, mainly went out to gather things. Since it was still early spring and the snow hadn't fully melted, their main tasks were to find medicinal herbs and check bird nests. They tried to find edible or valuable items to bring back. Then there was the hunting team of 4. Wang Yin and Zhuohua in one group, Ing Luo and Youli in another. They split up and headed in different directions to hunt small animals that had just come out of hibernation. Wang Yin had already hunted many hibernating animals before, so spring hunting might be a little difficult. Still, they could catch some, and they wouldn't come back empty-handed. As the little beast girls' prey increased, even though they kept a small female dragon at home, the pile of beast meat was gradually overflowing. Honestly, Wang Yin urgently needs a way to handle these thousands of pounds of meat. The smokehouse has now been expanded to 4 units. Although they are set up far from the living area, building more might cause the thick smoke to exceed the cave's natural ventilation limit, which could affect everyone's daily life. Pickling methods are not very effective either. Currently, all the salt used at home comes from Wang Yan's system exchange. He bought a seasoning set for 1,000 points. As more people join the household, these seasonings could no longer meet the demand. Wang Yin desperately needs to find a long-term way to supply salt, but relying solely on system exchanges is too costly for him. Wang Yin followed Zhuohua. Honestly, He always found Zhuohua's strength mysterious. He had only seen her make a move a few times. She would simply point her jade hand, send out a wave like sword energy, and the prey would disappear without any extra attack. This made Wang Yin very curious about her true power. Today, they didn't encounter any big game. Seeing no good loot, Wang Yin decided to head home. But just as he was about to leave with Zhuohua, a loud, dull crash came from nearby. It sounded like something had fallen from the sky. The two looked at each other, then nodded, both planning to go see what it was. The fallen object was not far from them. When they reached the spot, Wang Yin saw what it was, scattered, broken wood chips. It looked like a wooden box, probably a cargo crate that had fallen from the sky. Wang Yin immediately became interested and said, "Huh? Things falling from the sky? That's unusual." Zhuohua shrugged and explained, "Actually, these things are quite normal. They're probably accidental drops from the upper levels. Luckily, this time it's just a merchant's cargo crate. Most of the time, what falls are just household trash." Wang Yin curled his lips in disdain and said, "Really lacking in manners. Since I am here." Wang Yin shrugged his shoulders, ready to see what kind of goods were in the cargo box. He eagerly ran over, but inside, everything looked like dark stone bricks. They seemed to be building materials, all shattered into pieces, which was quite disappointing. Zhuohua stepped forward, picked up a broken brick, examined it carefully, and recognized what it was. He explained to Wang Yin, "This is called heavy black rock. It is very heavy. These bricks are usually used for city walls and upper areas, but now they are all broken, so these bricks are useless." Sighing softly, Wang Yin shook his head helplessly. He thought he might find something good, but it turned out to be just a pile of broken bricks. Not wanting to look further, he decided to take Zhuohua home for a meal. However, as he turned his head, his eyes caught a flash of yellowish color. At first, he didn't notice anything strange, but after walking a few steps, he felt more and more uneasy, as if something was calling him. Wang Yin suddenly turned back, reached into the pile of broken bricks, and started digging. When he pulled out the yellow object from the debris, his hands trembled. This is... Seeing what Wang Yin had dug out, even Zhuohua's eyes widened in shock. Both hands covered their mouths, their faces full of amazement. It was the most valuable treasure in any world, solid currency in all the regions of the wall abyss. It was a piece of gold, about the size of a palm, heavy and reassuring to hold. The surface had an ancient, mysterious sun pattern, making both of them feel like they were dreaming. Wang Yin swallowed hard, wiped his eyes, and confirmed he wasn't seeing things. Then he shouted loudly to wake Zhuohua, "Start digging." No one expected that among all those heavy black rock bricks, there could be so many gold pieces hidden. Wang Yin and Zhuohua worked together, digging through the broken bricks with all their strength. They had to find and remove all the bricks as quickly as possible. They didn't stop for a moment. After nearly an hour, they cleared out the entire warehouse. They found 25 identical gold pieces, all hidden inside the bricks. Each one weighed about a pound. After collecting all the gold ingots into the system space, Wang Yin and Zhuohua exchanged a quick look, clearly understanding each other's meaning. They hurriedly cleaned up the destroyed warehouse area, throwing away the broken wood chips and shattered black rocks down the cliff. After finishing these tasks, they quickly left the place of trouble. Wang Yin had seen similar scenes many times in Western action movies. Gang leaders losing money, which is then picked up by a poor person, leading to a chase with the gang. It was obvious that these gold ingots hidden in stone bricks were not meant to be seen, and it was likely someone would come after them later. But Wang Yin didn't care about that. The warehouse that collapsed was his territory, and no one could make him give up the items. What if someone comes looking for trouble? Oh well, I am just a weak scholar who doesn't understand these things. You should talk to my silly little white-haired girl at home. In any case, Wang Yin had unexpectedly gained a large sum of money. Maybe later he could sell these items to the upper world to get some necessary resources. The two of them ran quickly and soon returned home. After entering, Wang Yin hurriedly sealed the entrance with a giant stone, catching his breath. He kept thinking to himself, "I've made a huge profit this time." "Wang Yin, can I see that gold ingot just now?" Zhuohua asked. Without hesitation, Wang Yin took it out from the system space and handed it to her. Zhuohua carefully examined its appearance and then said slowly, "This pattern. I haven't seen it much. It doesn't look like currency, more like some kind of craftwork. But from the shine, it's definitely pure gold. She looked at it several more times, then returned the gold ingot to Wang Yin and advised him, "Keep this safe with you. It's better than leaving it somewhere else. For now, don't tell your sisters about this. When the bell comes in a few days, give her some money and ask her to take you to the upper world to find a place. You can exchange these for silver there." Wang Yin thought the same. How to handle these gold ingots properly was a problem because they didn't know where they came from. So, Wang Yin decided to melt all the ingots into pure gold bars first. He couldn't just give them directly to Bell to sell, or the secret might be leaked. After all, it is very strange for a group of common people to have so much gold. That night, after dinner, everyone went to sleep. Wang Yin called Ying Luo aside quietly and whispered, "Ying Luo, I will take out some things later. You just use the biggest fire to melt them, understand?" Ying Luo nodded softly. Although she didn't quite understand Wang Yan's meaning, she thought he wanted her to burn something with fire. After looking around for a while, Wang Yin carefully took out a gold disc and placed it on a stone, telling Ying Luo to heat it with fire. Usually, real gold melting requires quartz bowls. Otherwise, the gold would stick to the bottom and be hard to remove. But Wang Yan's goal wasn't really to melt the gold. He just wanted to soften it and destroy its original shape. Because he needed a strong fire, Ying Luo had to enter a burning state. Although she didn't know exactly what the gold disc was, she could tell it was very valuable. She didn't ask questions and gently extended her hand. A compressed flame wrapped around the gold disc, quickly turning it into a very soft shape. Wang Yin immediately stepped forward, grabbing a military knife and messing around with it until it finally became a lump of gold, then stopped. Wang Yin wiped the sweat from his forehead, satisfied and nodding. Perfect, it no longer looked like the original. That was the effect he wanted. Then, Wang Yin took out the remaining gold discs one after another, leaving 3 untouched. He worked until late at night before finishing the melting process. It was exhausting for Ying Luo. She had initially planned to secretly play a game with Wang Yin after finishing, but now she was so tired she could hardly stand. Wang Yin stored all the gold lumps in the system warehouse. He helped the swaying big fox to her feet, gently stroked her fox ears, and held her slender waist. His touch made her feel ticklish. Her big tail behind her wagged left and right unconsciously, and her eyes narrowed with a slight smile. "All right, thank you, Ying Luo. You worked hard." He gently kissed the corner of her mouth. The big fox's lips curled even higher, looking very sweet. She grabbed Wang Yan's collar, tiptoed, and gave him a kiss. But this girl was a bit fierce. Her kisses seemed endless. After a long while, Ying Luo's soft, tender tongue slowly withdrew from Wang Yan's lips. Her face was as red as a juicy peach. She tilted Wang Yan's head up. Although she was now weak, Wang Yin still had strength. "Wang Yin, come with me. I have something I want to ask for your help with." After a hidden scene, both of them were exhausted and went back to sleep, dreaming sweet dreams. Traveling merchants usually only return twice a year, once in spring and once before winter. About 3 or 4 days later, with a loud whale call, everyone understood that the little bell had arrived again. So, without waiting for Wang Yan's instructions, they all brought out the goods they wanted to sell. When the cloud whale's fins reached the edge of the cliff again, everyone had prepared their items for sale. Little Belle adjusted her frog-shaped glasses, still dressed like a wealthy person, with a big gold chain and small jade bracelets. She was almost wearing a gold tooth. "Hello, my customers. Congratulations, congratulations. You've survived another winter." Under her sunglasses, her big eyes playfully glanced around. She looked at the piled-up goods behind everyone and was genuinely surprised, showing interest. "This time, the business seems quite big. So, boss, what do you think?" Little Belle looked at Wang Yin and said with her hand on her hip. Wang Yin was momentarily stunned. He didn't fall into Little Belle's trap of flattery and quickly waved his hand. No, you're mistaken. I'm not the boss. Sister Zhuohua is." Little Belle suddenly understood. She lightly tapped her head with her small fist, apologizing. "Oh, my. I should change this mirror to a pair of glasses for nearsightedness. Sister Zhuohua, you've sold so many goods this time. Looks like life has been pretty good lately." Little Belle originally wanted to test Wang Yan's status among the beast people, but Wang Yin was too cautious, so she gave up. Just a quick glance revealed to her that there were 3 new rat people among the beast people. However, she didn't ask further. From their appearance, she guessed they were refugees fleeing from Rat Tuber City. After all, recently, the rat people settlement was Rat Tuber City. Considering the previous tragedy caused by the cursed tree church in Rat Tuber City, Little Belle roughly guessed the story of this rat woman's experience. Regarding Little Belle's straightforward probing, Joie slightly frowned, but didn't mind much. She glanced at Little Belle and then pointed to a row of goods behind her. Let's first see how much it's worth. Little Belle rubbed her chin with one hand and adjusted her glasses with the other. She moved closer to the goods and finally saw what these beast-human hybrids had prepared. There were 5 bolts of cloth, each about 10 meters long, neatly stacked together. The rest were smoked-dried meats, roughly 100 kilograms of good quality smoked meat, enough for a big order. Belle looked thoughtful, rubbing her chin. Usually, these beast-human hybrids couldn't get enough to eat. Why would they suddenly sell food to her, and such good smoked meat at that? And the cloth. The last time she visited, she saw them by 2 spindles. But where did they get the cotton? Almost instinctively, Little Belle looked up and shot a quick glance at Wang Yan. This man, his connection to these beast-human hybrids was definitely related. A large part of Belle's income came from selling information. She often picked up useful details from small, unnoticed moments. She smiled slightly and turned to Joie. Senior Joie, this is a big deal. I'll charge you 150 silver per bolt of coarse cloth. As for these smoked meats, they look quite mixed. How about this? These meats plus the 5 bolts of cloth. I'll sell everything for 3,000 silver. How does that sound? Joie was slightly surprised. Honestly, she didn't expect this price. She knew Little Belle well, had dealt with her many times. Although she hadn't been cheated much, she knew she was a clever trader. She had never taken advantage of her. Could it be that something strange was happening? Well, this price is a bit unexpected. Tell me, what are you up to? Don't hide anything from me. Joie straightforwardly revealed the topic. She didn't like playing mind games with people like Little Belle. Little Belle chuckled and didn't feel embarrassed. She rubbed her hands and leaned toward Joie, whispering, I actually have a favor to ask, Sister Joie. Since we're both from the same group, I find him more and more agreeable. Maybe. Could you lend him to me for a couple of days? Joie thought for a moment and knew she was interested in Wang Yan. She shook her head decisively. That's a bit difficult. As you can see, we have many girls at home, and we can't even manage ourselves, let alone lend someone out. Of course, Little Belle didn't really want to play with Wang Yan. She was clever and mainly wanted to borrow him to get some information, hoping to find something new. Since Joie refused, Little Belle guessed she wouldn't agree easily. She didn't press further, just nodded with a hint of regret. All right, if Sister Joie is reluctant, I won't insist. But let's stick to this price. Since there's a lot involved this time, consider it a discount. Joie softly agreed, and then remembered what Wang Yan had told her recently. She continued, This time, I mainly want to ask you for 2 things. First, where is the nearest salt mine around here? Do you have any clues? Hearing this, Little Belle's eyes flickered with a subtle doubt, but she quickly responded normally. She pretended to think and said, Salt mine. Honestly, if I knew where one was, I would have sold the information to the higher-ups long ago. But she deliberately paused, hiding something behind her hands. It's not that I have no clues, but that involves the privacy of my other clients. The small girl with blue hair tilted her head and smiled slyly, her small sunglasses hiding a mischievous look. That'll cost more. Joie shrugged, showing indifference. Whatever you want. As long as the information is real, I'll give you these things for free. Little Belle snapped her fingers. Great. I like trading with Sister Joie. No fuss, everyone's happy. Approximately 1 month east of your location, there is a gathering place of about 10 people from the Rock Sheep tribe. If you're looking for salt mines, this group might have some clues. However, we prefer clear prices. What you see is what you pay. The Rock Sheep tribe's gathering site costs only 2,000 silver coins. If Sister Joie agrees, I can send you a map of that location right away. The Rock Sheep tribe. Joie knows about this tribe. They are a very salt-loving race, born with a natural ability to sense salt. Usually, where the Rock Sheep live, you can find salt mines. As for the 2,000 silver coins for the map, Joie isn't too worried. Wang Yan told her that she wouldn't take any profit from sales, only converting everything into useful information. As long as it helps find the salt mine, any cost is worth it. All right, 2,000 silver coins it is. I have no objections. I happen to have some left, which makes it easier for us to discuss something else. Does Sister Joie have any other deals? Let me hear about them. Joie slightly raised her hand and grabbed Lua's wrist, speaking to her. My younger sister recently awakened something by chance. She needs to buy some essentials for the Fox tribe. Essentials for the Fox tribe? Let me think. Oh, I see. You're talking about that tea, right? Joie nodded, confirming Lingdong's guess. Lingdang waved her hand dismissively. Come on, sisters. No need to overthink. Just follow along. I'm heading to Anju City to unload goods soon, so I'll take you with me. Joie interrupted Lingdong's words and added, Hey, I haven't finished talking. My sister has a bit of a strong craving in that area, so I need to bring that stallion along too. So, actually, it's 2 people. Oh, Lingdong's eyes narrowed slightly, suddenly interested. Storyline already planned. We'll revise accordingly. Lingdang didn't say much. She crossed her arms, lost in thought. Then she nodded. All right, that works. 2 people won't take up much space. So, I'll come back early tomorrow. Be ready by then. For 2 of you, I'll charge 300 silver coins. Sending a few passengers along the way is possible, but among these merchants, everyone assumes tickets are one way. If you want to go back, you have to rely on your own skills. These merchants usually only give rides when they are passing by. Making a special trip back would cost too much money, and they won't do such a losing business. There are a total of 3,000 silver coins. 2,000 bought some information, 300 paid for a shared ride, and the remaining 700 are kept by Joie for their travel expenses. Wang Yin didn't have many important belongings to pack. Since he has a system warehouse, he can just take whatever he needs from there. At night, Wang Yin started carving straight wooden sticks into chopsticks. He gave each person a pair and began teaching them how to use chopsticks. However, learning to use chopsticks isn't easy. Everyone struggled to control their hands, looking quite funny. Squeaking in frustration, Gigi wanted to put down her chopsticks and said annoyedly, This thing is so hard to use. It's much easier to just eat with a spoon. Wang Yin smiled gently and demonstrated how to use chopsticks. He quickly picked up some meat from the pot and placed it into a bowl, then took a bite with rice. Once you get the hang of it, chopsticks are very convenient utensils. You can eat more food in one meal. Wang Yin knew how to guide Gigi. After hearing this, the little mouse girl didn't say much and kept practicing with her lips, trying to tame the chopsticks, which made others smile. Learning to use chopsticks was still a bit difficult. Wang Yin didn't make them use chopsticks all the time. Later, everyone used spoons. Today was just practice. While the family was sitting together eating, Wang Yin felt Baigua seemed to have something to say. Every time he looked up, she would quickly lower her head, as if she wanted to speak, but hesitated. Wang Yin didn't bother to ask too much. After the meal, he asked Baigua, Baigua, do you have something to tell me? You can speak freely. When Wang Yin asked, Baigua looked tense, and her words became hesitant. Well, I do have something. I want to humbly ask the Lord for a favor. Go ahead and tell me. Wang Yin looked at Baigua with a calm expression, waiting for her to speak. Baigua waved to the little mouse-shaped girl and quickly pulled her to kneel with her, bowing her head. Master, today I heard that you plan to go to Anju City with the merchants tomorrow. I want to ask if you could also take this child with you. Wang Yin looked a bit confused and asked, What's wrong? Baigua lowered her head even more and said, Anju City. This child has a distant uncle in the Crimson Rose Knights. I want you to take her along so she can go to her uncle and become a Crimson Rose Knight too. When she grows up, she can have skills to serve you. Crimson Rose Knights? Wang Yin repeated, and Joie, standing nearby, explained, The Iron Mountain Kingdom is the largest rat tribe kingdom in the middle and lower classes. Under the royal Yasi family, there are 3 main knight groups, and the Crimson Rose is one of them. After hearing Joie's explanation, Wang Yin understood more. He remembered the gilded pocket watch Baigua had given him before, though he had sold it for information, which seemed to be a reward for his service in the knight group. It seemed Baigua's family had a tradition of joining the army. Wang Yin had no strong opinion about it. Since she wanted to send the child, he would just send her along the way. No problem. One more person is no trouble. You all rest early tonight and prepare well for the child. Tomorrow morning, when the merchants arrive, we'll leave. They slept peacefully through the night. Early the next morning, the family got up before dawn. Baigua bent over, looking at the small mouse in front of her, feeling a mix of emotions. A mother's worry for her child crossing 1,000 miles was universal in any world. She repeatedly brushed the child's hair, trying to make him look more presentable after entering the city. But no matter how she dressed him, his natural rustic look couldn't be hidden. "Mom, I will listen carefully to my uncle, learn skills, and come back to thank the master." The little mouse's eyes shimmered with tears. He stood straight, speaking stiffly, pretending to be brave. "When we get there, listen more, talk less. Do whatever your uncle asks, don't show off. Study hard and work hard. The master has been kind to our family. Remember the master's kindness, understand?" "Yes." Wang Yin watched this scene without disturbing them. Sometimes he was quite envious of Little Biscuit. Having a mother around made it feel like home. No matter how poor they were, she was still a child with a home. At least, unlike himself. Suddenly, a loud whale call echoed, and the huge body broke through the cloud waves. The cloud whale approached again. Little Cake finally couldn't hold back and started crying loudly, hugging Little Biscuit's neck and sniffling as he shouted, "Big sister, please come back safely." Parting always brought tears. Wang Yin grabbed Little Biscuit's back collar, and together with Ing Luo, they boarded the cloud whale. As they stepped onto the deck, they saw a pair of round sunglasses. "Hey, another guest has arrived. But this guest seems a bit small," he said. Wang Yin shrugged, gently lowering the crying little mouse, and asked, "How much do you want to add?" Unexpectedly, Little Belle was very enthusiastic. She stepped forward and took Wang Yan's hand, blinking at him. "Hi. Of course we need to talk inside about business. Come with me, and we can chat slowly." "Sorry," Ing Luo said with a blank expression, pulling them apart. Her tone was a bit stiff. "The money is with me. I should be the one discussing the price." Seeing this, Little Belle couldn't help but curl her lips in disdain. That young girl is quite possessive. She only glanced at the little mouse and then waved her hand. Forget it, forget it. I won't ask for much from such a little thing, so I won't go back and be called greedy by Zhuohua. Sigh, a good merchant like me is rare in the entire wall abyss." Little Belle grabbed a special spoon and blew into it forcefully, sending a sharp wave of sound across the entire deck. "Treasure, we're setting off." The cloud whale let out a long call. Its name was originally Zhao Kai, which suited Little Belle's style very well. After a while, a feeling of tilting back came, about 30 degrees upward. The cloud whale had started climbing. To ensure the stability of the cargo, these merchant cloud whales usually follow a zigzag route, avoiding direct vertical paths that could cause chaos. "If we leave now, we'll arrive at Unju City by this afternoon. There are chairs in the warehouse. Just hold on tight and sit comfortably. Otherwise, if we encounter bad weather, don't blame me if you get hurt or bumped." The group heard the bell's warning and stopped wandering around. They all found a safe place to sit quietly. Wang Yin hugged Ing Luo's waist with one arm, while the other held onto the bench. Little Biscuit was tucked between his legs, clutching his pants tightly. They waited patiently and quietly. Riding the cloud whale felt a bit like the takeoff of a plane, but it was just continuously rising. The journey was a little boring. Their seats were a bit away from the window, so they couldn't enjoy the view, which was a bit disappointing. The bench had no safety features, so Wang Yin couldn't move around freely. If he accidentally bumped into something, he might get hurt. Little Belle had returned to a small room deep inside the warehouse shortly after leaving. It looked like a bedroom. She sat there all day, holding onto the armrest of the chair. Gradually, her excited expression softened. The playful sunset broke through the window. Wang Yin knew they were close to their destination. He gently tapped Ing Luo, who was sleeping on his shoulder, and also tugged at Little Biscuit's big round ears, which were holding his pant leg, to remind them. "Everyone wake up. We're almost there." Ing Luo blinked sleepily and rubbed her eyes. Little Biscuit yawned, loosened his grip on his pants, and sat up straight. As the cloud whale let out a long call, they knew they had arrived at Unju City. Wang Yin stood up straight, stretched his sore muscles, and excitedly moved to the window to look outside. This was the first town he saw in this world. It looked a bit small, but comparable to the village where he grew up. The town was shaped like a valley, with half outside and half inside a rocky cliff. Through the window, he saw people of different races walking on the streets, which was fascinating. Overall, Anju City had no roads leading outside. There was only a huge cloud whale port on the shore. Besides Little Bell, 4 other cloud whales were docked there. The town seemed to rely on trade, and its prosperity was obvious. I am about to go to the merchant guild to unload these goods. I remember you want to buy that shiri tea, right? There is a shop that sells tea inside the city. You might want to go in and take a look. After unloading the goods, I will go somewhere else. If you want to go back, you'll have to find your own way. There are many traders coming and going in Anju City, and some may be heading to the lower districts. Maybe you can try your luck at the port later. Ingluo nodded and thanked Lingdang. Then the 3 of them got off the cloud whale and officially entered Anju City. The first thing to do in Anju City was to take the little biscuit to find the Red Rose Knight Order's base. They would send the little one inside to find his uncle. Next, they looked around the city to see if they could find a place to sell the already melted gold blocks. As for the shiri tea Lingdang mentioned, Wang Yin had no intention of buying it. Buying tea was just a cover. His main goal was to get rid of the gold. Also, Wang Yin could produce the shiri tea himself if he wanted to. After awakening his talent, foxes can usually drink a special tea called shiri tea to boost their mental strength and improve their abilities. The raw material for this tea is a plant called the secret spirit sunflower, which he previously looked down on. Now he understood what this crop was really for. The streets were busy with many different people. Wang Yin casually asked a passerby about the location of the Red Rose Knight Order. At first, the person was a bit impatient, but when Wang Yin took out 10 silver coins, his expression turned friendly. The Red Rose Knight Order is inside the city. Go west after entering, and after you see a stone sculpture, turn right. Wang Yin memorized the location, then handed the money to the man. The group headed toward the inner city. Inside the city, because it was built into a cliff, there were many street lamps that stayed lit all the time, so it wasn't too dark. After walking a bit, they saw a noble statue made of marble. Wang Yin turned right and crossed the street. Sure enough, a black building with red accents appeared before them. Looking at this Gothic-style building, it was obvious that it was the Red Rose Knight Order. Before they could go inside, 2 guards at the door stopped them. Stop. What are you here for at the Red Rose Knights? Those 2 guards are also mice, wearing simple black and red striped armor, holding long spears. Their small size makes them look a bit like Boy Scouts. Facing the guards' questioning, Wang Yin straightforwardly states his purpose. We're here to find this child's uncle. What's his name again? My uncle. Mom said his name is Begonia. When the 2 guards hear the name Begonia, they exchange a quick glance, but say nothing. One mouse bows to the group, then whispers a few words to another mouse with big ears. The mouse quickly runs inside. Little sister, you say that Senior Begonia is your uncle, right? Your uncle's situation might be special. My partner has gone to find the Knight Commander. You can wait here for now. Hearing this, Wang Yin feels a bit suspicious. The Knight Commander? Could it be that this child's uncle isn't here? The mice are quick. Soon, a heavily armored mouse appears. Her armor looks more formal than the guards, dark black with red patterns. On her chest is a red rose emblem. Her helmet covers her entire head, leaving only her round mouse ears visible. She carries a large sword on her back, giving off a cold, strong aura. This is very impressive. Wang Yan's first impression of the Knight Commander is that she is powerful. She glances at the little girl and then speaks indifferently. Are you related to Begonia? Her voice is emotionless, like cold steel. Your uncle recently died on a mission. He was brave and sacrificed himself to protect his comrades. We will always remember him. The little biscuit was a bit hesitant. He had never met his distant uncle before, so how could he prove it? Behind him, Wang Yin took out a small photo and handed it over. This child's family has a gold-plated pocket watch. They sold it because of money problems, but this photo, it should prove something, right? The Knight Commander took the small photo and looked at it carefully for a moment before saying, I heard from Dagwa that he has an elder who once served the Empress. This photo is definitely of Royal Tooth 16, no mistake. But I never heard him mention having a niece. She slowly knelt down, her cold armor making a clinking sound. She picked up a biscuit with one arm, touched her ear, and lifted her tail as if checking her. After a quick look around, she stood up and said, You came here to have this child join the Red Rose Knights, right? The little biscuit nodded firmly, with a determined look. Mom said that becoming a knight can protect everyone and then serve the Lord to repay his kindness. The knight commander looked at Wang Yin again. His calm expression showed no emotion. After a pause, he said, "You have a good foundation, meeting the requirements of the Red Rose. What's your name?" "Begonia Flower, Little Biscuit." "Good. You can join today. I happen to have time to show you around the place." Wang Yin thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Tonight? Could you give us a little more time? I want to buy some things for the child first. What do you think? Try not to stay out too late." Having received the knight commander's approval, Wang Yin didn't delay and quickly took Little Biscuit into the shopping street. Although she wasn't sure what to buy, she figured preparing as she did before starting school wouldn't be wrong. Even without asking, outsiders could see the location of Unju City's shopping street. It was unavoidable since it occupied the city's central avenue, connecting the inner and outer city areas. Walking along the street, Wang Yin prepared a set of bedding and some new clothes. It was surprising that in this commercial town, clothes of all sizes could be found. Since the rat tribe was a middle to lower class household, finding suitable clothes was quite easy. Finally, they bought some daily items like lunchboxes and basins. Everything was packed, and the three of them carried the big bags to the Knights Guild entrance. Later, Little Biscuit could pack his things himself. Seeing Wang Yin buy so many things for him, Little Biscuit hesitated. His master had spent so much money on him. He wanted to stop him, but his master quickly scolded him back. Little Biscuit fiddled with his clothes and stood there, looking a bit stunned. "That's enough. I won't help you carry anything inside. Hurry up and go. Don't keep the knight captain waiting too long." Little Biscuit's eyes turned red. His master was so kind to him. He saw Wang Yin walk away without looking back. His chest felt tight, and his fists clenched tightly. He seemed to want to shout out something important. "Master, I will definitely become the strongest knight and serve you." Wang Yin paused for a moment, but didn't look back. He continued walking forward. Just focus on staying alive first. At first, Wang Yin didn't pay much attention to this matter. But when he learned that Little Biscuit's uncle had died, he couldn't help but think more. That means joining the Red Rose Knight Order isn't completely safe. There's still a risk of death. Plus, the child's uncle had already died. He was alone outside, with no one to take care of him. It might be very sad. Although he didn't say it out loud, Wang Yin showed his concern through his actions. Whether he could make a name for himself or not, at least staying alive was the most important thing. Then he would have gained something. He had about 500 silver coins left. When he was packing Little Biscuit's things earlier, he quietly put aside over 400 silver. He kept only 100 for himself. First, he bought a long black robe that could cover his body completely. Then, he bought iron chains and collars used by traders to trap slaves' necks. He didn't have enough money, so he added some miscellaneous items to buy everything. After preparing these things, Wang Yin looked around, then took Yingluo's hand. He found a quiet alley and went inside. After a moment, when they came out, he was holding a chain in one hand and dragging a fox tribe in the other, dressed in a black robe. Yingluo looked curiously at the iron collar on her neck. Honestly, she didn't seem to mind being and led by Wang Yin. In fact, she seemed to have some other feelings. She was unsure, but felt it was quite fun. "King Yin, so from now on, I will be your servant, right?" King Yin nodded gently, but then seemed to think something was wrong. He wiped some dust from the ground and smeared it on Yingluo's face. He also messed up her long grayish hair until her previous appearance was unrecognizable. Then he was satisfied. "Yes, later you must not call me King Yin anymore. You should call me your master. Remember, don't reveal anything. Do you understand?" Yingluo nodded firmly. She could handle these small tasks. She lowered her voice and sweetly called out, "Master." That single word made King Yan's scalp tingle. He looked up at Yingluo, noticing her playful expression. Is she trying to him? "Later tonight, I will deal with you," King Yin said harshly, then pulled on the chain and walked out. He needed to hide his identity because what he was about to sell was extremely valuable. So, he had to keep his information secret. The black robe and the chain were his ideas, and they looked quite intimidating. Soon, the two wandered around the inner city and finally found a place that sold precious jewelry. King Yin pulled Yingluo inside. As soon as they entered, a human girl approached. She looked average, with some small freckles on her face. But she wasn't ugly. Her red dress with a plum blossom pattern and the elegant jade bracelet on her wrist gave her a noble air that King Yin had never seen in anyone else. Welcome to the jewelry shop. What would you like to see? Following the principle of speaking as little as possible, Wang Yan's wide black robe covered his face, making it hard to see what kind of face was beneath the cloak. He reached into his robe and fumbled around for a moment, actually retrieving an item from the system warehouse. Soon, a shiny gold lump appeared in Wang Yan's hand. He lowered his voice, trying to make his tone more vague. Can I sell this? When Lan Yu saw Wang Yan take out such a large piece of gold, she momentarily held her breath. It wasn't until Wang Yan's deep voice spoke that she reacted. However, as someone who often deals with valuable jewelry, Lan Yu didn't show much surprise. She quickly adjusted her expression and respectfully said, "Dear guest, of course we can buy this at our jewelry shop. May I ask, is this all your goods, or do you have more?" Wang Yan silently nodded to confirm her words. After a pause, he spoke again. "Just 2 pieces, both the same size." The woman heard this and pursed her lips. Was he selling 2 pieces of gold? "Sir, please wait a moment. Since this involves gold, I need to have my father come to assist you. Please do it quickly." Having received Wang Yan's approval, Lan Yu hurried upstairs. Within 2 minutes, a middle-aged man with a slender face appeared. He looked very friendly, exchanged greetings with Wang Yan, and prepared to take him upstairs for a detailed discussion. Hello. I am the owner of the jewelry shop. You can call me Mr. Lan. I just heard from my daughter that you have a large order, and I want to discuss it with you. Please, Lan Shan, human race age, 55 favorability, 15 talent, not awakened specialty, advanced social skills, master of trading, top jewelry knowledge, weak physique. Wang Yan glanced briefly without saying much. He simply tugged on the chain in his hand and walked ahead. Lan Shan was quite clever. Seeing Wang Yan's outfit, he guessed that Wang Yan wanted to hide his identity. So, he didn't ask too many questions about Wang Yan's background to avoid offending him. People like this usually deal in shady goods, so caution was necessary. When they reached the 2nd floor, Lan Shan led Wang Yan to the study desk and sat down. Wang Yan didn't hesitate and directly took out the 2 gold ingots. When he saw the shiny gold in front of him, Lan Shan couldn't help but gasp softly. This kind of thing is very valuable. Wang Yan didn't plan to sell too many, to avoid attracting attention. He reached under the desk and took out a piece of dark stone, then placed it on the table. Wearing a pair of glasses, he picked up a piece of gold to examine its color, and then asked Wang Yan, "Sir, may I try testing this?" Wang Yan didn't refuse. He gave a slight nod, and after getting Wang Yan's approval, Lan Shan took the gold and scratched it on the testing stone. Sure enough, a yellowish mark appeared. Very pure. Wang Yan then spoke at this moment. "How much silver can I exchange for these?" Lan Shan carefully set the gold down, noticing Wang Yan was interested in trading, and then quoted a price. 1 gold for 100 silver. If you want to exchange, our jewelry shop charges only a 10% fee. So, 1 gold for 90 silver. How does that sound? Wang Yan nodded slowly. The price was reasonable, so he said, "All right, let's exchange now." Lan Shan didn't dare delay and weighed the gold. Each piece was exactly 500 grams, worth 10,000 silver coins. After deducting a 10% fee, the final price was 9,000 silver coins. The trade system in the middle and lower levels of Wall Yuan was somewhat chaotic. Since there was no clear currency system, most people used silver. They usually divided silver into very small pieces, about 10 grams each, which was the standard 1 silver in transactions. However, due to Wall Yuan's special terrain and difficult transportation, the actual purchasing power was somewhat reduced. This led to situations where small beast girls could only exchange 1 silver for a single potato. Lan Shan didn't keep Wang Yan waiting long. Soon, Lan Yu came upstairs and whispered a few words into Lan Shan's ear. Lan Shan then said, "Total of 9,000 silver coins, all prepared for you, sir. Please follow me." Wang Yan nodded slowly and followed the 2 people downstairs. At this moment, a small wooden box was quietly resting on the counter. Wang Yan reached out and opened it. Over 1,000 silver coins were neatly stacked inside. He only glanced at it, confirmed everything was correct, then with a thought, the wooden box was stored in his warehouse. Seeing Wang Yan's careful handling, Lan Shan was slightly surprised and lowered her head even more, not daring to say much. Wang Yan's goal here was to exchange for silver. Since the task was done, there was no need to stay longer. Without looking back, he pulled Ying Luo and left the jewelry shop. Wang Yan dragged Ying Luo's body through some dark, quiet alleys. After turning a few corners, he took off his cloak and also removed Ying Luo's collar. However, when Wang Yan saw Ying Luo's expression, he couldn't help but ask, "What exactly are you disappointed about?" After the collar was taken off, Ying Luo's fox ears drooped. She whispered softly into Wang Yan's ear, "Master, can you put it back on me tonight?" "Okay." Wang Yan's face darkened like a pot. That girl probably unlocked some strange habit. He didn't bother to respond to her. He rolled up his sleeve and wiped her face, then let her out. Now that they had money, they needed to buy some goods to take back. The first place they visited was the tea shop that sold the warm sun tea. After all, a performance should be complete. Although Wang Yan wasn't short of secret spiritual sunflowers, it was still good to browse. After asking around, they quickly learned that in Anju City, there was only one place that sold warm sun tea, located in the corner of the inner city, called Yudufa Tea House. The Yudufa Tea House was quite remote. It took a while to find the entrance. The two slowly opened the door. Inside, there weren't many customers, just a few scattered people sitting on tatama mats, drinking tea and chatting. All of them had pointed ears and big tails. If someone didn't know better, they might think it was a fox den. When the door opened, the shopkeeper came forward. She was tall and very curvy, a black-furred fox girl. Her sandy yellow hair was tied in front, and her white-tipped yellow tail playfully swayed. She held a smoking pipe in her hand, walking with a lively, flowing motion that was hard to look away from. The woman's lips shimmered with a moist shine, and as she spoke, her voice was charming and seductive, as if each sound was stirring every part of Wang Yan's body. "Welcome, guests, to the Yudufa Tea House. May I ask what you'd like to drink?" Zhu Yu, Shihu Fox Clan age, 46 favorability, 0 talent, armor protection skills, social skills, beauty, keen hearing, sharp eyesight, sun's blessing. Tough. Wang Yan looked at the status bar in front of him and fell into thought. The fox-eared woman held a smoking pipe and greeted them warmly. When she saw the new Fox Clan members, her tail wagged happily. She circled Ying Luo twice, making a clicking sound on the ground. This child is a spirit born. No, wait. It seems to have some bloodline from the Youli clan." The tea house owner, very familiar, playfully lifted Ying Luo's tail and looked at Wang Yan with a meaningful gaze, saying, "Girlfriend? You're quite lucky." The fox-eared woman kept talking casually, which made Ying Luo blush a little. She silently pulled away her hand and hid behind Wang Yan. Only Wang Yan was allowed to touch her tail. This woman was so rude. Seeing that his wife seemed a bit shy, Wang Yan slightly curled his lips and said to the fox-eared woman, "We came here to see how the shiri tea is sold. Show us around." "Oh." Shihu took a puff from her pipe and then exhaled a long stream of smoke, saying to the two, "Has this child awakened? I didn't expect that. Hee, follow me. I'll show you." She swayed her hips and took long strides, leading the two toward a table. She first heated some water at a nearby stove and let them sit side by side. She then rested her chin, watching them with interest. "Let's start with a self-introduction. My name is Shihu, and I own this tea house. It's been a long time since a new Fox Clan member has come to Anju City. But judging by your outfits, you're from the lower levels?" Wang Yan nodded lightly, confirming her observation. "That's really impressive. The common spirit seed itself is hard to awaken, and there are also some bloodlines of the Youli species. Even in this situation, it can still awaken. You are quite talented, little one." Hearing Shihu's words, Wang Yan thought for a moment and then asked her with his doubts, "Boss, what are these common spirit seeds and Youli species you just mentioned?" Shihu seemed to be momentarily stunned. Then she couldn't help but giggle, her laughter like waves rolling. It was quite eye-catching. She leaned her upper body on the table, her shape changing slightly. One hand supported her cheek, and her charming eyes fixed on Wang Yan, making him a bit mesmerized. She said with interest, "Should I say you're innocent, or just a bit slow? Asking such basic questions so straightforwardly. It's clear you're a newcomer who hasn't experienced much. If you encounter a bad woman, you might get eaten up completely." Wang Yan didn't care much about these things. It didn't matter if others knew he was inexperienced. He had asked Zhua Hua before, since gaining the dragon descendant, title from Alu, his strength had reached a terrifying level. Plus, there was that great sword in the warehouse that could be summoned at any time. Wang Yin was now like a humanoid beast, powerful enough to walk freely among the middle and lower levels. Aside from necessary concealment, Wang Yin didn't care much about these issues. For example, now, he was curious about what Shihu was saying, so he wanted to ask. Of course I know that. But since sister looks so beautiful, she clearly isn't a bad woman. I wouldn't be suspicious of her. Shihu's laughter was like silver bells, her voice bright and cheerful. She smiled charmingly, clearly pleased by Wang Yan's words. He, little brother, is really sweet-talking. I love to hear that. Or should I taste? Just how sweet it really is. Shihu teased Wang Yan with her cigarette holder, then chuckled softly and said slowly, there are many types of foxes, mountain foxes, snow foxes, sand foxes, and so on. Beast-human hybrids are the same. For example, I am a sand spirit of the fox tribe, with dark skin and brown-yellow fur. Shihu raised her charming eyes and glanced at Ingluo, then said softly, like your little girlfriend, she belongs to the most common fox tribe, called the ordinary spirit type. But she also carries a hint of the desire spirit type. Wang Yin lowered his head, thinking about Shihu's words. The meaning was not hard to understand. Both are fox tribes, but there are some differences, like the distinctions among humans on Earth, black, white, and yellow races. So, what kind of group is the desire spirit type? Hearing Wang Yan's question, Shihu showed a meaningful smile. Not simple. Come closer, and I'll tell you. Wang Yin did as asked, standing up and leaning in. Shihu crossed her legs, breath fragrant like orchids, and whispered in Wang Yan's ear. They are called servants. Wang Yan's eyes widened, almost shouting out loud. He stared at Shihu, feeling a bit stunned, as if he couldn't believe what he heard, thinking he might have misunderstood. Seeing Wang Yan's reaction, Shihu took a puff from her pipe and said calmly, you heard right. It's exactly what it sounds like. The desire spirit type is naturally charming, a group that has desire embedded deep in their bones. They are born to fulfill their own desires. Their physical structures are all designed around this. You could say they can go without food, but they cannot go without satisfying their desires. And Shihu looked meaningfully at Ingluo, who blushed and lowered her head without speaking, then chuckled softly. Don't you think your little girlfriend is quite strong in some ways? Wang Yin, He also looked at Ingluo and noticed she seemed to hide her face even more. But this LY has a little bit of the desire spirit bloodline. It won't affect much, just give her some special talents in certain areas, and only you will know what those are. Wang Yin scratched his head awkwardly. Honestly, this was the first time he'd heard about such groups. It seemed that in the wall abyss, this was basic knowledge. No wonder Shihu called him a novice. Shihu took out 3 cups, filled them with dried purple flower petals, and poured hot water into the cups. She then said to the 2 of them, this cup is a gift from my sister to you both. After awakening, the fox tribe can absorb the power from the sunflower spirit to strengthen their abilities. Usually, this is an essential item for foxes. Wang Yin picked up his cup and took a gentle sip. The tea itself didn't have much flavor, just a tiny, subtle sweetness. More than the taste, it was the feeling after drinking. The tea, once swallowed, spread out like a gentle wave, penetrating into every part of the body, bringing warmth all over. At that moment, Wang Yin realized how useful this tea was. When he returned home, he definitely wanted to brew some. After a tiring day, taking a bath and drinking a cup would feel so relaxing. The cover has been changed. I couldn't do anything about the previous one being too dull. Brewing tea is just the basic way to absorb the sunflower spirit. There are other methods too, said Shihu, tapping her pipe. She continued, of course, it can also be dried and mixed with a little seasoning to make bright sun smoke. This version works better than the regular tea. Add a little seasoning. Wang Yin listened and felt uneasy about what might be added. But, in my opinion, those methods are a bit outdated. Not long ago, I developed a new way for the sunflower spirit to be consumed, Shihu said with enthusiasm, raising her voice as if she had something exciting to share. She reached into in the ground, digging around. Wang Yin couldn't help but smirk. Do sisters really love hiding things in such a place? Shihu pulled out a flat, small iron box, looking excited. She opened it and poured out a tiny amount of purple and green powder. She said to the two, I found that mixing a small amount of spirit leaves with this powder, then using a straw. Just as Shihu was about to mention something inappropriate, Wang Yin broke out in a cold sweat. To keep the world stable, he quickly interrupted her. Hey, let's forget about that. We don't need it. Just give us the regular sunflower tea, please. Hearing Wang Yin suddenly interrupt, Shihu looked a bit bored and reluctantly put the small jar back in place, with a face that seemed to say, You don't know good stuff. In fact, this item was more like the nasal that Lord Jing used to smell in the past. Shihu had tinkered with it, but since he had received strict drug prohibition education, Wang Yin naturally hated this kind of thing and couldn't accept similar items. Hey, this stuff hits harder than smoking Yaoyang cigarettes directly. What a pity. Wang Yin forced an awkward smile, as if he hadn't heard her, and hurried to pay the bill. A tea bag for 1 day's use costs 6 silver coins. A month's supply would be 180 silver coins. Wang Yin reached into his backpack, took out the corresponding silver, and bought the tea bags, thinking to leave this place quickly. Shihu leaned against the doorframe, exhaling a thin cloud of smoke, and smiled at Wang Yin. Little brother, remember to come again even though I don't have the bloodline of Yulin. I'm just as good as your little girlfriend. Ying Luo's ears turned slightly red. She grabbed Wang Yan's hand, quickened her steps, and mumbled something under her breath. Bad woman. By night, Wang Yin took Ying Luo to the commercial street of Anju City. After receiving a large sum of money, Wang Yin planned to buy some daily necessities and tools, things that were very much needed. He bought several copies of building trowels, carpentry chisels, wooden rulers, and saws, any tools he might need. He stored them in the warehouse. However, these tools were mostly handmade and not mass-produced, so they were a bit more expensive. Next, he bought various seasonings. Although Wang Yin could currently buy seasoning packs through the system, they still lacked some ingredients, like certain spices, peppercorns, bay leaves, star anise, and so on. These were things Wang Yin didn't have yet, so he needed to bring some back. Then, the two of them went to a seed shop. Wang Yin bought all kinds of seeds without much choice, mostly common fruits and vegetables. Nothing too rare. But there were 2 items that caught Wang Yan's interest, chili peppers and soybeans. These were the things he had been longing for, and he finally found them. Chili peppers are such a powerful ingredient that a single plant can define an entire cuisine. Its strength is well known. As for soybeans, they are incredibly versatile with many uses. There is a saying that ancient Eastern and Western cultures followed very different culinary paths, one with dairy, the other with soybeans. Westerners have perfected the use of dairy products, while ancient Chinese cuisine excelled in preparing soybeans. A small soybean can be pressed for oil, ground into paste, or fermented. Its potential is vast. Wang Yan's storage couldn't hold many more items. After buying some necessary supplies, he went to a clothing store. Since he was there, he decided to buy decent clothes for his family. However, these clothes were quite expensive. After purchasing a set for each family member, the total spent on clothes alone exceeded 2,000 silver coins. Fortunately, Wang Yan's money was abundant, so he didn't worry about the cost. Buying clothes for his wives was not a loss. After all, he was the one enjoying it. The big fox happily came out of the fitting room, dressed in a light blue sailor suit that highlighted her graceful figure. Seeing her, it was like a gentle breeze, full of youthful energy. How do I look? Am I pretty? Ying Luo tilted her feet, her bright green eyes sparkling. She spun around in front of Wang Yin, happy like a little child. Very cute. Wang Yin gave her the highest compliment, but Ying Luo didn't seem entirely satisfied with that answer. Just cute. Super cute. The big fox couldn't help but giggle, laughing softly. She stepped closer and hugged Wang Yin around the waist, her soft cheeks rubbing against his chest, her pinkish-gray tail swaying left and right. You should be the cutest in the world, right? As they got older, Wang Yin found it harder to resist such flirtation from a beautiful girl. After paying the cashier, he packed up all the clothes. Ying Luo's sailor suit was temporarily for her to wear. Almost everything was bought. Night had fallen, and tomorrow morning, Wang Yin would take Ying Luo home. They ate some food at a busy street, and then found a hotel outside the city to rest for the night. Ying Luo was visiting such a far place for the first time in her life. She leaned by the window, watching the gradually thinning crowd outside. The city guards had already arrived at the riverbank and were starting to clear the people away to keep them safe from strange beasts. Everything in front of her was new and strange. Her bright green eyes looked at the quiet night sky, the flickering streetlights, and the sleeping cloud whale. All of this was something she had never experienced before. Wang Yin, Yingluo whispered softly, as if talking to herself. The outside world is so wonderful, she said softly. Wang Yin gently put his arm around her waist. His tail moved as if it had a mind of its own, rubbing against his arm. Hee, this is just the beginning. When we grow older, whether it's the middle or top levels, we will go see everything together, yes. Also, I want to ask everyone about something. Many readers seem to like Beast Girl characters. But there are so many types, if I include them all, it might become 100 different kinds. So, I want to know what you think about the idea of only eating but not collecting these characters. Editing in progress, still editing. Continuing editing, they hugged and kissed. Yingluo suddenly felt something and instinctively let out a soft cry. Good dreams and peaceful sleep. The next morning, Wang Yin and Yingluo prepared to go home. Before leaving, Wang Yin thought about bringing some gifts for his little beast girl friends. After some thought, he decided that sweets would be best. He wandered around the outside city and finally found a bakery. Wang Yin pushed open the oak door. The bell on the door jingled softly, and soon a young woman came out to greet him. When Wang Yin saw her for the first time, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. That feeling of comfort was like a caring older sister soothing his heart. Mou Cow Tribe Age. 24 Favorability. 20 Talent. Healing Magic Specialty. Expert in Cooking. Gentle Personality. Large Build. Skilled in Medicine. Ding. Unlocked Cow Tribe Profile. Gain Passive Effect. Master of Medicine. New items unlocked. Shop updated. The young woman wore a simple long dress, with a slightly yellowed apron tied around her waist. She had small, cute horns on her head. She looked kind and smiled warmly. The most eye-catching thing was her impressive figure, clearly showing she belonged to the cow tribe. Hello, two guests. Welcome to Little Cow Bakery. What would you like to buy? Wang Yin was momentarily stunned, looking a bit dazed. It was as if some non-existent memories suddenly appeared in his mind. He shook his head hard and said to Mou, have we met before? Mou's finger rested on her lips as she tried to recall, but in the end, she just shook her head helplessly. Sir, to be honest, I also have this feeling, but after thinking carefully, I realize I don't have any memories related to you. Maybe. We just met by chance a long time ago? Long ago. Wang Yin felt a bit confused. He suddenly remembered that he had only been in this world for a few months. How could he have seen any other beast girls besides the little beast girl family? It seemed like he was just trying to strike up a conversation. Wang Yin awkwardly smiled, thinking that Mou was just being polite. He changed the subject and chatted with her for a while. He picked some bread, dried fruit, and cookies, enough for a big bag. Only then did he say goodbye to Mou. Looking at his expenses, he realized he had spent nearly 5,000 silver coins since last night. He couldn't help but feel amazed. Money really was easy to spend. With a quick thought, Wang Yin packed all the small and large bags in his arms into the system space. Since leaving the small bakery, he looked a bit worried. The familiar feeling made him keep recalling. Who exactly is she? At this moment, Yingluo tugged on Wang Yan's sleeve and suddenly said, Wang Yin, that sister just now. Actually, I also feel a bit familiar with her. Yeah, the first time I saw her, I inexplicably liked her. It's like she's my big sister. Wang Yin was confused. He thought feeling familiar might be just his imagination. Both of them felt it, so maybe there was something wrong. But even together, they couldn't figure out where they had seen her before. After thinking for a long time with no result, Yingluo tilted her head and said to Wang Yin, next time we come back, let's go find that big sister again. Okay, they decided that next time they visit, they would look for her again. Maybe if they thought carefully, they could remember something about her. After a small interruption, Wang Yin arrived at the port. He wanted to ask which cloud whales were heading to the lower levels so he could hitch a ride. As for finding his home, Wang Yin wasn't worried. He had connected with Xiao Ji through the machine control center. Xiao Ji's location could be sensed, so he just needed to send him to the lower level. With his sensing ability, Xiao Ji could find the way home. However, Wang Yin asked several merchants, but none of them were heading to the lower levels. The reason was that the lower levels were too poor, and no one wanted to go there. This made Wang Yin stuck. Without a ride, he would be in trouble. Just when he was at a loss, a merchant told him that if he was in a hurry, he could go to the far east of the port. There, they sold flying fish, and he could ask about the price. If cloud whales are like heavy trucks in the transportation system, then flying fish are small, convenient private cars. If they don't carry anything else, 2 people riding a flying fish would be enough to go back comfortably. Hearing this, Wang Yin immediately became interested. Yes, he still has 4,000 left. If the price is reasonable, he can buy a flying fish, which would be very convenient. At least, traveling in the future won't be so troublesome. He quickly thanked the other person. Wang Yin held Ing Luo's hand and went to the place the trader had pointed out. It was at the corner of the port, where a few tired-looking flying fish were docked. There was no sign or notice. If Wang Yin hadn't been reminded by the trader, he might not have found this place. An old man sitting on a lounge chair squinted his eyes. The morning sun was gentle, and the old man seemed to be sleeping, with soft snoring sounds coming from his nose. "Grandpa, wake up. We're here to see your flying fish." The old man was suddenly awakened by Wang Yin. He was a bit grumpy, but since they came to see the flying fish, he couldn't look unfriendly. He just hummed and said calmly, "This one, and that one, 6,000. The biggest one is 8,000. You can choose yourself." In the Wallabies, only middle and upper-class people could afford to buy flying fish as transportation. Most middle and lower-class travelers relied on traders or special cloud whale services, which were more affordable. If they wanted to buy, they wouldn't do it here. There are more professional flying fish training centers in the middle-class area, where the quality of flying fish is better, unlike these tired-looking ones in front of him. Wang Yin heard that even the cheapest ones started at 6,000. He couldn't believe it. These things are so expensive? He couldn't afford that. Grandpa, can you give me a discount? I can only pay 3,000 right now. Could you please consider it?" The old man continued lying on the lounge, speaking slowly. "Young man, you don't seem to know much about this. Do you know why flying fish are so expensive? A flying fish that can listen to commands and be ridden needs to be trained from a young age. It takes at least 5 years of tame training to become a proper mount." Indeed, the old man was right. Wang Yin hadn't thought of this. As a mount, it definitely requires years of training, especially for a flying mount. It must be very difficult to tame. "Young man, don't think the price is too high. In Unju City, I am the only fish trainer left. These flying fish are all old friends of mine. So, I've already given you a discount. I can't lower the price anymore." Wang Yin let out a sigh, feeling stuck and helpless. But then, the old man's next words suddenly woke him up. "Over the years, I've counted all my grain and effort. If I can catch the fish and ride them, why not just go directly to the port where the fishing boats return every day and buy from there? That's no big deal, right?" The old man still seemed eager to promote his flying fish, but his words made Wang Yin realize the truth. Flying fish are expensive because they are tamed and bred. Wild flying fish are not worth much. However, Wang Yin's system shop has good items he can use. Thinking of this, Wang Yin couldn't help but smile a little. "No, I must not laugh now. I have to hold it in." Wang Yin and the old man exchanged a few regretful words and then hurriedly left. If an animal is used as a mount, its price includes feed, training, and other extra costs. But if it's caught directly from the wild, the cost is just the price of capturing it, so the price is naturally lower. Wang Yin took Ing Luo back to the port. He heard that the fishing boats only return in the morning each day, and then fish vendors set up stalls to sell their catch. Some restaurant owners come to buy ingredients. Sure enough, when Wang Yin returned, he saw people already gathering there. Once he confirmed these people were waiting for the fishing boats to come back, Wang Yin relaxed and waited with everyone. Soon, a whale's cry sounded, and the fishing boat slowly entered the port. The main body of the boat was still a cloud whale, but it seemed to be a different type from the usual cargo cloud whales. This cloud whale looked more slender, probably bred for speed to chase fish in the clouds and sea. The cloud whale slowly approached the shore. The captain hurried down from the deck, sweating on his forehead, and quickly spoke to the buyers waiting in front. "Everyone, sorry for the delay today. There was a special situation on the fishing boat. Please bear with us. But don't worry, today's catch will be sold at a 10% discount." We apologize for the inconvenience. Although I don't know what happened on the fishing boat, even though the captain apologized and offered a 10% discount, the waiting merchants wouldn't just accept it. Some of the people in front said directly, "This isn't very good, Captain. You're the only fishing boat in Unju City. If we wait a little longer and it gets to mealtime, will we still be able to do business here?" Of course, fish must be fresh, and the captain knew this well. He was sweating nervously and explained, No, I don't want that either. But today, something special happened. When we cast our nets, we accidentally caught a cloud shark. It was hiding among the fish, preparing to hunt. By the time we noticed, it had already been put into the fish hold. Hearing this, the merchants understood what had happened. Some even cursed their bad luck and turned to leave the port. The captain quickly apologized with a smile. "Sorry, everyone. It's our mistake. When we left the boat, I already sent sailors to find help in the inner city. Please give us a little more time." After hearing this, Wang Yin was suddenly surprised. It seemed to work out just as he wanted. He reached out and patted someone nearby on the shoulder, then asked, "Brother, what exactly is a cloud shark?" The man, feeling bored, responded, "First time here, right? It's normal if you don't know. This is a predator from the Sea of Clouds, almost like a fierce beast. But its meat is sour, so not many people like to eat it. If it's caught in the fish hold and not handled carefully, it could hurt someone." Yes, that's it. Wang Yin was looking for exactly this. He asked again, "Brother, how is this usually sold?" The man chuckled softly and shook his head. "This thing has no set price. It's not a fierce beast, so it's in a weird middle ground. Its meat isn't good to eat. It gets caught from time to time, and usually, guards come to open the hold and throw it out. No one would bother buying this for fun." Understanding this, Wang Yin thanked him and quietly whispered a few words to Ing Luo, telling her to stay put and not run around. Wang Yin pushed through the crowd and stepped to the front, facing the anxious captain pacing back and forth. He said, "I can help you take out what's inside that fish storage, but in return, you have to give me that colorful cloud shark. Deal?" Suddenly, someone stepped forward to speak. The worried captain paused slightly, surprised. When he saw the tall young man approaching, he initially wanted to scold him for fooling around. But when he looked into the faint vertical pupils of the young man, he somehow swallowed his words and didn't say anything. If you can get that colorful cloud shark out, we don't really need it. You can do whatever you want with it." Wang Yin smiled lightly and said, "It's settled then. Please take me there." He volunteered to ask the guards to open the cage and drive away the colorful cloud shark. Since they weren't doing charity, they would need to pay. Wang Yin eagerly offered himself. If he could really catch that shark, he would be more than willing. He stepped onto the cloud whale, walking on the wooden deck. The captain led Wang Yin toward the fish storage. Before they reached it, Wang Yin heard the noisy commotion inside, like something huge was crashing around. The captain's heart sank. The fish inside were being smashed, and those were his earnings. Wang Yin curled his lips. This creature seemed quite fierce. But he wasn't afraid of real fierce beasts, so why be afraid of this half-hearted one? With a thought, Wang Yin used 3,500 points from the shop to exchange for a soul contract. With perfect timing, favorable conditions, and the right people, he didn't believe he couldn't capture this colorful cloud shark. Wang Yin told the crew on deck to step back quickly. He then stretched and loosened his muscles. Since he was aiming to tame, not kill, he didn't draw his sword. Instead, he prepared to punch. Since gaining the dragon descendant from Alu, this was Wang Yan's first real fight. Honestly, he only had a vague idea of his strength. He didn't know exactly how powerful he was. Just in time, he decided to test himself against this creature. He slowly pushed open the fish storage door. The restless noise inside seemed to pause for a moment, but it was only brief. Soon after, a bright orange light flashed out, sweeping with a fishy wind, rushing straight at him. Wang Yin reacted quickly and dodged the attack. Only then did he get a clear look at what the colorful cloud shark looked like. It was a shark-like creature about 5 meters long and 1.5 meters tall. Its body was sleek like a shark, but its skin shimmered like a cloud at sunset, glowing with orange light. It didn't look like a typical animal. Instead, it resembled a moving cloud. Wang Yin looked at this fire cloud with some curiosity. It was the first time he had seen a creature in this form. He was about to punch it hard first, and then see what happened. In nature, There are predators that use camouflage well. The most famous is the anglerfish in the ocean, which has a small bait on its head to attract prey. This colorful cloud shark was similar. It used special skin to mimic a cloud, making it almost invisible in the sea of clouds. It blended perfectly with the environment. But compared to Wang Yin, this cloud shark seemed a bit weaker. The fight wasn't as fierce as he expected. It was about a 70-30 split. Wang Yin threw 3 punches, almost cracking the shark's skull. It was that simple. Looking at the shark-like creature, Wang Yin was surprised at how strong he had become. The cloud shark curled up on the deck, dizzy from Wang Yin's punches. It saved Wang Yin a lot of effort. His eyes lit up. Instantly, he activated his soul contract. The shark, still baring its teeth and looking a little stubborn, suddenly became dull and unresponsive. To outsiders, it looked like Wang Yin had easily subdued the cloud shark. It was quite impressive. After a moment of confusion, Wang Yin felt he could control everything about the cloud shark, its life and death, as if he had absolute power over it. The shark seemed to recover and stretched out its fins, startling everyone at the port. Wang Yin raised his hand gently to signal everyone not to panic. To everyone's surprise, the cloud shark crawled forward in a very human way, as if it had willingly submitted. This was very strange. Wang Yin had never seen anything like this before. Could a fierce predator really show submission to a human? However, all of this was just a show that Wang Yin put on for them. He brushed off the dust from his hand and said to the captain, "This colorful shark belongs to me, right?" For a moment, everyone was stunned and a bit confused. It wasn't until Wang Yin spoke again that they snapped back to reality. "Of course, you can take this shark with you. We were just trying to avoid trouble ourselves. Please, accept this gift. You must give us some face. This noon, I will host a good feast for you." Wang Yin wasn't very interested in these social gatherings. He had a family, and being outside all the time might worry his wife. He just shrugged and politely declined. "Sorry, my wife and I need to hurry. We won't need it for now. I'll come back to Anju City another time." Anyone who could fight a fierce-looking, colorful shark with their bare hands would want to make friends with it. When the captain heard Wang Yin refused, he felt a little disappointed. But when he heard the last part, he quickly smiled. "Of course. Come anytime, little brother. You're always welcome here. Thank you for helping me solve today's problem. Next time you come, remember to look for me. I owe you a drink." Wang Yin didn't say much. He just waved his hand and went back to the crowd to find Luo. The colorful shark, surprisingly obedient, followed behind Wang Yin. Everyone else moved aside, afraid to get too close. "Let's go home." "Yeah, let's go home." Wang Yin took her hand, jumped onto the shark, and pulled her up with him. This caused another round of surprised shouts. The colorful shark was a fierce beast in the sea of clouds, and making it submit was already impressive. But Wang Yin, he just rode away on it? Wang Yin didn't care about the shock he left behind. His hometown wasn't here, and he might not come back for a while. Maybe in a few days, everyone would forget about him or just see him as a casual chat. Luo tightly held the dorsal fin, while Wang Yin sat behind her. Riding this colorful shark into the clouds was much more exciting than riding a cloud whale. First, this thing has no protection at all. If you're not careful, you could fall off easily. Second, since this colorful cloud shark is only used for riding and not for carrying goods, its falling angle is almost always very steep. It looks like free fall. If you don't have a strong mental state, you really can't ride this creature. The colorful cloud shark is very fast, almost as fast as the cloud whale. It covers the same distance in a day. By evening, Wang Yin finally returned to the lower level. As for how to keep this new mount, Wang Yin has already thought about it. He plans to let it roam freely. Since he has a soul contract with it, he can summon it just by thinking about it, which is very convenient. When he entered the cave, Wang Yin noticed that the atmosphere at home seemed a bit strange. Usually, around mealtime, someone would be cooking, but now everyone seemed to be gathered inside the house. Bai Guo was holding little Cake's hand and carrying little Rice on her back. She looked anxious as she looked into the house. Wang Yin sensed something was wrong and quickly asked her what had happened. Seeing Wang Yin return, Bai Guo seemed to find a sense of security and hurriedly said, "Master, you're finally back. You and Miss just left not long ago." When Squeak Miss went out, she discovered a new tribe nearby. Lady Zhuohua wanted to negotiate with Miss Youli, but they attacked her directly. She was hurt. Wang Yin almost shouted out loud. Without waiting for her to say more, he hurried inside. As soon as he entered, Wang Yin saw Squeak and Huaiwa sitting by the bed, looking worried. On the bed lay Zhuohua and Youli. Zhuohua was in better shape because, being from the Salamander clan, her injuries would heal gradually. She just looked a bit pale. Youli's condition was worse. Her left leg had a long, cut wound on the scales, which were curled up. She also had several bruises, as if something heavy had fallen on her. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan's anger boiled over. But he reminded himself to stay calm first. He must stay calm and tend to Youli's wounds before doing anything else. Zhuohua slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Wang Yin return, she instinctively smiled slightly and wanted to get up to greet him. However, Wang Yin quickly pressed her down, telling her to rest well. Wang Yin, you're back? Wang Yin gently touched her face, feeling a twinge of pain in his heart. Rest well. I'm back now. I'll handle everything. Zhuohua seemed to understand what Wang Yin was thinking. She saw that they were both injured and felt both angry and worried. She slightly lifted the corner of her mouth and said mysteriously, "You don't really think we went out and suffered a loss, do you?" At first, Wang Yin was surprised by her words. But the more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became. Wait, are they the two strongest fighters at home? If they truly wanted to negotiate, why did they bring Youli, this little quiet one? It seems Zhuohua was always aiming to fight and win. After learning about their achievements for the day, Wang Yin was somewhat relieved. Out of a tribe of 20 people, only 8 remained after being killed by the 2 of them. The other 8 ran away, and Zhuohua didn't chase after them. Haha, it turns out they were the ones attacking first. Look at how things have turned out. But Wang Yin still felt some concern and worry. Youli was genuinely injured. Seeing her beautiful scales on her leg all curled up made Wang Yin feel heartbroken. He ordered Bai Guo to boil some hot water to help clean Youli's wounds. Mo had unlocked a healing talent for Wang Yin. He was confident in his skills for treating wounds, reaching the level of a professional doctor. Since there was no alcohol at home for disinfection, he used boiled, sterilized cloth to wipe her wounds carefully. After cleaning the bruised blood, he bandaged her and gave her a dose of ibuprofen. She should recover soon. Next time something like this happens, wait for me to come back, understand? Wang Yan's words sounded like reproach, but his concern was obvious. Zhuohua waved her hand and explained the reason behind her actions, which made him understand why she chose to attack directly and fight. According to her, the group that came near her home was a tribe called the Flame Demon Clan. This tribe has a bad reputation in the underground world. Unlike other races, they only have small settlements in the lower layers and leave no traces on the upper layers. Even the lowest goblins can find some merchants in the upper layers, but the flame demons have none. Their strength and rarity are quite remarkable. The flame demons are generally weak in body. They have red or yellow skin and can breathe fire, but they have no other special skills. Despite being so weak, they have their own way of survival. They keep moving in the lower layers, attacking and stealing from others. Information in the lower layers is limited, so when people see this strange race moving nearby, they usually don't think much and may be caught off guard by their sudden attack. However, Zhuohua and her friends are different from the unaware lower layer people. They have been in the middle and upper layers and know how these raiders operate. So, when Zhuohua heard from Squeaky about the arrival of these people, she immediately grabbed her axe and led Youli to fight them, giving the flame demons no chance. At this moment, Youli was slowly waking up. She watched Wang Yin carefully bandage her wounds, her cheeks turning slightly red. Wang Yin glanced at her with some annoyance and said, "Why didn't you remember to wear your shield belt?" Youli scratched her head. At that moment, Huaiwa quickly came over and explained to Wang Yin. "Wang Yin, Sister Youli gave me her belt because she wanted to keep us safe when Zhuohua said she was going to fight." Wang Yin rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit speechless. She reached out and tapped each of their foreheads. "You little fools, did you forget what you have at home? The one who feeds Alu rice." It seems so. A dragon girl who only eats and sleeps turned over in her grass nest, unaware of what was happening. Maybe because Alu always shows only her lazy side, eating and sleeping. Everyone overlooked her true identity. Or perhaps her appearance is too harmless, so no one paid much attention to her. even though this creature is so powerful that no one dares to challenge it. Even at the top levels, at the very bottom, the little beast girl's home is probably the safest place. Youli was worried and confused. Wang Yin didn't know what to say, so he just told everyone to be more careful in the future. Besides Youli being slightly injured, Zhuohua only needed to eat more to recover. At mealtime, Wang Yin decided to let everyone eat first and wait until tomorrow morning to deal with everything else. After going upstairs, Wang Yin animatedly told the little beast girls about his experiences. When he mentioned taming a colorful cloud shark, he seemed interested. Did you two really ride back on a colorful cloud shark? Of course. Tomorrow, I'll take you to see it. That thing flies so fast. The family had a simple dinner. Then Wang Yin took out gifts for his family, beautiful clothes. The clothes of the salamander race are usually small cheongsams. Wang Yin chose a white one with a peach blossom pattern. For Huaiwei and Zizi, he bought two simple but decent little Western-style dresses, matching their personalities, one red, the other black. As for Youli's clothes, Wang Yin picked loose-fitting items, a pair of shorts and a leather vest. Since Youli's scales can be considered clothing and also serve as armor, her clothing options are limited. So he chose these. Youli had some injuries, so Wang Yin didn't let her change clothes. When the little beast girls changed into their new outfits and stood neatly in front of him, honestly, it was quite a sight. However, it seemed some of them weren't very well behaved. A 54-year-old lowly salamander winked at him, and her two small buns looked very tempting under the cheongsam. Zhuohua, Zai, Wang Yin temporarily suppressed his impulse. He took out some bread and cookies he bought from Moyu. Sweets are very rare and precious to the little beast girls. Their eyes lit up, especially the little red-haired girl, who looked like she wanted to stuff her cheeks full. Wang Yin was momentarily speechless. Could she be a hamster? By chance, Wang Yin saw a small figure hiding behind Bai Gua. He smiled slightly and waved at the little cake. Come here. The little cake didn't expect Wang Yin to suddenly call her. Feeling a bit shy, she peeked out from behind her mother and slowly walked over, fiddling with her fingers. Wang Yin quickly picked up the small girl and placed her on her lap. With a gentle thought, a small cream cake about the size of a palm appeared in front of her. I bought this for you. Eat it quickly. The little cake looked at the small cake in front of her and, upon hearing Wang Yan's words, was momentarily surprised. Does she also get a share? She raised her big, watery eyes and carefully held the cream cake with her small hands, shyly asking Wang Yan, Can I take this back to eat, sir? Take it back to eat. Wang Yan glanced at her, understanding her meaning immediately. He smiled and nodded. Of course you can. The little cake happily ran towards Bai Gua, holding the cream cake high. Mommy, eat first. Her sister had gone far away, so she needed to become more sensible and considerate of her mother. Mom usually had to take care of her younger sister, which was already very tiring. That was what the little cake thought. A sensible girl is always more likable, especially a tiny little mouse girl like her. She quickly attracted the attention of a few young beast girls who fed her treats. Even the most gluttonous, Squeak, picked her up happily and shared his cookies. Having received gifts, the girls gathered around Ing Luo, asking questions. Meanwhile, Zhuohua casually approached Wang Yan, her chi-pao revealing half of her pink legs. She rested her chin on her hand, smiling, and said to Wang Yan, buying us such pretty clothes, but it seems a bit inconvenient to work in them. It's not like you're supposed to wear them while working. Huh? Zhuohua let out a soft sound, then leaned her head toward Wang Yan, teasingly. When do we wear them? Indeed, older women are more flirtatious. Wang Yan's face turned red, and he looked away, pretending not to understand. Of course, when the work is done, women love to look beautiful. After all, Zhuohua covered her mouth, teasingly. Huh? I thought you said you were wearing it when you went to the countryside. Wang Yan was speechless for a moment. It seemed like this guy was a bit reckless, always provoking him. He's not someone easy to deal with either. Does he really think he's made of clay? I think you just want it. Huh? With that, Wang Yan carried Zhuohua and headed outside. Squeaking, the little one tilted her head and saw their strange actions. She said to her sisters, It's so late. Why are Wang Yan and sister Zhuohua going out? Youli, yes. Ing Luo. Huayu. Didn't we talk about this before, meow? Squeaking, maybe, I forgot to. supporting herself against the rock wall with both hands. Her smooth white silk wrapped around each delicate toe. Under the gentle moonlight, she looked like two white chocolates, softly lifting her foot, her arch curved like a crescent moon. Her pink tail looked restless, unable to hide her nervousness. Earlier, Wang Yin had pulled out a piece of white silk during a lottery. It was part of a pair of half-leg stockings, with a small tear somewhere. Don't ask where. That's for you to figure out. Wang Yin didn't think much of it, and kept it in his storage. Today, he bought new clothes for Zhuohua, so she could try them on. This white silk was of the half-leg stocking style, with a small tear. As for where, don't ask, figure it out yourself. Wang Yin was caught off guard, and Zhuohua became the one feeling down. Her pink eyes flickered with unease, and she suddenly started to back out. Wang Yin, it's so late. We might run into some fierce beasts outside, right? Maybe. We should go back first. Wang Yin sneered. Now she's afraid? Where did that experience look go just now? If she wants to run, it's too late. Don't worry. I've already released the colorful cloud shark into the sea of clouds below our feet. If any strange beast comes, it will take care of itself. No worries. Until that strange feeling filled her heart again, Zhuohua's delicate cry broke free from her throat. The whole night, the sounds of birds and swallows echoed endlessly until the moon rose to the treetops. A good night's sleep, one-sided. The next day, Wang Yin woke up early. Although Zhuohua and Youli didn't suffer any losses, Youli was actually injured. This couldn't be ignored. So he decided to ride the colorful cloud shark and follow the wall to find the fleeing flame demon clan to send them some warmth. A whistle sounded, and Wang Yin then leapt down, falling off an endless cliff. Suddenly, a cloud of red mist seemed to come alive, lifting Wang Yin up and carrying him swiftly forward. Not long after, Wang Yin saw a cleared camp. It was probably the place where the fire demon clan was located, as mentioned by Zhuohua. He directed the Tsiluan shark toward the target and jumped down to the ground. The camp didn't seem to have been abandoned for long. Some temporary shelters were barely started, and others had been destroyed by Zhuohua and Ing Luo. In the middle of the camp, there were many dead bodies. Some had been eaten by wild animals, with guts spilled everywhere, and a foul smell filled the air. Wang Yin frowned and crouched down to examine the bodies. There were 12 corpses in total. The fire demons had red or yellow skin, with matching hair colors. They had 2 small horns on their foreheads and slender bodies, like small demons from Western myths. Wang Yin circled the camp twice and found a large sack. He didn't know what was inside, so he cut it open with his knife. Several black pieces of meat slid out. They looked like dried black meat. At first, it was hard to tell what kind of meat it was, but Wang Yin soon found a withered, knuckle-sized hand and a completely unrecognizable rat skull among the meat. Fire demons dislike cold weather, so how did they survive the long winter? It's simple, by eating people. When the rat fruit city fell, many rats like the white fruit family were forced to flee. Some had relatives and went to seek refuge with them, but the white fruit family, being without support, had to wander outside. If Wang Yin and his team hadn't arrived, perhaps this bag would have contained the white fruit family too. Although Wang Yin could handle the psychological stress, seeing that dried skull made him feel uneasy. He carefully examined the camp again, but found nothing more. With a sigh, he looked around helplessly. It seems no one is left. Then, Wang Yin sat back on the Tsiluan shark, ready to move forward and see if he could catch the fleeing fire demons. The strange clouds gradually dispersed, and Wang Yin's figure disappeared into the sky. After a long while, a red head slowly peeked out. Only after confirming that Wang Yin had left did it wave its hand behind it, signaling everyone to follow. Yes, this group of fire demons has returned. No one expected that, even after most of them were killed, these fire demons would dare to come back. But they shouldn't be overestimated. Only half of them escaped. They were hungry and remembered there was food at the camp, so they hurried back. Currently, only 8 female fire demons remain. The males were all killed during the fight. The leader is a red-skinned fire demon with orange hair. She is the smartest among them, and everyone follows her lead. People have left. Quickly grab the food. In the distant sky, the colorful cloud shark hid among the clouds. Wang Yin watched a few fire demons returning to take food, and a slight smile appeared on his face. That's more like it. These fire demons are useless at everything else. When they run away, they have no food, so they will definitely come back to get supplies. It's no wonder he hid here for over half an hour. It saved him a lot of effort. Wang Yin carefully counted the number of people, and sure enough, there were exactly 8. No more, no less. Everyone was present. At first, Wang Yin thought that Zhuohua had been a bit too harsh, killing most of them in one go. But when he saw the dried mice in the sack, he could only say one thing. The fire demons deserved their fate. Indeed, these women were after those bags of dried meat. Seeing this, Wang Yin no longer hid. He raised his broad sword from the sky and struck down, cutting one fire demon in half with a single. This was the first time Wang Yin had killed someone since he was young, and he did so very cruelly, splitting the body in two. The internal organs and blood spilled everywhere, filling the air with a bloody smell. But perhaps he had become numb, or for some other reason, Wang Yin only furrowed his brow slightly and didn't show much disgust. He only knew that these people were no good. If his strength wasn't enough, then maybe the bags contained Jing Luo, Ing, Zhuohua. Killing them was only deserved. Without hesitation, Wang Yin acted like a fierce beast. His broad sword was like a meat grinder, combined with his fierce strength. The blade clashed with flesh and blood, melting away as if hot iron had been plunged into snow, disappearing instantly without any resistance. The group of fire demons suddenly saw a large sword heading straight for their faces. Before they could react, 2 of them were already dead. They were extremely shocked. That person, had he already left? Why is he back so suddenly? Without time to think, the unexpected appearance of this powerful man scared everyone so much they started to run in different directions. 2 of the foolish ones ran the wrong way and fell straight down, as if they were free-falling. After Wang Yan's fierce attack, those who died and those who tried to escape were all gone. Soon, only 2 fire demons remained. Wang Yin looked around, whistled, and a shark-shaped cloud shot out from the sea of clouds, blocking their escape routes. Lupia, Fire Demon Age, 19 Favorability, -100 Talent, Fire-breathing skills, High-temperature resistance, Red skin, Aggressive, Poor at planting, Poor at animal husbandry, Poor at building ding. Unlocked Fire Demon Profile Passive Effect unlocked, High-temperature resistance. New items available in the shop, updated now. Wow. Wang Yin just opened the status panel, and those 3 useless traits were clearly displayed in front of him. He almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Fortunately, the items he received weren't overly powerful. In fact, the most useful one made him breathe a little easier. Wang Yin didn't give the 2 fire demons much chance to escape. He quickly stepped forward, grabbed their necks, and held them tightly. Originally, Wang Yin wanted to eliminate these 2 completely, but the items the fire demons had exploded made him change his mind. Collar. 2,000 points. This collar can turn a wise creature into a completely helpless. It has 2 functions. First, if they resist the owner, the collar releases a shock that can knock them out. Second, the owner can remotely control the collar to release blades inside, which can quickly decapitate the in 0.1 seconds. Wang Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. This was truly a good item. He thought for a moment and exchanged the collar from the system, buying 2 of them. He put one on each of the 2 fire demon women. Soon, the collars looked like iron chains, tightly locking around their necks. Wang Yin could clearly feel through his mind that these collars were so dangerous that just a slight movement could cause them to be decapitated. A cold iron collar was placed around her neck, causing a slight choking sensation. The 2 fiery demon women screamed in fear, claws scratching wildly at the collar, desperately trying to remove it. Wang Yin watched this scene with a cold gaze. One of the women, showing her teeth like a mad creature, lunged forward. But before Wang Yin could act, the collar emitted a terrifying shock, knocking her unconscious. The only remaining demon woman, named Lupi, looked at the scene with terror on her face. Wang Yin glanced at her, a sudden idea flashing in his mind. He smiled faintly, snapped his fingers, and with a humming sound, the stunned demon's collar quickly closed. Her head was swiftly cut off. A horrifying scene unfolded before Lupi. Her fear of the collar deepened, and her legs went weak. Overwhelmed by terror, her mind nearly broke down. Wang Yin nodded slightly. He took off the bloodstained collar and stored it in his warehouse. He had only been experimenting, but he didn't expect it to work so well. Maybe he could catch more in the future. If he had slaves, they could work outside the caves. Anyway, he wouldn't feel bad if they died. He crouched down and looked at the woman lying on the ground, smiling harmlessly. He slowly spoke to her. From now on, you will be mine. If you dare to resist, your partner will face the same fate. Wang Yin grabbed her hair. Honestly, he had no good feelings toward this race. He stared at Lupi and continued. If you understand me, just nod. If not, I might have to cut off your head too. Lupi felt a cold shiver down her spine, her eyes full of fear. She kept nodding quickly and begged. Master, Master, I understand. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Trying to prove her worth, the demon woman quickly unfastened her animal hide, revealing her bright red body. She lay back and opened herself up, moving smoothly without any hesitation. Wang Yin. Although this thing isn't very good at working, it can still be considered a person. If necessary, it can wear a leather armor, carry an iron spear, and with the fire-breathing ability of the flame demon tribe, it can serve as a frontline soldier. Soon, Wang Yin brought the exposed-skinned Lopia home, but he didn't take her into the cave. His plan was to place these slaves outside the cave, since the space outside is large and can be used well. When the small beast girls at home learned that Wang Yin had caught a flame demon woman, they all gathered around out of curiosity. Zhuohua looked at the downcast flame demon woman with some worry and unease, and said, Wang Yin, these flame demons are all bad news. You're bringing her back, aren't you afraid? Wang Yin confidently waved his hand, grabbed Zhuohua's hand, and pressed her thumb at the back of the collar. Instantly, a strange feeling flooded Zhuohua's mind. Wang Yin said mysteriously, Want to try? Try what? Zhuohua didn't understand and didn't get what Wang Yin meant, but she seemed to have a certain connection to the collar. So, don't shock me. Don't shock me. Hey, it's fun, Zhuohua said this. I think everyone might have some misconceptions. Since we're dealing with fringe topics, how could there be saints? Next, I plan to introduce some basic gameplay from Fringe Worlds. Hope I won't get banned. Several small beast girls were given authorization, even by Gua. After taking turns a few times, Lopia was already convulsing from the shocks, foam dripping from her mouth. Wang Yin, she seems to be dying, meow. Why you held Wang Yin's arm, looking a bit uneasy. Wang Yin shrugged indifferently and said, If she's dead, just throw her away. Hearing Wang Yin might throw her away, Lopia used all her strength, curled her fingers, and stiffly climbed up, trembling all over, but still muttering unclear words. I am still alive, don't throw me away. Wang Yin was amused and laughed. Oh, the Electric King is here. I didn't expect this fire demon clan to be quite resistant to electricity. Wang Yin was very pleased. It's good that they are hard to kill. That's the right way to think. After settling this fire demon clan member, Wang Yin casually built a simple grass shelter for her. As for food, he gave her whatever was available. If there was nothing left, she would just go hungry. Anyway, with a Lu around, there's usually not much leftover food at home. Lupia wants to eat well, but that's very difficult. Since a Lu came to the house, it's like a force field that keeps away fierce beasts. You can't even see a shadow of a beast. So, the only danger outside is from strange animals attacking. According to Zhuohua, attacks from strange animals are related to how many people gather. The more people there are, the stronger the beasts that come. But right now, there aren't many people at home. Since spring this year, the attacks have weakened a lot. Usually, only 3 or 4 small dog-headed creatures come at night, and they aren't very dangerous. So, Wang Yin moved some work outside, like the spinning wheel, the drying rack, and the smoking rack. Since he bonded with Xiao Ji, this machine girl has been weaving cloth for him. Now she has accumulated quite a bit. Since she's a machine, wild animals wouldn't bother attacking her without reason. It's also a good chance for her to go outside and watch Lupia. Usually, the little beast girl's work involves gathering supplies or hunting small animals. All the chores at home are done by Bai Guo alone. Now that Lupia is here, Wang Yin gave her some simple tasks, like adding firewood to the smoking shed, chopping wood, and cleaning weeds and stones outside the cave. For more complicated tasks, he didn't plan to give her because he was afraid she might mess up. Now, the house is returning to a steady development stage. Wang Yin can relax and process the things he bought from Unju City. The items he bought are mostly tools. Wang Yin plans to take out most of them, leaving only a few necessary ones in the storage. The rest will be stored in a wooden box. At this moment, he suddenly remembered there was something in the shop that he could use. With a thought, he found that item and took it out. Beginner Space Box, 500 points. This item has been available in the shop since Wang Yan's early days. It looks like a storage box, so Wang Yan didn't pay much attention to it. However, now he needs a container for his tools, so he remembered this item and casually exchanged it. After spending the points, the space box quickly appeared before him. It looks like a wooden box 1 meter on each side. Since it's a product of the system, it doesn't follow normal logic. The storage principle is that when opened, a screen appears in front of you, showing the items stored inside. It's simple and convenient. Wang Yan studied it for a while and found that this storage item might be very useful. In terms of storage, it's similar to the system's warehouse. A small wooden box can hold up to 10 kilograms of items, regardless of type. But the system space box has another special feature: growth. A beginner space box can be upgraded to a mid-level for 3,000 points, to a high level for 8,000 points, and to a top level for 15,000 points. The size remains the same, always a 1 meter cube. It can also be customized with special features. For example, Wang Yin saw 2 types: a time-free space box and a refrigeration space box. These are things he has always dreamed of having. His system warehouse doesn't have a food preservation function, or he wouldn't need to go through the trouble of smoking and pickling food to store it. Thinking of this made him a bit frustrated. He didn't expect to find such options here. In simple terms, it's a bit like the delicate storage mod in Minecraft, but simpler. This small item costing only 500 points could almost be considered a separate system on its own. However, Wang Yin has always been a bit unclear about his system's purpose. The main goal seems to be unlocking the Beast-Eared Girl's catalog, but it also has many functions, like a shop, farmland, and warehouse. These are probably just different modules of his main system. Speaking of which, with this space box, Wang Yin spent half a day making a wooden table using carpentry tools. Relying on his memory from Earth, he built a table 4 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 1 meter 4 tall. He placed the space box on it, so this would be his workbench from now on. Regarding food research, Wang Yin didn't fall behind. He went to Unju City and bought spices and unlocked more than 10 types of vegetables. He also unlocked a special item: milk, 300 points per liter. Unlocking a cow for milk makes sense, right? Thinking of this, Wang Yin couldn't help but recall Mou's gentle and kind face, and ahem, a kind older sister is always lovely, isn't she? Shaking his head to stop thinking about those things, Wang Yin directly exchanged for 1 liter of milk. It was in a plastic container designed to prevent waste, which would automatically disappear after use or 24 hours. This milk was very different from what he bought at supermarkets on Earth. It was sterile and free of preservatives, but not very durable. Wang Yin picked up the milk container and took a sip. The flavor was rich and pure, with no strange taste. As he had mentioned before, foods from the East and West on Earth are completely different. Now that Wang Yin had unlocked soybeans and milk, his family's meals would soon see a big improvement. Oh no, the data looks so bad. Dear readers, please review my work. I feel like I can't go on like this. This life is so hard. Degree. Actually, Wang Yin initially wanted to make some tofu, but first he needed to grind soybeans into soy milk. That was a bit troublesome because it required a stone mill. Although Wang Yin knew how to carve a stone mill, it would take too much time. It might be easier to buy one directly. So, he decided to process the milk first. Milk is quite convenient. Wang Yin exchanged for 10 liters, filling a large bucket. He just needed to cover it and leave it in a warm, ventilated place to let it settle. He hoped it would naturally ferment into yogurt. If it worked, he could use this yogurt as a starter to make more and more yogurt in the future. Spring has arrived, and Wang Yin originally planned to go out into the wild to find herbs. But after thinking it over, he decided that solving the salt issue first was more important. I previously received a map of the Rock Sheep tribe settlement from Lingdang. However, the journey is long, and even with the Cayenne shark, it takes about 10 days round trip. Before leaving, I must ensure the little beast girls are well taken care of. So, over the next few days, Wang Yin and Xiao Ji built an outdoor storage in the cave, piling up all the vegetables produced by the system. Seeing the storage full, Wang Yin nodded with satisfaction. Now, there should be enough food for his family. For several days, Wang Yin kept preparing food for the little beast girls. Maybe he even forgot that before he arrived, they all lived well without him. Perhaps they were just afraid of starving. During these days, Wang Yin also fermented milk, but it wasn't easy. The first few attempts failed, but luckily, he succeeded once. He gradually learned the right method. As for how to check if the yogurt is good, isn't there already a level D person to do that? After making yogurt, it can be further processed to separate butter and buttermilk. But Wang Yin didn't plan to continue. He just wanted to try making yogurt to see if it was possible. If he wanted to produce a large amount, relying only on the system exchange would be too costly. Unless he found a livestock that produces milk, he wasn't willing to spend points on it. Once the food was prepared, Wang Yin felt at ease and was ready to set out to find the rock sheep tribe. Zhuohua gently held Wang Yin's hand. She knew he was a bit worried about them. As the lady of the house, she wanted to reassure him. Don't worry too much about us. With me here, aren't you still worried? Wang Yin thought so too. Zhuohua definitely trusted him, but he still wanted to say a few more words. If you encounter any danger, run back home quickly. Let Alu go first. Don't let her go hungry, understand? Zhuohua smiled softly, cupped Wang Yan's face with both hands, and tiptoed to kiss him on the cheek. She replied, Okay, I understand. Go early, come back early. I'll be waiting for you at home. While speaking, Zhuohua leaned close to Wang Yan's ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, Bring that girl Youli along. Let's try to come back quickly and eat her up. She winked playfully at Wang Yin, then slowly stepped back, causing him to blush. When he looked away, he saw that Youli was standing nearby, looking confused and unsure, clearly having been told something by Zhuohua. Wang Yin smiled helplessly but didn't think it was wrong. Actually, he had already shared a close moment with Youli once before, during the last time he played with Zhuohua in the bath, when she took the initiative to come forward. He waved his hand, feeling that more talking would be annoying. He called out to Youli, and the two of them mounted the colorful cloud shark, heading straight into the distance. This was the first time Wang Yin had gone far from home since arriving in this world. The map given to him by Xiao Lingdang was hand-drawn, combining pictures and words, and was quite clear in pointing the way. So, Wang Yin just needed to follow the landmarks marked on the map. Thus, under the sunset and clouds, the two hurriedly traveled all day. The colorful cloud shark was very fast, flying close to the walls, with the scenery rushing past in a blur. Only the vast sea of clouds remained constant, changing only in color. As night approached, Wang Yin stopped the cloud shark on the shore. After traveling all day, it was time to rest. He lit a fire and bought 2 cans of canned food from the shop for dinner. But while eating, Wang Yin suddenly thought, since monsters attacked at night, why not just travel at night instead? The more he thought about it, the more he believed this idea was good. He mentioned it to Youli, because the cloud shark flew close to the walls, and most monsters climbed walls to attack. Traveling at night and resting during the day might actually be safer. Youli agreed after hearing this, nodding without objection. After dinner, they quickly lay down to rest. The sun had just set, and monsters usually only came out around midnight, so they could sleep a little first and regain some energy. They let the cloud shark go off to hunt and rest. Since they didn't find a cave, Wang Yin found a sheltered spot, covered it with dry grass, laid down a blanket, and cuddled Youli to sleep. Thanks to Wang Yan's high-quality sleep ability, even if he woke naturally, he could still wake up in the middle of the night. The two didn't do anything special. They just embraced and slept until midnight before waking up. Looking at the bright moon high in the sky, Wang Yin guessed it was almost 12 o'clock. He stretched and called Youli to wake up, ready to continue their journey. They mounted the cumulus shark again. Just as they started to move, 3 dog-headed monsters with foul odors climbed up. Although these monsters weren't hard to deal with, their terrible smell was very unpleasant. Since avoiding conflict was better, they chose not to fight this time. Both Wang Yin and Youli had night vision, so traveling at night was not a problem. They moved forward for a while. Wang Yin secretly thought it was easier this way. Moving with the monsters at the same time helped keep them safe. But accidents often happen unexpectedly. The more they tried to follow normal rules, the more their understanding was challenged. Suddenly, a slimy, spring-like tentacle shot out, carrying a foul green slime. Even with the speed of the cumulus shark, it was caught by the tentacle. Their bodies stopped instantly, and due to inertia, they almost fell off. The sudden change made Wang Yin very alarmed, but he quickly calmed down. What danger could there be at this time? Besides those monsters, there was nothing else. Wang Yin hugged Youli close, stepped on the forehead of the cumulus shark, and leapt down to the ground. He pulled out a broadsword from his storage. His heart sank. It seemed he underestimated the danger of the wall abyss at night. A tough fight was probably coming. Note: the story is a bit stuck. I don't know how to continue. The cumulus shark, a creature very close to a fierce beast, was actually caught by a tentacle. This shows how fierce the monster really is. Honestly, Wang Yin really didn't want to fight these monsters. It's just pointless exhaustion. Killing them wouldn't bring any reward, and their meat was highly toxic. He would rather turn and run away than fight. But right now, it seemed this cursed thing had entangled him, forcing Wang Yin to face this disgusting monster. The monster's target didn't seem to be the colorful shark. When Wang Yin and the others dodged, its sticky tentacles released the fish tail. It appeared to be climbing on the wall, but it was unclear what exactly it was. Goo goo, goo. A strange sound like drum beats echoed, and a familiar rotten smell filled the air. A large, pale hand, as white as a corpse, rested on the edge of the cliff. The hand was huge, with each finger as thick as a human calf. Wang Yin stayed calm and drew his broadsword to defend himself. As the strange figure kept rising, its appearance finally became clear. The creature looked humanoid but had no features that looked human. Its white skin was dead-looking, and its two giant claws were just bones covered in skin. Its big head alone was enough to make people feel sick. Its teeth didn't have an upper and lower set like normal. Instead, they formed circles, like a mouth that couldn't close, resembling a meat grinder, making a goo-goo sound. What was most disturbing was its long, thick tongue, covered in slimy, foul-smelling mucus. The tongue kept opening and closing, like barbs. Wang Yin finally understood what the tentacle holding the fishtail was. He calmed down and turned to Youli and asked, "Are you scared, Youli?" Yoli's face showed little emotion. She simply pulled out her iron spear from her back, standing proud like a brave female warrior. "I'm not scared." She had brought her shield belt this time, which made her feel safer. Wang Yin didn't waste time and decided to kill the beast first. He raised his broadsword. Wang Yin was tough and aggressive, so he took the lead. The long-tongued monster wasn't willing to back down. Its tongue, like a spear, aimed straight at Wang Yin's face, as if challenging him. Since they were going to fight head-on, Wang Yin decided to test it. He grabbed the sword with both hands, suddenly swung it up, and made a full moon slash, as if intending to cut the tongue in half. But Wang Yin underestimated how flexible the monster's tongue was. When he swung, the tongue easily absorbed the attack. It even wrapped around his wrist, moving quickly. In that instant, Wang Yin's arm almost got torn apart by the giant tongue. Youli clearly wouldn't just stand there foolishly. Instead, she understood her role well. Her strength was a bit less than Wang Yin's, so she focused on supporting. She moved behind the monster and stabbed 3 times into its ribs, then quickly retreated, never trying to get a final. Although the monster's bones were as hard as iron and her spear wouldn't cause serious damage, one of her shots went through in the bones and hit its internal organs, making the monster scream in pain. This gave Wang Yin a chance to free himself. He was very pleased with Yuli's cooperation. He charged forward again. If the tongue was no good, then the neck should work, right? Unfortunately, the monster was smart enough not to be fooled like a simple creature. When it sensed Wang Yin's fierce attack, it quickly dodged, giving him no chance to strike. So, Wang Yin and Youli kept working together smoothly. Wang Yin used a broadsword to attack, while Youli held her spear ready to strike at any moment. If Wang Yin's attack was caught by the tongue, Youli would stab at the monster's vital spot from behind. Over time, even though both of them were hit a few times, Wang Yin healed quickly, and Yuli's shield belt protected her. After several rounds, the monster's injuries worsened, and it looked like it was struggling to survive. Wang Yin took a deep breath. Even though the foul smell lingered, the monster's flesh and bones were as tough as metal or stone. Cutting into it felt like hitting iron. His hands started to shake slightly from the repeated shocks, and it was clear he needed to end the fight quickly. The long-tongued monster roared in pain. When it saw Wang Yin preparing a deadly strike, it started to scream and even showed signs of fear. Wang Yin ignored this. He saw an opportunity to finish it off. His health bar was already more than half gone. If he didn't act now, when would he? He leaped forward with his broadsword, aiming for the monster's neck. But just as he jumped, he suddenly saw the monster's face showing a very human-like mocking expression. Wait! The monster suddenly turned around. Its huge claws, like heavy hydraulic presses, shot straight at Youli, ignoring Wang Yan's attack. It seemed willing to risk its life to attack her. Wang Yan never expected this monster to be so clever. Since it was facing away from him, his strike missed. Instead, he cut a deep wound into its back, exposing bones and breaking fragments. Yet, the long-tongued monster seemed to feel no pain and ignored the injury. It kept attacking Youli with fierce strikes and stabbing motions, as if it had targeted her and refused to let go. Youli was overwhelmed by the monster's fierce attacks. Her shield belt blocked most of the hits, but Dilia had warned her that the shield belt had an energy battery. After the last fight with the white-armed tiger and this new attack, the belt's energy was running low. Suddenly, a cracking sound like eggshells breaking filled the air. Wang Yin was shocked. His shield was shattered. "Retreat now," he shouted loudly. But it was probably too late. How could Yuli's agility compare to the flying spear-like tongue? Wang Yin clenched his teeth and lunged forward, riding on the back of the beast to avoid its tongue whip. He grabbed its mouth corners, tearing at the monster's lips, his fingers bleeding from the sharp teeth. "Run!" Youli was momentarily stunned, but didn't try to fight on. She bit her lower lip tighter. Wang Yan's mind moved, and that Siloan shark flew out of the clouds again, quickly grabbing Youli and carrying her away from the danger zone. Only then did Wang Yan feel relieved enough to focus on fighting the long-tongued monster. "Come on, just you and me." Without his helper, Wang Yan's fighting ability clearly dropped. Although he had healing powers, the hunger grew stronger, constantly gnawing at his body and mind. In the end, Wang Yin managed to cut the long-tongued monster's neck after his left shoulder was pierced. The monster fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up. He pulled the long tongue out of his shoulder, tearing out bloody flesh. Wang Yin couldn't help but grunt. That cursed thing, even in death, still managed to disgust him. Unexpectedly, the fallen strange beast's corpse emitted a purple-black glow after death. Wang Yan's heart immediately sounded the alarm. He quickly raised his sword and stepped back, but the light only flickered briefly before shattering like broken glass, transforming into a gentle greenish-blue hue. Yes, the glow shattered. The greenish-blue light slowly gathered into a small point of light. Once formed, it flew straight toward Wang Yan's forehead. Even though he tried to raise his hand to block it, the tiny light seemed to pass through without resistance, entering his mind. Received Basic Purification Seed 1. Basic Purification Seed? Wang Yin was shocked. He realized this tiny light was a reward from the system. He hadn't expected that after killing the beast, it would drop a purification seed. This made him wonder why no other beast drops it. Could it be because his level isn't high enough? The purification seed floated quietly in Wang Yan's mind, not stored in his inventory, and there was no description of it. Wang Yin was very confused. What exactly is this thing for? After thinking for a while and not understanding its purpose, Wang Yin decided not to worry. It didn't seem dangerous. Instead, when he focused his mind on it, he felt a deep sense of peace. So he chose to ignore it. He had sustained serious injuries in this fight and needed to find a place to rest quickly. He whistled at the colorful cloud shark and, with one arm around Youli's waist, continued forward. Youli looked at the bloodstain on Wang Yan's shoulder and immediately burst into tears. She couldn't do anything to help, so she bit her lip hard to stop herself from crying out loud. "It's all my fault. I'm so useless. I'm too weak. If only I were stronger, with more strength. How could Wang Yin get hurt?" Wang Yin looked at his wife biting her lip and couldn't help but smile helplessly. She was overthinking again. He gently raised his hand and pinched the corners of Youli's lips, making her loosen her mouth. Sitting behind her, Wang Yin smiled and said, "All right, stop biting your lips. If they swell, it won't look good, you know." Youli didn't reply, only trembling slightly. Now Wang Yin no longer dared to walk close to the edge of the cliff. These strange beasts even had special anti-air defenses. He wondered why the traveling merchants also moved only during the day. This time, he learned his lesson. Some things can be understood after just one try. The long-tongued monster was probably not the attacking type, but a stationary hunter. There might be even stronger monsters hiding on the walls, he thought. Wang Yin rode his colorful cloud shark close to the ground, constantly watching the cliff wall, looking for a cave to rest and repair. Soon, he found a cave about 20 meters above the ground. It was a hidden spot, so he guided his cloud shark to land there. The cave was quite spacious, enough for 2 people. Wang Yin took out some bedding for Youli to lay out. He then tore off his shirt, which was made of polyester fibers from his system. It wasn't very comfortable, but he liked this outfit. Sadly, it was torn and no longer wearable. By now, some time had passed since the fight ended. Wang Yin noticed the blood hole on his shoulder was healing. It had shrunk from the size of a fist to that of a ping-pong ball. It wouldn't be long before it fully healed. This was thanks to 2 skills, rapid blood clotting and dragon descendant. Rapid blood clotting stopped bleeding instantly. Dragon descendant gave him great strength, protection, and an incredible healing speed. Except for severed limbs, most injuries could heal as fast as fire blossoms. Leaning against the rock wall, Wang Yin let out a deep breath, feeling relaxed. Then, a wave of hunger hit him. Without hesitation, he took out canned fruit, beef, milk, and pure water. He looked like a starving ghost reborn. Seeing this, Youli felt a pang of sympathy. She stepped closer and lowered her head, saying, "Let me feed you." One hand isn't very convenient. Wang Yin was slightly surprised, but then suddenly smiled. "All right, wife, feed me." Honestly, even Wang Yin wasn't sure when his relationship with Youli became so close. Was it during the hunt for the white-armed tiger, when their feelings suddenly warmed up? Or was it during the bath with Xiaohua, sharing intimate moments? Wang Yin didn't understand, but he truly liked this little girl, Youli. Youli pursed her lips, opened the can, and then took a spoon to feed Wang Yin. Honestly, eating this way was very slow and couldn't make up for her weak body, but Wang Yin was happy. The big snake personally fed him, which was a rare opportunity. Seeing Wang Yin seem a bit happy, with a slight smile in his eyes, Youli asked confusedly, "Is there something you're happy about?" Wang Yin didn't answer directly. He just shook his head and changed the subject. "When I first came here, your attitude towards me wasn't very good." Youli remembered how she looked at Wang Yin with a cold face at the very beginning. She couldn't help feeling a bit embarrassed and quickly explained, I just don't have much good feeling towards humans, so." Wang Yin looked at her deeply, took the can from her hand, and said, "Youli, can you tell me about your childhood?" "My childhood?" Youli was slightly surprised, seeming reluctant to speak. But looking at Wang Yin, she couldn't refuse, so she lowered her head slowly and avoided his gaze. Wang Yin knew that part of Yuli's personality was shaped by her childhood experiences. No one knew what had happened to her before, and she had never mentioned it to anyone. That's why she was so quiet. Now was a good chance to open her heart. "I was a child," Youli whispered, her thoughts seeming to drift back to those years from over 10 years ago. "Actually, I am not a true beast human. I was born after my mother was assaulted by a group of people. I am not really from the snake tribe. I don't even know who my biological father is." Yuli's voice was calm as water, but it sounded like she was hiding deep sadness. In her snake-like eyes, there was no longer any sharpness. They looked like a lost child, humble and timid. "I grew up in such an environment. My neck was chained, and right in front of me, my mother was assaulted by that group of people. Luckily, my mother loved me very much and didn't let them hurt me." Later, Yuli's voice stretched out long, and she paused for a long time before continuing. "My mother saw that I was getting older. If things kept going like this, those terrible people would harm me someday. So, that night, my mother bit and killed the person who was attacking her. She took the key from him and escaped with me. But my mother's health wasn't good. She usually ate what was meant for me. She couldn't run away." Youli finally couldn't hold on anymore. She remembered her childhood, and tears streamed down her face. She cried openly. Wang Yin gently lifted her and held her in his arms. He softly stroked her long hair, saying nothing, just quietly comforting her. Youli sniffled, hugging Wang Yin tightly. Tears soaked his chest, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. Later, Those people found us. My mother was hurt, but she managed to escape. However, because her injuries were too serious, she never woke up again. I thought my mother was just sleeping, so I stayed by her side, waiting and waiting. But after a long time, she didn't wake up. I was very hungry and wanted to cry, but I didn't dare make a sound, afraid of attracting the people chasing us. You probably know what happened next. I met Sister Joahua, who took me in. Without her, I would have died long ago. Youli's story isn't complicated, but it's filled with darkness and dirt. No wonder she grew up so early. She had such a dark childhood. She had never told anyone about these things before, not even Joahua. This was the first time she opened her heart in front of Wang Yan. That's enough. Wang Yan gently kissed her on the forehead and then patted her head. It's all in the past now. Isn't Youli living a happy life now? We all love you very much. I believe your mother also wanted you to grow up well, right? He spoke softly to comfort her, but Wang Yan wasn't just saying empty words. His chest was already burning with anger, and where Youli couldn't see, his fists were tightly clenched. When we go back this time, will you take me to find that tribe? Youli froze for a moment. She understood exactly what Wang Yan meant and what he wanted to do. She quickly shook her head. That tribe is very strong. It's one of the biggest in the lower region. I don't want you to take that risk. Please, do it for me, okay? Wang Yan smiled gently and patted her head. I was just asking. All right, I'll listen to you. I won't go. Since Youli was worried about him, Wang Yan didn't say more. But he couldn't just let it go. Once they returned, he planned to ask Joahua about the major tribes in the lower region. With a bit of checking, he would probably find out which one it was. Wang Yan put one arm around Youli, and they stayed like that for a while. After sharing her worries, Youli cried quietly against his chest. When she calmed down, they seemed even closer than before. Youli's affection 80 seeing the affection level maxed out, Wang Yan couldn't help but smile. He quickly treated his wounds, took 2 painkillers, and soon felt his eyelids grow heavy. Youli, I'm a bit sleepy. I'll rest for a while. Okay, sleep. I'll keep watch. The strange beasts were highly poisonous. They looked human but were nothing like people, like the dark side of all living things, hating and devouring intelligence itself. It was as if they existed only to hunt beings with wisdom. The barbs on their long tongues carried deadly venom. When one pierced Wang Yan's flesh, the worst part wasn't the wound, but the poison that despised all life. Wang Yan was poisoned. Cold, so cold it reached his bones. In a daze, Wang Yan seemed to return to his old life on Earth, in that small rented room. Was it all just a dream? People your age are already married. Your father and I divorced because you never did anything with your life. I must have done something terrible in a past life to have a useless son like you. I can't go on anymore. It's all your fault. If I die, you'll finally understand how to try harder. Am I really so useless? It's so cold. I'm so sleepy. In Wang Yan's memory, images of blood everywhere appeared. His parents fighting, their heads bleeding, shouting and yelling nonstop. He ran away one spring night. He deleted everyone's contact information. He was too afraid to face that heavy, oppressive life anymore. That night, he first tasted what it meant to be free. But why do I still hear those cruel, suffocating words in my ears? Sorry. It's all my fault for being so weak. Don't deny yourself. You're already doing very well. A warm hug tightly embraced Wang Yan in his dark moment, like a gentle sun warming his heart. Even if you don't have special abilities, I will still like you. You are a very caring person. You show kindness in your own way. You are not wrong. You don't need to apologize to anyone. I like you, Wang Yan. If you're cold, hold my hand tightly. His voice was gentle and tender, like sunlight breaking through a sewer, shining on a dirty rat. A drowning person will grasp anything that might save them. Wang Yan's trembling body clung tightly to Youli's. Their hearts drew closer, each with their own darkness, but they used their own ways to light each other's path. Fortunately, Wang Yan's body was strong enough to withstand the deadly poison. He managed to endure it, though many hallucinations appeared in his mind, bringing back unpleasant memories. His eyelashes fluttered, and his whole body felt as cold as an unmelting ice block. The poison was attacking every nerve in his body. Luckily, Youli's comfort and warm embrace helped him get through this difficult time. The sun shone gently, and birds chirped. Warm sunlight spilled into the cave. Wang Yan's eyelids twitched slightly before slowly opening his eyes. The scene before me is a peaceful, sleeping face. Yuli's breathing is deep, and she is holding him around the waist, perhaps dreaming about something. Wang Yan's lips curve into a faint smile. He knows everything. He remembers some bad memories. The girl is holding him and saying many things, especially that one sentence. Even without those abilities, she would still like him. Wang Yan leans close to Yuli's ear and whispers softly, "I like you too." Maybe she heard Wang Yan's voice. Youli frowns and struggles to open her eyes, making soft sounds. It seems she didn't sleep well. She loosens her grip and slowly opens her eyes. At this moment, her mind feels a bit blank. Her eyes focus for a moment and then settle on the figure in front of her. "Wang Yan, you're awake." Seeing Wang Yan safe and sound, the girl's voice is a little lazy, with a sweet, shy tone like a young girlfriend. "What did you just say?" Wang Yan forces a smile and turns his head away. "I won't tell you." "Huh?" But Yuli's face shows a playful smile. She hooks her arms around Wang Yan's neck and says, "If you don't tell me, I already know. I just want to hear you say it again." "All right, then I'll say it again." Wang Yan leans in and kisses her soft, tender lips. After a while, Youli blushes and feels a bit flustered, her mind going blank. "I said I like you." Hearing him say it directly makes Youli feel shy. Her snake-like pupils lower, and she dares not look into those intense eyes. I know." Her gaze falls on Wang Yan's strong shoulders. The fierce scar has fully healed, leaving only a faint pink mark. She gently places her hand on it, feeling relieved for Wang Yan. Looking at Wang Yan's bare upper body, Youli suddenly remembers something Sister Hua told her before. She needs to be close to Wang Yan so she can awaken. Thinking of this, Yuli's face flushes. She and Wang Yan. As she thinks, her hands can't help but reach out and hold him. In this moment, it seems just right. Wang Yan looked at her, who seemed like a ball of fire, and understood her meaning. The girl was eager to act once she saw he was okay. "Okay, then." Wang Yan just patted her head and left a kiss on her forehead, softly saying, "Leave it to me." Love flowed like water. Wang Yan gently moved on top of her. They looked into each other's eyes. Youli instinctively retracted her scales again. Everything was as beautiful as a spring day, making it hard to look away. Warmth, affection, passion, dreamlike. Even a cold snake could become hot, like glowing charcoal. Her snake eyes had lost their focus. She tightly grasped the pillow with both hands. Wang Yan pressed his hands on her, and their feelings and love filled the air, reaching the horizon. No more words were spoken. The sounds paused. The sun set in the west. It seemed they would stay a little longer. Youli, feeling sore and tired, had a very rosy face, like a dry seedling after rain. She no longer looked like a snake, but more like a small, obedient cat, snuggling against Wang Yan's chest. For someone who usually seemed cold and distant, breaking down her walls meant she would show her true, unconditional love. Just like Youli now, who was completely different from her previous coldness. "Are you hungry?" "Yes, but I want to hold you a little longer." "All right then." As expected, Youli also awakened. Wang Yan opened her status window and carefully checked her details. Youli Snake Clan age, 22 favorability, 100 talent, primordial transformation special skills, scaled skin, melee combat, night vision, toxin resistance, resilience. She gained another special skill. Her awakening talent made her resilience very powerful. It could reduce damage by half, greatly increasing her defense. If she put on her scales again now, even without a shield belt, ordinary swords and knives wouldn't be able to hurt her. And this primordial transformation. Youli, what exactly is this ability? Youli lowered her head. Since she sensed her ability, she roughly understood it. It's a shape-shifting power. Honestly, she didn't really want to show it in front of Wang Yan, because she felt it was too ugly. It's transforming directly into the most primitive beast form. I don't really like this ability. Primitive beast form? Wang Yan looked confused. Could it mean transforming into a big snake? Then hurry up and change so I can see. Transforming into a huge fierce beast sounds pretty cool, right? Wang Yan thought this, with a sense of eagerness. Youli didn't expect him to be so eager to see, so she didn't say much. She just sighed, then slowly stood up and moved to the edge of the cave. Then, her hands gradually disappeared, and her legs seemed to merge together, forming a slender snake tail. Her graceful figure stretched out, becoming longer and longer. Although not very elegant, as her form kept changing, a large green python slowly took shape. It didn't look cold and sinister like a typical snake, but rather sharp like a spear. The giant python flicked its tongue. Its body was huge, about 1.5 meters wide at the thickest part. In this small cave, it was a bit cramped. Half of its body coiled around Wang Yan, while the rest of the tail rested outside the cave entrance. Being wrapped by such a big snake would make anyone feel cold and uneasy. But Youli's snake form didn't give that feeling, mainly because her snake eyes had a hint of human emotion, which made her look less threatening. After transforming into a snake, Youli couldn't speak. She simply leaned her large triangular snake head close to Wang Yan and gently rubbed his face. Youli's awakening ability was incredibly powerful. Based on Wang Yan's own feeling, her current form's aura was even more terrifying than a fierce beast. If she really faced one, Wang Yan probably wouldn't need to fight at all. Youli could easily turn into a giant python to handle it. Youli's ability could last about 10 minutes, with some time limits, but it didn't affect her much. However, there was a side effect. After returning to her normal form, she would feel exhausted and weak for a while. It was a small side effect. After some minor adventures, Wang Yan learned his lesson and stopped challenging the wall abyss at night. He traveled honestly during the day and found a cave to rest at night. Although it delayed him by a day, it wasn't a big problem. Over the past few days, besides enjoying the scenery along the way, Wang Yan also gradually discovered several human tribes. However, they were too scattered to form any real community, like fierce beasts that could be wiped out easily. There was no intention to approach or trade with them. During these days, the two of them didn't stay idle. After breaking through the last barrier, their hidden story scenes became more intense. Wang Yan personally experienced what it means to have a snake-like grip, which he found quite addictive. So, after about a week of traveling together, they finally reached a sparse vegetation area, following the landmarks on the map. This was the territory of the Rock Sheep tribe, but Wang Yan wasn't exactly sure where, so he needed to look carefully. They stopped at the shore, and Wang Yan commanded the Tseluan shark to sail into the clouds. Then, he and Youli jumped down, walking to find traces of the Rock Sheep tribe. Holding Youli's hand, Wang Yan noticed that the vegetation here was sparse, resembling a kind of savanna. With careful searching, he believed they could find signs of people. Soon, Wang Yan spotted a figure bending over among the low-hanging grass, gathering something. Anyone active in this area would obviously be part of the tribe. Seeing no other people around, Wang Yan approached directly and greeted the person. Suddenly, he heard a voice shout, which startled Lily so much she almost jumped in fright. It was a beast girl with wheat-colored skin, wearing a patchwork outfit made of various animal skins. The most striking feature was her exaggerated, spiral-shaped sheep horns. Without a doubt, she was from the Rock Sheep tribe. The moment Wang Yan observed her, he opened her status panel to gather basic information. Lily Vanira, Sheep Tribe Age, 16 Favorability, 0 Talent, Not Awakened Skills, Stubbornness, Animal Husbandry, Endurance, Efficient Sleep, Climbing Master, Ding, Unlocked Sheep Tribe Encyclopedia, Passive Effect Unlocked, Endurance. New Items Unlocked, Shop Updated. Endurance? Wang Yan almost couldn't hold back a laugh. It sounded a bit funny. In fact, this passive skill is very useful. It can increase a target's basic endurance, helping them run longer during long races or recover stamina faster in battles. Whether in daily life or combat, this skill provides strong support. Of course, it is also useful in certain situations. When the girl from the Rock Sheep tribe saw that the newcomer was a human, she quickly grabbed her small basket and ran without looking back. What surprised Wang Yan even more was that she was running very close to the wall. This reminded him of videos he saw on Earth. 90 degrees is a wall, 89 degrees is a right? Watching the girl run along the rock wall, Wang Yan had no anger at all. It seemed she was a bit timid, and maybe he had scared her. He helplessly spread his hands, whistled, and quickly led Youli riding on the Tseluan shark. Since he had already seen her, he could follow her to find her tribe and meet other rock sheep people. Wang Yan didn't dare to chase too closely. He just rode the Tseluan shark from a distance, slowly following her across the sky. After a while, the girl ran along the wall, and Wang Yin finally found the Rock Sheep tribe settlement. The location of the tribe was very well chosen, fitting their style perfectly. It was a hollow in the cliff 30 meters above the ground, with a steep mountain that only the rock sheep could easily enter or leave. There was no need to worry about enemies from outside. But this was not a big problem for Wang Yin, because he could fly. As soon as Lily returned to the tribe, she shouted loudly, "Oh no! Oh no! More humans are here!" Her words immediately drew everyone's attention. They looked at her, stopped their work, and someone asked, "Where did you see the humans?" "Just below, where we often dig for roots. They suddenly said hello to me, so I ran away. Quick, tell the chief. Those humans are here again to steal salt." At that moment, Wang Yan's Xiluan shark slowly landed at the edge of the cave. He jumped down quickly, attracting everyone's attention. The place fell silent. Everyone held their breath, staring at the person in front of them in disbelief. Honestly, being watched by so many people made Wang Yan a little uncomfortable. He slowly raised his hand, awkwardly tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Hello? It's humans. Humans are here. Quick, men, get your weapons. Women, hide. Humans, how dare they come to our home? Today, you won't leave easily. Protect the priestess." Wang Yan didn't expect the rock goat tribe to be so hostile to humans. They immediately got aggressive. Youli saw this and drew her spear, ready to attack, but Wang Yan held her back. "Don't be impulsive." Although the rock goat tribe was loud and noisy, they acted quickly. Without any orders, 12 men with bone spears formed a circle, surrounding the elders and children at the back. All their spears pointed at Wang Yan, as if they were about to rush forward and attack him. Wang Yan squinted at the tribe. He was here for business, not to destroy the village. If he wanted to destroy it, it might be easier, and he could also find salt from their village. But that wasn't his goal. He wanted to find the salt mine. If a fight broke out, it wouldn't be worth it. Haha, everyone seems so excited. No need for these welcome rituals. Just disperse. Wang Yan spoke as if joking. But when he opened his eyes again, his vertical pupils shone with a very intense and oppressive light. "I'm here for business. Call out your leader. I have a big deal to discuss with you. If there are any bugs in the story, please leave me a message. Sometimes I forget my own settings. My lovely little readers are my helpers." As the top predator, the dragon's aura alone was enough to scare the rock goats. Wang Yan only borrowed a bit of dragon energy, and the tribe was immediately subdued, calming down. Then, Wang Yan's expression returned to his usual smiling look, showing kindness. "Can we have a good talk now?" A few rock goat tribe members looked at each other but didn't say anything. Soon after, a strong, muscular man pushed his way out of the crowd. Judging by his size, he was clearly the leader of the rock goat tribe. The leader was over 6 feet tall, with large, intimidating curved horns. He pushed through the crowd and looked at Wang Yan. Wang Yan showed a friendly smile with white teeth, indicating he meant no harm. "Humans are very greedy. We won't give you salt. No matter how much we give, your hearts are like a deep abyss, never full. Please leave here quickly." Wang Yan shrugged and said calmly, "That's not quite right. Even if you dislike humans, surely you wouldn't refuse trade altogether?" "Trade?" Hearing this, the leader of the rock sheep tribe paused for a moment. He looked Wang Yan up and down and shook his head. "If you think you can fool us with such lies, you underestimate us. We can tell right away if someone is a traitor." Wang Yan ignored his words. He raised his palms slightly, focused his thoughts, and suddenly fresh vegetables appeared on the ground. Eggplants, cabbages, radishes, and more. These were prepared in advance. Since they wanted to trade, he brought out the goods first. When the rock sheep tribe members saw the fresh vegetables, they became a bit excited. Although beast-human hybrids aren't exactly like wild animals, they still have dietary preferences. The rock sheep tribe prefers vegetables, especially these fresh ones with water droplets on them. Yum, a small sheep, unable to resist, swallowed nervously. Wang Yan spread his hands and said, "Now you can see I'm here to do business, right?" His tone was calm, but he continued, "If you still want to cause trouble after this, don't blame me for being rude." Wang Yan's temper isn't very patient. He's already shown respect to this tribe. If they keep pushing, he might have to take stronger action. A cold sweat slid down the leader's face. He wasn't just a muscle-headed brute. He was smart enough to understand Wang Yan's words. If he kept being unreasonable, he might end up with a sword at his neck. I see now you're a traitor. Sorry about that. You're different from other traitors. I apologize for the misunderstanding. Being able to calmly say this without blushing or feeling nervous shows some flexibility. Wang Yan's offer really meets the basic needs of the rock sheep tribe. Usually, other traders bring mostly dried vegetables or durable foods like potatoes and sweet potatoes, which are not fresh. Wang Yan nodded, then waved his hand and said, "All right, I will exchange your salt mine for vegetables. Half a kilogram of vegetables for 1 kilogram of salt. That's the price. I won't go inside. Just exchange with what you have." What? Half a kilogram of vegetables for 1 kilogram of salt mine. This high price shocked everyone, almost making them gasp. Wang Yan didn't care about their reactions. Who knows how much salt the rock sheep have? If they want fresh vegetables and low prices, they can forget it. Good deals are all ours. It's this price. No exchange, no negotiation. Starting at 100 kilograms of salt, the rock sheep tribe members were a bit angry. They wanted to speak up and argue, but suddenly Wang Yan pulled out a tall sword and stuck it into the ground, clearly showing he wouldn't negotiate. Actually, Wang Yan wasn't being unreasonable or rude. He knew this tribe had plenty of salt mines. Plus, the sparse vegetation here means they probably only get to eat vegetables a few times a year. They usually trade dried vegetables from traders. They would definitely trade, but they just wanted to bargain. The tribe leader looked at him with a feeling of helplessness, sighed, and then slowly said, "Perhaps we should ask the priestess to come out and talk with you." Huh? Wang Yan felt curious. The priestess? He had heard someone call her that earlier, but didn't pay much attention. Now, hearing it again from the tribe leader, he became more interested. Behind the sheep, Lily nodded and quickly ran into the deeper part of the tribe. Soon, a figure slowly walked out from behind the rock sheep. When Wang Yan saw the priestess for the first time, he was stunned. It was unexpected. This so-called priestess of the rock sheep tribe was not a sheep at all, but a rabbit? Mystic hair rabbit, tribe age, 3,586 favorability, 0 talent, spirit summon, black snake specialty, gentle jade sound, skilled in socializing, ageless, extraordinary metabolism, desire body, ding, unlocked rabbit tribe profile, gained passive effect, extraordinary metabolism, new items unlocked, shop has been updated. The effect of extraordinary metabolism means more efficient energy conversion. Simply put, it allows you to get more energy from less food. Visually, if Wang Yan is injured again, his hunger might not feel as intense as before, and his healing will be faster. Wang Yan shifted his thoughts away from the new passive ability and focused on the witch. Her appearance was somewhat strange, not because she was unattractive, but because her form was different from typical beast people, like Yingluo and Huaiwe, who look like human girls with some beast features. This witch's appearance leaned more toward beast-like. Her hair was black, and her golden eyes shone brightly, like 2 stars in the night sky. She wore a clean, gray-black traditional witch robe, elegant and pure, as if communicating with divine spirits. Traveling merchant, good day. I am a witch wandering the wall abyss, a messenger purifying the world's impurities, currently residing here. I've learned about your situation from Lily, the girl. Your long journey has brought us fresh vegetables, and your pricing is reasonable. On behalf of the rock sheep tribe, I agree to your trade. Her voice was melodious and ethereal, bringing a sense of peace and relaxation, making people feel enchanted. I will include a picture of the witch here for everyone to see. It's quite nice. Unexpectedly, this big rabbit seemed to hold quite a bit of influence in the tribe. The rock sheep tribe leader simply sighed and said nothing more. Merchant, an accompanying lady, on behalf of the rock sheep tribe, I propose a trade. We will pay 500 kilograms of salt or in exchange for your vegetables. What do you think? Wang Yan had no objections to this suggestion and even felt it exceeded his expectations, so he nodded slightly. The clan leader did not say much further and directed a few rock sheep tribe men to go deeper into the cave to fetch rock salt. At this moment, Xian Yi, with a hint of apology, said, I'm sorry, traveling merchants. This rock sheep tribe is not greedy. Although they have stored enough rock salt, it is actually a resource that has supported several generations of our tribe's survival. If these salt mines are exhausted, our tribe will have to find a new home, risking life and death. Moreover, because of the salt mines, nearby human tribes often raid us, making our already timid tribe more sensitive and hostile toward humans. Wang Yin was not unreasonable and understood these reasons. The salt mines were resources used by several generations, and once used up, they had to find new ones. But this was not a reason for him to push for a lower price. Seeing that Wang Yin did not speak further, the priestess smiled at him gently and said softly, "Traveling merchants, you will need to wait a while longer. Why not join this young lady for a rest at my humble abode?" Wang Yin initially wanted to refuse, but the woman's voice seemed to have a magical quality, making him nod involuntarily. "Then, please follow me," said Xianyi gracefully, swaying her hips. Her black rabbit tail looked like a small fluffy ball, making her appear quite cute. The cave was quite spacious, and since the rock sheep tribe had expanded it themselves, it was not very narrow. After walking a bit, they reached the deepest part of the cave where the priestess's residence was. Compared to the earthen houses, her home was small but built of wood, with a door and windows. With a creak, Xianyi opened the wooden door. Inside, the decor was simple: a wooden bed, a set of table and chairs, and a small glowing grass plant. The ceiling was decorated with a few luminous stones to provide light. In the corner, there was a small shrine. The room was clean and tidy, filled with a faint scent of orchids. Wang Yin and Youli sat facing Xianyi. At that moment, the wooden door gently made two soft sounds, and then Lily appeared, carrying a tray of tea, placing it quietly on the table with her head bowed. "Lady Priestess, tea." Xuanran's eyes curved gently as she reached out to touch Lily's small horns. "Good child, you've worked hard. You may go now." Lily smiled brightly at the gesture, nodded, and quietly left the room, closing the door behind her. "Honored guests, this tea is brewed with licorice leaves. Our place is remote and rather simple. Please forgive the lack of refinement." There were 3 cups of tea on the table. Wang Yin and Youli each picked one up first. Wang Yin deliberately chose the cup closest to Xianran, staying cautious. Xianran smiled softly, blew on her tea, took a sip, and began the conversation. "I suppose you too learned of this place from that blue-haired merchant girl, didn't you?" Before Wang Yin could answer, she continued, "Other than that young lady, I doubt anyone else knows where the rock sheep tribe lives." Turning her head slowly, her golden eyes met Wang Yan's as she said, "I must ask you not to tell anyone about the rock sheep tribe's location. Life is already hard for these children. Salt is very precious in the wall abyss, and if too many people learn of them, it could bring disaster." Wang Yin spread his hands and said, "I have no reason to reveal their whereabouts. In fact, I'd rather keep it secret. I hope to build a long-term trade partnership with the rock sheep tribe, so the fewer people who know, the better." He didn't say the rest aloud. He himself wouldn't tell, but that little bell girl might. After all, she was known to sell information for money. Xianran covered her mouth and smiled gracefully. "With your help, these children might finally enjoy some fresh vegetables now and then. On their behalf, I thank you." Her voice carried a gentle charm, each word soft and pleasant to the ear. Wang Yin guessed it might be related to her gift, the melodious voice. "Miss Priestess, you don't seem like someone from the lower ranks." "Oh, my apologies," she said with a light laugh. "I was so caught up in our talk that I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xianran. As I mentioned earlier, I am a priestess who travels through the wall abyss, purifying corruption wherever I go. When I passed through this place and saw these children suffering from illness, I stayed to heal them." Wang Yin nodded, and the priestess continued speaking, also asking Wang Yin in return, "From the looks of you two, you don't seem to be merchants. However, your skill in producing things out of thin air is quite rare. I've never seen anything like it before." Wang Yin didn't want to dwell on this topic and simply smiled politely. "Ha, it's just some clever tricks. Nothing special. Actually, you're right. We're not professional traders, just a small middle-level force. We happened to learn about this place by chance and came to exchange some fresh vegetables for salt from the salt mine." Xianyin narrowed her eyes slightly, a faint flicker of something unusual passing through her gaze, but it disappeared instantly. It seems your influence is quite strong. Although your offer is a bit high, rarity makes things valuable. In a place like this, your pricing isn't unreasonable. If we could cooperate with someone like you, I believe those children wouldn't suffer too much." As she continued, Her words became mostly empty politeness. Wang Yin didn't dare to engage too deeply with this woman. Her refined voice suggested she was no ordinary person, probably someone who could use her voice to subtly influence others. Moreover, she was a woman over 3,000 years old, with a mind so sharp it was hard to tell where her thoughts ended. She might lead him astray at any moment. After exchanging a few words with Xian Yin, the sound of knocking on the door rang out again. Outside, the Rock Sheep tribe announced that the salt was ready. Wang Yin decided not to say much more to her and led Youli away first. After quickly counting the supplies, Wang Yin honestly took out the vegetables stored in the warehouse. These were the products he had accumulated over the past few days. After placing the salt into the warehouse, he didn't want to stay any longer. The woman seemed increasingly suspicious. Something felt off. It was better to leave now. Perhaps because he had stayed too long. The sky had already turned westward. There was no choice but to stay overnight at this place. Wang Yin took out more than 10 kilograms of extra vegetables, using them as his lodging fee for the night. The Rock Sheep tribe was happy to oblige and quickly cleared out a room for the two of them to use. The room was very clean and had no strange smells. Wang Yin felt his senses were okay, so he and Youli spread out the bedding. Just as they finished, the wooden door was gently knocked. Soon, a soft, gentle female voice came through. "Traveling merchant, if you're finished, Lady Shaman would like to invite you to dinner. Would you like to join?" This woman wanted to invite both of them to dinner again. What does she mean? Honestly, Wang Yin didn't really want to go. He was planning to stay inside with Youli, eat some canned food, and then sleep. But this woman suddenly sent someone to invite him to eat, and she didn't include Youli. What does that mean? However, since this is her place, refusing might hurt her feelings. Wang Yin decided to grit his teeth and go, planning to eat quickly and leave, not giving her much chance to talk to him. He took out a few cans of food, told Youli a few words, and Youli nodded obediently. She also felt a bit annoyed because she only knew how to fight and couldn't help much in this situation. "I'll wait for you to come back," Youli softly said. Wang Yin patted her head and then left the room. He gently knocked on the door of Xian Yi's room, then pushed it open. Xian Yi smiled happily, her expression somewhat enchanting. It was clear her body of desire was not for nothing. She was even more alluring than Ying Luo. "Sir, please sit." Wang Yin nodded silently, then pulled out a chair and sat down. He looked at the food on the table and was a bit surprised. There was a bowl of vegetable and dried meat soup, with a few golden oil spots on top. The main dish was a whole ceramic bowl of rice, accompanied by a small plate of pickled radish. It looked quite proper. Wang Yin squinted, silently observing the food on the table. Xian Yi saw him and chuckled softly, then pulled a chair to sit facing him. "By the way, I still don't know your name, sir." Xian Yi propped her chin with one hand, her golden eyes flickering in the dim, flickering lamp oil, as if she could see through a person's mind. Wang Yin picked up a wooden spoon, lowered his head, and scooped a few bites into his bowl. He said, "Just call me Hanli." "Oh," Xian Yi seemed to smile warmly and murmured, "Hanli? Is that your real name?" Wang Yinsui casually told a lie, without blushing or feeling guilty. He nodded and looked at the meal in front of him. From just this table of food, he roughly understood this woman. He didn't want her to know his real name, so he mentioned Han Tian-san instead. "Sir, you are lying," said Xian Yi with a gentle smile. "Believe it or not, my name is this," Wang Yin replied. "Haha, all right then. Since you don't want to tell me your name, it must mean you don't fully trust me." "Why is that?" The candle flickered, and her bright eyes stared intently at Wang Yin. "Did you notice something?" she asked. Wang Yin saw she was probing him, so he decided not to pretend anymore. He straightforwardly said, "When we first met, you said you were just staying here temporarily, a witch who cleanses the dirty walls. But looking at your room's decorations, it doesn't seem like a temporary place at all. Also, your actions don't seem to be guiding the Rock Sheep tribe. Instead, you look more like a leech feeding on their blood. In this sparse vegetation area, you can still eat such food, and there are special rock sheep to take care of you. Your words don't match your actions at all. If you wanted to call me here alone, let's be direct and efficient. Just tell me what you want, and we'll get straight to the point." After hearing Wang Yan's words, Xian Yi was visibly stunned for a moment. Then she covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha, leech. Sir, you are very straightforward," she said, tears almost coming to her eyes from laughing. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. But gradually, Wang Yin felt that her elegant and noble aura had completely disappeared. Although I haven't deliberately hidden anything, you can tell my disguise so quickly. I must say, you are truly impressive, she said. Haha, just as you guessed, I am indeed who I said I am. But, calling me a leech directly, sir, that's really too much, she added. Wang Yin didn't expect her to admit it so openly, which made him feel strange. What exactly was she hiding? The mysterious woman brushed her black hair and said softly, I do enjoy the offerings from the Rock Sheep clan, but I am not unhelpful to them. Do you know that the Rock Sheep clan has a treasure mountain they are unaware of, and they have suffered many secret attacks? Purifying impurities and walking through the wall abyss are just words. A clan offering support and protection for 100 years. That is the way of survival for the mysterious woman. It's mainly about getting by. Although her words made some sense, even on Earth, salt can be stored as a strategic resource, especially in the scarce wall abyss. Yet, Wang Yin found her attitude a bit hard to accept. Perhaps it was because of her talent for gentle and melodious voice, which made her unconsciously change her views. Only she herself might know the truth. You give me a different feeling, sir. I enjoy talking with someone as clever as you. She propped her chin and suddenly looked lazy, her elegant aura fading. 2 black rabbit ears drooped on her shoulders. Calling him over, she said she wanted to ask him for a favor. Wang Yin crossed his arms and looked into her golden eyes. What's the matter? Feel free to say. I want to help my awakening ability improve further. When she said this, Wang Yan's pupils slightly contracted, but he didn't show any panic. This was his secret, helping others awaken or strengthening those who had already awakened. How did she figure that out? The priestess is joking. I don't have such extraordinary abilities. If you want me to help with that, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Her black hair shone with a glossy luster. She ignored Wang Yan's words and said carefully, the seed of awakening is mostly found in intelligent men. After engaging with a maiden, it can use energy to trigger potential or further strengthen existing abilities. Am I right, sir? If the gentleman does not want to mention these things, I can change the subject. Would you be willing to take my first night and spend a wonderful evening together? Wang Yin. Although this woman looks fluffy and not unattractive, with a good figure, Wang Yin ultimately shook his head and refused. After all, Xianyi was also saying that his ability only worked on first nights, but she was over 3,000 years old. How could an old maiden keep her first night for over 3,000 years, only to meet herself one day and give it away? Perhaps, in a world where history spans tens of thousands or even millions of years, this time span isn't unusual. But on Earth, that would be like going back to the Shang dynasty. Just thinking about it made Wang Yin feel uneasy. Most importantly, Xianyi's favorability score had always been at 0, neither rising nor falling. That was very strange. Seeing Wang Yin refuse, Xianyi was not upset. She just smiled lightly and looked at him with interest. Hey, sir, you don't want my first night? That's such a pity. Wang Yin felt this woman was a bit dangerous. After a few more words, they mostly exchanged polite small talk. Fortunately, the meal ended without incident. He stood up to thank her. The uneasy feeling finally faded, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But he didn't notice the strange expression hidden in Xianyi's golden eyes, full of meaning. Well, since you don't want to spend a night with me, I won't keep you. But if you ever want a flavor, you're always welcome. Wang Yin forced a couple of smiles and then left without looking back. This woman was really difficult. Her goal was to get him to help her improve her strength. But Wang Yin was not eager to agree. More importantly, she had figured out his ability, which was the first time he learned about this so-called spirit awakening seed. He was still curious. How did she see through it? Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about all the confusing things. Honestly, he had already taken 500 kilograms of rock salt from here. After processing, it could last a family for decades. Maybe he wouldn't come back here again. He hadn't even told Xianyi his location. Perhaps he would leave and never see her again. That way is the best. Wang Yin returned to his room, held Youli lightly, and slept through the night. Before dawn the next day, he woke Youli up without greeting anyone and directly summoned the colorful cloud shark to leave the village. Overall, this trip was quite fruitful. Besides the 500 kilograms of rock salt, he unlocked 2 new illustrations, gained 2 very useful passive skills, and also unlocked 2 new item purchase permissions. Basic crafting knowledge capsule 1,000 points, construction blueprint. Virtual sun 35,000 points. Wait a moment, I understand the first one, but what is the second? When Wang Yin saw this item, he almost dropped his jaw. This doesn't seem right. What is a virtual sun? His chest rose and fell rapidly as he focused on the description of the construction blueprint that appeared before his eyes. By purchasing this, he could provide some materials to directly build a virtual sun that simulates a real sun. It would shine normally during the day and turn off at night. It's perfectly suited for his current home in the cave. Moreover, it seems he wouldn't even need to build it himself. Just place the blueprint and supply the materials. Since it's a system product, it shouldn't be too complicated. With this, Wang Yin could set up a light source in his cave, which would allow him to grow crops and improve his living conditions. However, the cost is quite high, 35,000 points, not counting the materials needed. That's just for the blueprint, which is a bit daunting. Wang Yin's next goal is to buy bricks and build a house. And now there's a virtual sun to create, so his points are going to be in high demand. But thinking too much about it isn't helpful. He needs to take things step by step. For now, building a house is the priority. Living in a big shared bed with small beasts isn't bad, but sometimes it feels a bit restrictive. Also, the virtual sun is just a blueprint. Wang Yin doesn't know what materials are needed. If some difficult-to-get materials are required later, it could be very frustrating. So, he should go back and prepare the bricks first. Once the house is built, he can consider the rest. So, Wang Yin and Youli quickened their pace. It took them 18 days to complete this journey, and finally, their long trip came to an end. They returned home once again. Nothing important happened at home during the past month and a half. The family was busy with their own work. With Zhuohua, the lady of the house, present, Wang Yin felt completely at ease. The first thing he did after returning was to have a private talk with Zhuohua. He shared some of his recent experiences. When Wang Yin mentioned traveling at night, Zhuohua showed a strange expression and asked, "Did you really travel at night?" Wang Yin nodded firmly. Zhuohua looked him over twice and then showed a worried look. Nighttime in the wall abyss is dangerous. Besides some monsters that climb walls to attack, the most dangerous are those that cling to the rocks. These creatures don't attack first. They just wait and hunt passively. But those things are usually very strong. Did you and Youli get hurt a lot? Wang Yin didn't want Zhuohua to worry unnecessarily. He simplified the story and left out the dangerous details, just saying he was only lightly injured. Zhuohua felt a bit regretful and said, "I should have told you all this earlier. It's my fault." Wang Yin smiled and shook his head. It was mainly because he was clever and quick-thinking, which at least helped him learn a lesson to be more careful in the future. Then, Wang Yin brought up another question to Zhuohua. "Zhuohua, have you ever heard of something called the Spirit Awakening Seed?" Zhuohua looked a little confused and tilted her head, thinking, "Spirit Awakening Seed? What is that?" Wang Yin also told her about meeting the mysterious black rabbit from the Rock Sheep clan. She thought for a moment, as if recalling something, and said uncertainly, "The witch you mentioned. I think I've heard about her before, maybe. I've heard her story. She seems to be quite famous in the middle level. She's kind-hearted and graceful. It's said she often helps weak tribes. Did you really meet her?" Wang Yan's mouth twitched. He couldn't believe the reputation of that mysterious snake was so good. She is clearly a very greedy and selfish person. Probably. It's her, since I don't think many people would do something like this. Zhuohua nodded slightly, and then said, "So you mean she saw your ability and thinks you can help awaken your power?" She didn't say it very clearly, but she was very sure I have this ability. I don't really understand how she figured it out. Zhuohua looked thoughtful, and she could only blame the fact that this witch had lived a long time and had more experience. But she didn't dwell on it and let it go. This incident made Wang Yin realize more clearly the strange power inside him. Zhuohua was curious and leaned in to ask, "Did you eat Youli?" "Yes." Zhuohua smiled slightly, with her hands behind her back. "That's great. Your family of 5 has already been half-eaten." She then showed a satisfied expression and said, "Actually, from the moment you returned, I noticed that Youli had changed. It seems no longer as dull as before. Honestly, I should thank you, Wang Yin." "Thanks to you." That child has become much more cheerful. Wang Yin proudly hugged her waist and said with his head held high, "Humph, who else but a good man like me?" Zhuohua chuckled happily, smiling beautifully. "Are you sure you're not just a lecher?" A noteworthy thing is that during the more than half a month Wang Yin was away, the little beast girls went to some remote places to find herbs. They also marked the locations in advance, waiting for Wang Yin to come and harvest them. This earned over 10,000 points, which could help with the upcoming big project of building a house. In the following days, Wang Yin didn't rush to start construction. Instead, he prepared some materials and assigned some chores to Lu Pia, such as cleaning the ground, organizing the wood, digging holes, and building the foundation. If there was nothing else to do, he would have her move bricks from one place to another, then move them back, mainly to make things difficult for her. Next, Wang Yin planned to process the 500 kilograms of rock salt. Once refined, it would last a long time without needing to worry about salt. However, the amount was large and would require a lot of time. First, the large pot at home was borrowed, which caused a lot of protest from a certain black cat. However, after being comforted with 2 cans of fruit preserves from Wang Yin, the black cat quickly changed its attitude and even said it was busy helping Wang Yin. If the rock salt wanted to be processed roughly, the first step was to crush it into small pieces. This was a big task, so the whole family had to work together. Wang Yin made a few simple wooden hammers, and they all sat together to crush the rock salt into powder. Even with everyone helping, this process took almost a whole day. But the result was good. The pink salt blocks turned into fine white powder. Next, Wang Yin just needed to soak the salt in clean water and filter it through a coarse cloth. Then it could be boiled further. Boiling takes time, and Wang Yin didn't have a good way to speed it up. So, he decided to just keep boiling water. He handed this task over to the family's cooking cat, letting her take full responsibility. After that, Wang Yin's main task was to build a house. Only Wang Yin, who had knowledge of construction, and a little Jay, could do the building work. The others could help, but only with rough physical labor. For example, only Wang Yin and little Jay could be considered main builders, while the others were just helpers. This made the building process slower. Wang Yin's plan was for a family of 6, with each person having their own bedroom, a living room, a kitchen, a dining room, a bathroom, and a bath. These were just initial ideas. Little Jay didn't find these plans too difficult to understand. After Little Jay's processor analysis was approved, a detailed blueprint was projected. Wang Yin looked up at the projected house and was very satisfied with its appearance. However, they still lacked building materials, so they could start building now and add more later. The main structure of the house was made of red bricks and cement, but it was decorated and supported with lots of wood. For example, support columns and beams were made from pre-cut wood, since Wang Yin couldn't afford steel reinforcement at the moment. So he used wood instead. The wooden structure gave the house a special charm. Wang Yin used many wooden planks to decorate the exterior, covering the entire outside with wood. From the outside, it looked just like a wooden cabin. However, because of this, the household's wood consumption increased greatly. To help, Wang Yin specially exchanged a knowledge capsule for craftsmanship from the marketplace for Zhuohua. Since Zhuohua has a natural talent for craftsmanship, after using the capsule, she could also do some detailed woodwork to supply the needs for building the house. Everyone was busy working hard. Even Little Cake joined in. Since she couldn't do heavy work, she helped by handing out snacks and watching over Little Rice. Overall, Wang Yin felt there were still not enough workers. Including Lu Pia, the household had only 9 laborers, not counting Little Cake and Little Rice, which was a bit tight. The house design was a 2-story building. The first floor had the living room, dining room, kitchen, bathroom, and other common areas. The second floor had 6 single rooms. According to Xiao Ji's calculations, about 220,000 red bricks would be needed, plus some cement. To finish building, they would need at least 350,000 points as a base. Honestly, the pressure was a bit high. Currently, Wang Yin relied on sunlight fruit to earn points. If he planted all the crops, the average daily yield would be about 700 points. That was still a bit tight. It seemed it was time to think of some quick ways to make money. Wang Yin remembered the small tribes he had visited over the past few days, meeting many tiny tribes along the way. What is the fastest way to make money now? That's right, harvesting herbs. So why not gather those tribe elders and have them work for him? The yin wall is so big that even if some herbs are rare, as long as the area is large enough, he could gather tens of thousands of points. For building the house, that would be a piece of cake. Therefore, Wang Yin decided to visit a few nearby tribes, give those elders some tasks, and motivate them to help him gather herbs. Now, the family had transportation. With the speed of the Cayenne shark, Wang Yin could visit at least 2 tribes a day. The efficiency was high. If he spread his reputation and promoted what he was selling, those tribe elders would definitely be happy to work for him willingly. Cloud Shark slowly stopped at a human village. This is the closest village to the little beast girls. A group of wild people came out of their caves, curious and looking at Wang Yin, the visitor who suddenly appeared. Wang Yin looked around. These old villagers seemed to have clearer eyes than before. They looked more like wild people compared to the little beast girls at home. No, they are already wild people, so there's no need to say they look more like them. Wang Yin blew a whistle, drawing everyone's attention to him, acting a bit showy. The villagers were honest and quiet. Since Wang Yin boldly entered, they just peeked out of curiosity and had no intention of driving him away. Instead, they looked at him curiously, with clear but somewhat foolish eyes. Cough, cough. Wang Yin cleared his throat, making everyone focus on him. He slowly said, I am a traveling merchant from far away. I want to buy something from you. He then took some herbal samples from his system storage and explained, you go to the wild, dig up these herbs, and in a few days, I will come to buy them. The villagers looked at each other, seeming not to understand what Wang Yin said. This made Wang Yin a little frustrated. What are these roots? What are they worth? A big, muscular man about 2 meters tall scratched his face, squatted down, pointed at the herbs on the ground, and asked curiously. Wang Yin sighed lightly, but at least someone was paying attention. He took out a can of beef stew from his system space and opened it right in front of everyone. In an instant, the villagers became excited. Meat, fragrant, hungry. Seeing their reactions, Wang Yin was very pleased. He told everyone, as long as you find these things, you can sell them to me. 1 herb for 1 can of this. What? Roots for meat? Good person. Wang Yin felt a bit embarrassed. How did these villagers survive in the wall abyss? Are they all so simple-minded? Soon after, a middle-aged woman stepped out from the crowd. She looked at Wang Yin carefully and finally bowed politely. Welcome, traveling merchant. The Stone Tribe welcomes your arrival. Wang Yin suddenly became interested. There are normal people here. I am the leader of the Stone Tribe. You can call me Redstone. My people are simple-minded, so let me discuss things with you. Wang Yin nodded slowly. He thought, there should be a leader, which saves him some trouble. He then said, Leader Redstone, you can try this jar. I am a merchant from the middle level, here to buy many herbs. For each herb, I can exchange it for a jar of meat. But it must be fresh and not mixed with wild grass. Redstone took the meat from Wang Yan's hand and gently squeezed a piece. His eyes lit up. This was delicious. These canned meats made by the system are all prepared to suit modern tastes. They are soft from cooking and high in oil and salt. To these wild people, it was like a gift from heaven. So, Redstone agreed to Wang Yan's deal immediately, promising to lead some of his tribe members to help gather herbs. Trading herbs for canned meat was a good deal for Wang Yan. A single herb that the system could recover usually sold for about 1,000 points, while a can of beef cost only 100 points. The profit was nearly 900 points, faster than farming. After arriving in this strange world, Wang Yin had become a businessman. Over the next few days, Wang Yin issued tasks to 10 nearby tribes, asking them to work for him. During this time, he even met a small tribe made up of mice. The scene was like accidentally entering a lowly island. The mouse tribe's members, both male and female, were very tiny. It was hard to tell their genders, and most were about 1.4 meters tall, almost all like little girls. Compared to canned meat, these mice seemed to prefer sweets. Wang Yin planned to exchange fruit cans for herbs. However, the mice were quicker than humans, so Wang Yin decided to kidnap a few mice to help him build houses. Cough, cough. A small round-headed mouse climbed to the center of the tribe's square, cleared its throat, and then happily shouted, Girls, the kind old master said he will take us to eat delicious food. Every meal will have meat soup, and there will be fruits, even strawberries. Strawberries? And meat? Excited squeals and chatter. The leading mouse paused for a moment. then continued meaningfully. But the kind old master isn't just letting me go to eat plain rice. He wants to build a super big house, and when it's done, we will work for him. Work? With meat and strawberries? I'd be happy to work. Nods and excited squeals. Seeing everyone's positive reactions, the leading mouse said, "The master only needs 5 big mice. Those who want to go, line up on my left. Those who can work will get priority." Priority. Me. Me. I want to go. I want to go. Pushing in line and squealing excitedly, Wang Yin looked at this group of young mice. Hiring 5 to help him work could greatly ease his burden. Also, his home wasn't short of food right now. It seemed these mice really liked strawberries. Wang Yin had already unlocked strawberries when he visited Unju City before. As long as he provided food, these mice would probably be happy to work for him. However, Sai Yunsha, Color Cloud Shark, didn't seem able to sit down 5 mice at once. Wang Yin only gave her the location at her house, so she could organize them into teams and send them over when ready. After several days of effort, Wang Yin finally solved the problem of manpower and points. Although he still had to wait a bit, there was no better solution at the moment. Wang Yin didn't mind revealing his home address to these mice. After all, he had a giant food-eating machine at home, so he wasn't worried about anyone coming to bother him once they knew where he lived. It took 3 days for the 5 big mice with round ears to arrive home. Luckily, they didn't encounter any danger. After a short rest, they could start working, saving some trouble. Next to Baigua's family's grass shed, Wang Yin built a separate row to house these new mouse workers. The mice's diet is definitely not the same as Wang Yin's family. They eat a large pot of food made separately, just enough to fill their stomachs, without much concern for taste. However, they do add some salt or soy sauce. For these mice, who haven't seen much of the world, this is considered a very tasty meal. The mouse society has a special structure, with more females than males, usually about 7:3. In this society, females are mainly responsible for production. The 5 mice that came are all strong and healthy female mice. Wang Yin entrusted the task of training these mice to Zizi, since they are from the same group. It's easier for Zizi to manage them. Surprisingly, this young girl manages well, directing the mice to learn tasks like sweeping, building walls, and driving stakes. They work very hard. Wang Yin is not a typical greedy boss who only cares about profit. He also provides some benefits. He promised to give the mice strawberries, which they can enjoy every 3 days. The mice are so happy that some say they don't want to leave and want to stay to work for Wang Yin every day. Right now, Wang Yin doesn't plan to hire many more people. He wants to finish building the house first. Later, he plans to build a village outside the cave, similar to a city with an inner and outer wall. After these experiences, Wang Yin increasingly wants to build his own power. To improve life, he needs to find ways to get more workers. The outside area can be used to hold slaves or free people, which are all important issues. But besides that, Wang Yin has another urgent problem. He needs to solve the food supply if he wants to expand his team. Currently, the main food source for his family comes from his system farm. Wang Yin has 10 plots of land, but he hasn't cultivated them for a long time. It's manageable for a few people, but if he hires many workers at once, what should he do? He can't just let them go hungry. Time has passed quickly. In March, springtime slipped away unnoticed. When Wang Yin realized it, the sunlight in the sky had become very bright. Summer has arrived. The little beast girls all changed into summer animal skins. Luckily, the house was still quite comfortable, with good ventilation and a cool breeze, so it wasn't too hot. Since it's summer, Wang Yin plans to make some foods that are perfect for the season. This reminded him of the function of the space storage box he had before. Isn't summer incomplete without ice? Of course, he means ice cream and popsicles, not the dried leaves that the old tribe brothers like to chew on. The space box has many branches. From what Wang Yin can see, there are at least 4 types: the time-stop box, the refrigeration box, the living creature box, and the terminal box. The first 3 are easy to understand. They do what their names suggest. But the terminal box is a bit harder to understand. According to Wang Yin, the terminal box is the most amazing feature. It can only be upgraded once, and compared to the small space box, it takes up more space and is less easy to move around. However, this doesn't reduce its incredible power. In fact, The terminal box isn't meant to be moved around. It's an external system storage. It can store items like a normal space box, but by spending points, it can generate terminals. With a terminal, anyone can access and take items from it without limits or distance. So, after Wang Yin bought this terminal box, he could give each little beast girl a terminal. Everyone would then be able to use the system storage. Besides that, Wang Yin can develop more advanced uses. For example, items he just bought from Anju City can be stored in the terminal box, and his family Zhaohua can instantly take them out, achieving a face-to-face quick transfer effect. That's the incredible power of the space box. However, the materials needed to upgrade the terminal box are quite confusing. Wang Yin even finds them hard to understand. He planned to set this upgrade after the virtual sun, which makes him a bit eager, but he knows he has to take it step by step. He then looked at the materials needed for the refrigeration box. This box keeps items at -10 degrees Celsius, so anything stored inside can be frozen or cooled, just like a small refrigerator. Required materials: frozen stone 1, blue steel 100 kilograms, wood 5,000 kilograms, stone 5,000 kilograms. Points 2,000. It looks like a lot, but besides the frozen stone and the blue steel king ink stone, the rest are items that can be easily gathered. Frozen stone and blue steel. I can go to Anju City to ask about them again in a few days. The refrigeration box is like a small fridge. Once the house is finished, it can be placed in the kitchen to store food. It's still necessary to get one. Just as Wang Yin was thinking about when to visit Anju City again, he suddenly heard urgent shouts. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw Hua Yu rushing over in a panic. She quickly said, "Oh no, meow." Two strange people with gray skin came to our place. They asked us some questions. We said we didn't know, and they tried to hit us, meow. Wang Yin. His face darkened. He didn't think much and wondered if someone was so bold as to come directly to his territory. He really wanted to see who they were, daring to cause trouble here. Hua Yu, let's walk and talk. Don't be in such a hurry. Tell me what they asked, and then did they start hitting you? They seemed to be looking for something. When they saw us, they asked if we saw a box of black bricks, meow. We said we hadn't seen it at all. Then they suddenly became aggressive and tried to attack us. Sister Yingluo and Sister Zhuohua were fighting them in front. So I came back to find you, meow. Black bricks. Wang Yin reacted quickly and immediately remembered what had happened before. It seems the owner of the gold cake came looking for trouble. It didn't take long before Wang Yin arrived at the place indicated by Hua Yu. He could still hear loud explosions and shouts from afar. The scene was very chaotic. When Wang Yin got closer, he saw a fiery fox-eared girl standing on the head of a giant snake beast, throwing fireballs at a specific spot. Wang Yin slightly smirked. He had thought they were being bullied and was about to step in, but it seemed unnecessary now. The scene in front of him was a one-sided crush. The two people there probably didn't expect that, at such a low level, there would be two powerful awakened individuals. Wang Yin looked toward the direction of the explosions and saw two black-robed men running away, dodging flying fire attacks from the air. They looked very miserable. Wang Yin cleared his throat and called out to Yingluo. Only then did Yingluo and Youli realize Wang Yin was there. They quickly retracted their powers and obediently stood behind him, as if the fierce fight just now wasn't them. Are you hurt? No. Those two bad guys still wanted to threaten us, but Youli and I wouldn't let them. We used our awakening powers. Youli carried me into the air, and I threw fireballs at them. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. Yingluo stuck out her tongue and affectionately hugged Wang Yan's arm. Youli, seeing this, felt it wasn't right not to do the same, so she also hugged him from the other side. Hua Yu asked, "Meow meow." Wang Yin nodded gently. Then he turned his gaze to the two black-robed men. Their robes were torn and tattered from the explosions, and their hair was slightly singed. They crouched on the ground, trembling. Deny and corrupt skeleton tribe age. 22 favorability, -55 talent. Flesh tentacle specialty. Poison-resistant body, addict. Filthy follower, foul smell. Night corrupt skeleton tribe age. 50 favorability, -55 talent. Flesh tentacles specialty. Poison-resistant body, addict. Filthy follower, foul smell. Ding. Unlock corrupt skeleton tribe profile. Passive effect gained. Poison-resistant body. New items unlocked. Shop updated now. Poison-resistant body. Wang Yin vaguely remembered that Youli also seemed to have this ability. However, I currently don't seem to need this ability, because the dragon bloodline and super speed blood clotting already give him incredible healing power. Even if he gets poisoned by a strange beast, Wang Yin can tough it out. But having it is better than not, so he considers it a boost to his poison resistance. Looking at these two people, aside from their immunity to poison, Wang Yin can't help but sigh and nod. Both of these people have skin that looks very strange and gray, with hair that is also grayish-white. Under the torn clothes, Wang Yin sees that each of them has two blood-red tentacle-like hands growing from their backs, as if they have their own consciousness. Even though their hosts are already on the ground holding their heads and begging for mercy, the tentacles still show strong aggression. It's almost like they are seeking death. Wang Yin calmly looks at the two decayed tribesmen and says, "Tell me, why did you come to my territory and attack directly?" The two decayed tribesmen see that the fireball has finally stopped and breathe a sigh of relief. They look up and see Wang Yan's figure, clearly noticing the two awakened individuals standing behind him. This man must be their leader. The young decayed tribesman named Denian seems a bit younger. Seeing the attack stop, he surprisingly gathers some courage and begins to introduce himself to Wang Yin, trying to scare them into stopping the attack. "We are followers of the Withered Tree Church. Under the Holy Church's orders, we came here to find the Holy Church's lost supplies. The only living people nearby are you, and yet you say you don't know where they are. You're lying. I'll tell you, not only did you attack members of our Holy Church, but you also challenged our authority. And those supplies are very important to the High Priest. If you don't tell us where they are soon, you will only have one way to die." Oh, the Withered Tree Church? Wang Yin learns about their background and realizes that the gold coins he swallowed earlier belonged to the Withered Tree Church. He was somewhat at fault before, but now? And the words of this young man also make Wang Yin laugh. What is this kid even talking about? Does he not see the current situation? Still threatening him? Revealing his identity? That year, the older members of the Dirty Bone clan appeared experienced and smooth in their dealings. When they heard their companions speak, they couldn't help but feel a chill. Their lips moved slightly, and even someone who couldn't read lips could tell he was insulting him. Wang Yin didn't speak. Instead, he was curious to see what bold words this young man from the Withered Tree Church could say. Knight, with a full smile, said, "Sir, we are just following the church's orders to check the situation here. Since there's nothing, we will return and report. This way, we can also ease the High Priest's doubts, so he doesn't come here himself. We didn't mean to offend you." Knight apologizes to you and your woman for the intrusion. Knight's words were much more refined than Denian's. He lowered his status and secretly reminded Wang Yin that if they couldn't return, the next visitors would be the priests of the Withered Tree Church. However, Wang Yin remained unmoved and calmly asked, "Can you tell me why, when you can't get any results, you choose to fight them?" Knight immediately replied, "It's not my decision, sir. It's him." This young man wanted to make a contribution and was the first to act. "You can ask the two young ladies if you don't believe me," Denian cursed. "Pa, you old fool. You've brought shame to the Holy Church. Kneeling and begging these lowly people. You're tarnishing the divine blood in your veins." Both men tried to shift all blame onto each other. One kept mentioning the Withered Tree Church, looking like a brainwashed cult member. Wang Yin couldn't help but smirk and said, "The gold cake hidden in the stone brick is indeed mine." Hearing this, Denian's face twisted with rage. He pointed trembling at Wang Yin and shouted, "You! I knew it. Stealing from the Holy Church. You're finished. You're finished." Wang Yin took out a thick cotton rope from his system storage, smiling warmly, and said, "I don't know if I am finished, but someone is about to be. Guess who? There is a story in Buddhism about the Buddha cutting flesh to feed an eagle." Although Wang Yin doesn't believe in Buddhism, he calls his own teachings a holy doctrine. Overall, they are quite similar. "I heard that your Withered Tree Church has some connection with strange beasts." While speaking, Wang Yin reached out with a rope to tie up Denian. However, Denian resisted strongly. Feeling helpless, Wang Yin broke his limbs like wooden sticks. He struggled even more, but soon he looked exhausted, as if about to faint. "Today, I'll let you experience what it's like. Later, I'll tie you here. Those goblin creatures probably love your flesh and blood." Denian, who had been crying out in pain, suddenly became very alert, as if he had heard a ghost story. He quickly understood that Wang Yin didn't take the withered tree church seriously. Wang Yin planned to tie him up and let the strange beasts eat him at night. No, please. I beg you. Wang Yin ignored his pleas. He tied him up and hung him on a tree. Seeing his condition, Wang Yin grinned, but in Denian's eyes, it looked sinister and terrifying. Tomorrow should be a sunny day. Wang Yin looked at his work and nodded with satisfaction. Denian didn't know what a sunny day doll was, so he couldn't understand what Wang Yin meant. He could only keep begging for mercy, promising he wouldn't speak recklessly again. Wang Yin rested his chin on his hand, appearing thoughtful. Then he nodded and said, "Well, I can let you go. I've been thinking, but I can't just ignore this. So, I'll hang you for a while, just to teach you a lesson. You count to 100,000. After I finish my dinner tonight, I'll come back and free you." Denian, feeling like he had found a lifeline, quickly nodded. His arrogant expression was gone. He knew he was wrong, and he also knew he was about to die. Indeed, the best way to quickly break brainwashing is to make him feel the threat of death. Wang Yin didn't really want to let him go. He just gave him some hope, allowing him to hold on and avoid shock from the pain of broken bones, so he could wait for the beast to come for him. Otherwise, if he fainted early, wouldn't that be like feeding him to the beast for nothing? From the start, Wang Yin never intended for these two to leave. After dealing with one, he kept the other by his side, like walking a dog, leading Night away. Only a loud-counting member of the Dirty Bones tribe remained, with broken limbs hanging from a tree. Wang Yin actually wanted to ask about the Church of Dead Trees. Someone like Night, experienced and cunning, would be the best choice. He could tell Wang Yin everything he knew to save time. He returned home with the three little beast girls. Wang Yin tied Night outside the cave, at the door, and then took a previously cut collar from the storage and put it around his neck. "From now on, you're my dog. Tell me, what do you know about the Church of Dead Trees?" Night was naturally willing to stay alive. When he heard Wang Yin admit he took the gold cake, his heart sank. Wang Yin never intended for them to leave. And with Wang Yan's cruel methods, as an experienced person, he could see that Wang Yin was just dangling Denian's hopes, letting him keep a last wish before being eaten by the beast. Even thinking about such a brutal end made him shiver. He didn't want to die as cruelly as Denian. Once collared, in a way, he felt he wouldn't die anymore. To please Wang Yin, Night would surely tell him everything he knew, showing his abilities to the master, so he could better protect himself. So, Night quickly told Wang Yin a rough idea of what he knew, though not in full detail. He wanted to keep some value for himself. Wang Yin learned from him that Night and Denian were among the lowest-level followers, not even true believers. That's why they were sent to the lower levels to find the gold cake's trail. The high priest seems very concerned about these things, which is why he personally came to the lower levels to lead us, the followers, in searching for clues. Wang Yin nodded gently, then asked curiously, "Are your high priests very powerful?" "The high priests are very strong, with at least 5th-rank combat ability. Their strength is quite terrifying. I haven't seen a 5th-rank person myself, but at the lower levels, they are definitely among the best." 5th rank? Hearing Knight's words, Wang Yin frowned and became curious. What does 5th rank really mean? Realizing Wang Yin didn't understand, Knight explained. This is the normal ranking system used by the Withered Tree Church for beast strength. The most basic goblin is considered low level. Only a giant goblin is 1st rank. Ordinary fierce beasts are 2nd rank, and above that, I haven't seen anything higher, Wang Yin thought deeply. So, the Withered Tree Church specifically classifies beast strength into these levels. If ordinary fierce beasts are only 2nd rank, then how powerful must a 5th rank priest be? So, where is that priest you mentioned now? Knight thought for a moment and shared what he knew. The Giant Bone tribe is the largest believer tribe of the Withered Tree Church at the lower levels. It's trending to become a base for the church. I think the priest is probably there. Another tribe? Who are they? What is the Giant Bone tribe? Knight was slightly surprised that Wang Yin didn't know about this. He was happy and, like taking credit, bent forward to explain. At the bottom of the wall abyss, there are many tribes. The so-called Giant Bone tribe is the strongest among the known tribes in that area. Since the core teaching of the Withered Tree Church is to worship strange beasts, they are not very popular in higher places. In fact, they are often hated and attacked. The strongest tribe? Wait, could this be the place where Youli escaped from earlier? If that's true, it's a huge coincidence. Wang Yin definitely wants to go see what's going on there to plan for future actions. Tomorrow, he can go back to Unju City to check on information about the refrigerated box materials. If they are for sale, that would be the best. And also that cow sister. Regarding the giant bone tribe, Wang Yin plans to wait until he returns from Unju City before having a good talk with Zhuohua. Although his strength isn't great right now, he can still go to the giant bone tribe to check things out and gather some information about the enemies. Wang Yin thought for a moment, arranged his upcoming plans, and happily patted Knight on the shoulder. He said, "Very good, I am satisfied. You're a good dog." Knight knelt on the ground, lowering his head very low, just like an old dog. His two tentacles also drooped, almost like he had a tail and was about to bark twice. "Keep up the good work. You will be promoted again in the future." Wang Yin stood up, hands behind his back. Knight looked like he was granted mercy, but just as he was about to get up, he felt a chill on his neck. His body moved, but why was his head hitting the ground? Oh, he was beheaded. Look at this mess. Wang Yin didn't bother to look at it much and kicked the headless body aside. From the very beginning, Wang Yin never intended to let this old guy live, only to get some information from his mouth. Keeping this old fellow as a made Wang Yin feel a bit uncomfortable. Since he got the information he needed, there was no point in keeping him alive, so he decided to kill him directly. Recently, because Wang Yin took over the iron pot, the family couldn't cook at home. Wang Yin had to find another one and handed it to Huaiwe. For some reason, Huaiwe seemed very interested in cooking. Wang Yin occasionally taught her a few simple dishes. Now, her cooking skills are no worse than his, and she has become more familiar with various seasonings. Tonight, Youli brought back 2 wild chickens. Wang Yin wanted to make plain boiled chicken, with the system now able to produce ingredients like chili and garlic, making it wasn't too difficult. Everyone has been busy building houses lately, working so hard every day that they feel dizzy. Wang Yin also wanted to prepare a good meal to reward everyone. Youli watched Wang Yin blanch the chicken, not just blindly observing, but asking her own questions. She followed Wang Yin's steps, and soon, a big bowl of plain boiled chicken topped with chili oil and minced garlic was ready. The little cat girl's eyes sparkled with tiny stars. Compared to eating delicious food, she was happier just watching the cooking process. Looking at the colorful, fragrant dish in front of her, she couldn't help but say, "Yuan, you're really amazing. Why you never knew food could taste this good." Yuan puffed out his chest proudly, picked up a piece of chicken, and tasted it. The flavor was quite good. Then he pulled out a chicken leg and put it in Huayu's mouth, almost making her drool. That's just the beginning. True masters can make very tasty dishes even with the simplest ingredients. They can even make vegetables taste like meat. Huayu chewed on the chicken leg, with red chili oil around her lips, looking shiny and bright. She had a big question in her little mind. How can vegetables taste like meat? That's hard to imagine. "Yuan, I heard you're going to Unju City tomorrow. Can I go with you?" Yuan wouldn't refuse her. He was just curious. Why did Huayu suddenly want to go to Unju City? "Sure, no problem. But why do you want to go with me? Do you want to have a look around?" Huayu swallowed hard, wiped her mouth, and shook her head. "No, it's not that. I just heard you say that some people sell their homemade food there. I want to see what it's like." Yuan understood her. She was curious about how others cook besides him. She wanted to visit different restaurants and maybe learn a few tricks. "Then you need to wake up early tomorrow. Don't sleep in. I'll call you, and we can go early. Maybe we'll have more time to explore." Huayu was very excited. She was about to hug Yuan's neck and kiss his face when she suddenly remembered her hands and mouth were oily. She awkwardly smiled and just leaned her head against Yuan's chest, rubbing her cheeks a little. She couldn't help but make a soft meow sound. Today, Yuan and Huayu cooked many dishes together. Yuan even called over 5 little mouse helpers. Everyone enjoyed a good meal. With everyone working hard, in less than a month, the house could be built. Once finished, everyone would have their own bedroom. It would be more convenient then. As for what convenience means, don't ask, it's hard to explain. Having been kissed by Youli and Ingluo all night, Wang Yin got up early the next morning. As expected, you can't believe a lazy cat's words. He was about to set off when Huaiwe was still curled up, sleeping soundly. Wang Yin thought it was necessary to use some special methods to wake her up. Meow! Huaiwe suddenly fluffed up like a cat, with its fur standing on end. One second she was sleeping peacefully, and the next she was startled and almost hissed at Wang Yin. But since Huaiyue was a noble cat, she swallowed the hissing sound that almost escaped her lips and angrily asked, Wang Yin, what are you doing, meow? Wang Yin awkwardly scratched his head. It was indeed his own fault. He originally wanted to wake her gently, but for some reason, his hand inexplicably grabbed her shiny black tail, and he instinctively tugged at it. It can only be said that Huaiyue didn't even hiss at him. She truly was an extraordinary good cat. He quickly apologized to Huaiyue. The little cat girl pouted and reluctantly forgave him, since she was the one who had slept in late and needed to get up early today. After tidying up a bit, Wang Yin packed some rough cotton fabric, tanned animal hides, and dried foods like jerky into the warehouse. He decided to take this opportunity to clear out the household stock. This was Huaiyue's first time riding the Cylon shark. However, Huaiyue seemed a bit afraid of heights. She turned pale after flying upward for a short while. Reluctantly, Wang Yin had to hold her face to face in his arms, one arm around her, and the other gripping the fish fin. This movement was a little awkward. Until sunset, Wang Yin finally saw the outline of Anju City. After several months, he had returned to this town once again. Huaiyue's steps were still unsteady, so Wang Yin took her to rest at the edge of the port for a while. After a while, she finally regained her strength. If you're tired, I can carry you for a bit. Many readers feel the story has become somewhat dull. Don't worry, the plot is about to pick up. The groundwork has been laid enough, and now the conflict will begin. Things are about to get interesting. Stay tuned. After a short rest, the little cat girl finally felt better. She led Huaiyue to a hotel. It was evening now. She had wanted to visit the Red Rose Knights to see how Little Biscuit had changed over the past few months, but since it was getting late, they decided to wait until tomorrow. Huaiyue and he came to Anju City to try the local food. Now was a good time to find a restaurant for dinner. But before that, Wang Yin needed to exchange all the goods in the warehouse for silver, so it would be easier to spend money. After visiting several places, Wang Yin finally exchanged all the goods for silver, about 5,300 silver coins. Then he took the little cat girl to find a restaurant. Anju City is a relatively large city for the middle and lower classes. It has many different races, but most are humans, mice people, and some cat people. There are also a few lizard and fox races, but not many others. He asked around and found a very fancy restaurant in the inner city. The average cost per person was about 500 silver coins. It was quite famous, so Wang Yin decided to take Huaiyue to see it. They went into the restaurant. Luckily, they weren't turned away or insulted because of their clothes. In fact, both of them dressed quite well. Wang Yin wore a simple Western-style medieval outfit, common among men in Anju City. It looked like an ordinary passerby, but Huaiyue's outfit was very striking. Although she usually wore cool animal skins at home, Wang Yin had told her to dress up before coming here. So, Huaiyue wore a black dress he had bought for her earlier. Wearing it, she looked like a character straight out of a comic, an adorable cat-eared girl. She looked less wild and more calm. Blushing, she hugged Wang Yin's arm, like a young couple in love. Wang Yin, there are so many people here, meow. They all seem to be couples eating together, meow. I found a seat and sat down. The little cat girl didn't want to sit opposite him, so she sat next to Wang Yin, close to him. Wang Yin looked around and saw that everyone nearby was dressed nicely. It was obvious this was a popular spot for social media photos, a place couples like to visit. The little cat girl had never been to such a place before and didn't understand much. She looked a bit shy. She sat close to Wang Yin and whispered, Wang Yin, look over there in the corner. Why are there some cats just kissing and not eating? Don't they want to eat? Wang Yin awkwardly patted Huaiyue's head and told her not to look around so much. He explained softly, some people come here not just to eat. They might be on a date. Don't worry about them. Let's just focus on eating our own food. Oh, what is a date, then? A date is when two people who like each other go out together. The little cat girl's eyes lit up suddenly, and she got very excited. So, are we on a date too? Wang Yin nodded helplessly. This girl's way of thinking seemed a bit jumpy. Yes, we are on a date. Don't worry about these questions. I brought you here to eat. Let's order some food. Hearing Wang Yin agree, Huaiyue hugged his arm and rubbed her head against his arm with a cat-like gesture. Date. Wang Yin was speechless. For now, he decided to push her aside a little. He ordered some Western-style dishes, like steak, seafood pasta, and chickpea hummus. He didn't see any stir-fried dishes. Honestly, Wang Yin still wasn't used to eating some of these Western foods. Western meals are usually served separately. Wang Yin ordered 3 dishes: bread, grilled steak, and creamy mushroom soup. The little cat girl was very surprised. She had never eaten these kinds of foods before. They didn't look like home-cooked dishes, and the flavors were strange, but not bad. Wang Yin understood some basics of Western cuisine. He patiently explained how they were made. The little cat girl looked at the bloody-looking grilled steak with confusion and asked, "Even though it's all cooked, can it be made like this?" Of course. Every place has its own way of cooking. People have their own understanding, which is why different delicious foods are made. So that's how it is, meow. The purpose of Hua Yu's outing has been fulfilled. Going to other restaurants would likely offer the same kind of food, so Wang Yin didn't want to take her to try everything. Honestly, although the cuisine here is different from the Chinese food Wang Yin taught Hua Yu, the cooking methods are somewhat outdated, and the dishes aren't particularly tasty. It might be better to just switch to a couple of cans of food from the system. Wang Yin took out a handkerchief to wipe Hua Yu's mouth. After dinner, he was about to pay the bill. Just as he was about to raise his hand, a tall, thin figure noticed them and gave a sneaky smile before walking over. "Hey, buddy, your girl looks really pretty. Mind if I get to know her?" Suddenly, Wang Yin saw the bright yellow hair and immediately felt cold inside. The clothes looked expensive, and the person appeared flashy. What's this? A typical troublemaker trying to cause trouble? Wang Yin generally dislikes these kinds of scenes. He doesn't want to pretend to be harmless only to get back at someone after they've stepped all over him. The little girl nearby was scared. What if she got hurt? Before the yellow-haired troublemaker could threaten or insult him, Wang Yin punched him in the face and then followed through, knocking him to the ground. He originally wanted to kick him away, but then thought about damaging the restaurant stuff, so it was better to just pin him to the floor. All of this happened in an instant. The little girl was still confused about what was going on. Why did Wang Yin suddenly hit someone? The sound of the floor breaking drew everyone's attention. Wang Yin stopped and didn't go all the way to kill him, but the troublemaker's nose was definitely broken. He was twitching on the ground, eyes rolled back, looking like he was about to die. The restaurant owner, who was sitting at the counter handling bills, was startled by the noise. He thought there was trouble and hurried over. Seeing the yellow-haired guy embedded in the floor, he almost collapsed. "Quick, get the young master out. Call a doctor, hurry." Oh no, it seems he's a wealthy young master. Luckily, he wasn't beaten to death. The restaurant owner pulled the person out from the floor and quickly asked someone to find a doctor. He looked at the pale, yellow-haired young man, unsure if he was alive or dead, and felt very nervous. He really hoped this young man wouldn't die in his restaurant. If he did, it would be a big problem for him. "Hey, little brother, did you hit him? Don't you know who he is?" Wang Yin frowned and wiped the blood off his hands, saying, "Why should I care who he is? He was bothering my girlfriend first, and I didn't just beat him up right away. That's already being nice. I don't know or care who he is." The restaurant manager quickly waved his hands and said, No, I didn't mean that. The yellow-haired guy you hit is the son of the city lord of Anju City. Little brother, you've caused trouble. City lord's son?" In that moment, Wang Yin really wanted to curse. These foolish second-generation officials really have nothing to do. Soon, the person who went to call a doctor returned. It was someone Wang Yin recognized. Wasn't it the bakery lady with the big cow tattoo? When she saw Wang Yin, Yu paused for a moment, then smiled and greeted him. "Why are you here?" Wang Yin scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "I came to handle some business. I was planning to visit Sister Yu tomorrow, but it happened earlier." Yu's smile was sweet and calming, giving a sense of reassurance. "I'll save him first. We can talk after I finish." Yu had already finished her shift today, and her bread was sold out. She often supplied bread and desserts to this restaurant and knew the owner. In a hurry, she was asked to come help, to stabilize the young man's injuries first. She knelt slowly on the ground, her hands glowing with a gentle green light. Soft and warm, she gently placed her hands on the young man's face. The bleeding seemed to stop, and his pale cheeks gained a faint, healthy blush. Yu's ability was healing, like a healing spell in RPG games. Soon, the young man's breathing became calmer, and he even opened his eyes and sat up stiffly. Seeing this, the owner also let out a sigh of relief. The young man was alive, and that was enough. You hit him so hard. Wiping the blood from his nose, the young man looked grim. His face still hurt badly, but he was no longer fainting. But just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard the restaurant owner say, second young master, you've finally arrived. The young master was just injured at the small shop, but Miss Mou has already come to treat him. Sorry to have worried you. At this moment, the little cat girl hadn't yet figured out what was happening, but she could tell that Wang Yin had fought someone. Someone was looking for trouble for both of them. She wanted to stand by Wang Yan's side, and if a fight broke out, she wasn't afraid. However, Wang Yin didn't want her to get involved. What could a silly little cat girl do? He simply pulled her behind him and looked coldly at the second young master who had just entered through the front door. He couldn't help but sneer. This kind of second-generation official is best at fighting the little ones first, then the big ones. If he beats this so-called second young master, could the next one to come be the eldest son? The second young master was dressed more conservatively, in a dark blue suit that looked quite elegant, decorated with many embellishments. He had short black hair and wore a gold-rimmed glasses. Unlike his younger brother's spoiled, yellow-haired appearance, this second young master looked more like a proper person. He was originally preparing to check the military supplies and plan the city's defenses for the night. Recently, because of the increasing chaos caused by the withered tree cult, attacks by strange beasts in the middle and lower levels had become more frequent. The city lord's mansion in Unju City had to strengthen its defenses. But unexpectedly, he heard that his irresponsible younger brother had been beaten and seriously injured. Connor hurried over immediately. His face was as cold as ice. He looked at his younger brother, then turned his gaze to the curious guests around him. His eyes locked onto Wang Yin at the front. He asked in a deep voice, "Who did this?" Wang Yin looked at him directly and replied calmly, "I did." Connor didn't speak, but Mou was slightly stunned. She thought Wang Yin was just here to watch the show, but she didn't expect that he was the one who fought. "Young Master Connor, young Master Finn has already been treated by me, but this little brother is my friend. Could you please compensate young Master Finn's medical expenses?" And then, Wang Yin didn't expect Mou to speak up for him. His heart warmed, and he quickly raised his hand to stop her, speaking coldly. "Miss Mou, thank you. No need to say more." This so-called young master suddenly spoke disrespectfully to my companion. As a man, I feel I should teach him a lesson. But if he feels wronged, he can come at me again. The vertical pupils looked like a hot blade. Just a glance was enough to make Connor's back hairs stand up straight, as if he was being stared at by a fierce beast. He turned his head away from Wang Yin and looked down at his younger brother with yellow hair. He asked, "Are you ready?" Finn scratched his head, nodded, then shook his head. "I'm almost ready, but my head still hurts a bit." Connor sighed. "That's good." His glasses reflected a cold light. Suddenly, in front of everyone's disbelief, he threw a punch directly at Finn's face. Just like Wang Yin, he slammed him into the floor. But Connor's punch was faster and harder, not just for show. He was really hitting him. Stop hitting me. Brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. Troublemaker, shouting for help just to stay alive? No, I was wrong. Please, brother, stop hitting me." "All right." Connor stopped, shook the blood off his hand, and said coldly, "I won't hit you anymore. I'll tell Big Sister later, and she'll come." When Finn heard Connor was going to tell Big Sister, cold sweat broke out on his back. He trembled all over. After thinking for a moment, he gave in, knelt on the ground, crying and looking ashen. "Brother, I was wrong. Please don't tell Big Sister." Connor snorted coldly but stopped his attack. He turned to Wang Yin, bowed to him with a noble air, as if he wasn't the one who had just beaten his brother. "Sir and Miss, please forgive this irresponsible younger brother of mine. His manners are poor, and he was not properly disciplined. I hope you understand. As for what kind of person this brother is, you don't need to explain further. I trust your words. Finn, come here and kneel to apologize. Is it true that poor family discipline caused this?" Wang Yin looked at Finn, whose face was swollen and weak, and fell into thought. Konar Wind, Human Race Age, 22 Favorability, 10 Talent, Excitement Skills, Basic Command, Combat Specialization, Sharp Eyes, Art Mastery. Looking at Konar's status bar. He's not pretending. This guy is really apologizing. I thought there would be a tough fight, but surprisingly, he's quite reasonable. He didn't act like a bully with authority, which makes me feel a bit more friendly toward him. With a city lord like this, Unju City probably won't have many problems. Wang Yin slightly waved his hand to stop Konar. Since he's already done this much, I don't mind giving him an easy way out. After all, that little yellow-haired kid has already been beaten twice. Even if he kneels to apologize, it won't change much. So he said, "No need. If there's nothing else, I will take my companion to rest now." Konar nodded slightly, looked around, and said, "Sorry for disturbing your meal. Tonight, I will personally cover all expenses, including any damage caused to the restaurant." I apologize sincerely, seeing that the conflict didn't escalate. Everyone felt a bit disappointed and started exchanging polite words. But Wang Yin didn't want to stay too long. Since he didn't have to pay, there was no need to linger. Holding Huayue's hand, the two left the restaurant. At this moment, Mayu also followed and greeted Wang Yin. Wang Yin responded with a faint smile and said, "Thank you, Sister Mayu, for speaking up for me earlier." Mayu crossed her arms and shook her head. "It's nothing, since you already call me sister." As she said that, she instinctively placed her hand on Huayue's head and began to pet the cat. Huayue, somehow, seemed happy being stroked by Mayu. She purred and looked very content. "Is this different from the fox girl you came with before? Are they both your companions?" Wang Yin felt a bit embarrassed and nodded. Mayu teased him with a smile. "Really? Then I'm a little jealous of you." He scratched his head, blushing, and quickly changed the subject. "Sister Mayu, are you heading back now?" Mayu shook her head with a look of helplessness. She sighed and said, "Well, no. Lately the attacks from strange beasts have become stronger. Every night, there are casualties at the city defenses. The city lord personally asked me to help treat the wounded. I didn't want to go, but seeing those guards get hurt while protecting us, I had to step in." Wang Yin suddenly realized that Mou also seemed to have a hard time. "Big sister Mou, you're really kind-hearted. Please be careful and stay safe." Mou nodded, then chuckled softly. "Don't worry, I was just helping to rescue the injured from behind. The city lord also gave me a lot of money, so I guess it's like overtime work." Wang Yin thought that was acceptable, so he didn't delay her further. They exchanged a few more words, then agreed to visit again tomorrow before saying goodbye. "Wang Yin, that big sister is so gentle, meow. How do you know her, meow? The last time Luo and I brought you some cookies and cakes, I bought them from her. Mou is very kind. She seems like a very friendly big sister. She really is very kind, meow." The little cat girl held her own hand, which wasn't small anymore. She could barely hold it with one hand. But compared to Mou, she still seemed a bit less impressive. "Wang Yin." Huayue wagged her tail and tugged on Wang Yan's arm. All right, meow. It's already night. Come mate with me, meow." Wang Yin felt a bit embarrassed. How could this little girl just say that out loud? Luckily, there weren't many people around, or he would have been extremely awkward. "Stop shouting nonsense, meow. Let's go quickly, meow." It was amusing to watch Wang Yin try not to laugh. They booked an inn, coincidentally, the same one where he stayed with Luo last time. But now, instead of Luo, Huayue was on the bed. "Do you really know how to mate?" The little cat girl blushed, holding a pillow and seeming a bit shy. "Big sister Luo and sister Youli told me the process before, meow. We're all family, so we should be together, meow." Wang Yin smiled playfully, lying beside her. He poked her little cat nose and said, "Then why are you holding onto the pillow and not letting go?" Huayue's face turned even redder, her ears as tender and red as tomatoes. I was just..." The kitten seemed a little shy. Wang Yin didn't press her too much. He reached out and hugged Huayue's waist, gently kissing her on the forehead. "Would you like to lie in my arms for a while?" Yes, okay, meow." The kitten purred softly. Huayue rubbed her face against Wang Yan's chest, not even realizing how cute her expression looked right now. They hugged like that for a while. Wang Yin started to feel sleepy and almost dozed off. But just then, loud fighting sounds came from outside, waking him up a bit. He looked down at Huayue and saw her golden cat eyes also watching him. Wang Yin said to her, "It seems there's a fight outside. Do you want to go see?" Huayue also seemed curious and nodded gently. The two of them got up and moved to the window. The inn was in a great spot, giving a clear view of the harbor area outside the city. "I want to go." The first time Wang Yin saw the monster invasion, he was stunned. He had never seen such a scene before. The once small groups of dog-headed people were now charging in hundreds, with some larger dog-headed monsters mixed in. Besides these basic monsters, there were many strange beasts Wang Yin had never seen before. For example, he saw a humanoid monster flying in the sky, using its own skin to glide. Its body was mostly covered by a huge mouth, kind of like a big mouth bat from a cartoon, but it looked a bit gross. Wang Yin, look over there. That little thing. Does it look like a small cookie? Huh. Wang Yin followed her gaze and saw a line of armored knights fighting at the far right of the city defense team. Their distinctive big round ears and small bodies made it obvious. They were the Mouse Knights of the Red Rose Knight Order. Right behind these Mouse Knights, there was a smaller figure, looking just like a tiny creature, holding a large shield bigger than her body. It was probably the little cookie girl. Wang Yin raised an eyebrow. It seemed this little mouse was out on a practice mission, gaining battle experience by watching the veterans fight. Soon, the little cookie girl would probably be on the front lines. This little mouse's position is relatively safe, so Wang Yin didn't pay much attention. The beast tide was repelled by the city defense team. The most noticeable part was the three main beasts, each about third level, blocked by three different figures. I recognize one of them. It's the Knight Captain of the Red Rose, the one who led the little biscuit into the Red Rose Rat tribe. This opened Wang Yan's eyes. He didn't expect that the attack by strange beasts in such a big city would be so fierce. During the fight, there were lots of sword flashes and special effects. The Knight Captain of the Red Rose was fighting a fat, three-headed monster. The monster looked disgusting, with its two replaced by two big mouths that sometimes spat sticky poison, making people feel sick. The Knight Captain was small and couldn't even reach the size of one of the monster's paws. She held a huge sword longer than her body with both hands. Each swing of her sword left a blood-red rose petal, cutting a bloody scar on the monster. The monster found it hard to hit her. Her heavy armor was so light it was like cardboard, allowing her to dodge easily. She jumped and spun, creating a spray of blood, showing her great fighting skill and never getting hurt. Wang Yin also saw some bloody scenes. He saw a frog with sharp teeth grab a rat knight and stuff it into its mouth, chewing on its shell and flesh, with blood and metal grinding together. A rat tail was hanging near its mouth, making the little cat feel a bit scared. Wang Yin gently hugged her waist to comfort her, telling her not to be afraid. He thought watching more might make Huiwe feel physically uncomfortable, so he pulled her to go back and sleep. But suddenly, a piercing cry came from the port. Wang Yin frowned, feeling a bad feeling in his heart. Whoa! The sound was sharp and unpleasant, hurting his eardrums even from far away. It sounded like a baby's cry, making people feel creeped out. At the same time, on the battlefield at the port, Silver Steel Sword, Wilderness Tail, as the Knight Commander stationed in the Iron Mountain Kingdom. Her task is to help defend Unju City from night monsters. Usually, she doesn't need to fight. The main beasts at night are usually one or two, mainly handled by the young lady of the City Lord's mansion. Recently, due to those Deadwood cult, who seem to have used some tricks, all parts of the wall abyss have been affected. Some smaller areas are even hard to defend, causing even a port city like Unju to gather many refugees. The situation in Unju City is also not good. The main beasts of the recent monster tide are increasing, and Wilderness Tail has had to step in to help defend. Her giant sword, decorated with rose petals as red as blood, allows her to move swiftly among the huge bodies of the monsters, even while wearing heavy armor, causing blood to flow everywhere. A streak of light flashed, and she cut off one arm of a giant beast. The foul blood spread out, and the beast's painful roar was deafening. It was clearly angered, but Wilderness Tail remained calm. She even looked up at the other two main beasts, though the battle there seemed less hopeful. The other two main beasts were being fought by the city defense captain and the young lady of the City Lord's mansion. Their strength was less than Wilderness Tail's, so they struggled a bit. Wilderness Tail frowned slightly, her eyes cold beneath her armor. She needed to quickly deal with this problem and then support the other two. As she thought this, just as she was about to strike the giant beast's head with her sword, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her ears, as if blood was seeping out. The sound was miserable and piercing, making everyone feel cold inside. It's the fourth main beast. 1 hand, 2 hands, 3 hands. 8 hands clung to the cliff wall. The mournful cry did not stop, causing everyone to feel dazed. It was an enormous head, surrounded by 8 long, thin arms. The head looked mournful, with a face full of sorrow, and emitted a terrifying wail. Weaker soldiers had already collapsed to the ground, their eardrums shattered and their minds broken. Only 3 people on the field can resist the main beast now. The new creature that appeared makes things difficult because no one can stop it. The big-headed creature seems to have no intention of stopping. It is howling and rushing straight into the city. Reserve troops, prepare to fight with me. Originally, Connor was in charge of controlling the battle. When he saw the strange beast charging toward the city, he didn't hesitate. The city is full of unarmed civilians. If the beast enters, it will cause overwhelming destruction. Sai, Wang Yin, who was at the inn, looked at the situation. He didn't want to get involved at first, but now he has no choice. If he lets the beast into the city, it could be destroyed. He doesn't want to see that happen. This is the closest large city to his home, and he still hopes to buy supplies from there. Huaiwe, find a safe place to hide. I'll be back soon. Wang Yin suddenly pulled out a broadsword from his system space, slung it over his shoulder. Huaiwe understood what Wang Yin was about to do and nodded obediently. Okay, meow. Wang Yin. Be careful, meow. Got it. He stepped onto the windowsill with one leg, pushed off, and leapt into the air. Instantly, a bright red cloud appeared beneath his feet, rushing toward the strange beast. Hurry, archers. Shoot arrows. Knights of the Red Rose, hold them back. Try to buy more time. We can't let it enter the city. Once the other 3 main beasts are dealt with, it will be fine. Connor drew a thin sword. Instead of hiding behind the crowd, he stood at the front, even slightly ahead of the reserve Red Rose Knights. He knew these young knights were apprentices, quite young. Watching the head of the beast rushing toward them, howling loudly, sweat dripped down his face. No, this can't happen. Absolutely not. We must not let this creature enter the city. Although he wasn't as skilled in combat as his older sister, he was not someone to be taken lightly. He raised his sword, ready to strike. But just as he prepared himself mentally, for some reason, the huge head suddenly flew rapidly in the opposite direction. What just happened? That is, someone is on top of that strange beast's head. It's that person who kicked the beast away. Are there more experts? Konar was still in a daze. He was ready to die, but someone had saved him? His pupils behind the gold-rimmed glasses kept focusing. The mysterious figure was gradually appearing in his mind. It's him, the one who just fought Finn. No mistake about it. Konar stared hard at that figure. He didn't expect that in such a dangerous moment, it would be him who stepped forward. Wang Yin didn't say a word. Right now, he just wanted to quickly deal with this creature. After all, the little girl was still waiting for him, and he didn't want Huaiwe to keep worrying. So, you should just die now. The vertical pupils flickered faintly. Wang Yan's broadsword, with its strong force, was like a meat grinder. Even the big head kept dodging, too afraid to face it directly. Everyone present was stunned. No one expected someone to stand up at this critical moment. Regardless of the situation, this turned the tide of the battle. It was a huge boost to everyone's morale. With Wang Yin joining, the battle on the other 3 main beasts became more aggressive. If they didn't fight hard now, it would be too late. They had to quickly deal with the strange beast to prevent more trouble. Woohoo! Wang Yan's strikes made the huge head retreat step by step. It kept howling in pain, its ears filled with shrill cries. Purple-black blood flowed from its eye sockets, spreading a foul, rotten smell. Wang Yin frowned slightly, but managed to handle it. His broadsword was held horizontally, under the cold moonlight shining with a sharp glow. A curved shadow flickered, leaving a dark red outline in the beast's blood. As Wang Yan's sword flashes continued, the beast was visibly being dismembered. Soon, he defeated it. Even when the head fell, the other 3 battles were still ongoing. A familiar feeling suddenly struck him. A small glowing orb shot toward Wang Yan's forehead again. Just like when he defeated the long-tongued monster before, Wang Yin received another purification seed. However, he still didn't understand what it was for, so he didn't think much about it. Wang Yin glanced at her, but since the crisis was over, he didn't bother with the remaining matters. He had no obligation to help the city defense team, and since they could handle the situation, Wang Yin decided to return to his inn. After the cavalry team launched a series of quick attacks and defeated their opponent in the wilderness, the young lady of the city lord's mansion, Natia, also finished her part of the battle. She helped the city defense captain defeat the final main beast, marking the start of their counterattack. The group of strange beasts suddenly seemed lost and disorganized. Some began to riot. Others fled in different directions. Clearly, they were losing their cohesion. There was no need for her to continue fighting. The soldiers of the city defense team would take care of the rest. Natia took off her helmet, revealing her smooth, golden hair flowing freely, contrasting sharply with her armor. Despite her small size, she was actually a young knight. She frowned as she looked at the fallen head, lost in thought. At that moment, Konar hurried over. "Big sister, the attack is over. Thanks to that person's help, otherwise the city might have been in serious danger." Natia nodded slightly, exhaling a soft hum, then spoke calmly. "Do you know that mysterious person who suddenly appeared?" Konar pursed his lips, thinking carefully before deciding to tell her what happened tonight. "Yes, Finn caused trouble again tonight. He accidentally offended that person, who then beat Finn up. I went over to help." Hearing Finn's name, especially the news that he caused trouble again, Natia's face quickly turned cold. "Did you hit Finn?" "Yes, I did." Natia nodded again and continued. "Find out where that person went. Tomorrow, we will visit them and thank them properly." She shared her plan with Konar, then paid little more attention to the matter. She needed to return to the city lord's mansion quickly to report to her mother. Wang Yin returned to the inn. Fortunately, he acted quickly, and the inn was not affected. When he reached his room, he found Xia Weiwei. Although Wang Yin had already hurried over, Huaiwei was still worried. When she saw him return, she immediately held him tightly, as if reluctant to let go. I petted the cat's head and softly said, "All right, I don't have anything urgent. You can let go now. Let's go to bed and talk, okay?" Huaiwei nodded politely, released her hand, and Wang Yin pulled her onto the bed. After all the fuss, both of them were a bit tired, so the romantic atmosphere was less intense. Wang Yin held her, and they fell asleep together. The next morning, Wang Yin usually doesn't like to sleep in, but it seemed comfortable to hold the little cat. Until the sun was high, Wang Yin slowly woke up. After a quick wash, Wang Yin planned to take Huaiwei to the shopping street to buy some things he needed for this trip. As they went downstairs, they saw a tall man with glasses waiting outside. When he saw Wang Yin, he hurried over. Wang Yin looked at him. Wasn't he the brother of the guy with blonde hair from last night? Why did he suddenly come here? Before he could think more, the man, Connor, bowed sincerely and said, "Thank you very much, sir, for your help last night. If you hadn't stopped the trouble, Anju City might have been in great danger. Connor thanks you on behalf of the people here." He lowered his head completely, not acting like a young noble. Wang Yin looked at him calmly. He didn't care much about formal bows. These gestures are just for show. If he really wanted to thank him, he could just be sincere. "Well, if you have nothing else, please don't block our way. My companion and I want to buy some things." "Thank you." Connor clearly understood Wang Yin's meaning and quickly waved his hand. "Please, sir, accept our invitation. The city lord's residence is nearby. My mother and sister also want to thank you in person for your help last night. They asked me to invite you over. Please give us a chance. If there's a benefit, it's easier to agree." Wang Yin isn't unreasonable. Since there's a thank you gift, why not go? He paused thoughtfully and then said, "All right, it's almost mealtime. We can go a bit later if needed. Lead the way. Let's go to the city lord's residence." Connor sighed in relief. It's great that Wang Yin agreed to come. His mother had repeatedly told him before to bring this person back, so now he feels his trip was worth it. Outside, there was a carriage. Connor acted like a servant, running ahead to open the door for Wang Yin. This surprised everyone nearby. People in Anju City knew Connor's face, but who was the person on the carriage? Why was Connor lowering himself to serve like this? Wang Yin didn't think much of it. Since the city lord's mansion wanted something from him, he guessed the reason for the visit. Probably they wanted him to stay longer or to take action. Wang Yin didn't mind either. As long as they paid well, a few days of security didn't matter. The city lord's mansion was deep inside the city. To see it, you had to walk through a busy shopping street. The mansion looked grand, made of marble, and very impressive. When they arrived, Connor helped everyone off the carriage, and they went inside. As soon as they entered, besides the servants and guards, Wang Yin saw two women standing in the middle of the hall. One was kneeling, and the other was standing. The standing women were probably the city lord and the young lady. The kneeling woman looked badly beaten, but Wang Yin recognized her immediately. She was the yellow-haired girl who had caused trouble last night. Angelina Jade. Human age, 48 favorability, 40 talent, mind shock skills, social skills, leadership, arts, basic swordsmanship. Nisha Breeze. Human age, 24 favorability, 45 talent, split skills, advanced combat, sharp eyes, resilience, arts, intimidation. Wang Yin only glanced and understood who they were. The tall woman with short hair, dressed in a formal gown, is probably the ruler of this city, Anju City. She is very beautiful, with a hot figure, and even seems to be on par with Mou in appearance. If not for the system's reminder, Wang Yin would never guess she is nearly 50 years old just by looking. Next to her is a small, blonde girl in a water-green dress. She is likely the mysterious older sister that Connor mentioned. Wang Yin didn't expect that this small girl, who looks 2 heads shorter than Connor and appears delicate and weak, could withstand an attack from the main beast. It's quite surprising. Good day, Mr. Wang Yin. Thank you for stepping up yesterday to help Anju City. Without your help, the beast tide could have caused great disaster, the short-haired woman said sincerely, without any airs of a city ruler. She seemed more like a friendly neighbor ant, making people feel close. Good day, Mr. Wang Yin. Last night, Natia wanted to meet you, but you left so quickly, and it was late. Natia was in armor and didn't think it was suitable to meet then. Please don't mind. The blonde girl gently bowed, smiling nicely. Today, her younger brother invited you over. Seeing your style, just as Natia imagined, you and your female companion look like a perfect match. Both of them spoke politely, giving Wang Yin face. He bowed politely in return and smiled lightly, saying, I just don't want to see Anju City damaged. It's the closest city to our home, so if something happens here, it will affect us greatly. Natia waved her hand and said straightforwardly, Please don't say that, sir. Your help makes you our benefactor. We must show proper respect. Suddenly, her tone turned cold. Last night, I heard from my second brother that my useless third brother offended you? Though he only got a beating, I don't think that's fair. It's also our fault for not disciplining him properly, raising such a spoiled habit. Natia slightly lifted her leg, revealing a small of white silk under her skirt, then violently kicked Finn's back, causing him to fall to the ground. Get down and apologize. Finn looked sad and wanted to cry but didn't dare make a sound. The city lord stood with his arms crossed and said nothing, seeming to approve of what had happened. Wang Yan's mouth twitched. Now he finally understood why the little yellow-haired boy didn't want his older sister to find out he had done something wrong, because he might really get his legs broken by this little girl. At this point, Wang Yan couldn't say too much. After all, the boy only said yesterday that he wanted to get to know someone, and Wang Yan had beaten him up. Later, Connor arrived and was also beaten. From the look of things, it seemed the little yellow-haired boy had just been beaten badly again by the girl. Honestly, Wang Yan felt a bit sorry for the guy. All right, Miss Nidia, I already scolded him yesterday. No need to do it again, Wang Yan said. When Finn heard this, he nodded quickly and bowed his head, repeatedly saying, Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Favorability 1, favorability 1, favorability 1. Wang Yan. This kid had some strange habits. Every time he bowed, his favorability increased a little. Honestly, his favorability wasn't very low, probably no lower than -10. Now it was almost up to 30, which Wang Yan found hard to judge. Nidia glared at him fiercely and kicked him away. Hurry up and go back to clean up. Finn, sniffling, nodded quickly and ran off without looking back. The blonde girl returned to her gentle and polite appearance, very different from her previous violent look. Seeing this, the young woman chuckled softly and said, Sir is truly kind-hearted. Please don't blame my son. He has some unusual habits. But I can assure you, he has no intention of coveting your companion. At this point, the city lord seemed to have more to say, but hesitated and finally swallowed his words. He continued, Since that's the case, the meal is ready. Mr. Wang Yan, please come with me to the dining hall. We can talk more there. Wang Yan nodded, took the little girl's hand, and they followed Angelina inside. The restaurant's layout is very Western style, with long, spacious tables. Wang Yin and Huaiwe sat at a table, and as everyone took their seats, Angelina gently shook the bell beside her seat to signal the servants to serve the food. Silverware and plates were arranged in front of them. The maids first brought out appetizers, followed by soup, main courses, desserts, and after-dinner drinks, served in a ceremonial manner. The private chef at the city lord's mansion was not much different from the one at last night's restaurant. But the ingredients were more precious, and the quality of the food clearly showed they used high-quality materials. When Wang Yin was on Earth, his impression of Western aristocratic dinners was mostly from movies and TV shows. He never thought he would experience one himself here, which was a very new and interesting experience. After Wang Yin finished the last sip of his after-dinner drink, Angelina gracefully wiped her mouth and then spoke to him softly. "Mr. Wang Yin, does the food at the city lord's mansion suit your taste?" Wang Yin nodded slightly. "Yes. Every dish is just right. Perfect. The chef at the city lord's mansion is truly skilled." "Ha! You're flattering me, sir." Angelina and Wang Yin exchanged some polite, superficial conversation. Nitya and Konal sat quietly on the other side of the table, chatting for a while. Finally, Angelina got to the main point. "I wonder why Mr. Wang Yin came to Anju City." Wang Yin didn't hide much and directly explained his purpose. "My family is making something, and I want to see if I can buy icebound stone and blue steel here in Anju City." Angelina was slightly surprised for a moment, then continued. "These two items, blue steel is still easy to find, although less common, and can still be bought at some blacksmith shops. As for the ice seal stone, it's very hard to find in lower and middle regions. If you want to buy it, you probably need to go to a bigger city higher up." Wang Yin was about to sigh when Angelina suddenly changed the topic and continued. "Fortunately, I happen to have a piece of this stone in my private collection. I was worried about how to thank Mr. Wang Yin for his help last night, but now I see an opportunity." "What? Are you giving me a piece of the ice seal stone?" "Yes. Also, my butler will handle the blue steel arrangements later. When the time comes, he will solve the problem for you. It's also a way to thank you for your help last night." Wang Yin was very happy with this reward. It saved him the trouble of spending money and searching himself. He had no objections. His main goal here was to buy ice seal stone and blue steel, so this was perfect. The butler silently left, probably to prepare things for him. At that moment, Angelina spoke again. "Since that's the case, do you have any other plans in Anju City?" Wang Yin smiled faintly, realizing she wanted to discuss serious matters. "No other matters. If the city lord has any other requests, please feel free to say." Angelina also chuckled softly. Both of them were smart people. Since Wang Yin said that, there must be more to discuss. The next topic was probably about how much to increase the price. "You're very clever, sir. In that case, I won't beat around the bush anymore." She crossed her arms and looked at Wang Yin, continuing. "You probably know the recent situation in Anju City. It's all caused by that cult of the withered tree. We don't understand why they are so eager to incite monster attacks. The upper levels are already paying attention to this matter, and the monster tide will likely pause soon. But as you know, yesterday, if you hadn't acted in time, allowing the main beast into the city, the consequences would have been terrible." Angelina's gaze lowered, flickering with a hint of unwillingness. The ability of Anju City to resist the beast tide is weakening more and more. Whether it's the city defense team or the Red Rose Knights, they are losing members every day. It won't be long before there are no more people left to defend. At that point, the fall of Anju City will be inevitable. However, I have already thought of a plan. This morning, I sent a messenger to the Iron Mountain Kingdom to ask for their help. The reinforcements are expected to arrive within 10 days. So, I would like to ask you to help by staying in Anju City for 10 days. Wang Yin stroked his chin. Does he really have to stay for 10 days? That seems like a long time. A bit longer than he expected. For each day he stays, the city lord's office will pay 5,000 silver coins. Honestly, I'm not very interested in money. I just don't want the people of Anju City to be displaced. The more power I have, the greater my responsibility. If I don't step up, what will happen to those unarmed people?" Wang Yan's eyes were very firm, shining with two flames, sincere and intense. Nisha and Konar couldn't help but lower their heads and cover their mouths softly. Angelina, on the other hand, burst out laughing. "Ha, Mr. Wang Yan, you are really interesting. On behalf of the people here, I thank you in advance for your help. Angelina's favorability 10. 5,000 silver a day, 10 days total 50,000. Faster than stealing money. Although this job isn't very safe, for Wang Yan, it's an easy task. Plus, he can also gather some of that so-called purification seed. Actually, Wang Yan still doesn't fully understand what the purification seed does. He's only obtained it twice, and it seems he only gets it after killing stronger monsters. From his intuition, this thing doesn't seem to cause any discomfort. In his subconscious, he feels he should collect more of it. Right now, it's a good opportunity. So, he agreed with Angelina on this matter. After lunch, Wang Yan didn't linger and left the city lord's mansion. Last night, he promised Mo Jie that he would visit her today. Wang Yan planned to take Huiwei with him to pay a visit and buy some sweets. Later, he would go see the little cookie in the Red Rose Nights. He was curious about how much that little mouse had trained. The afternoon is a rare time for rest during the day. Because I was busy late into the night yesterday, Mo you could only lie in bed. Over the past few days, she hasn't been getting enough sleep and feels a bit tired. So, she took this break to rest for a little while, leaning on the counter for a short nap. Ding ding ding. The doorbell jingled as a customer arrived. Mo, still sleepy, got up to greet them, but saw it was Wang Yan. She quickly perked up a bit. Oh, Wang Yan and little cat sister are here. Come, find a place to sit. Wang Yan looked at Mo, who looked sleepy, and felt a little guilty. Sorry, Sister Mo. I was planning to visit you, but I didn't expect you to be resting. Mo chuckled softly, waving her hand. Oh, don't mention it. I was just taking a break. If I really wanted to sleep, I could just close the shop for a while. While speaking, Mo led the two to a seat, poured them some red tea, and brought some cookies. She sat by the window, propping her head with her hand, looking a bit awkward, and said, Wang Yan, last night, I was helping treat the injured in the back, but I also heard about what happened on the front lines. I heard a huge monster appeared suddenly. You were the one who stepped up to deal with it, right? Wang Yan didn't want to hide anything and nodded casually. Yes, it was me. If I hadn't acted, someone might have been hurt. Mo frowned and sighed. You really are quite capable, Wang Yan. But it must have been dangerous, right? Wang Yan smiled confidently and said straightforwardly, It's nothing. It's just a small matter for me. Huiyu also chewed her cookie, hands on her hips, imitating Wang Yan. Small matter, meow? Wang Yan is really amazing, meow. Mo couldn't help but smile at this and softly said, If you get hurt, you can come to me. I may not be as good at fighting as you, but I am confident in my healing skills. Wang Yan didn't want Mo to worry too much about him, and there was no need. He confidently said, Don't be disappointed, Sister Mo. These strange beasts can't hurt me. You should focus on helping others. Mo was surprised and couldn't help but laugh quietly. You're such a kid. Later, the two of them stayed a while longer. The little cat girl didn't say much, just kept showing off her cookies. Her greedy eating made Mo smile, almost unable to hold back her laughter. Before she finished eating, the girl brought out plate after plate of sweets, making Huayu's cheeks puff up with food. While the little girl was still eating, Wang Yan couldn't hold back anymore. How could she eat so much? She kept showing off her eating skills. Wang Yan had planned to visit Little Biscuit next and bring her some treats. But now, when he tried to pay, Mo refused strongly. She didn't want his money at all. Brother Wang Yan, please don't keep trying to pay for me. I'm doing this willingly. I don't know why, but when I see this little cat girl eating, I feel genuinely happy. I just want her to eat more and more. Huayu stuck out her tongue slightly, her face turning a little red. It seemed she was a bit greedy for food after all. Hee hee, everything Sister Mo makes is so delicious, meow. Since Mo said so, Wang Yan didn't say much more. He just thanked the little cat girl and promised to visit her again soon. After saying goodbye, Mo watched their figures disappear into the distance and fell into deep thought. The Red Rose Nights. Wang Yan remembered roughly where it was, so he took Huayu there. The two guards at the gate were the same two mice as before, but now they were missing one ear, making them look a bit funny. They recognized Wang Yan naturally and didn't stop him this time. They nodded slightly as a greeting. Another mouse guard hurried inside to inform someone. Soon, a familiar small figure appeared before Wang Yan and Huayu. Master, the little biscuit girl waved at Wang Yan, sweat on her forehead, clearly still in training. Over the past few months, this little mouse has changed a lot. She has grown a bit bigger. Her face no longer looks so young, and she now has a more confident look. Her short hair is tied into a small braid, and she no longer looks like that tiny, cute little mouse. Wang Yin was very happy with her change. He crouched down and patted her head. Hey, I just passed by and came to see you. How are you? Are you getting used to life here? The little cookie quickly nodded, looking very excited. Yes. I want to thank the Lord for bringing me here. Even though it's often hard and tiring, I don't feel too bad. After all, it's better than crying from hunger. I've also made many friends and met kind seniors. They taught me a lot. Oh, and the night leader even taught me how to read and write. Wang Yin was a bit surprised. He didn't expect there were classes here too. The little cookie leaned in and whispered softly in Wang Yan's ear. Don't worry, sir. Since I arrived, the night leader has taken good care of me. I later found out that the night leader is actually my aunt. Your aunt? Wang Yin became interested. This is quite a story. Yes. My silly uncle and the night leader are a couple, but they haven't made it public. Everyone knows, though. I learned this from the seniors. Wang Yin didn't expect that the little cookie had such a family connection. No wonder she was so well cared for here. With this relationship, she probably lives even better than at home. Do you have enough money? Yes. Thanks to the money you gave me before you left. I remember it all. But you gave me too much. I can't spend it all. As she spoke, the little cookie suddenly seemed to remember something and added, Sir, can you wait a moment? I want to write a letter to my mom. Of course. Go ahead. I was just about to look around somewhere else. I'll come back later to pick you up, after arranging to meet again later. Wang Yin held Huayue's hand and wandered aimlessly through the street. Huayue, after tonight, you should go back first. Meow. The colorful cloud shark has already left twice. I know the way now. It can take you back, so you don't need to wait for me. Go ahead and tell Zhuohua and the others you're safe. Just say I'll return in a few days. Are you going back now, Meow? It's probably fake to say I'm not sad, but Wang Yin really gave her a task. If she stays for 10 days, Zhuohua and the others will definitely worry. The little cat girl's tail drooped. It's so hard to be alone with Wang Yin. Last night, I was so useless, Meow. Flower Moon, why didn't you seize the chance? No. Tonight I must not be like last night. I must seize the opportunity, Meow. Make Wang Yin fall for me. Thinking this way, the little cat girl's spirit grew stronger. What is that silly girl doing? There weren't many things Wang Yin wanted to buy. He only bought some essential tools for the house. Like a stone mill. Wang Yin knows how to make one, but it's too inconvenient. So this time, he simply bought a ready-made one and stored it in the warehouse. He also wanted to buy some tiles. Wooden floors don't look as good as tiles. But unfortunately, the warehouse can only hold 1 ton of stuff. After putting in some odds and ends in the stone mill, it was almost full. There was no space left for tiles, so he had to give up on that idea for now. However, he could buy some glass. The demand isn't high, and it can be used for window decorations without taking up much space. Then, he took the little cat girl for a walk around the city. Unju City is mostly a hub for trade and commerce. As a commercial city, it also has entertainment facilities. For example, at the end of the shopping street, in the city's central square, there are many street performers. To Wang Yin, they're all old tricks: monkey training, fire eating, sword swallowing. Honestly, he's seen enough of these at the big markets back home. Even in this world, they keep doing the same few acts over and over. But Flower Moon hadn't seen these before. She was very happy, especially when watching the monkeys perform funny tricks and making her laugh. Most of the entertainment facilities in Unju City are built around merchants, like theaters and taverns. If we talk about the darker side, there are places like casinos and brothels, which are not suitable for taking young girls. It seems the best option is just to take a walk in the square. Holding hands, the two walk under the setting sun, which casts a patchy, old stone pavement with white spots of light. The young girl looks down at her small white socks and leather shoes. Today, Wang Yin bought them for her, and they look really nice. She tightens her grip on Wang Yan's hand slightly and gently holds it. Before they realize it, they arrive at the harbor. The scene is perfect now, with the orange glow of the clouds just rising, like a pot of rich tomato soup. The huge cloud whales are making loud sounds as they come ashore. Recently, the monsters at night have been very fierce, so the cloud whales are being led into the city. By afternoon, Guards are starting to set up barriers and defenses. But this doesn't bother Wang Yin and the girl. Yuehua's legs sway gently as she leans on Wang Yin, suddenly saying, Wang Yin, do you think today counts as a date? Huh. Wang Yin looks down at the girl in his arms, ruffling her cat-like head. Yuehua looks happy and content. Yeah, it counts. Why wouldn't it? Then, Wang Yin, I like you. Wang Yin is a bit surprised. He didn't expect Yuehua to say that suddenly. He smiles softly and asks, Where did you learn that? The girl blushes, and Wang Yin's reply seems unexpected to her. Why are you saying that like that? Why don't you say it normally? Wang Yin's lips curl into a smile, and he leans closer to her. How should I say it? You should blush and be speechless, then stammer that you like me too, instead of asking where I learned it out of the blue. Ha ha. Wang Yin laughs happily. The girl's silly look makes him feel like his heart is healed. All right. He moves closer, almost pressing his face to her ear. I like you too. Meow? A faint whisper made her ears feel a little itchy. Huayue's face turned red like a small apple, and it seemed like steam was rising from her head. Clearly, Wang Yin really said something, and she was so shy she couldn't help herself. A gentle breeze swept over the clouds at the port. The girl was held in his arms, and the sunset was just right. The little cat girl felt a bit dizzy. She truly liked Wang Yin because she had only ever seen one man like him in her life, and Wang Yin was very kind to her. She had no reason not to like him. After a day of dating, the golden sea of clouds turned a little purple-red. The wind also grew cooler, and both of them felt it was time to go home. They visited the Red Rose Night Order again. Wang Yin took a small cookie and wrote a letter to his mother and sister, telling them she was doing well. In a few years, she would become a strong knight like her aunt, and then she would return home. Wang Yin patted her head and said goodbye to the little cookie. After a simple dinner, the entertainment facilities in Unju City were mostly set up for traveling merchants, but there were also some local amusements like small food stalls. They ate at several food stalls, trying many different snacks. Wang Yin only bought the ones that looked clean, ignoring those that looked like a messy mix of ingredients. They sat on a bench. Wang Yin took out a handkerchief to wipe Huayue's mouth, and Huayue happily patted her flat belly, thinking that once they returned home, she would try to make some of the snacks she learned to share with her sisters. Suddenly, a voice asked, Sir and Miss, would you like to come and see our Unju bathhouse? Wang Yin looked toward the voice. A young girl was holding a stack of flyers, nervously trying to introduce the bathhouse to him. She looked like she hadn't been working long. Bathhouse? Wang Yin was a bit confused. He took the flyer from the girl. The little cat girl also leaned in, but unfortunately, she was illiterate and couldn't read what was written. Wang Yin, what does it say? Unju Bathhouse is having a grand opening special. Show this flyer to enjoy a 20% discount. It turned out to be a promotional flyer for a bathhouse. No problem. Wang Yin looked over the services listed on the flyer, including the hot spring. After a meal, he decided to take the little cat girl for a soak. Bathhouse, a place to bathe. The little cat girl rubbed her chin. They also had a water pool at home, made by Wang Yin, so it should be similar, right? Do you want to go together? Hearing Wang Yin's question, the little cat girl nodded decisively. Yes, let's go soak. Bathing feels so nice, since you had no objections, and after dinner, a bath was a good idea. He took her by the hand, carrying the flyer, and they headed to the place called Unju Bathhouse. This bathhouse was quite large, with a big front, and was located inside the city. It didn't seem like a place most people could afford. Wang Yin looked at the price list and chose a hot spring room. He led the little cat girl inside. Meow, meow. Huayu's mind was now unable to think clearly. Why did it turn out like this? It seemed she was the one who started the conversation. But it really hurts so much, meow. The part where the little cat girl speaks has been omitted, but it's easy to guess what she said. Even Huayu couldn't believe it herself. She initially felt uncomfortable and wanted to shout out, but once the words left her mouth, they took on a different meaning. Until Huayu's consciousness faded, her chin pressed against Wang Yin's chest, and he twitched slightly. It seems a bit too much. Wang Yin originally just wanted to relax with Huayu in a bath. They had bathed together before, but this time, for some reason, she kept rubbing against him. Wang Yin didn't spoil her and simply took off her clothes. Like, Wang Yin meow. Wang Yin looked at the little cat girl in front of him, feeling a bit guilty. He picked her up and held her in his arms, gently stroking her head. He actually wanted to be gentle. But Huayu was just too adorable. Wang Yin gently touched the kitten girl's head. Her consciousness gradually returned, and she opened her eyes with effort. Her small hand rested on his cheek, and she gave a silly, shy smile. Wang Yin, I like you, meow. She then leaned in to kiss him softly. If he continued to stay with the kitten girl, Wang Yin was afraid he might lose control. So, he decisively cleaned himself up and took her back to the inn. After all, he still had work to do later that night. He gently laid her on the bed, covered her with a blanket, tidied his clothes, and headed to the battlefield at the port. Monsters usually attacked late at night. Wang Yin arrived a bit late, but the first wave of attacks had already begun. However, it wasn't a big problem because Wang Yin was here to deal with the main beast, which hadn't appeared yet. Netia looked around nervously, her heart fluttering. When she saw Wang Yin's face again, she finally relaxed. It was so late, and Wang Yin hadn't come earlier. She had worried he might have tricked them. Luckily, he was here now. Mr. Wang Yin, Netia said softly, bowing slightly. You finally arrived. Wang Yin scratched his head apologetically. Sorry about that. I had some personal matters to handle. I hope I didn't come too late. No, you arrived just in time, Netia replied casually. She noticed the small red marks on Wang Yin's neck and blushed slightly. She cleared her throat and said, The main beast hasn't started attacking yet. You can rest for a moment at the back. Wang Yin shrank his neck, showing no change in his expression, but inside he was feeling very embarrassed. Fortunately, the main beast didn't arrive too late tonight, so Wang Yin wasn't embarrassed for long. There were only 4 beasts this time. He grabbed his broadsword and easily took down a nearby monster. After helping others finish the fight, Wang Yin quickly left the battlefield. He wanted to go back and sleep with Huaiyue. The night passed peacefully. With Wang Yin's help, the city's defenses were much lighter. They were no longer just defending passively. It even looked like they might start to fight back. In the early morning, birds chirped happily, and Huaiyue, tired from sleep, woke up. The first thing she saw was that familiar face. Wang Yin, good morning, meow. Wang Yin also woke up. Seeing the sleepy look on the little cat girl's face, he couldn't help but kiss her. Good morning, Huaiyue. After a quick wash-up, Wang Yin planned to take her to the port to call Cyan Shark to send her back. Wang Yin, last night. I forgot to tell you. Thinking about her wild behavior last night and what she said about, a little, Huaiyue's face turned red. I also awakened, meow. It's just like what Ing Luo and the others said, meow. Huh. Wang Yin looked up at her when he heard this. A list of status bars appeared. Huaiyue Cat Clan Age. 19 Favorability. 100 Talent. Teleportation Skills. Stealth. Cooking Mastery. Agility, a new talent. Teleportation? Huaiyue slowly spoke. I feel like I can suddenly move from one place to another with a quick whoosh, like this. As she spoke, Huaiyue's golden cat eyes fixed on a spot not far away. Suddenly, she vanished from her original position and appeared at that spot. Wang Yin, look. With her new ability, Huaiyue seemed very happy. She never expected that she and Wang Yin's team could really awaken their powers. Ing Luo and Youli weren't lying. The little cat girl seemed to really like her new ability. She moved back and forth several times. By the 5th time, she looked exhausted, leaning on her knees and panting. It seemed like she couldn't use it endlessly. But as an awakened power, it was already very impressive. Learning that Huaiyue had also awakened her ability, Wang Yin felt genuinely happy for these little beast girls. Now, only Cici seemed to be without her power, right? He patted her head gently. Huaiyue felt a little reluctant, but Wang Yin couldn't do anything. He comforted her, promising to make it up to her when they got home. With that, he managed to cheer her up and send her on her way. Currently, Anju City is not a safe place to stay for a long time, as it is mainly attacked by strange beasts. Wang Yin cannot guarantee that the danger won't get worse. And what if 5 or 6 main beasts come one day? The safest way is to send Huaiyue back first. If something really happens in Anju City, Wang Yin can run away because he has legs. After sending the little cat girl away, Wang Yin stayed alone in Anju City. Sometimes he would visit Moyu or help her out at the shop, so he wasn't really idle. One soft and sweet little cake, a bag of sweet cookies, and a piece of fragrant bread. Total is 103 silver. I'll give you a small discount, so it's 100. Wang Yin, wearing an apron, stood at the counter helping to take the money. After the last customer left for the day, Mayu smiled gently and said, Wang Yin, are you tired? It's almost closing time. You should go take down the sign. Sister will make you a cup of black tea. It's okay, Mayu sister. I'm not too tired yet. Wang Yin sat down with Mayu. Although he had been busy all day, he didn't seem very tired. Mayu kindly poured him a cup of black tea with 2 sugar cubes. Recently, Wang Yin has been helping the city defense team, while Mayu is assisting with logistics and healing. So, the bakery closes quite early. Wang Yin held his teacup, took a sip, and looked out at the busy crowd outside. Suddenly, he glanced at the tea in his hand and said to Mayu, By the way, Mayu sister, have you ever thought about mixing milk with black tea and selling it? Milk and black tea? Mayu looked a bit confused and asked, I've never thought of that. What kind of drink is it? Wang Yin confidently replied, In my hometown, it's a very popular drink called milk tea. Whether iced or hot, people love it in every season. I really think you should try it, Mayu sister. Hearing this, Mayu became curious. What would milk mixed with black tea taste like? Could it really be so delicious? Thinking this, Mayu went to the back kitchen, poured half a glass of fresh milk, then added it to the black tea. After stirring for a moment, a rich, simple cup of black tea with milk was ready. She sniffed the air close to her nose and indeed detected a strange, pleasant scent. After taking a small sip, a rich and fragrant taste spread throughout her mouth. Just one sip was enough to make her fascinated by this unique flavor. Mixing milk and black tea creates a rich, smooth taste with a lovely aroma. It really tastes good. What do you think, Sister Mayu? I told you it would be great, right? Mayu rested her chin on her hand and thought for a moment. She said, This idea is really good. If we improve it a bit more, the young girls in the inner city will definitely like it. She paused, seeming to have some worries, and continued, But the milk might increase the cost quite a lot. Wang Yin was surprised to hear this. Milk? His eyes unconsciously drifted downward a little. Mayu noticed his gaze and blushed quickly. What are you thinking? I am a cow-human hybrid, not a real cow. Wang Yin looked embarrassed and kept apologizing. He didn't mean to think that way, but Mayu. She was too easy to misunderstand. Mayu also realized she might have spoken a bit too bluntly. Her face softened, mainly because Wang Yin's thoughts seemed a bit off. She was just a bit older. How could she possibly do something like that? That would be too strange. The store's milk usually comes from a few small villages around Anju City. The supply is small, so it's quite expensive. Milk spoils easily, so it can only be bought nearby. She picked up her cup of milk tea and drank it all in one go. Warm drinks are the best for calming the mind. Wang Yin, you're not being good, Mayu pouted and said, but her tone didn't sound angry. Haha. Sorry, Sister Mayu. I really didn't think much about it. Just as they were talking, a clear, ringing bell sounded as the door was pushed open. Mayu instinctively turned her head, thinking a guest had arrived, and said, Sorry, we're closed now. Huh? Sister Mayu, I said I would come to pick up the goods recently. Are you not happy to see me? A familiar voice suddenly sounded, making Wang Yin feel a bit uneasy. He looked toward the voice and saw a fiery woman with dark brown skin. Sorry, Sister Shihu. I thought a guest had arrived to pick up cherry cakes. I'll go get them for you right away. You've been closing early these days. Is there something you're hiding from Sister? After speaking, Shihu shifted her gaze. Her eyes slightly widened. Then a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. She said, Oh my, isn't that little Wang Yin? What are you doing here? Wang Yin awkwardly scratched his head. This woman had noticed him. Mou has been very tired these past few nights. I came to help out at her shop. Shihu was momentarily stunned. Then she smiled playfully and said, Very tired at night? Mou, I didn't expect you to look so mature and still like such young things. Oh, Mou's face, which had just relaxed, turned red again. Sister Shihu, don't tease me. I've been helping at the city defense team these nights, and I happen to know Wang Yin, so he came to help me. Oh, Shihu's tone stretched long as she took a puff from her cigarette holder between her fingers. Oh dear, I thought you two had a story. Too bad. Otherwise I'd like to join you tonight. Sister Shihu. After this small interlude, Wang Yin learned that Mou was able to take on other orders because of her good skills. Many restaurants would reserve bread from her, and even Shihu's tea house would order some pastries from her. Watching Mou go to the back kitchen to bring cherry cakes for Shihu, Shihu sat across from Wang Yin, placing 2 bundles on the table with a charming smile. Little brother, how long has it been since we last saw each other? I heard from MOU that you've been in Unju City for several days. Why didn't you come to visit sister? I'm really sad. Wang Yin looked embarrassed and turned his head away, avoiding her gaze. I've been very busy, so I haven't had the time. Shihu poked her chin and stared at him intently. Oh, forget it. I guess you don't really care about your sister. Maybe when you said she was pretty, you were just lying. After saying that, she took another puff from her cigarette and continued. So, how do you feel about spending time with your half-hearted, eager little girlfriend these days? Just the same as before, I guess? Really? Shihu narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled faintly. Don't you feel a stronger desire? Her words seemed to reveal what Wang Yin was thinking. It did seem true. At first, the big fox was just shy and cooperative, but later, she seemed to become more wild. Wang Yin hadn't paid much attention to it at first, but from what Shihu said, could there be a reason behind it? He looks like your sister was right. Her charming eyes fixed on Wang Yin as she smiled softly and said, if nothing unexpected happens, that girl might gradually develop into a desire-driven type. But, for you, that might actually be a good thing. What does that mean? Is Yingluo turning into a desire-driven type? Is that a good thing for him? Not necessarily. Wang Yin truly cares about Yingluo. If she develops into a desire-driven type, that's definitely not what Wang Yin wants to see. Although becoming desire-driven wouldn't have serious negative effects, Wang Yin still wants to intervene if he can. Why didn't you say before that Yingluo would turn out like this? Shihu shrugged slightly, looking helpless. There are very few mixed-blood desire-driven types. I didn't know at first that their bloodline would gradually expand in influence. That's information I got from other clans. Your little girlfriend won't fully turn into a desire-driven type, just a bit like one. Wang Yin shook his head. He clearly remembered what Shihu had said earlier. Desire-driven types are born as natural slaves. To be honest, Wang Yin didn't want the big fox to be labeled with those 2 words. I just want to know how to stop her from transforming into Youli. Shihu's eyes curved into a smile as she took a puff from her pipe. I don't know. For a moment, Wang Yin was unsure of this woman's intentions. He frowned slightly. Why was she telling him this? Just to pass the time? Don't worry, little brother. Just because I said I don't know doesn't mean others don't. Not far from Unju City, there's a fox tribe village. The people there might have a way to solve this problem. A fox tribe village? Wang Yin was confused. Could anyone there really help with Yingluo's issue? Can you tell me where that fox tribe village is? Shihu exhaled a long stream of smoke, which curled closer to Wang Yin, her face showing a very charming expression. Play a game with me, and I'll tell you. How about it? I really like young guys like you. So fresh and tender. But before she could tease him further, MOU came out holding a box of cherry cakes and placed it heavily on the table, blocking Shihu's face. Big sister Shihu, here are the cherry cakes you wanted. Take a look. Shihu smiled slightly, tapping her chin. Oh dear, it seems some people like to eat alone. That makes me a little sad, hee. Well, little brother, I won't tease you anymore. I don't really know where that village is, but some of the fox ladies in the tea house might know. Next time you come to Unju City, you can bring your little girlfriend. I can help you ask around, maybe find someone to take you there. Wang Yin forced to thank you. No matter what, Shihu had reminded him and was willing to help him find someone to take him to the fox tribe village. That was worth thanking her for. No need to thank me. If you really want to thank me, you could show me some love for a night. Her bright eyes opened slightly, shining with an enchanting light. I'm not joking, you know. All right, Shihu. It's about time we head back. Lightly pushing Shihu. Shihu, we are closing soon. We need to eat, and then go to the city defense team. Huh? Okay, Sister Shihu. I understand. I won't bother you anymore. After sending away the troublesome guest, Wang Yin finally looked relieved. Shihu was indeed a bit troublesome, but she was helpful when needed, so Wang Yin didn't say much. After dinner with Mo Yu and a short rest, the two left the bakery to work overtime. 10 days didn't feel very long, mainly because the days were busy and fulfilling. Wang Yin didn't feel bored, and the strange beasts didn't pose much threat, so it was quite peaceful. On the 9th day, after repelling the main beast, Wang Yin was about to return to the inn when someone unexpected appeared at the door. It was Finn, the young boy with yellow hair from the city lord's mansion. Young Master Finn, is there something you want to see me about? Wang Yin frowned slightly. It was late, and he wondered what this young boy wanted. Finn immediately greeted him with a warm smile and draped an arm over his shoulder, acting very familiar. Hey, Brother Wang Yan, I've been wanting to see you for a while. I've just been busy healing, so I waited until now. Come on, let's go hang out together. It's on me. What are you doing? Wang Yan wasn't sure what Finn was thinking. He gently pushed his hand away and said plainly, Young Master Finn, our matter is over. You don't need to keep thinking about apologizing to me. There's no need. It's getting late, so please go back. I need to rest. As he moved Finn aside and was about to close the door, Finn's foot got caught in the door. He quickly leaned in and said, Hey, Brother Wang Yan, don't rush to refuse. I really want to invite you to have a good meal. I mean no harm. Don't overthink it. I know you're leaving soon. Please give me a chance. Wang Yan glanced at his favorability level, which strangely had risen to 50. He didn't seem hostile at all. Does it look like he's genuinely trying to make peace? He let out a small sigh. Wang Yan was not an unreasonable person. Since this young yellow-haired boy wanted to make peace, there was no need for him to keep refusing harshly. It's better to leave some room for future reconciliation, especially since the boy's mother was now his employer. He was also curious about what tricks this young master might have up his sleeve. All right, fine. Don't stand at the door. I'll go with you. Okay. I knew Brother Wang Yan was the most understanding. Let's go. I'll take you to have a drink. Duh, it seemed a bit hasty. Wang Yan thought that the boy's idea of making amends meant taking him to some brothel for a drink. If that was really the case, he would have left immediately without hesitation. But Finn's actual actions made Wang Yan see him in a new light. Finn pulled Wang Yan through the alleys in the inner city, turning left and right, taking many twists and turns. Finally, they pushed open a wooden door at the end of a narrow alley. What Finn meant by drinking was exactly that, drinking. They found a tavern. Finn pulled out chairs, found a table, and sat down. He said to Wang Yan, This tavern is only for young people from our inner city circle. Ordinary folks can't get in. Brother Wang Yan, let's have a good drink. A waiter came over, and Finn ordered some drinks and food. While waiting, he explained to Wang Yan, Brother Wang Yan, I didn't really mean to offend you and your wife that day. It's related to one of my hobbies. I will include a picture of Ying Luo in this comment section. If anyone wants to see someone else, they can leave a message here. This might also be a way for him to be remembered by others. Finn's favorite thing to do is find cute couples who seem happy together and then interfere a little. He looks down on those who are superficial and only interested in wealth. If a woman is just after money, he dismisses her. But he is most interested in women who are not greedy for power or riches. To put it simply, Finn dyes his hair blonde, but he is actually a romantic at heart. Every day, he likes to test couples to see if their love is real. If it is genuine, he gives them special rewards. You have to admit, these rich people are really strange. Wang Yan sweats on his forehead. So, you mean that when my girlfriend and I were having dinner, you were actually testing whether she truly liked me? Finn nods quickly and says, Yes, exactly. That's what I mean. All the women around me see that I am the son of the city lord, and they are only interested in my money. Brother Wang Yan, don't you think that in this money-driven world, pure love is something more worth paying attention to? His eyes shine with a bit of excitement. Wang Yan's expression looks like a worried bean in a cartoon, unable to hold back. He doesn't seem to be a bad person, just a big fool. Just didn't expect that Brother Wang Yan is so tough. I only said one thing, and you almost broke my legs. That shows how much you care about your girlfriend. Wang Yan, yes, and Brother Wang Yan, you are very strong. You can even overpower my sister. Someone like you is exactly the kind of man I admire. Huh, is that so? Wait a minute. Say that again? What did you just say? Finn, confused, thought Wang Yan didn't hear clearly, and repeated. I said, Brother Wang Yan, you are exactly the kind of man I admire. You. Wang Yan's scalp tingles, and he gets goosebumps all over. He almost kicks Finn away in anger, backing off quickly in disgust. Finn is stunned for a moment, then suddenly realizes his words might have been misunderstood, and awkwardly explains. No, brother, you misunderstood. I didn't mean it like that. He wanted to move closer to Wang Yan, but Wang Yan kept his distance from him. Brother, it's not what you think. I mean, if you can control my sister, I want you to be my brother-in-law. That's not right. What are you talking about? Talking to Finn, who seemed to have a loose, was like dealing with someone crazy. Asking himself to be his sister's brother-in-law? What's going on here? Wang Yin, listen to my explanation first. My sister once set a rule. Anyone who wants to marry her must show they can overpower her. But my sister has always been the strongest person in the city openly. So by 24, she still hadn't married. In our circle, everyone calls her. Finn looked around to make sure no one was paying attention, then leaned closer to Wang Yin and lowered his voice. They call her the Fierce. Huh. A glass of red wine nearly sprayed out of his mouth. Wang Yin didn't expect that Nisha had such a nickname. Rubbing his forehead, Wang Yin picked up a fry and put it in his mouth, feeling a bit helpless. Forget your wild ideas for a moment. Don't you like pure love the most? I already have a girlfriend. Why would I want to be your brother-in-law? What are you thinking? Finn seemed to answer confidently. Can it be the same? Giving your heart to everyone. That's also pure love, isn't it? Wang Yin thought to himself that such a person deserved to be hanged. Recently, I also heard about the situation at the port. I have to say, Brother Wang Yin, you are the first person I've seen who is strong enough to surpass my sister. Besides you, I think it will be hard to find someone suitable for her in this lifetime. In the end, she might just end up an old maid no one wants. Wang Yin looked embarrassed. He hadn't talked much with Nisha these days. Mostly he just finished his work and left, not staying around. After all, he was the type to leave work exactly at quitting time. The beast tide would probably end late into the night. Why not go home and sleep? I and your sister have barely spoken. We're not close. You don't need to think about those crooked ideas. Things like that depend on fate. Hey, Brother Wang Yin, please don't say that. Although my sister has a bit of a temper, is a little flat, and is a bit short, she still has many good qualities. What I mean is, I want to introduce you both so you can get to know each other. Finn seemed to have more to say, but suddenly felt a cold sensation on his back, as if something had locked him in place. A terrifying pressure spread over his head, and an unseasonably low whisper echoed softly in his ear. Temper flares, flat figure, short height. Is that right? Finn's scalp suddenly felt like it was exploding, and his whole body stiffened. His head turned slightly, like a broken fan struggling to spin, as if he couldn't believe that person had suddenly arrived. Sister, Nisha had arrived at the tavern without him noticing. She wore an awkward smile and casually slapped Finn, knocking him out and causing him to slump under the table like a lump of mud. I'm very sorry, Mr. Wang Yin. I only just heard from my servant that Finn was causing trouble again, which brought trouble to you. Please forgive us. From now on, if my useless brother tries to invite you out again, you don't need to pay attention. Or just come directly to me. Being associated with someone like him, who is useless, also damages your reputation. After speaking, Nisha's small face seemed to flush slightly. She lowered her voice, looking a bit embarrassed. As for the slanderous words he mentioned, please don't believe them too much. I am just busy with the city defenses of Anju City, so I haven't paid much attention to personal matters. This kid is just jealous because I often discipline him, and he's spreading false rumors out of malice. Wang Yin smiled awkwardly and didn't comment much. He only felt that this brother and sister pair had some issues. After explaining several times, Nisha blushed and, dragging her brother Finn, who looked like a dead dog, left the tavern. After taking the last sip of his red wine, Wang Yin was quite satisfied with the fries at this tavern. He thought he could come here more often to enjoy their fries. He didn't stay long either and left early, which took up some time but didn't affect his rest. After all, he has a talent for efficient sleep, so he only needs a short amount of sleep. Today was probably Wang Yan's last day in Anju City. Tomorrow, reinforcements will arrive, and his short-term work will end. Today, he needed to pack everything. Kaiyun Shark had already sent the little cat girl back, and she was now around the outskirts of Anju City. By tomorrow morning, Wang Yin could leave directly. The first place he needed to go was the city lord's mansion. Wang Yin wanted to collect his payment for his work. Although he isn't well known among ordinary people since he only helped guard the city at night, among the guards, everyone knew Wang Yin. He is a strong person who can even outshine the young lady. Without any trouble, the old butler of the city lord's mansion came out to greet him. Since Angelina was busy working, the old butler politely bowed to Wang Yin and led him to the reception room, saying, "Sir, please wait here for a moment. The maids will bring some tea and snacks shortly. Madam is currently working, so let me inform her of your arrival." Wang Yin nodded lightly and sat down on the sofa in the reception room. After a short while, a group of maids brought in trays with tea and snacks. After waiting a bit longer, the butler returned. "Sir, the lady has been informed of your visit and invites you to her office for a detailed discussion. Please follow me." Wang Yin nodded and followed the butler to the second floor. The butler knocked 3 times on the door, and after receiving permission from the lady, he pushed the door open and led Wang Yin inside. Angelina stood up to greet him warmly, holding Wang Yin's hand. The old butler slightly bowed, closed the door, and waited outside the office. "Mr. Wang Yin, please take a seat. We will discuss the matter in detail now." Angelina was still wearing glasses, which added a touch of elegance to her noble aura. She rubbed her forehead and sat face to face with Wang Yin, straightforwardly saying, "Mr. Wang Yin, you're leaving tomorrow morning, right? I have prepared the ice seal stone, blue steel, and 50,000 silver coins. Later, the butler will send someone to deliver them to you." Wang Yin nodded slightly, not delaying, and agreed readily, which made him feel a bit more favorable towards her. "Yes, then I will trouble the city lord." When reaching this point, Wang Yin suddenly remembered something and saw this as a good opportunity to ask Angelina. "Additionally, Lord City Lord, I happen to have some questions. I wonder if you could help me answer them." Angelina raised an eyebrow slightly, curious about what Wang Yin wanted to ask, and replied, "Please feel free to share your questions. If I know the answer, I will do my best to help." Wang Yin nodded slightly, and then asked, "Lord City Lord, have you heard of the Giant Bone Tribe?" "Giant Bone Tribe?" Angelina frowned slightly. She had indeed heard of that name. "The Giant Bone Tribe. I have had some dealings with them. It is considered one of the strongest lower-level tribes in the known world. The people there are quite difficult to get along with, mostly very rough. Why do you ask about this tribe?" Wang Yin thought for a moment. He didn't want to reveal his conflict with the Giant Bone Tribe directly. Instead, he decided to divert the topic and share all the information he knew about them. "Earlier, I captured 2 low-level followers of the Drywood Church. From them, I learned that a priest from the Drywood Church has recently arrived at the bottom level. He is very powerful, and most likely, he is over at the Giant Bone Tribe. Moreover, I also heard from them that the Giant Bone Tribe is currently the largest group of Drywood Church believers at the bottom level. There is a high chance it will develop into a base for the church." With each word Wang Yin spoke, Angelina's expression grew more serious. Her face turned pale, and she asked in a deep voice, "Is what you're saying true?" "Absolutely. The low-level followers of the Drywood Church told me themselves. They said this to save their lives. They shared a lot of information about the church. I believe there's no falsehood in what they said." Angelina took off her glasses and slowly leaned back in her chair, her delicate face full of seriousness. "It seems the situation is more complicated than I thought. Mister, your information has been a great help to us. Right now, all the major forces in the middle level have temporarily stopped their conflicts and are focusing their attention on the Drywood Church. But because of the church's secrecy and strong anti-surveillance measures, we haven't even managed to catch a single believer. But if what you say is true, that the Giant Bone Tribe has become the biggest followers of the Withered Tree Church, then I must inform the major middle-tier forces to prepare for a joint attack when the time comes." Angelina's words. Wang Yin could understand some of them, but many parts were still unclear. "Only the middle tier? Doesn't the upper tier care?" Angelina paused slightly, then suddenly realized that Wang Yin didn't seem to know much about the situation in the Wall Abyss, and she took the opportunity to explain. "In the Wall Abyss, there are actually 2 worlds. The upper-class nobles have drawn an endless golden line at the top of the middle tier to separate themselves from the middle and lower classes. The upper class controls most of the knowledge and technology, and they might even know the true nature of the Wall Abyss. The middle and lower tiers form a whole. The lower tier provides raw materials to the middle tier, which processes and supplies products to the lower tier. They depend on each other. No one can do without the other. So, the major middle-tier forces don't want to see monsters run wild. While they can resist monster attacks, for the lower classes, it would be a disaster. If no action is taken, the lower classes might be wiped out entirely." Wang Yin listened carefully, realizing for the first time the structure of this world from Angelina's explanation. "Madam City Lord, what are those major forces you mentioned? I've posted a picture of Zhuwa in the comments section of this part. If anyone wants to see more, please leave a message." Angelina didn't expect Wang Yin to suddenly ask her this question. It seemed he knew very little about the wall abyss. In the known world, the middle tier is divided into 5 major forces. The Iron Mountain Kingdom, led mainly by the Rat Tribe. The Holy Shine Kingdom, inhabited mainly by pure humans. The Golden Federation, primarily composed of beastmen. The Yaoyang Holy Land, mainly fox tribes. And finally, the Bloodfang Kingdom, dominated by wolf tribes. The known world is the current area explored by the middle tier of the wall abyss. These are the main forces we know of, but in reality, no one knows how big the wall abyss truly is. When reaching this point, Angelina's eyes slightly darkened, and she whispered to herself, maybe there isn't even a real wall at all. This was the first time Wang Yin heard about the power structure of the wall abyss. It seemed much larger than he had imagined. In summary, the 5 major forces are in both conflict and cooperation. For example, the Holy Shine Kingdom and the Golden Federation are completely opposite sides. However, at the moment, all 5 forces have set aside their prejudices and are united in targeting the Withered Tree Church. Angelina crossed her arms and slowly said, Mr. Wang Yin, your news is very timely. I sincerely thank you. Once the reinforcements from the Iron Mountain Kingdom arrive tomorrow, I will negotiate with them and submit this information to the Mouse Clan royal family. Then, the 5 major forces will handle this matter personally. Wang Yin rubbed his chin and nodded slightly, then asked, Then, Lord Mayor, could you tell me the location of the Giant Bone Tribe? Angelina paused for a moment and replied, Of course, that can be arranged. Later, the butler will bring the map to you, which will include detailed information about the location of the Giant Bone Tribe. Thank you, Mayor. The conversation ended here, with both sharing information that interested each other. Wang Yin also gained some additional insights about the wall abyss from Angelina, which was quite eye-opening. Things like the known world, the 5 major forces, and the Golden Line were completely new to him. In the future, when others mention them, he won't be at a loss anymore. Wang Yin left the mayor's residence with a large sum of 50,000 coins. As for the ice seal stone and blue steel, they were stored in the warehouse. Overall, this trip was quite fruitful. When he returned, he could craft a small refrigerator. Then he could put some drinks inside, add ice cubes, and not fear the hot summer anymore. As he was about to leave, Wang Yin went to Mou's bakery. Today, he had many things to handle, so he didn't come to help. He just wanted to see her and say goodbye to Sister Mou. It was the afternoon now, and the shop was quiet. When Mou saw Wang Yin, she was very happy. She ran out from behind the counter, walking with a sway that made people a little dizzy to watch. Brother Wang Yin, you're here? Have you not eaten yet? Wait a moment, I will go prepare some delicious food for you. Find a place to sit first. After chatting with Angelina for a while, Wang Yin indeed hadn't eaten, but he had already snacked at the city lord's mansion, so he wasn't too hungry. Faced with Mou's warm hospitality, Wang Yin didn't want to refuse. Since Mou had already gone to the kitchen to prepare, Wang Yin casually found a place to sit. Mou didn't make Wang Yin wait long. The lunch was toasted bread with creamy mushroom soup. Although it was a bit rushed, Mou's cooking was good, and the taste was quite decent. Seeing Wang Yin eating happily, Mou's lips curved into a slight smile. She rested her chin on her hand, looked at Wang Yin, and said slowly, Are you leaving tomorrow? Wang Yin took a sip of warm bread, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and nodded. Yes, I will help the city defense team tonight, and the reinforcements will arrive tomorrow. I plan to leave early in the morning. I just wanted to say goodbye to Mou. Hearing this, a trace of sadness appeared on Mou's face. Her eyes lowered, and she sighed. It's hard to believe I finally have someone to talk to regularly, and you're leaving tomorrow. I feel so sad. Wang Yin waved his hand to comfort her. Mou, don't be too upset. I will come often. After all, Anju City is very close to my home. I will definitely come to see you again. Mou remained silent, still looking wistful. Wang Yin felt that Mou might feel lonely after he left, so he changed the subject. By the way, Mou, are you a local from Anju City? Mou shook her head slowly and replied calmly, No, I am from the Golden Federation. I came here alone after some small matter and opened a bakery in Anju City. The Golden Federation? Wang Yin recalled what Angelina had said earlier. It seemed that the Golden Federation was a force composed of beast-human hybrids. Alone? I thought maybe you had relatives here. Imo covered her mouth and chuckled softly. You, little guy, after staying with me for so many days, have you seen me have any relatives? That sounds about right. Well, before you came, my sister's daily life was pretty boring. She likes baking bread, but doing the same thing every day for a long time can get tiring. Since you arrived, you've been helping her out and talking to me, which really helps pass the time. I'll miss you when you leave. Remember to come visit her often. Wang Yin nodded seriously and promised Imo. Yes, Imo sister, I will come see you often. When leaving, Imo gave Wang Yin some sweets to take home for her little animal friends. Wang Yin felt a bit embarrassed, but accepted them. Imo said these were her thanks for his help these days. After saying goodbye to Imo, Wang Yin wandered around the city. At a tavern, he unexpectedly met two familiar people. Big sister, please stop hitting. You're bleeding from the head. If you hit me again, I might die. Serves you right. Today, I will teach you a lesson, you useless thing. Hearing the commotion, Wang Yin wanted to push through the crowd to see what was happening. But he saw Finan, who was being beaten and holding his head, crying and crawling toward him. Brother-in-law, help me. My sister is going to kill me. Wang Yin's heart sank. That annoying little yellow-haired kid was causing trouble again, calling him brother-in-law. Finan, you dare to talk nonsense. Today, I will skin you alive. Nisha was furious and wanted to scold Finan, but when she saw his face, she suddenly fell silent. Haha, what a coincidence, Mr. Wang Yin. Are you out for a walk too? Note, due to certain special reasons, I won't be sharing the images of Youli here. Why? It's quite a coincidence. Wang Yin scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. Brother-in-law, please help me. My sister is going to beat me to death. Finan clung to Wang Yan's leg, his head still bleeding small drops of blood. Nitya's fists were as hard as iron. In front of Wang Yan, she tried to stay calm and polite, but the veins on her forehead were bulging from her restrained anger, and her expression looked a bit strange. Mr. Wang Yan, please don't listen to his nonsense. Fin has been spreading rumors about you and me these days. I didn't want to bother you, but I didn't mean to make you look bad. I'm really sorry. I won't. Fin clung to Wang Yan's leg, tears and snot streaming down his face. Big brother Wang Yan is my brother-in-law. I don't recognize anyone else. Wang Yan forced himself to stay calm, trying to keep his cool during this mixed-gender scene. He gently pushed Fin away and frowned. Who's your brother-in-law? Don't talk nonsense. Big brother Wang Yan. No one but you can marry my sister. Please, just accept her. Although everyone in the noble circle of Unju City knew what kind of person Nitya was, Fin actually shouted it out loud in public. At this point, Nitya could no longer hold back. Sir, I need to excuse myself for a moment. Nitya smiled, but her expression was dark and fierce. Before anyone could react, she quickly stepped forward, grabbing Fin by the neck, then suddenly pulled him up and ran swiftly away from the rooftops with Fin in her grasp. Wow. So fast, someone was the first to say this, and everyone realized that Nitya was serious. She had really taken Fin away. The chaos was finally over. Wang Yin still felt a bit confused. He hadn't quite figured out what had happened. It seemed Fin had been making things up, and Nitya had caught him. While Wang Yin was still thinking, his ears suddenly twitched. He overheard some whispers nearby. That person seems to be the fiancé of the wild maiden. Looks like it. Fin just called him her brother-in-law. He seems so fragile. Can he really control Nitya? Shoo. Be quiet. Don't let him hear. I heard from the city guard that recently, the city lord hired someone very strong, stronger than Nitya. It might be him. So, does that mean Fin's story is probably true? Vintia is more impressive and looks quite nice. Maybe Fin didn't lie after all. I think so too. The city lord has been worried about Vinisha's marriage for a long time. Maybe the marriage has already been decided secretly. Right now, Wang Yin feels as sick as if he had eaten a fly. This annoying little blonde kid. What is he even talking about? How did he suddenly become the son-in-law of the city lord's house? Rubbing his forehead, Wang Yin really regrets not chasing after Vintia earlier to fight Fin with her. Ignoring the curious onlookers, Wang Yin feels like a monkey in a zoo being watched. His scalp tingles. He quickly wants to leave this place of trouble, but unexpectedly, Vintia comes back. Sir, please wait a moment. I'm really sorry for causing you so much trouble. Vintia keeps bowing and apologizing to Wang Yin. He glances at her and sees a few red stains on her light green dress. probably cleaned up before she came back to apologize. This isn't a good place to talk. Please follow me. Really, I am very sorry. Wang Yin doesn't really want to pay attention. There was already a misunderstanding. If he goes with her, the misunderstanding might get worse. But Vinisha's attitude seems urgent. She directly grabs Wang Yan's wrist and pulls him away. It seems she also noticed the strange looks around her, making her very embarrassed and eager to leave quickly. Reluctantly, Wang Yin follows Vinetia quickly through the streets to the city lord's house. After wandering around, he finds himself back here again today. Vinetia leaves in a hurry, not even paying attention to the butler who approaches. She quickly takes Wang Yin to the reception room, orders someone to close the door, and then relaxes, sitting on a comfortable sofa. Vinisha's face looks tired. Now that no one is around, she finally breathes a sigh of relief and weakly says, "Please sit down, sir. I am really sorry for making you laugh." Sigh. Wang Yin sighs and sits down as she said, then asks her, "What's really going on, Miss Vinetia?" The maids brought in hot tea, and Nidia took a small sip. Her restless feelings eased a little. She then spoke with some apology. "I'm really sorry, Mr. Wang Yin. I wanted to handle this matter before it got out of hand, but I didn't expect Flynn to." Wang Yin shrugged, having no good solution. "I guessed it would be like this. Last time at the tavern, he was already talking to me about this. I didn't agree, but he's still not giving up." When Wang Yin said didn't agree, Nidia's eyes dimmed for a moment, but she quickly recovered. "I know my situation better than anyone. People say I'm an old maid who can't find a husband, and I admit it. Even if Flynn is spreading rumors, I don't care much. But Mr. Wang Yin, if your lady friends hear these words, it might cause you trouble. I'm really sorry." Wang Yin waved his hand gently. His wives rarely came to Anju City, so they wouldn't know these rumors. Even if they did, they probably wouldn't say anything. Maybe just ask him to work late at night or throw a little tantrum. "My girlfriends and I are not from Anju City. No matter what Flynn says, it won't affect me. Still, I think Miss Nidia should clarify this matter to avoid unnecessary trouble later." Nidia nodded slowly, her clenched fists loosening a bit. She changed the subject. "Mr. Wang Yin, I remember tonight is your last night on duty, right? Will you leave early tomorrow morning?" Wang Yin nodded lightly, not denying. "I see. Then why not have dinner with Nidia now, and later we can go on duty together? It's your last night, and Nidia also wants to apologize to you." The illustration by Huaiyue will be posted in this comment section. Nidia didn't dine with Wang Yin at the city lord's mansion. Instead, she took him to a restaurant. The signature dishes here are mainly seafood, all caught from the Cloud Sea, giving them a unique flavor. Wang Yin has long known that although there is no sea in this world, one can still catch various sea creatures from the Sea of Clouds. However, Wang Yin has never tasted them before. This time, he came to experience what these sea foods really taste like. Hosting a family dinner might be a bit complicated, since Mr. Wang Yin still has to stay on night duty later. "So, I brought you here. I really like the food at this restaurant and hope it suits your taste." Before coming here, Natia had taken off her bloodstained dress and changed into a white cloth outfit so she could put on her armor directly later for her night shift. Now, the blonde little girl led Wang Yin to a quiet corner and ordered some dishes. "I usually come here alone. My mother and 2 brothers don't know about this place. This is actually the first time I've brought someone here." Wang Yin rested his chin on his hand and nodded subconsciously. He didn't pay much attention to Natia, just quietly looking at the menu and ordering some familiar dishes, like garlic lobster, butter oysters, and boiled crab. Seeing Wang Yin order confidently, and all popular dishes at that, Natia couldn't help but feel curious. These seafoods are usually only sold in large cities like Anju City. But she remembered Wang Yin was from the lower levels. How does he know so much about these? "Ah, Mr. Wang Yin, have you been to this restaurant before?" Wang Yin handed the menu to the waiter and shook his head lightly. "No, this is my first time here." "Then your taste is really good, Mr. Wang Yin. All the dishes are very tasty. Do you have some special skill in choosing dishes?" He rubbed his chin and nodded instinctively. Because they are all expensive, Natia, as the eldest daughter of the city lord's mansion, obviously wouldn't lack money. She just felt that Wang Yan's attitude was a bit cold, as if he was somewhat difficult to get along with. Wang Yan didn't say much. In fact, he didn't have any particular feelings about Natia. Although being the son-in-law of the city lord was a big title, Wang Yin wasn't very interested. His wife already had enough, and even if Natalia herself truly had feelings for him, he didn't want to pay attention. They had little interaction before, and Wang Yin cared more about fate when it came to relationships. Today, Wang Yin came just to have a meal. Seeing that Wang Yin didn't seem very interested in talking, Natalia also ordered some of her favorite dishes, resting her chin on her hand as she quietly looked out at the night outside the window. At this time, the city defense team had already started to get busy, driving away the civilians who were lingering. However, these tasks were fully commanded by Konar. Wang Yin and Natalia, as support helpers, didn't need to arrive too early. After a while, various dishes were brought out. Wang Yin was not polite. He picked up a crab leg and started eating. The taste was a bit strange. It wasn't bad, and the crab flavor was genuine, but it felt like something was missing. After tasting it several times, he realized that it was missing the salty flavor that usually comes with seafood. It made sense because these were all caught from the Cloud Sea. How could they have the taste of sea salt? This also made Wang Yin wonder, what exactly is this so-called Cloud Sea? It looks like a normal ocean, producing a variety of marine products, but there's no water. This is confusing. If you keep exploring deep into the Cloud Sea, what might you encounter? Wang Yin didn't ask Natalia these questions. He simply ate a little and had dinner with her. Afterward, they left the restaurant together and headed to the city defense team to start their night shift. Although it was the last night, it was just like usual. Several main beasts attacked around midnight, and Wang Yin and the others fought back. Nothing special happened, and they smoothly spent the night without incident. After finishing everything, it marked the end of these 10 busy days. They slept at the inn for the night. The next morning, before sunrise, Wang Yin got up early. He felt a bit empty inside after 10 days without seeing his wives, and he wanted to go home sooner so he could see them. At the port, some soldiers were still cleaning up. When they saw Wang Yin, they stood straight and saluted him. Wang Yin waved lightly to signal they didn't need to. He whistled and called the rainbow shark from the Cloud Sea. He mounted it and took off, finally leaving Unju City. During the summer, just like on Earth, the days are long and the nights are short. Wang Yin didn't ride for long before the big sun rose early and started working. The weather has become increasingly hot these days. Wang Yin had to endure the blazing sun and hurriedly moved downward. Luckily, there was always a breeze blowing past his ears, preventing him from sweating too much. Around 4 p.m., Wang Yin finally saw the home he had been longing for. "I'm back." With a loud voice, Zhuohua's ears twitched. They shared a special connection, and she looked up at the sky, seeing the figure she had been thinking about day and night. "Wang Yin is back," Zhuohua called out softly, and then quickly stepped forward. Only Qiji was at home. Hearing Zhuohua's voice, the big red-eared mouse twitched its ears and looked up. Sure enough, it was Wang Yin returning. The mouse opened its arms and ran quickly to meet him. Wang Yin had just stopped after jumping over the cliff when the big mouse suddenly pounced forward like a giant octopus, wrapping around Wang Yin and nearly knocking him over. "Wang Yin, Wang Yin, Wang Yin, I missed you so much." With such a warm hug from Qiji, Wang Yin couldn't help but smile slightly. It felt wonderful to be greeted so warmly when he returned home. He supported Qiji with one hand and gently patted her big round ears with the other, softly replying, "I missed you too, Qiji." Qiji raised her face, her eyes shining brightly, full of anticipation. "Wang Yin, did you bring us something delicious?" Hearing this, Wang Yin couldn't help but chuckle silently. As expected from Qiji, her second sentence was about wanting tasty food. "All right, Qiji, you're quite heavy. Come down from Wang Yin so he can rest a bit. If you have anything to say, let's go inside and talk." Wang Yin and Zhuohua entered the cave together. Yingluo Huaiyue and Youli weren't home at the moment, but at this time, they were probably almost back. In the 10 days since leaving home, not much had changed. The mouse workers were still working hard. Over these days, the house had become much more complete and would be finished in just a few days. Wang Yin felt very fond of this hard-working group of mice. Although they were a bit noisy and chattering, each of them was very diligent. Before they finished their work, Wang Yin decided to reward them well. In the future, if there were big projects, she would definitely ask for their help again. After a brief chat with Zhuohua about recent plans, Yingluo and the others soon returned home. "I knew it. Wang Yin will come back on the 10th day, meow," Huayu wagged her tail happily and leaned in affectionately, rubbing her head against Wang Yan's neck. At this moment, Ying Luo said, "Thank you for your hard work, Wang Yan. Take a rest now." "Okay, Huayu, don't keep rubbing him. Come, let's cook together. Tonight, we'll make a nice meal to welcome Wang Yan home. We really need you here." Huayu, hearing this, reluctantly let go of her head. Ying Luo was right. Wang Yan had worked hard all these days earning money for the family. Now that she was back, they should definitely give her a good reward. "Okay, Meow. No problem, Meow. Leave it to me, Meow." The little cat girl left Wang Yan's arms. Zhuohua chuckled softly and shook her head, then followed along. The three of them started preparing dinner together, looking very happy and harmonious. Wang Yan took out the things Mo had brought him. Squeaky's eyes widened as she looked at the colorful sweets, almost fainting from surprise. "Oh my, did Wang Yan just rob someone? Bringing back so many delicious treats? Eat sparingly. Those are all from Sister Mo for everyone. Save some for the older sisters," Wang Yan reminded Squeaky, but he wasn't sure if she really listened. She immediately grabbed a cookie and stuffed it into her mouth, her cheeks puffed out, nodding repeatedly. Seeing this little foodie, Wang Yan smiled helplessly. Just then, a hand gently rested on his waist. Without needing to guess, he knew who it was. "Youli." "What's wrong?" Youli rested her chin on Wang Yan's shoulder and whispered shyly, I miss you." Hearing her straightforward words, Wang Yan's face turned red. He responded softly, "Is it too early for that? Can we wait until tonight?" Yuli's chin shifted slightly on Wang Yan's shoulder. She shook her head and said, "Huaiwa told us that you also ate her. Sister Zhuohua and the others have missed you a lot these past few nights. At night, I was afraid I couldn't compete with them. So, you ran away secretly, huh?" Wang Yan smirked, finding the silly girl's behavior quite funny. Although Youli didn't understand what running away secretly meant, from Wang Yan's expression and tone, it was easy to guess. Yes, Wang Yan glanced at the simple stove near the campfire. The three of them were busy preparing food, with Baigua helping out. Wang Yan reached out, took Yuli's hand firmly, and silently led her away from the cave. Edited and revised. As the sunset dipped west, the clouds lay still, and in the mountains and fields, a faint sound was heard. "Wang Yan, I like you. I like you too." Edited and shortened. Wang Yan. Deleted and revised. As evening fell, Zhuohua noticed that Youli and Wang Yan were no longer in the cave. She knew what they had gone to do, so she didn't rush to find them. When a big table of food was ready and brought out, the two of them just arrived back. She waved at them with a meaningful smile. Youli lowered her eyes, her face still slightly red from embarrassment. But Wang Yan didn't care at all. Since they were his wives, what did it matter? He boldly sat down and started eating happily. Huayue's cooking skills had improved a lot after visiting Anju City, now matching the quality of restaurant dishes. Watching Wang Yan eat heartily, only Ji and Alu kept eating quietly. The other women kept offering him more food, encouraging him to eat more and regain strength. Wang Yan wasn't stupid. He clearly understood what his wives' words meant. There was probably a second round waiting for him, so he needed to eat more. He hadn't seen his wives for several days, so of course he wanted to love each of them properly. After a big meal, Wang Yan patted his stomach and called out happily. At this moment, Baigua stepped forward and slightly bowed, saying, "Master, the hot water is ready. You can go to bathe with the ladies now." Wang Yan nodded. Baigua has become more capable of doing chores and seems to have the potential to be a housekeeper. This made Wang Yan think of the old housekeeper at the city lord's mansion, who managed everything very well. It seems that in the future, Baigua can be sent to learn more skills. The water was at a comfortable temperature, neither too hot nor too cold. Wang Yan and the women stepped into the bath, relaxing their bodies. Zhuohua and Ying Luo leaned in from opposite sides, trapping Wang Yan in the middle, chirping, "Hurry up and wash. After you're done, you can have the cookies on the table." "I'll give you my share," Zhuohua said with a gentle smile. Ying Luo nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I'll give you my share too." And, "My turn too, Meow. My share too. I'll give it to you." Gigi's big red eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe what her sisters were saying. All those cookies and cakes, were they really hers? Isn't this true? You're really giving me all of it." "Yes, yes." "Gigi, hurry and wash up. If you delay, We might change our minds. No. Gigi had just entered the water and hadn't even gotten fully wet. She quickly jumped out, afraid that if she waited a second longer, her sisters would change their minds. Seeing this little foodie leave, the other girls licked their lips. Wang Yin clearly saw that everyone's eyes sparkled with pink hearts. Wang Yin, I miss you so much. Me too, meow. Surrounded by everyone, Wang Yin had no choice but to shout angrily. Come on. 1v3 is nothing, edited and condensed. As soon as he came out, Wang Yin caught sight of a timid voice speaking at the wooden table. Big sister Gigi, are these ours? Hee hee, everything on the table is ours. Wang Yin said these are for everyone, but I don't know why the sisters don't want them, so now they're all mine. Eat quickly, eat quickly. Recognize me as your older sister, and I definitely won't treat you unfairly. Hearing this, little Cake swallowed hard and picked up a piece of soft candy to put in her mouth. I don't know if I learned it from that silly girl Gigi, but she always likes to stuff her mouth full when eating. The more I look at her, the more she looks like a little hamster. Gigi also picked up a milk-flavored cookie and said to little Cake, later, take out some to share with those mouse sisters. But don't give too much, just let them taste it. The rest is ours. Wang Yin felt a bit helpless about these two little food lovers. Zhuohua brushed her hair back, her face still a bit red. She told Gigi, it's almost bedtime, don't eat too many sweets. Got it, Zhuohua's sister, chewing sound. After I finish, chewing sound, this sweet cookie, I won't eat anymore. With a light laugh, since there was still some time before bed, Wang Yin decided to check the warehouse first. He had already prepared everything needed for this trip, and it was a good chance to take a look. After working so many days, all for this small fridge, Wang Yin found the one on the workbench. He emptied out the tools, then lightly tapped a few spots on the surface of the storage box. Suddenly, an upgrade notification appeared before his eyes. Ice Seal Stone 1, Blue Steel 100 kilograms, Wood 5,000 kilograms, Stone 5,000 kilograms, Points 2,000. All the materials, blue steel and ice seal stones, were fully prepared. As for the wood and stone, those were not lacking either. Outside, there was a from the Flame Demon tribe, so Wang Yin definitely wouldn't let her be idle. He had already prepared plenty of wood and stone, even some surplus. The last item was points. Since Wang Yin had been focusing on building the house and spending points on that, his current points weren't many, just over 10,000. But that's not a big problem. 2,000 points is still quite manageable. He clicked, and all the prepared materials around were drawn into the storage box. Then, the storage box began to change. The brownish shell looked like it was covered with a thin layer of ice, gradually turning into a light blue color. A faint chill seemed to float in the air. Suddenly, a clear, ding sound rang out, and the space box was finally transformed into a refrigeration box. Wang Yin rubbed his chin, feeling a bit confused, and stepped closer. The size of the refrigeration box was the same as a normal space box. Focusing on it, a familiar floating window appeared. It's still the same size as a normal space box, but is the internal temperature different? Wang Yin thought this, then suddenly noticed a new option in the lower right corner of the floating window. Looking carefully, it was the temperature adjustment option, which could be set as low as -20 degrees Celsius. That should be enough. After all, storing food was just a secondary reason for Wang Yin to upgrade the refrigeration box. If he really wanted to store food specifically, there was a better option, the time stop box. Wang Yin planned to use the refrigeration box mainly for making ice. He set the temperature to 0 degrees and put some vegetables inside. Since this basic refrigeration box had the same storage size as the basic space box, it still only held 10 kilograms. To increase the capacity, he needed to spend another 3,000 points to upgrade. Looking at his points, Wang Yin thought for a moment and decided to spend 3,000 points to upgrade the box. He wanted to see how much more it could hold after becoming a mid-level refrigeration box. Points flowed like water. Wang Yin waved his hand, and 3,000 points instantly disappeared. The exterior of the refrigeration box didn't change much, just perhaps it gained some brass-colored trim? When he opened the upgraded refrigeration box, Wang Yin finally smiled with satisfaction. The mid-level refrigeration box could hold 100 kilograms, roughly the capacity of a small refrigerator. With this, he could make some delicious food for the little beast girls tomorrow. He stretched lazily, yawned, and turned around to see Huaiwe waving at him. Wang Yan, come sleep now, meow, sweet dreams. In summer, the restless cicadas clung to the trees, their loud chirping filling the air. The hot weather made everyone's hearts feel stuffy and irritable, so they all hid in caves, unwilling to go outside. The group of mice from the mouse tribe, under the command of Xiao Ji and Wang Yan, finished building the two-story small house designed by Xiao Ji. Before the mice left, Wang Yan prepared a big meal for them, and each mouse received a basket of strawberries. The mice were very happy and said that if Wang Yan wanted this kind of treat again, she should come back to visit them. The house was built and livable, but it had no furniture. In the past few days, Wang Yan worked hard with Xiao Ji to make some necessary furniture and installed all the glass bought in Anju City. Because Wang Yan gained the ability to tolerate high temperatures from a fire demon from Lupia, she didn't feel the heat in the air. However, the small animal girls felt uncomfortable, especially Zhuohua, who couldn't stand the hot summer weather. Wang Yan put down her saw and looked at the double bed that was finished. She smiled happily. Just as she was about to rest, she saw the small animal girls all taking off their clothes and hiding in the water pool inside the cave. At that moment, Wang Yan realized how hot the weather really was. I remember I prepared fresh cream last night. Now it's time to take out the ice cream and let the wives try it. Wang Yan used milk exchanged from the system, whipped it into a large bowl of light cream, added some honey and egg yolks. He then put it into the refrigerator. Now was the perfect time to take it out and share it with his wives. He placed several ceramic bowls, held the bowl in his hands, and used a spoon to scoop out the ice cream with ice crystals. Then he took some pre-frozen fruit from the fridge, cut a few pieces, and added them on top. A simple fruit and ice cream dessert was ready. When it came to eating, the whole family was probably best at it, especially Squeak. As soon as Wang Yan finished setting the first bowl of ice cream, the little red-haired girl sniffed the smell and came over. Sweet and tasty. Wang Yan, what delicious things did you make this time? Wang Yan rubbed his forehead and poked her head. If you want to eat, first put on your clothes. Otherwise, you can't have any. Squeak seemed to think for a moment, then grinned slyly. She suddenly darted out from beside Wang Yan, grabbed a plate of ice cream, and ran away. It's so hot today, I want to eat in the water. Oh, you greedy little mouse. Watching Cece walk away, Wang Yan really couldn't do anything about her. With a splash, Cece jumped back into the pond. Feeling the coolness in his palm, he couldn't resist anymore. He picked up a spoon and scooped a big amount into his mouth. Wow, wow, wow. His pupils shrank suddenly. The cold, sweet taste was smooth like silk, melting in his mouth at body temperature. Tiny ice crystals spread between his lips and teeth. In this hot summer, it was like a traveler in the desert finding refreshing water, awakening every nerve in Cece. Yum yum yum. So good. The little cat girl tilted her head, watching Cece look so happy. She wondered if this thing was really that delicious. Why was Cece so obsessed with it? Soon, the others also came out of the water, each grabbing a scoop of ice cream and heading toward Wang Yan. Hey, if you want ice cream, you should put on your clothes first. Ingluo carried a ceramic bowl past him, threw a flirtatious glance, then tiptoed and pressed a kiss on Wang Yan's face, playfully smiling. What's wrong? Don't you like to watch? Then she teasingly rubbed her arm. Ingluo looked at his reaction and covered her mouth, giggling softly. All right, since it's so hot, everyone can eat in the water. I'll also get a scoop for Sister Zhuohua. She can't stand the heat. That's it. If you're feeling hot, you can join us too. Well, since the wives liked it this way, he had no choice. There was so much ice cream that even the white fruit and small cakes were served in bowls. Little Rice, the mouse kid, had already learned to walk. He followed behind the small cake all day, like a little tail. Sometimes he babbled like his sister, but he couldn't quite pronounce what he was saying. The little cake was very happy holding the ice cream. She originally wanted to share some with her sister, but Wang Yan stopped her and told her that children might get stomach aches if they eat it. The little cake could only sadly say to her sister, Hey, little sister, you heard what the grown-ups said. Kids can't eat this, so? This ice cream is only for me to enjoy. Oh, sister. Just as the little cake was about to happily taste the cake Wang Yan made, she heard the little rice spit out a few unclear words. She was instantly surprised and then shouted, Little Rice can talk. She said her first words are sister Hearing this, Wang Yin was also stopped. He found it quite funny, so he moved closer. The little cake put down her ice cream, picked up the little rice, and looked excited. Quick, say it again, sister. Sis. Sister. Bad sister. Well, it was quite adorable for the kids to be talking. The scene fell into a moment of silence. Wang Yin couldn't help but chuckle. These little mice were really quite cute. He took the little rice from the little cake's arms. Looking at this tiny mouse with a little nose, Wang Yin pinched her chubby little face and said, "Kids shouldn't eat cold things, but, little rice, you also have your share." Then Wang Yin took out a bottle of milk. When little rice smelled the milk, she opened her arms and giggled happily. Daddy. It had to be said, this child seemed to have some talent. Wang Yin was left speechless again. I'm not your daddy. Call me grown up, grown up. Giggle, giggle. Little rice reached out her hand wanting to grab the milk from Wang Yin, but he didn't give it to her. He sternly told her, call me grown up, or I won't let you drink. Even with his stern face, little rice still snuggled in his arms, giggling foolishly. Daddy. Wang Yin was silent. He really didn't know what to do anymore. Oh, my little treasure, you can't call me that randomly. After finishing chores, Bai Gua hurried over and took little rice out of Wang Yin's arms. Wang Yin sighed and handed the milk to Bai Gua. It's okay. Maybe I keep giving her things to eat, and this kid has learned the wrong habits. For this little mouse, Wang Yin often liked to feed her snacks when he had free time. Over time, they became familiar, and she mistakenly thought he was her father. Of course, there's also another possibility, that the little mouse was just calling him playfully and didn't really understand what Dad meant. All the ice cream was finished, except for the one outside the cave. Lupia and Aru hadn't gotten any. Lupia, needless to say, Wang Yin wouldn't hit her with a whip. He was being kind enough. She still wanted ice cream? Dream on. Since this girl naturally adapts to high temperatures, she probably wouldn't get too hot, so let her stay in the sun. As for Aru, since early spring, her sleep has been getting longer and longer. Now, she sleeps almost the whole day and is awake very little. Wang Yin was quite puzzled. Winter had already passed, so why was she still getting more addicted to sleep? He didn't have much to say about this. Since she wanted to sleep, he didn't want to disturb her. Anyway, she was just curled up in a corner of the cave. If she wanted to sleep, let her sleep. He disassembled the finished wooden bed, which he could soon assemble inside the house. He took out a sunfruit and handed it to Xiao Ji to give her some energy. Wang Yin rubbed his chin, thinking that the house would be ready for occupancy soon. His next plan was clear. He wanted to visit the giant bone tribe to gather information in advance. After all, Wang Yin was determined to go and help them. However, when he took out the map Angelina gave him, Wang Yin was momentarily at a loss.